Do you love novels, but don't have time to read thousands of chapters? Imagine listening to your favorite stories anytime, anywhere, while driving, working, or relaxing. Here, you'll find premium audiobooks from Pocket FM, Audible, Webnovel, Wuxia, and more, all in one place. Every novel is a one-time payment, no subscriptions, no monthly fees, lifetime access. The full novel list and prices are in the description below. Once you choose a novel, just DM me on Telegram, WhatsApp, or Discord. After payment via PayPal, Ko-fi, or Patreon, you get permanent access to the audiobook on Telegram. And if the novel is ongoing, all future updates are included. Check the description, pick your story, and start listening today. Before we start the video, make sure to like, subscribe, and hit the notification button. Enjoy, and let's go.
Chapter 1401. Chapter 1401, 1401. Chapter 1401, New Spell, Bone Hell. Lin Moyo carefully examined the spell information. Bone Hell, fusion degree 150% transforms a designated area into Bone Hell, which connects to the infinite hell of the undead. All enemies within will be attacked by the power of hell. If they die in Bone Hell, their true spirits will enter hell and become slaves of hell. Hell's slaves will never truly die, they will continuously resurrect in hell. Unless hell is destroyed, they can never escape. As the master of Bone Hell, you will receive protection from hell. The more people killed by Bone Hell, the stronger you become. The spell information was extensive and detailed. Looking at this information, even Lin Moyo, the master, felt a sense of awe. Fortunately, this spell is mine. If it belonged to someone else, it would be a real headache. Although he hadn't used it yet, Lin Moyo could already see that Bone Hell was extremely powerful. But to know exactly how powerful, it needed to be tested. After carefully analyzing the spell's characteristics, Lin Moyo had a thorough understanding of it. First, enemies who die in Bone Hell will become slaves of Bone Hell, which means they become his slaves since he is the master of Bone Hell. These slaves are immortal and can resurrect in Bone Hell after death. In other words, as long as he doesn't die, these slaves will always exist. As more people are killed, the number of slaves increases, making Bone Hell stronger. Secondly, as the number of slaves increases, Bone Hell's defense for him also strengthens. The defensive spell, Bone Armor, from the 4 fused spells is also inherited. Lastly, the most concerning feature for Lin Moyo is that Bone Hell can mark enemies who attack him. Once marked, they cannot escape his soul lock. As long as they are soul locked, he can use Corpse Explosion. After the fusion of Bone Hell, the large cauldron flew back. At this moment, the brilliance of the infinite fusion spell star dimmed, seemingly having consumed a lot of power. Even with divine power and the replenishment from the talent giant tree, it couldn't be fully restored. It conveyed weak information to Lin Moyo, as if saying, "I'm so tired." However, it did not rest and continued to fuse the 3 forces, transmitting them to the other spell stars to complete the final promotion. At this moment, it was more like an excellent commander, leading all the spells. Even though it was exhausted, it still completed its tasks. Lin Moyo's soul appeared beside Infinite Fusion, gently stroking its surface. It felt like touching a child. Lin Moyo could feel the joy conveyed by Infinite Fusion, its weak spirituality instinctively expressing closeness to him. Lin Moyo felt that this little guy was like an undeveloped child, treating him as the closest person. Finally, the divine cauldron returned to its original place, no longer pouring divine power. The talent giant tree also retracted its branches, no longer connecting to the spell stars. The promotion of the spell stars was nearing its end. The turbid mist gradually dispersed, revealing the bright light of the spell stars. Each spell star was much larger than before. The aura they emitted was also much stronger. Especially among the summoning spells, 9 spell stars connected to form a 9-star spell. The undead hidden within seemed to be shouting in unison within the spell stars, their aura overwhelming. Lin Moyo let out a long sigh of relief. It's finally over. Promoting to God King was overall very smooth, without any major obstacles or bottlenecks. Mainly because his foundation was strong, having cleared the path long ago, so naturally, there were no problems. Next, let's see how my spells have changed. Lin Moyo began to receive information from the talent giant tree and the spell stars. He examined his spells like a general inspecting his troops. The talent giant tree swayed, occupying 2/3 of the soul world, with countless vines and branches hanging down, exuding abundant vitality, filling the entire soul world with life. Several branches touched Lin Moyo's soul, expressing their closeness. Although not as spiritual as Infinite Fusion, the talent giant tree still had its instincts. Supreme, Tier 4 spell amplification increased by 400 times, all members of the Undead Legion share damage and life force, reducing damage by 4 times. The Undead Legion and the Master will be reborn upon receiving fatal damage, instantly restoring to peak state, and all spells reset their cooldowns. Rebirth can occur once every 30 seconds. As expected, the talent had been enhanced again, from Tier 3 to Tier 4. Spell amplification increased to 400 times, almost all spells could enjoy this amplification. Just the enhancement of the talent could elevate Lin Moyo's Undead Legion to a new level. Damage reduction by 4 times, defense further strengthened, and it was an all-around enhancement. Lin Moyo always believed that his strongest aspect was not attack but defense. With the rebirth effect and the talent, this was his confidence. Even facing a minor god, Lin Moyo was not afraid. "I might not be able to kill you, but you can't kill me either. If I use my trump card, I can kill you." After reviewing his talent, Lin Moyo began to examine his various spells. First, the changes in the two primary spells. Concentration, fusion degree 150% consumes soul power to enter a concentration state. In this state, inherits the power and spells of the summoned creatures, breaking through original limits and unleashing beyond limit power. The concentration state continuously consumes soul power, weakening as soul power decreases. It can be maintained by killing creatures to gain their power. The concentration state puts great pressure on the body and soul, and overuse may lead to self-destruction. Strong Soldier, fusion degree 150% consumes soul power to enter a strong soldier state. In this state, all damage caused by summoned creatures is increased tenfold. The Strong Soldier state continuously consumes soul power, which can be replenished by killing enemies. In this state, part of the gained soul power can be absorbed and retained as one's own power. However, this soul power contains impurities and should be refined before absorption. The two primary spells had no substantial changes other than the increase in fusion degree, but Lin Moyo was not surprised, as the two primary spells were already powerful enough. Any further enhancement would be unreasonable. Everything in the world, no matter how extraordinary, follows rules and logic. In the grand scheme, everything has balance, and the world will not allow the existence of things that break this balance. After reviewing the primary spells, Lin Moyo began to check other spells one by one. First the passive spells, then the curse spells, and finally the summoning spells. Chapter 1402. Chapter 1402, 1402. Chapter 1402, Daring to Battle a God Sovereign. As expected, the passive spells and soul curses, aside from an increase in fusion degree from 110% to 150%, did not undergo any fundamental changes. Among them, the cooldown time of Undying Undead was reduced to 120 seconds, which is 2 minutes. This allows the undead to have 5 chances to resurrect within 2 minutes, an improvement from the previous 150 seconds. Physical resistance, elemental resistance, and damage transfer all saw their damage reduction effects increased to 3 times. Coupled with his talent, Lin Moyo's damage reduction now exceeds 1,000,000 times. Lin Moyo had previously fought against a God Sovereign, and it would no longer be easy for an ordinary low-level God Sovereign to kill him. At least, it wouldn't be as simple as before, where a single attack combined with soul tracking could kill him once, directly triggering his talent. The power of Corpse Explosion also increased, from 110% of the corpse's life force to 150%, which is a significant improvement. This gave Lin Moyo more confidence, enough to face a God Sovereign. The 3 major curse spells did not change much. The increase in fusion degree made their attacks stronger, and the power of the Time Curse, formed by their fusion, also increased. Lin Moyo estimated that the Time Curse could completely kill enemies of the same realm and severely injure 2nd and 3rd tier God Kings. Even those of higher realms would be affected, and even if they were not injured, the soul level pain would still be hard to bear. It was very useful for interrupting enemy spells, harassment, and control. These spells were already very strong, but to go further, creativity, time, and opportunity were all indispensable. Especially opportunity, which is something that cannot be sought. Just like the fusion of Bone Hell, this time, it was an opportunity. Without the mysterious iron block given by Su Jianxing, Bone Hell would not have successfully fused. Now, the Infinite Fusion, Spellstar's energy was exhausted, and neither the Talent Giant Tree nor Divine Power could help it recover. The next fusion was uncertain, and it was unknown whether it would succeed. After reviewing the other spells, Lin Moyo finally focused on the summoning spells. The summoning spells formed a 9-star spell, which was Lin Moyo's signature spell. The Undead Legion had always been his most important means of dealing with enemies. Whether it was the Skeleton King, the mutated Legion rulers, or the Skeleton God generals who once shone brightly and slaughtered countless demons, they all had strong combat power. Just this series of spells met all the requirements from top combat power to quantity. Even if taken out individually, they could become a powerful legacy. Moreover, they could form a 9-star spell system, which was legendary in the Great World. The interaction and influence of the spells greatly increased their power. Lin Moyo first looked at the strongest summoning spell. Summon Skeleton King, fusion degree 150%, fuses the power of skeletons to summon the Skeleton King. At least 100 skeletons are needed, and up to 100 million skeletons can be fused. Summoning the Skeleton King does not make the skeletons disappear, nor does it reduce their power. The increase in fusion degree raised the upper limit of summoning the Skeleton King by 10 times. Previously, it could only fuse the power of up to 10 million skeletons, but now it could fuse the power of 100 million skeletons. The previous Skeleton King had reached the 9th tier of the God King, and now it was at least a minor God Sovereign. Coupled with the talent bonus, Lin Moyo felt that his Skeleton King could completely compete with a minor Ming 1 Bodhisattva. He thought of Xiaoxing not far away, who was also a minor God Sovereign. Lin Moyo felt that Xiaoxing might be slightly stronger than his Skeleton King. Another issue was whether he could gather 100 million skeletons for summoning. However, based on the interrelation of the spells, the scale of the Undead Legion would definitely increase significantly after this promotion. He would know after trying it out. The remaining summoning spells also became stronger. Skeleton God Warrior, Skeleton God Mage, and Skeleton Soul Archer, these 3 basic skeletons all reached the 3rd tier of the God King. The Skeleton God Generals formed by their fusion could reach the 8th tier of the God King. Death Knight and Bone Dragon both reached the 4th tier of the God King. Their Legion rulers' combat power directly reached the 9th tier of the God King, comparable to the pre-promotion Skeleton King. The number of troops they commanded remained the same, still 100,000. with 100,000 as one army, led by a legion ruler. The total number of resurrected dead reached 10 million, and the duration also reached 100 days. Only the elemental lich did not change much. The strength of the elemental lich was not related to Lin Moya's realm. To have a powerful elemental lich, high-level, high-quality materials were needed. Otherwise, Lin Moya would be helpless. Finally, the promotion was completely over, and the remaining task was to test the spells and replenish the undead legion. Lin Moya slowly opened his eyes. His mind returned from the soul world, feeling the powerful force rising from all directions of his body, as if he could shatter stars with a wave of his hand. This was not an illusion. The physical body of the God King realm could indeed achieve this. When he clenched his fist, his blood boiled, and his whole body emitted a brilliant golden light. The God King golden body shone in the void, and the immense pressure of the 9th layer area could no longer harm Lin Moya. Although Lin Moya's God King golden body was only at the first tier, it was enough to resist. This is the power of the God King realm, indeed different, Lin Moya muttered to himself. The simultaneous strengthening of his soul and body gave Lin Moya ample confidence. Even if he faced a god sovereign now, he dared to fight. At this moment, Lin Moya felt someone watching him. A gaze crossed 1,000 miles and fell on him. Lin Moya looked in the direction of the gaze and saw Xiaoxing. "Congratulations," Xiaoxing said concisely but sincerely. Lin Moya flew to Xiaoxing. "Senior, you flatter me. I still have a long way to go." Xiaoxing laughed. "No need to be modest. In the human race, those who can achieve perfect promotion are rare, maybe 1 in 100 years. In my era, besides me, there were only 2 others. In this era, it is probably also very few. Achieving perfect promotion was extremely difficult, with very harsh conditions. Those who could do it were all top geniuses, the torchbearers of the human race." Xiaoxing looked at Lin Moya and slowly said, "Do you know how to continue improving the physical body in the God King realm?" Lin Moya's heart moved. "Please enlighten me, senior." Xiaoxing said in a low voice, "The physical body in the God King realm is different from the true God realm. Each tier of improvement will greatly enhance strength, much more exaggerated than the improvement of realm cultivation. To be blunt, a first-tier God King physical body cultivator can easily crush a soul cultivator of the same realm. Half of my achievements were made relying on my physical body." Lin Moya believed that what Xiaoxing said was true. The benefits of a strong physical body were indeed significant. There was even a saying that a powerful physical body could destroy all laws with one punch. No matter what laws, in the face of truly powerful strength, were useless. Just like the law star in the depths, compressed beyond recognition, in the face of powerful strength, no law was of any use. Lin Moya's heart surged with a desire for a powerful physical body. Xiaoxing pointed to the 10th layer area. "Go to the 10th layer, you can elevate your physical body to the 2nd tier of the God King." Note: information about talent spells and the Undead Legion can be found in the related works section. The main text does not include panels to avoid excessive word count, which would waste readers' money. Chapter 1403. Chapter 1403, 1403. Chapter 1403, The Creatures of the Mysterious Land. After reaching the God King realm, the difficulty of enhancing the physical body increases significantly. Lin Moya had considered this when he thought about the 10th layer area, where one could elevate the physical body to the 2nd tier of the God King realm. Upon entering, he saw some talented clan members training there. Lin Moya had already guessed their goal, to comprehend the laws and enhance their physical bodies. However, this method of enhancement was not very fast. Lin Moya glanced at the pitch-black void, then retracted his gaze and cupped his hands towards Xiaoxing. "Thank you, Senior Xiao, for your guidance. May I ask, Senior Xiao, how long did it take you to break through to the God King realm?" Xiaoxing replied in a low voice, "Not long, 1 year and 3 days." Lin Moya was somewhat surprised at how precisely Xiaoxing had calculated the time. He himself had a rough sense that it took about a year, but Xiaoxing had it down to the day. There were less than 3 years left until the 4-star domain competition. Lin Moya asked again, "How long would it take to elevate the physical body to the 2nd tier of the God King realm in the 10th layer area?" Xiaoxing looked at Lin Moya. "You are very young." Lin Moya did not respond, which was a tacit acknowledgement. Indeed, he was very young, only 35 years old. Among the human race, many at this age were still ordinary people, far from reaching the super god realm. A 35-year-old god king had never appeared in the history of the human race. Lin Moya still needed to participate in the 4-star domain competition and did not have much time. Moreover, the human race seniors he had seen before seemed to have stayed here for a long time. Lin Moya felt that using the pressure of the mysterious land to enhance the physical body was indeed a gentle and harmless method, but it would take a very long time. Xiaoxing said, "In the 10th layer area, it would take about 100 years to elevate the physical body to the 2nd tier of the God King realm." 100 years. Lin Moya was speechless. He could not afford to spend that much time. Such a gentle method required a lot of time, which was clearly not suitable for him. Methods like the violent and dangerous ones of the Flash Star and Flash Fire were more suited to his breakthrough path. Lin Moya was slightly disappointed. "Is there a faster method? 100 years is too long." Xiaoxing looked at Lin Moya for a long time before repeating, "You are really young." There seemed to be a deeper meaning in his words, and then he sighed, "There is a method, but it is very dangerous." Lin Moya's eyes lit up. "Please, Senior Xiao, guide me." Xiaoxing's gaze turned towards the core law star of the mysterious land. The answer was self-evident. The 10th layer area was not the end of the mysterious land, just the end of the area where the human race could train. Beyond the 10th layer area, the pressure would become even greater, surpassing the limit of endurance. Even if the pressure exceeded the limit of endurance, the help in enhancing the physical body would be minimal, or even counterproductive. Since Xiaoxing said so, there must be something special there, and this special place must be accompanied by danger. Xiaoxing seemed hesitant, but under Lin Moya's sincere gaze, he finally revealed the answer. Beyond the 10th layer area, fly 10 million kilometers towards the Lost Star, and you will enter the core area of the mysterious land. In the core area, the pressure will become even greater and more chaotic. In some areas, the pressure will suddenly increase several times, not only harming the physical body but also the soul. At the same time, the immense pressure will make it difficult to mobilize the laws. Of course, you have perfectly ascended to the God King realm, and your control over the laws has reached a subtle level, so this aspect will have the least impact on you. At this point, Xiaoxun's voice paused. He saw that Lin Moya's expression did not change, obviously not taking these dangers to heart. He guessed that Lin Moya must have some trump card, as such a genius-level figure usually had the strength to fight across realms. Although he appeared to be at the first tier of the God King realm, he might be able to compete with those at the fourth or fifth tier of the God King realm. After a few seconds of silence, Xiaoxun continued, "There lives a kind of creature that is the key to quickly enhancing the physical body." Lin Moya's eyes finally changed. There were actually creatures there. Xiaoxing noticed Lin Moya's change in sight again. "You are very much like me when I was young, high-spirited and sharp." Everyone who knew Xiaoxing knew that he was a typical representative of fighting his way up. When he was young, he was like an extremely sharp sword, and everyone had to avoid his edge. At that time, even if Xiaoxing encountered the strongest shield, he would fight to the death, even if it meant breaking the sword. But now, Lin Moya felt that Xiaoxing was full of a sense of decay, the sword was rusty, and the sharpness was gone. Lin Moya wanted to ask what had happened to make such a top genius become like this. Xiaoxing continued, "Those creatures are very peculiar, called the spirits of the mysterious land. They can manipulate the power of the void to attack, which seems to be a kind of law, yet different from other laws. By killing them, you can enhance your physical body. The more you kill, the faster your physical body enhances." Lin Moya asked, "How strong are the spirits of the mysterious land?" Xiaoxing said, "They vary in strength. The weakest are at the second or third tier of the God King realm, and the strongest can reach the 9th tier of the God King realm. They are not evenly distributed, with no specific area. You might encounter a 9th tier spirit of the mysterious land as soon as you enter, or you might not encounter any for years." Uneven distribution, Lin Moya silently noted. This seemed to be one of the dangers, but on closer thought, this danger did not really exist. To enter the area where the spirits of the mysterious land lived, one must first pass through the 10th layer. But to pass through the 10th layer, the basic requirement was a God King realm physical body. From what he had seen before, besides Xiaoxing, no one else had reached the God King realm physical body. Even if someone achieved a God King realm physical body, their strength would be at least at the 9th tier of the God King realm. Like the 3 people in the 8th layer, they were almost at that level. If they entered the area where the spirits of the mysterious land lived, even if they encountered the strongest spirit of the mysterious land, they would not need to be afraid. But Xiaoxing's mention of the spirits of the mysterious land was clearly with apprehension. Obviously, the danger was not limited to this. Lin Moya thought a lot in an instant, making things clear and thorough. This was his habit, almost an instinct. Xiaoxing's voice sounded again, "The spirits of the mysterious land, after being killed, will directly enhance the physical body. This enhancement is very violent and unreasonable. If you can't withstand it, your physical body will collapse, and your soul will be exposed to the immense pressure." Before he finished speaking, Xiaoxing's face suddenly showed a painful expression. His face turned pale in an instant, and although he was in the cold void, beads of sweat appeared on his forehead. His whole body was trembling, not the kind of trembling from resisting pressure, but trembling from pain. This pain came from the soul, and Lin Moya could feel the chaotic fluctuations of Xiaoxing's soul. Without thinking, a skeleton god warrior appeared beside him, and Lin Moya activated the undead vision. The undead vision could directly observe the soul fire. Under the undead vision, Lin Moya saw that although Xiaoxing's soul fire was strong, it was full of cracks, as if it could collapse at any time. All the pain came from this. Chapter 1404. Chapter 1404, 1404. Chapter 1404, The Weakest God Sovereign in History. The pain of the soul is unbearable for ordinary people. Lin Moya saw Xiaoxing's body trembling uncontrollably, and it was hard to imagine the extent of the pain he was enduring. Yet, Xiaoxing still stood tall, his large and sturdy body like a mountain, though this mountain was shaking. His mouth was tightly shut, not making a sound, all the pain suppressed within. His fists were clenched so tightly that the void seemed to be on the verge of being crushed, constantly emitting a booming sound. Waves of immense and invisible force spread out in all directions, instantly pushing Lin Moya back 10,000 meters. Lin Moya saw golden light flowing on Xiaoxing's body. It was also the God King golden body, but Xiaoxing's was clearly stronger than his own. His physical body has at least reached the 3rd tier of the God King realm. Senior brother Xiao's soul. Lin Moya felt that Xiaoxing's soul was somewhat strange. It seemed to be at the level of a minor god sovereign, slightly stronger than a minor Mingwang bodhisattva. But upon closer inspection, it seemed much stronger than a minor Mingwang bodhisattva, as if it had entered another level. There is no other realm between a minor god sovereign and a god sovereign. After a minor god sovereign comes a god sovereign. This puzzled Lin Moya. After a while, Xiaoxing's soul gradually stabilized, and he began to relax. He looked like he had just experienced a terrifying battle, having consumed a great deal of energy. Lin Moya flew back. Senior brother Xiao, is your soul injured? Xiaoxing smiled slightly. I was too reckless back then. I killed several 9th tier God King level spirits of the mysterious land in one go, and my physical body couldn't withstand it and collapsed. Just my luck, my soul was also squeezed. Xiaoxing didn't need to continue. Lin Moya could already guess what happened next. His physical body collapsed, and his soul was exposed to immense pressure. Given the strength of Xiaoxing's soul, he could have held on for a while even under such pressure. With his status, he must have had some life-saving items. Whether he escaped back or rebuilt his physical body on the spot, it was possible. At the very least, he could have temporarily entrusted his soul to a magical item, which would have been enough for him to escape. But he was unlucky. As his physical body collapsed, he encountered a burst of pressure that struck his soul hard. His soul was severely injured, and soul injuries are the most troublesome. Minor injuries are manageable, but severe injuries are a headache. From the soul fire he saw earlier, Lin Moya could tell that Xiaoxing's soul was on the verge of collapse, ready to die at any moment. It was a miracle he was still alive. Xiaoxing finally recovered, exhaling a long breath. I should have died long ago. It's only thanks to a treasure that my soul remains intact, and I rebuilt my physical body. But I can't leave this place. Only the pressure here can keep my soul stable. If I leave, my soul will collapse. The omnipresent pressure was like countless large hands, squeezing Xiaoxing's soul, which should have collapsed, together. This kept his soul from disintegrating, but it couldn't keep it stable forever. There was still a risk of collapse. No wonder Xiaoxing had been silent for hundreds of years, as if he had disappeared. It turned out to be because of this. Lin Moya asked, what about senior brother Xiao's soul world? Xiaoxing smiled bitterly. Soul world? There's no soul world anymore. To let the pressure act on my soul, I dismantled my soul world long ago. Lin Moya was shocked. Xiaoxing was indeed extraordinary, willing to give up even his soul world. But if he hadn't, the pressure couldn't have acted directly on his soul, and he wouldn't have survived until now. Lin Moya said, earlier, I noticed that senior brother Xiao's soul realm seemed peculiar. Xiaoxing chuckled, of course it's peculiar. I thought that perhaps by advancing to God Sovereign, I could repair my soul. So I advanced to God Sovereign. Unfortunately, while my soul did become stronger, the injuries remained and were not repaired. As he spoke, Xiaoxing raised his hand and lightly pointed in the void, and a brilliant star river appeared in the starry sky, summoning the projection of the Lost Star River with a wave of his hand. This was the power of a God Sovereign. But in my current soul state, I can't enter the Lost Star River or receive its baptism. I might be the weakest God Sovereign, a God Sovereign who has never entered the Lost Star River and cannot mobilize its power. Isn't that funny? Xiaoxing spoke in an extremely calm tone. No wonder Lin Moya found his state so strange, stronger than a minor God Sovereign but not quite a true God Sovereign. One could imagine that if Xiaoxing's soul hadn't been injured, once he advanced to God Sovereign, he would have been an extremely powerful one. After all, he had already killed a God Sovereign while still a minor God Sovereign. If he could fight across realms, he could certainly fight across levels. Moreover, Xiaoxing had great ambitions. Lin Moya felt that he came here to elevate his physical body to the extreme before advancing to God Sovereign. But something went wrong. Lin Moya asked, is there a way to heal senior brother Xiao's injury? Yes. Xiaoxing gave a definite answer, there is a way that might repair my soul. I need to enter the core area again and use the pressure there to forcibly squeeze my soul together and heal the injury. But doing so might also cause my soul to collapse, leading to my death. Don't laugh at me, junior brother Lin. I've been unable to make up my mind for so many years. Xiaoxing remained calm, having accepted reality over the years. Lin Moya could understand Xiaoxing's hesitation. The fear of death is a great terror, and few can face it without fear. It's normal to not fear death for a great cause, but making a life and death decision calmly is difficult. Xiaoxing's attempt would be a matter of life and death. It required not only strong judgment to handle the pressure but also great luck, and he couldn't be disturbed during the process. If a spirit of the mysterious land appeared, Xiaoxing's journey would be fraught with danger. Xiaoxing looked at Lin Moya. I was hesitant and fearful before, but after meeting you today, I've made up my mind. I'll give it a try. If I fail, I'll die. If I succeed, I'll go to the battlefield and kill a few more God Sovereigns for the human race. But junior brother Lin, take my advice, proceed slowly and don't rush. Xiaoxing used his own experience to try to persuade Lin Moya, but he knew it might not work. Top geniuses like Lin Moya usually have their own ideas. Just like him, he had been advised before but didn't listen. Lin Moya pondered, senior brother Xiao, perhaps you don't need to take the risk. Xiaoxing was surprised. What do you mean, junior brother Lin? Lin Moya's fingertips glowed white, transforming the undying law into the power of life, condensing it into a small bead at his fingertip. Now that he had reached the God King realm, condensing laws had become much easier. Lin Moya condensed a bead of life power and handed it to Xiaoxing. Senior brother Xiao, try absorbing this and see if it helps your soul. Xiaoxing was puzzled but didn't doubt it. He opened his mouth and absorbed the bead. The next second, Xiaoxing's body glowed white, and his eyes revealed indescribable shock. How is this possible? Chapter 1405. Chapter 1405, 1405. Chapter 1405, saying 100 means not 99. Xiaoxing's expression was extremely complex. Lin Moyo could see that Xiaoxing's soul was being nourished by the power of life, and the once severely damaged soul was now healing. Originally, Xiaoxing had relied on a treasure and continuous pressure to barely keep his soul intact, but it was full of holes and on the verge of collapse. Now, under the influence of the power of life, his soul was genuinely healing, not just being squeezed together. Xiaoxing was very clear that his soul was truly beginning to recover. Although the recovery speed was not fast, as long as this trend continued, he would not die. Lin Moyo observed Xiaoxing's reaction and was not surprised. After hearing Xiaoxing's description earlier, Lin Moyo was confident he could heal his injury. His power of life had even saved He Rengxing, whose soul was 2/3 damaged, so healing Xiaoxing was not difficult. For Lin Moyo, this was a routine matter, but for Xiaoxing, it was like a miracle. Xiaoxing could hardly believe it. He looked at Lin Moyo and saw a brighter, pure white law sphere. Lin Moyo condensed the law again, creating a law sphere the size of a fist, much larger and more powerful than the previous bead. Xiaoxing felt that if he could absorb this law sphere, his soul would fully recover. At that time, his soul could enter the Law Star River, receive its baptism, and truly become a god sovereign. Xiaoxing's name would once again resound throughout the great world. Xiaoxing held the law sphere in his palm, treating it as the most precious treasure. This pure white law sphere was his life, more important than any treasure. He felt the law sphere and initially thought it was the law of life, but then realized it was different. The law of life could help heal the soul but not cure it. Over the years, god sovereigns who mastered the law of life had tried to help him but failed. Xiaoxing asked in a low voice, "Junior brother Lin, what law is this?" Lin Moyo answered truthfully, "The law of immortality." The law of immortality. Xiaoxing had never heard of it before. Is this a new law? It's so miraculous, it must be in the first tier. Lin Moyo nodded slightly, "Senior brother Xiao, this law sphere should heal your soul injury, but you must be careful. There is a black dot in the center of the law sphere. Do not touch or absorb it." Xiaoxing looked inside the law sphere and indeed saw a tiny black dot in the center. This black dot gave him a sense of danger, and he knew it would be harmful if absorbed. Xiaoxing nodded, "I understand. Junior brother Lin, I owe you a great debt." Before he could finish, Lin Moyo interrupted, "We are both of the human race, senior brother Xiao. No need for such words. When you become a god sovereign, just kill a few more god sovereigns for us." Xiaoxing laughed heartily, "Alright, it's a deal. When I get out, I'll kill 100 god sovereigns and bring their heads to you. It's a deal." Lin Moyo was serious. If Xiaoxing really brought him 100 god sovereign heads, he would gladly accept them. After all, god sovereign heads were the best weapons for him. Lin Moyo said, "Senior brother Xiao, take your time to recover. I'll go explore inside." This time, Xiaoxing did not try to dissuade Lin Moyo. Knowing that Lin Moyo's law could heal souls, he believed Lin Moyo would be fine. After a few words of advice, Xiaoxing watched Lin Moyo leave. Once Lin Moyo disappeared from sight, Xiaoxing began to absorb the power of life from the law sphere, his body once again enveloped in pure white light. The pressure continued to increase, but for a God King realm body, this level of pressure was no longer an issue. In the 9th layer area, a first-tier God King body could easily withstand it. In the 10th layer area, a first-tier God King body could also barely withstand it. The difference was that the pressure in the 10th layer could affect a first-tier God King body, but this effect could steadily enhance the body's strength. As Xiaoxing said, in about 100 years, a first-tier God King body could be elevated to the 2nd tier. This enhancement was very gentle and without danger. Lin Moyo was naturally dissatisfied with this. He wanted to go beyond the 10th layer, to the deeper regions, to find the spirits of the mysterious land. The 10th layer area was empty, with no human cultivators training there. Very few could train their bodies to the God King realm, and often their cultivation would reach the God Sovereign realm before their bodies did. Once they became God Sovereigns, they could no longer come here. The laws of God Sovereigns were too strong and integrated with the Law Star River. Under pressure, the laws would automatically protect their masters, rendering the pressure here useless. Moreover, even if God Sovereigns killed the spirits of the mysterious land, the energy produced would be useless to them. This was why Xiaoxing came here as a minor God Sovereign, not after advancing to God Sovereign. Lin Moyo ignored the pressure, transforming into a stream of light and crossing the 10th layer area at a speed of 150,000 kilometers per second. After leaving the 10th layer and flying another 10 million kilometers, his body suddenly felt lighter as the pressure receded like a tide. Lin Moyo knew he had reached the core area of the mysterious land, where the Law Star was clearly visible. On the Law Star, countless laws were compressed by immense force, indicating the tremendous pressure there. But the area he was in now was very special. The pressure here fluctuated, sometimes as light as the 1st layer, sometimes far exceeding the 10th layer, making it the most chaotic pressure zone. This was also where the spirits of the mysterious land roamed. Lin Moyo had heard about their wonders from Xiaoxing but had never seen them. Killing the spirits of the mysterious land could enhance the body's strength. The more he killed, the higher the level, and the more exaggerated the enhancement. However, Xiaoxing did not know to what extent this enhancement could go. Upon arriving here, Lin Moyo had 4 tasks. First, to replenish his undead army. After reaching the God King realm, the number of undead in his army increased significantly, though he was unsure to what extent. Second, to find the spirits of the mysterious land, enhance his body, and test his spell strength. Finally, to summon the elemental lich. Standing in the void, Lin Moyo summoned a new skeleton god warrior, not from the spell star but a completely new one. In the next second, skeleton god mages, skeleton soul archers, death knights, and bone dragons appeared one after another, filling the void in an instant. Chapter 1406. Chapter 1406, 1406. Chapter 1406, one person destroying an entire race is not a dream. The 9-star spell formation was linked together. If one spell was triggered and Lin Moya did not control it, it would link to the other spells. One by one, members of the Undead Legion appeared in the void at an astonishing speed. In the blink of an eye, they occupied a large area of space. Lin Moya was completely surrounded by the Undead Legion, not just 3 layers inside and 3 layers outside. Above his head, below his feet, in all 8 directions, there were countless undead. This number is a bit much. The corner of Lin Moya's mouth twitched slightly, the sheer number exceeding his imagination. It was only then that he noticed during his ascension to God King, each spell star had been absorbing power to enhance itself, increasing its fusion degree. However, because the Undying Law, Divine Power, and Talent Giant Tree were fundamentally different sources of power, they could not truly fuse together perfectly despite appearing fused. Under such circumstances, the spells could not be promoted to a perfect state. Later, the Infinite Fusion spellstar forcefully intervened, combining all the forces and using the Chaos Law to fuse the 3 powers together before uniformly sending them to the other spellstars. This allowed the other spellstars to reach their current perfect state. Otherwise, Lin Moya felt that the number of the Undead Legion would have been greatly reduced. The spell linkage was still ongoing, and the summoning had not stopped. Lin Moya communicated with the spellstars, sensing the changes within, while also checking the attributes of the undead. As he expected, the 3 basic skeletons had all reached the 3rd tier of the God King realm. The Death Knights and Bone Dragons had both reached the 4th tier of the God King realm. Originally, the Bone Dragon was about 1 tier stronger than the Death Knight, but after the unification by Infinite Fusion, their strengths were brought to the same level. What was compensated was the number of Bone Dragons increased to be the same as the Death Knights. To a certain extent, it seemed to have become weaker. However, with more numbers, more legions could be formed, allowing more legion rulers to exert their power. In this way, their overall strength actually became stronger. Strange, no new legion rulers were summoned. During the summoning process, he did not find any new legion rulers. Previously, when he converted the Lich Generals into legion rulers, he had converted 1 million legion rulers in total. But only 15 of those legion rulers could actually exert their power, while the rest could not go into battle and could only serve as healers, which made Lin Moya feel a bit awkward at the time. It was good that no new legion rulers were summoned this time, since he couldn't use them all anyway. It seems I underestimated Infinite Fusion's spirituality a bit. This guy seems to be smarter than I imagined. Lin Moya thought to himself. Infinite Fusion was like a king, seemingly fine-tuning his spell stars to make them more reasonable. In the soul world, Lin Moya's soul looked up at Infinite Fusion. Infinite Fusion seemed to be asleep, with no movement and a dimmer glow than usual. It had consumed a great deal of energy to fuse the spells and was resting and recovering. Lin Moya was not in a hurry and waited patiently for the Undead Legion to be replenished. The Undead Legion appeared faster and faster, with increasing frequency, as if endless. From the true God realm to the God King realm, the expansion of the Undead Legion far exceeded Lin Moya's imagination. Half a day later, Lin Moya could no longer stand it and took the initiative to fly away, leaving the encirclement formed by the Undead Legion. The entire process was like flying out from the inside of a star, with obstacles everywhere. After finally flying out, he looked down at the Undead Legion from above. The space occupied by the Undead Legion had already exceeded the size of an ordinary life planet. The summoning was still ongoing. The Death Knights and Bone Dragons had stopped being summoned. Their quota had been filled. The Death Knights and Bone Dragons had both reached 10 million. Distributing them to the Legion rulers, 100 Death Knight Legions and 100 Bone Dragon Legions could be formed. With 200 Legion rulers, they could exert the combat power of the 9th tier of the God King realm. At the 8th tier of the God King realm, leading a legion entirely composed of 4th tier God King level warriors, with 100,000 in each legion. For any race, this would be considered a powerful legion. Lin Moya had 200 such legions. Facing weaker races, Lin Moya alone could wipe out an entire race. Even if those small races had 1 or 2 god sovereigns, they would not be able to stop Lin Moya. The corpse explosion could instantly kill lower-level god sovereigns. The summoning of the 3 basic skeletons was still ongoing, with one after another emerging from some unknown world and entering the great world. The aura of death enveloped this void, as if the world of death had descended upon this place, making one's heart fill with dread. An entire day later, the summoning finally stopped. At this point, Lin Moya also knew the number of his Undead Legion. The 3 types of skeletons had all reached 50 million each. Adding them together, it was a total of 150 million. Each skeleton had the combat power of the 3rd tier of the God King realm. This was a vast and terrifying legion. Even when the demons came to kill him and formed their elite legions, they only had thousands of God King level warriors. In terms of numbers, he had completely formed an overwhelming advantage. Moreover, they could also fuse through spells to form skeleton god generals. A total of 50 million skeleton god generals, each reaching the 8th tier of the God King realm. Who would believe it if he said it out loud? The corners of Lin Moya's mouth curved into a smile, his confidence in the great world growing stronger. The vast skeleton legion increased his defensive power to an unimaginable level. Over 1 billion undead would share the damage for him, and on top of that, there was over 100 million times damage reduction. He believed that even if he stood there and let a god sovereign attack him, they would not be able to kill him in 2 or 3 strikes. Suddenly, an invisible compression force appeared, and an area about 100 kilometers in diameter collapsed, with the space visibly caving in. The skeletons in the area were attacked. Their soul fires flickered violently, and their bodies creaked and groaned. The powerful compression force not only compressed their bodies but also compressed their souls. Just half a second later, the soul fires of these skeletons were extinguished. At this time, Undying Undead took effect, reviving the skeletons. Lin Moya watched thoughtfully. The skeletons have an overall strength at the third tier of the God King realm. Although their physical strength is not as strong as a true third tier God King realm body, their defense is not much weaker. Their bodies can withstand the compression force, but their souls cannot. The soul is much more fragile than the body, and the skeletons do not have a soul world for protection, and their body structure is also different. Fortunately, the compression force only appeared for an instant, causing one instance of damage, which is not too worrying. If the compression force fell on me, my body alone would not be able to withstand it, and I would have to use damage transfer. I don't know if the compression force just now was the strongest level. Lin Moya compared and judged whether he could withstand such a sudden attack. The result of his analysis was that without using damage transfer, he could not withstand it. With damage transfer, there would be no pressure at all. This was not much different from his judgment before coming here. Lin Moya transformed into a commander and released all the Undead Legion for review. Finally, he distributed the Death Knights and Bone Dragons to the Legion rulers, forming 100 legions each. He had originally thought of forming a group army, but considering the scale of the group army in the Gloomy Marsh, his small efforts would not be presentable. Binding the entire Undead Legion together would only be the scale of their small squad. After the distribution, Lin Moya withdrew the Undead Legion and took out the Buddha statue. His eyes flickered with light. It's your turn. Chapter 1407. Chapter 1407, 1407. Chapter 1407, I am the grandson of the ancient Buddha. The seated Buddha statue was formed by a Buddha who condensed all his power and sat down to transform. If this Buddha statue were obtained by a member of the Buddha clan, it would be an invaluable treasure. The Buddha clan members could absorb the power within to enhance themselves and elevate their realm. Especially for a minor bodhisattva like Xiaoming Wang, he could even use the power within to condense a Buddha kingdom. The significance of a Buddha kingdom is equivalent to a perfect ascension to the God-sovereign realm. A Buddha with a Buddha kingdom not only has power far surpassing other Buddhas of the same realm but also paves the way to higher levels. This is why Xiaoming Wang Bodhisattva risked entering the Gloomy Marsh to obtain the seated Buddha statue and condense a Buddha kingdom in one fell swoop. Unfortunately, the seated Buddha statue was obtained by Lin Moya, and Xiaoming Wang Bodhisattva returned empty-handed. When the seated Buddha statue falls into the hands of a non-Buddha clan member, its value is greatly reduced. It becomes merely a very good God-sovereign realm material, still highly valuable but incomparable to its value to a Buddha clan member. The best course of action for Lin Moya would be to sell it to the Buddha clan through special channels. He would surely gain immense benefits, possibly exchanging it for several God-sovereign realm materials. Anyone else might have sold it, but Lin Moya, being who he is, took an interest in using it to summon an elemental lich. Lin Moya looked at the seated Buddha statue in his hand, a strange expression on his face. He felt that the seated Buddha statue seemed to have a touch of spirituality. Is it because the Buddha condensed all his essence, giving rise to spirituality? But if it's a spiritual material, why is there no reaction from infinite fusion? Lin Moya found it odd but didn't think too deeply and directly cast the spell. Stellar level spell, summon elemental lich. As the spell unfolded, the seated Buddha statue immediately emitted a blinding light. The Buddha statue softened and began to change shape. It works. Lin Moya was delighted it could indeed be used for summoning. If it couldn't be used, the spell would fail, and the material would remain unchanged. Now that the spell was successful, the material was changing. Under the power of the spell, invisible rules descended, and the Buddha statue quickly melted. In a blink of an eye, the Buddha statue had turned into a mass of soft liquid. This liquid could be considered the essence of the Buddha statue, the true essence. Suddenly, the liquid began to tremble violently, with spike-like protrusions appearing on its surface, as if someone inside was struggling. At the same time, waves of Buddhist chants emanated from it, followed by an angry roar, "Stop!" Lin Moya's expression turned to one of realization. No wonder I felt a bit of spirituality. It turns out there's a Buddha hidden inside. The small Buddha trapped in the Gloomy Marsh had, in his final moments, ascended to Buddha but was too late to save himself. So he sat down and transformed into the Buddha statue. However, he did not truly die but hid his soul within the Buddha statue, clinging to a last hope. If the Buddha statue had been obtained by Xiaoming Wang Bodhisattva, he could have returned to the Buddha clan, rebuilt his body, and gained new life. He might even have taken over Xiaoming Wang Bodhisattva's body. If obtained by someone else, he could still escape. Even a God-sovereign soul alone has the power to save itself. Moreover, if someone else obtained it, they would likely sell it to the Buddha clan. Unfortunately, it fell into Lin Moya's hands, and he used it to summon an elemental lich. Under the mysterious rules, the spell continued to refine it, aiming to erase his consciousness. No matter how much he shouted to stop, it was futile. Once the spell was cast, Lin Moya couldn't stop it. If he forcibly interrupted it, the material, including the soul inside, would be destroyed. Lin Moya shook his head. "You should have left 1,000 years ago. Rest in peace." He had no goodwill towards the Buddha clan and would not sacrifice such good material for them. Lin Moya always acted according to his interests and weighed the pros and cons. Balancing the two, he made his decision. The Buddha's voice sounded again, "Please, friend, stop. I am the Buddha of joy. I can promise you one, no, 2 God-sovereign realm treasures." Lin Moya remained unmoved, the summoning spell continuing to refine him. Perhaps because of the Buddha's presence, the refining process was slow, much slower than before. The Buddha of Joy struggled frantically but could not resist the spell's refining. Although his soul was at the Buddha realm, he had only become a Buddha before his death and was not a true Buddha. He had not entered the Lost Star River or received its baptism. In this respect, he was similar to Shaoxing. The world is full of wonders. Lin Moyo had thought Shaoxing's case was unique, but now he encountered another similar one. The Buddha of Joy pleaded several more times, offering many promises, even agreeing to give 4 God Sovereign Realm treasures. For anyone, 4 God Sovereign Realm treasures are an unimaginable fortune. Many God Sovereigns still use God King Realm treasures. Lin Moyo remained unmoved and even mocked. They say the Buddha clan is wealthy, but I didn't expect them to be this rich, giving away God Sovereign Realm treasures so easily. But you haven't returned to the Buddha clan for 1,000 years and were only a minor God Sovereign before. Such empty promises are hard to believe. The Buddha of Joy, seeing Lin Moya's slight hesitation, quickly said, I hold a special position in the Buddha clan. Lin Moya raised an eyebrow, his voice softening. What makes you special? Are you a Buddha's son? In the Buddha clan, a Buddha's son is equivalent to a top elite, a genius cultivated with all the clan's resources. A Buddha's son holds a high status, comparable to an ordinary Buddha. The Buddha of Joy immediately said, No, I am more noble than a Buddha's son. I am the grandson of the ancient Buddha. Ancient Buddha? Lin Moyo had never heard this term before. His mind raced. Above Arhat is Bodhisattva, and above Bodhisattva is Buddha. A Buddha's son is equivalent to many Buddhas in status. If he says he is more noble than a Buddha's son, it means he is higher than many Buddhas. He says he is the grandson of the ancient Buddha. With this thought, the identity of the ancient Buddha became clear to Lin Moyo. It was an existence beyond the God Sovereign, comparable to the great figures in the human race, similar to Su Qingjiang's status. Indeed a big figure, he must know a lot. Lin Moya smiled inwardly, planning to extract more information from him. With a hint of surprise in his voice, he said, You are the grandson of the ancient Buddha? You wouldn't lie to me, would you? The Buddha of Joy snorted, A monk does not lie. I would not deceive you. Lin Moya suddenly said, But isn't it forbidden for the Buddha clan to marry and have children? How can there be descendants? The Buddha of Joy, with a hint of disdain, said, You don't understand. Our Buddha clan has many paths, one of which is the path of joy, which allows marriage and children. Another piece of information. The Buddha clan has always been mysterious, and little information about them circulates in the great world. What does exist is often hearsay, hard to verify. Lin Moyo pretended not to have heard of the path of joy. I've never heard of the path of joy. You might be making it up. If you can give a convincing reason, I might stop. Chapter 1408. Chapter 1408, 1408. Chapter 1408, Buddha Kingdom Lich, True Sight. The refining process of summoning the elemental lich continued. Despite the Buddha of Joy's desperate resistance, he couldn't hold out for long. Lin Moya didn't expect the refining power of the summoning spell to be so strong. Even with the Buddha of Joy's full resistance, he could only delay the process, not reverse it. The Buddha of Joy fell silent, seemingly contemplating how to convince Lin Moyo. Lin Moya was in no hurry, patiently waiting like a hunter waiting for a rabbit to fall into a trap. A few seconds later, the Buddha of Joy's voice sounded again, but this time his tone had changed. You're deceiving me. Lin Moya was slightly taken aback. You figured it out. But his tone remained unchanged. I don't need to deceive you. If you can give me a convincing reason and swear an oath to the great world to give me 4 God Sovereign Realm treasures, I can let you go. The Buddha of Joy's voice sounded again. No, you're deceiving me. You don't even know what an ancient Buddha is. You're just trying to get more information about the Buddha clan from me. Lin Moya cursed inwardly. How did this guy suddenly get enlightened? He then noticed that in the center of the liquid being refined, a soul was flashing with Buddha light. A secret technique of the Buddha clan. Lin Moya's heart tightened. It seemed that the Buddha of Joy's sudden enlightenment was not due to understanding but because of a secret technique of the Buddha clan. The various secret techniques of the Buddha clan were extremely mysterious, and Lin Moya was very wary of them. The Buddha of Joy used a secret technique to see through Lin Moya's thoughts and said, You should already know the greatness of the ancient Buddha. I am the grandson of the ancient Buddha. If you don't want to face the wrath of the ancient Buddha, release me immediately. In that case, I can let bygones be bygones. Since you saved me from the gloomy marsh, I will still give you some compensation. His attitude changed, becoming more assertive. The previous promises were gone, and he only agreed to give a little compensation. Lin Moyo, with a hint of coldness, said, You seem to think you have me cornered. The Buddha of Joy said, I am the grandson of the ancient Buddha. If you kill me, the ancient Buddha will sense it, and you will die too. And I am also a Buddha of the Buddha clan. Do you know what it means to kill a Buddha? Even the god sovereigns of the human race can't protect you. Lin Moya didn't know what secret technique the Buddha of Joy used to change his attitude so drastically. He had to admit, this secret technique was quite interesting. Lin Moya also found it amusing. It's not like I haven't killed a Buddha before. As soon as he said this, the Buddha of Joy fell silent. Lin Moya sensed that the Buddha of Joy was fluctuating violently, as if he was using another secret technique. Lin Moya stopped speaking. There was no need to say more. The fate of the Buddha of Joy was already sealed. The refining process of summoning the elemental lich was nearing its end. The materials that made up the Buddha statue had been mostly refined. No matter how hard the Buddha of Joy tried, he could only delay the refining process, not stop it. At this moment, the materials were exhausted, and the soul of the Buddha of Joy lost its protection. Lin Moya finally saw his true form. He was also bald but lacked the dignified appearance of the Buddha clan. Instead, he looked somewhat wretched. His appearance was very similar to that of the human race. No, he was indeed human. Lin Moya saw clearly that he was human, a member of the human race who had joined the Buddha clan. Perhaps his ancestors had joined the Buddha clan from the human race. For whatever reason, Lin Moya didn't like such people. A nameless fire ignited from the depths of the Buddha of Joy's soul, and his soul was burned by the flames, causing him to scream in agony. "No, you can't kill me. The ancient Buddha will kill you, and you won't escape." The Buddha of Joy screamed frantically, his entire soul writhing in pain. Wrapped in the elemental lich spell, he couldn't escape. The spell treated him as part of the material, refining him with a powerful and mysterious rule. Lin Moya shook his head. "I believe the ancient Buddha can't kill me." The human race also had great figures who wouldn't fear the ancient Buddha. If the ancient Buddha could really break into the human race's territory and kill him, then the great figures of the human race might as well hang themselves. So such threats didn't scare Lin Moya at all. Just like when he killed a Buddha before, it was the human race that came knocking, making the Buddha clan suffer without daring to make a sound. This showed that the human race was the truly powerful side. The flames rose, and the grey-white flames completely engulfed the soul of the Buddha of Joy. The screams of the Buddha of Joy were earth-shattering, lasting for a full 5 minutes before gradually weakening and finally disappearing. The soul of the Buddha of Joy lost its movement, no longer screaming in pain as the flames burned, as if it no longer felt pain. In the next second, the soul of the Buddha of Joy collapsed, merging with the previously refined materials. A Buddha sound echoed, as if coming from the 9 heavens, and an elemental lich appeared before Lin Moya. This elemental lich was about 10 meters tall, seemingly both real and illusory, with a dignified appearance. He didn't stand but sat cross-legged in the void, emitting golden light. From a distance, he looked like a Buddha. Because the material used to summon him was a seated Buddha statue, his aura was very similar to that of the Buddha clan. What kind of lich is this? Lin Moya found it amusing that he had summoned a Buddha. With a thought, he checked the lich's information. Buddha Kingdom Lich. Realm, Minor God Sovereign. Grade, High. Growth Limit, None. Spells, Buddha Kingdom in Hand, True Sight. Buddha Kingdom in Hand transforms an area into a Buddha Kingdom, allowing the user to alter the strength of the laws within. Can weaken one law by up to 50% while strengthening another by up to 50%, effective even against the Law Star River of God Sovereigns. True Sight peers into the laws of fate, discerning truth from falsehood. Can be used to glimpse a future fragment or detect someone's true intentions, ineffective against God Sovereigns. Usable 3 times a day. After checking the Buddha Kingdom Lich's information, Lin Moya was slightly surprised. He actually had 2 spells. The first spell, Buddha Kingdom in Hand, was equivalent to creating a combat environment. In this environment, his side's laws would be strengthened by 50%, while the enemy's laws would be weakened by 50%. It was a powerful support spell, greatly enhancing his side's advantage in the Buddha Kingdom in Hand. Whether used with other elemental liches or the Undead Legion, the effect would be excellent. I wonder how large the area is and whether it can work with Bone Hell. Lin Moya thought to himself that if it could work with Bone Hell, the effect would be even more astonishing. But even if it couldn't, it was still a good spell. The second spell, True Sight, could peer into the laws of fate, discerning truth from falsehood. No wonder the Buddha of Joy used this spell to see through his true intentions. He didn't expect the Buddha clan to have a secret technique related to the laws of fate. The laws of fate are among the top tier, perhaps not as powerful as the laws of space, but more mysterious and unpredictable. The secret techniques of the Buddha clan are indeed powerful. Lin Moya had to admit this. Suddenly, he felt a chill from the depths of his soul. His soul frantically warned him of danger. Chapter 1409. Chapter 1409, 1409. Chapter 1409, Ancient Buddha's Palm, Karma's Retribution. Danger! 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 The soul continuously issued warnings, and the talent giant tree was also shaking wildly, transmitting signals of danger. Lin Moya's eyes were calm as he remained composed, commanding the Buddha Kingdom Lich to use True Sight. His eyes scanned the surroundings but found nothing. Not only could his own eyes see nothing, but the undead vision also saw nothing, and even the soul's perception found nothing. However, the soul's sense of danger was never wrong. Danger was definitely approaching. Since his soul reached the peak of the 4th grade, the realm of Jade Soul turning purple, his sensitivity to danger had become extremely strong. The Buddha Kingdom Lich's eyes narrowed slightly, its dignified appearance unchanged, and the use of True Sight was silent and undetectable. Even Lin Moya, the master, felt nothing as True Sight was used. Immediately, Lin Moya received a piece of information. The information was very vague, but it let Lin Moya know what was about to happen. A Buddha's palm was crossing the endless void, coming towards him. The Buddha's palm seemed to have locked onto him, heading straight for him, unavoidable. Lin Moya knew which ancient Buddha had made a move. He didn't know where the ancient Buddha was or how he had locked onto him, but the ancient Buddha had struck a palm at him. True Sight only provided this result but did not offer a solution or predict Lin Moya's fate. Fate is always changing, and nothing is set in stone. Lin Moya knew he had to save himself. Escaping was not an option. However, he was not panicked. He had trump cards and would not die. What he considered was how to get through this crisis without using his trump cards. The wings of the undead spread out, attempting to sever the lock. The result was disappointing. No one had locked onto him, so there was nothing to sever. The ancient Buddha's palm, crossing space, used a method Lin Moya could not yet understand to attack. No matter how he dodged, he could not avoid it. The only option was to take it head-on. Outside the mysterious land, Jukai was suddenly felt a chill. He saw a huge palm print suddenly appear outside the mysterious land and then fly inside. When the palm print appeared, it was accompanied by bursts of Buddha sounds, but these Buddha sounds were eerie, like the whispers of evil spirits from hell. Ancient Buddha's palm, karma's retribution. Zhu Kaiwo immediately thought of Lin Moyo because Lin Moyo had the seated Buddha statue. Besides that, he couldn't think of anything else that would warrant the ancient Buddha's intervention. He did not pursue it, knowing he couldn't catch up, and instead closed his eyes immediately. Sitting outside Fortress Number 10, Zhu Kaiwo's main body suddenly erupted with a strong aura. He sent out a message as quickly as possible, muttering to himself, "I hope it's not too late, I hope it's not too late." Not only his main body but also his avatar outside the mysterious land was saying the same thing. Although he said it, he knew the hope was slim. Having witnessed the methods of those great figures, he was well aware of the ancient Buddha's capabilities. The Buddha sounds in the mysterious land grew stronger, almost instantly enveloping the entire area. The pressure in the mysterious land was useless against the Buddha's palm. The Buddha sounds, like the whispers of evil spirits, made people feel restless. The cultivators in the mysterious land were all awakened. In the fifth layer area, the cultivators saw the ancient Buddha's palm print flying rapidly from the void. What is that? That's the Buddha clan's Buddha sound. Why is the Buddha clan here? And it's a Buddha's palm. How dare the Buddha clan act recklessly in the human territory? Someone with a fiery temper immediately took out a magical weapon and attacked the ancient Buddha's palm print. With a loud bang, the ancient Buddha's palm print remained intact, but the attacker exploded on the spot, dying instantly. A human god king perished just like that. Everyone looked at each other, not daring to act rashly. The ancient Buddha's palm print ignored everyone else and flew straight into the depths. The sixth layer, the seventh layer, the eighth layer. The ancient Buddha's palm print passed through unimpeded, with no one daring to stop it. Although they recognized it as a Buddha clan's palm print, most people exercised restraint, not knowing its depth. In the ninth layer, Xiaosheng was awakened. Seeing the ancient Buddha's palm print flying from the void, he was shocked. That's the ancient Buddha's palm print. His knowledge far surpassed that of other cultivators, recognizing the origin of the palm print at a glance. Facing the ancient Buddha's palm print, even he did not dare to act rashly. If it were a Buddha's palm, he might dare to block it. But an ancient Buddha's palm, he knew, meant certain death if touched. He was terrified, watching the palm print until it disappeared from sight. How could an ancient Buddha's palm print appear here? Could it be? He looked in the direction where the ancient Buddha's palm print disappeared, exclaiming in disbelief, "Junior brother Lin." He realized that the ancient Buddha's palm print was targeting Lin Moyo. Xiaosheng steeled himself and flew towards the depths without hesitation. He knew he couldn't save Lin Moyo, an ancient Buddha's palm. Even a peak god sovereign might not be able to block it. All he could do was collect Lin Moyo's body. Yes, just to collect the body. Even for this, Xiaosheng disregarded his own safety. His soul had not yet recovered, making it unsuitable to enter the core area, but he went anyway. He flew quickly, chasing the ancient Buddha's palm print, but unfortunately, he couldn't keep up and only saw a faint light in the end. In the core area, Lin Moyo was already prepared. Since he couldn't avoid it, he would face it head-on. Through true sight, he knew the ancient Buddha's palm print was strong, but it was a single strike, without roots or sources, and had its limits. He still had a chance. The undead army formed a large line, standing in front of Lin Moyo. The three basic skeletons all formed into skeleton generals. Behind them were the legion rulers. Then came the death knights and bone dragons, and the legion rulers without legions. Finally, there was the skeleton king. Using 1 billion skeletons to summon the skeleton king, it had the combat power of a minor god sovereign, not weaker than Xiaoming Wang Bodhisattva. Lin Moyo stood at the back of the formation, holding a bone sword. Lin Moyo found it amusing. Long ago, in the small world, he had used such tactics, using skeletons as meat shields to block the opponent's attacks. 1 billion skeletons as meat shields, forming a line, stood in front of Lin Moyo. The Buddha sounds echoed in his ears, like the whispers of evil spirits, growing stronger. This Buddha sound made one doubt the Buddha clan's dignity, sounding more demonic than demons. Lin Moyo did not regret summoning the Buddha Kingdom Lich. People must take responsibility for their choices. Regret is not in my dictionary. His eyes focused, finally seeing the ancient Buddha's palm print. Thanks to True Sight's prediction, he knew the flight path of the ancient Buddha's palm print. As the ancient Buddha's palm print flew closer, Lin Moyo's entire body glowed. 2 original spells activated simultaneously, his aura rising rapidly. God King 2nd tier, 3rd tier, 9th tier, Minor God Sovereign. At this moment, Lin Moyo's realm reached Minor God Sovereign, stronger than ever before. After ascending to God King, his soul power became abundant, and the talent giant tree's replenishment speed increased significantly. Without any replenishment, Lin Moyo could maintain this state for a full 2 minutes. 2 minutes were enough to decide life and death. With the strong soldier spell's blessing, the undead army's damage increased tenfold. The skeleton generals raised their long swords and slashed fiercely at the ancient Buddha's palm print. Chapter 1410. Chapter 1410, 1410. Chapter 1410, if I don't do something, I'm doomed. The skeleton god generals swung their long swords, unleashing the most straightforward sword aura. Lin Moyo fused it with the undying law, putting all his strength into this strike. There were no special techniques, only the fusion of the undying law in their full power. The skeleton god generals were fearless of pain and death. After their master gave the order, they would go forth even if they knew they would die. Just like now, the skeleton god generals stood at the very front, forming a long line to block the ancient Buddha's palm print. The vast sword aura fell upon the ancient Buddha's palm print, like a drop in the ocean, without causing the slightest ripple. The ancient Buddha's palm print appeared motionless, but the skeleton god generals were instantly shattered. The ancient Buddha's palm print followed some special law, where anyone who attacked it would receive a fierce counterattack. This counterattack was silent and instantaneous, impossible to dodge. Lin Moya's eyes narrowed slightly. The skeleton god generals had only attacked the ancient Buddha's palm print, not even making contact, and they were already dead. The ancient Buddha's palm print's silent and instantaneous counterattack was extremely powerful, easily killing the skeleton god generals. The damage could not be shared with other undead members, and the legion rulers couldn't even heal them. This discovery made Lin Moya quickly adjust his strategy. Originally, he planned to join the attack, but now he couldn't. He had to save his life and talent for last. The skeleton god generals at the very front unleashed their attacks, only to die instantly. But they immediately resurrected, attacking again, dying again. Over and over, they died 5 times before the effect of Undying Undead wore off, and they truly died on the 6th time. Immediately, new skeletons appeared beside Lin Moya, and he quickly summoned more to replenish them. With the spell linkage, he only needed to start it, and the rest would continue automatically. With a thought, the skeleton god generals spread out, no longer forming a line but a fan shape, launching a fierce attack on the ancient Buddha's palm print. Since the ancient Buddha's palm print could automatically counterattack, the meat shield formation was useless. Originally, Lin Moya had planned for the skeleton god generals to attack first, and when the ancient Buddha's palm print approached, the skeletons would become meat shields. But now, any attack on the ancient Buddha's palm print would result in his own death. There was no chance to become meat shields, so they might as well be meat shields and attack with all their might. Use overwhelming force to wear it down. Lin Moya's combat style was never rigid, always adapting on the fly. Tens of millions of skeleton god generals unleashed their fierce sword aura onto the ancient Buddha's palm print, completely engulfing it in sword light. But it still could not stop the ancient Buddha's palm print. It was like a swimmer going against the current, pushing forward relentlessly towards Lin Moya. Lin Moya stared intently at the ancient Buddha's palm print, carefully sensing any changes. From the ancient Buddha's palm print, he sensed a sense of despair, a level of power he had not yet reached. A tiny bit of that power could kill him. The power of the ancient Buddha far surpassed that of Buddhas and god sovereigns. But gradually, he also sensed that the ancient Buddha's palm print was weakening slightly under the skeleton's attacks. The slight weakening seemed insignificant, but it was happening. Lin Moya instantly analyzed that it was due to his undying law. The power of death in the undying law could corrode everything, including laws, and it was effective against the ancient Buddha's palm print. Each attack from the skeleton god generals contained the undying law. Accumulating these attacks could weaken the ancient Buddha's palm print. Lin Moya's heart rejoiced, knowing his decision was correct. The skeletons died and resurrected, truly dying after 6 times. The summoning quota was constantly being emptied, and more skeletons appeared beside Lin Moya. The 3 basic skeletons quickly combined to reform the skeleton god generals, rejoining the battle. But the skeletons were dying too quickly, and the summoning speed couldn't keep up with the death rate. This was an act of desperation, but Lin Moya could only do his best. True sight. With a low shout, a 10-meter-tall Buddha Kingdom Lich appeared behind Lin Moya. The Buddha Kingdom Lich had a dignified appearance, and True Sight was silently cast, sending a stream of information into Lin Moya's mind. True Sight rippled the laws of fate, allowing Lin Moya to see a possible future. The future constantly changed, making it difficult to discern truth from falsehood, but it represented a possibility. In the information returned by True Sight, Lin Moya saw that after countless attacks, the ancient Buddha's palm print was weakened, but it still had terrifying power, enough to kill him. Even if he used all his means, it would be futile. His talent could revive him, but the ancient Buddha's palm print's power would continue locking onto him, killing him again. He didn't have the ability to revive a second time. In the end, despite all his preparations, they only affected the ancient Buddha's palm print but couldn't prevent his death. Of course, this was only the laws of fate's prediction of the future, which could be one-sided and inaccurate. The future was constantly changing, and any tiny change could alter it. But Lin Moya was clear that if he didn't make any changes and continued his current method, the future would become fixed. He needed to change, and what he was doing now was not enough. He still had 3 demon god sovereign corpses that he could use for corpse explosion. 3 god sovereign level attacks might not be enough to block the ancient Buddha's palm print, but they could at least weaken it. However, he couldn't use them now because the ancient Buddha's palm print would counterattack, and he would be the first to die. His talent only had one chance for revival, which he had to cherish. Lin Moya knew he was facing the greatest crisis since his reincarnation, with life and death hanging by a thread. Even so, he had no regrets. I must find a way. I can't just wait for death. Lin Moya spread his undead wings and began retreating. The undead army had already spread out, no longer needing to maintain a line formation, so he could move. He transformed into a stream of light, retreating rapidly. The Flash Lich granted him a shocking speed of 150,000 kilometers per second, comparable to a god sovereign. Although still slower than the ancient Buddha's palm print, it at least bought him more time. As he changed direction, the ancient Buddha's palm print also changed direction. The skeleton god generals, death knights, and bone dragons all launched their strongest attacks. The 200 legion rulers with legions also unleashed their deadly strikes. The remaining legion rulers without legions lacked combat power but had formidable defenses in the undead army. One by one, they collided with the ancient Buddha's palm print, spreading the undying law onto it. The skeleton king strode forward, currently Lin Moya's strongest summon. With the strong soldier primary spell's blessing, the Skeleton King's combat power had already surpassed a minor god sovereign, no weaker than the minor Ming Wang Bodhisattva. It unleashed a sword strike that exploded on the ancient Buddha's palm print. The ancient Buddha's palm print trembled slightly but then became still again. The Skeleton King instantly shattered, dying on the spot. The undead army was fearless of death, going all out to stop the ancient Buddha's palm print. With their continuous efforts, the ancient Buddha's palm print finally weakened, just like what Lin Moya saw in true sight. Although the ancient Buddha's palm print weakened, it could still kill him. Chapter 1411. Chapter 1411, 1411. Chapter 1411, Finding a Glimmer of Hope in Danger. Lin Moya was still retreating, trying to buy time, and the summoning continued. At this moment, every extra second he could drag out meant an extra bit of hope. The number of the undead legion was rapidly decreasing, with the undead falling one after another in battle, and the summoning speed couldn't keep up. Lin Moya remained calm, his thoughts racing as he considered various methods. He didn't panic, knowing that panic wouldn't solve any problems and would only push him closer to death. The speed of the ancient Buddha's palm print was slightly faster than Lin Moya's, and the two were getting closer and closer. Lin Moya's pressure was constantly increasing, and his soul felt as if it was being squeezed, inevitably giving rise to a sense of fear. There is great terror between life and death, an emotion that ordinary people cannot avoid, and even someone like Xiaoxun couldn't help but hesitate and falter between life and death. However, Lin Moya was accustomed to death, not even knowing how many times he had been killed by Antares. Compared to others, Lin Moya's endurance was stronger. As soon as the fear arose, it was extinguished, and a stronger will to survive took over. Lin Moya believed that there was always a way out. Moreover, he still had a trump card, a life-saving item given by a great figure. But he didn't want to use it unless he was truly in a desperate situation. Suddenly, Lin Moya noticed a barely perceptible pause in the ancient Buddha's palm print. The pause lasted less than 0.01 seconds, but at his current speed, 0.01 seconds was enough to fly 1,500 kilometers. The distance between him and the ancient Buddha's palm print clearly increased. It's the squeezing force. Lin Moya's eyes sparkled, and he communicated with the Buddha Kingdom Lich to use True Sight again. This was the third and final time he could use True Sight today. By now, he had realized the benefits of True Sight, which allowed him to see certain possibilities in the future and make corresponding decisions. True Sight once again stirred the laws of fate, revealing a certain possibility in the future. In the future scene, he saw himself fleeing towards the center of the mysterious land, heading for the Lost Star. On the way, he encountered the mysterious spirits. The mysterious spirits varied in strength, with the weakest at the 3rd tier of the God King realm and the strongest reaching the 9th tier of the God King realm. The mysterious spirits manipulated the squeezing force to attack him, causing his speed to suddenly slow down. At the same time, the mysterious spirits also attacked the ancient Buddha's palm print, but the impact on the ancient Buddha's palm print was minimal. As a result, the ancient Buddha's palm print quickly caught up and shattered him into pieces. This future possibility was very unfavorable, as he died very cleanly. From the future scene, it was clear that heading for the Lost Star was a dead end. But often, hope is born in desperate situations, and Lin Moya found a way. His eyes shone with determination. Danger and opportunity coexist. I must use the danger wisely. This area is the territory of the mysterious spirits. The closer I get to the Lost Star, the more mysterious spirits there will be. Using the mysterious spirits to escape should be feasible. In the blink of an eye, Lin Moya had formulated a plan. But this plan also had uncertainties and needed to be adjusted continuously as the situation changed. True Sight only showed a possibility. Following his plan, Lin Moya flew towards the Lost Star at the fastest speed. The summoning of the Undead Legion continued, but they no longer attacked the ancient Buddha's palm print. In Lin Moya's plan, the Undead Legion had other uses. The newly summoned Undead Legion all returned to the Spell Star, ready to be deployed at any time. I didn't expect a single ancient Buddha's palm print to wipe out my Undead Legion. The ancient Buddha is indeed powerful, but I will remember this grudge. In the future, I will visit the Buddha clan and demand an explanation. Lin Moya silently vowed in his heart. He would make the Buddha clan understand the cost of this palm strike. From this moment on, the Buddha clan was added to his blacklist. Even when Kongwen Buddha tried to kill him, Lin Moya hadn't thought of opposing the entire Buddha clan. Later, when facing Xiaoming Wang Bodhisattva, although he still had no good feelings towards the Buddha clan, he hadn't thought of opposing them either. But now, Lin Moya stood in opposition to the Buddha clan. In his sight, the mysterious spirits appeared, and they also noticed Lin Moya and the ancient Buddha's palm print. The mysterious spirits were, as their name suggested, extremely mysterious in appearance. They seemed to have no fixed form, constantly changing shape. Sometimes they were soft, like a mass of water. Sometimes they became formless, like dense fog or smoke. Sometimes they condensed together, becoming solid and even emitting a metallic sheen. A mysterious spirit flew towards Lin Moya, this one only at the 5th tier of the God King realm, not very strong among the mysterious spirits. When it was still tens of thousands of meters away from Lin Moya, it suddenly stopped. It let Lin Moya fly past without any reaction. After Lin Moya flew away, the mysterious spirit suddenly recovered, ignoring Lin Moya and turning its attention to the ancient Buddha's palm print. The mysterious spirit had no mouth but emitted a sharp cry. It seemed to have a strong aversion to the ancient Buddha's palm print. It attacked the ancient Buddha's palm print, using the squeezing force on it. The palm print trembled slightly but was not affected. However, the mysterious spirit collapsed and died on the spot. A mysterious spirit at the 5th tier of the God King realm couldn't withstand the counterattack of the ancient Buddha's palm print and died, which was normal. Lin Moya needed it to die, as only after its death could it be useful. After the mysterious spirit died, an invisible force erupted, directly acting on the ancient Buddha's palm print. The palm print trembled slightly and became slightly distorted. The mysterious spirit's death created a special force that could enhance the physical body. According to Xiaosheng, this force was somewhat similar to the squeezing force but more violent, capable of exerting maximum pressure on the physical body to enhance its strength. The advantage was that by controlling the intensity of killing the mysterious spirits, the physical body could continuously endure maximum pressure. The disadvantage was that if overdone, the physical body could collapse. Xiaosheng had almost died from overdoing it. The squeezing force generated by the death of a mysterious spirit at the 5th tier of the God King realm exceeded its attack power in life. It finally had some effect on the ancient Buddha's palm print. Seeing this, Lin Moya was pleased, knowing his plan was working. That moment had bought him at least another 0.01 seconds. Starlight flashed on his body, and the Starlight Lich sat on his shoulder. It was the Starlight Lich that had created an illusion, momentarily affecting the mysterious spirit. The mysterious spirit ignored Lin Moya and saw the ancient Buddha's palm print as its most hated thing. As he got closer to the Lost Star, the number of mysterious spirits increased, and more mysterious spirits flew towards Lin Moya. The Starlight Lich flew out, creating illusions for the mysterious spirits, making them ignore Lin Moya and redirecting their hatred. Lin Moya flew past the mysterious spirits without stopping. The mysterious spirits attacked the ancient Buddha's palm print and were counter-killed. The squeezing force generated by the death of the mysterious spirits created significant obstacles for the ancient Buddha's palm print, not only consuming some of its power but also slowing it down. At this moment, the mysterious spirits became the best allies, united against a common enemy. The future fragment seen through true sight was completely shattered. Under continuous interference, the speed of the ancient Buddha's palm print was finally surpassed by Lin Moya, and the distance between them gradually increased. Chapter 1412. Chapter 1412, 1412. Chapter 1412, Who are you calling unreliable? If the ancient Buddha's palm print had consciousness, it would undoubtedly be furious at this moment. Lin Moya had almost escaped its grasp. The ancient Buddha's palm print, however, showed no signs of anger. It continued to pursue Lin Moya relentlessly. No matter how Lin Moya changed direction, the palm print would immediately adjust its course to follow him. During this time, Lin Moya also tried to sever the lock of the ancient Buddha's palm print, but all attempts failed. He never understood how the ancient Buddha's palm print could track him so precisely. The difference in their levels created a huge information gap. Lin Moya knew that if anyone else faced this palm, they would be doomed. Even if Xiaosheng were here, the result would be the same. Even for himself, it was a perilous situation. The ancient Buddha's palm print was almost out of sight, but Lin Moya did not relax at all. His soul's sense of danger constantly warned him that the threat still existed. As long as the ancient Buddha's palm print remained, he faced the risk of being struck down at any moment. Continuing to use the mysterious spirits to interfere with the ancient Buddha's palm print, the distance between Lin Moya and the palm print grew. Lin Moya felt somewhat fortunate that he hadn't encountered any sudden bursts of squeezing force along the way. In the area where the mysterious spirits lived, sometimes a massive squeezing force would suddenly erupt, like a flash of lightning. He hadn't encountered any such force, which was indeed lucky. After flying tens of millions of kilometers, no more mysterious spirits appeared. Suddenly, an unimaginably massive squeezing force fell upon him, far exceeding what his physical body could withstand. Lin Moya's God King golden body almost collapsed instantly. Damage transfer instinctively activated. Fortunately, during this time, Lin Moya had already summoned tens of millions of undead troops. Although this was far from the peak of his billion-strong army, it was enough to share the damage for Lin Moya. I've left the area of the mysterious spirits. This is the true center of the mysterious land. Lin Moya looked at the enormous Lost Star in his sight. After passing through the 10th layer, he entered the area where the mysterious spirits resided. After passing through the area of the mysterious spirits, he truly entered the center of the mysterious land. Here, the squeezing force became incredibly immense. A first-tier God King's physical body would be instantly crushed here. Even Xiaosheng couldn't move freely in this place. Lin Moya could only rely on damage transfer to move around here. Moreover, the closer he got to the Lost Star, the greater the squeezing force would become. Eventually, even the laws couldn't escape the squeezing force and would be completely compressed together. The squeezing force here had reached an extreme level. Even a god sovereign couldn't enter the very center. Naturally, Lin Moya didn't dare to go deeper. If he dared to approach, the squeezing force would crush him into pieces, making his flesh and blood forever part of the Lost Star. No amount of damage transfer would help. Only the edges were bearable for him. So, as soon as Lin Moya entered the central area, he began flying along the edge, not daring to go deeper. Relying on the passive spell damage transfer, Lin Moya started circling the edge. At the same time, he released some skeletons to leave the central area and observe the surroundings. The entire central area wasn't large, roughly a circle with a diameter of 1 million kilometers and a circumference of about 3 million kilometers. At Lin Moya's speed, flying around the edge would only take 200 seconds. Lin Moya didn't need to fly a full circle, half a circle, or even a small half circle would suffice. He flew half a circle at the fastest speed, reaching the other side of the central area. At this moment, the ancient Buddha's palm print had just entered the central area. The palm print wouldn't turn, it would only chase Lin Moya in a straight line. Now, Lin Moya stood on the other side of the central area, using the skeletons he had released earlier to observe the ancient Buddha's palm print through the undead vision. Between him and the ancient Buddha's palm print was the Lost Star. In his plan, the ancient Buddha's palm print would travel in a straight line, passing through the lost star to attack him. The time he had gained using the mysterious spirits was used here. He utilized the characteristics of the mysterious land and the straight line path of the ancient Buddha's palm print. Whether it can be blocked depends on the lost star. I really wish I could know the result in advance. If only True Sight could still be used. He had already used True Sight 3 times today and couldn't use it again. Otherwise, he could have seen the result in advance. As long as he didn't take any action, the result seen through True Sight should be accurate. The ancient Buddha's palm print charged into the central area, heading straight for Lin Moyo. It completely ignored the lost star in the middle. Perhaps in the ancient Buddha's eyes, nothing could block its palm. The ancient Buddha's palm print got closer and closer to the lost star, and the squeezing force increased sharply. Lin Moyo saw the ancient Buddha's palm print begin to tremble, shake, and become unstable. The squeezing force in the central area was far beyond what the mysterious spirits could produce. If the mysterious spirits could affect it, then this place could do even more. The ancient Buddha's palm print endured the immense squeezing force, its speed slowing down, and its aura weakening. The palm print began to shrink, getting smaller and smaller, as the immense squeezing force from all directions compressed it into a ball. When it finally landed on the lost star, it had little power left. The lost star emitted a loud rumble, shaking violently for a few seconds before becoming still. The ancient Buddha's palm print had merged with the lost star, completely dissipating. At this moment, Lin Moyo's soul also became calm, no longer signaling danger. Lin Moyo let out a long breath, finally done. His tense nerves finally relaxed. The next moment, he left the central area and began his return journey. On the way back, he reflected on his gains and losses. I could have thought of this method earlier. I was still too slow and not flexible enough. I need to make better use of the terrain's advantages. If I had hidden behind the lost star earlier, the undead army wouldn't have suffered any losses. Or maybe I was too confident in my own strength, thinking the undead army alone could handle it. The difference in realms is like heaven and earth. Confidence is good, but sometimes it can be fatal. Fortunately, it was just one palm. If the ancient Buddha had come in person, even the lost star wouldn't have been able to block it. Lin Moyo recalled the entire process, realizing that True Sight had played a significant role. Using True Sight, he could formulate corresponding countermeasures. True Sight was amazing, but even more amazing was the Law of Fate. True Sight only captured small fragments from the Law of Fate. If he could truly master the Law of Fate, he might really be able to predict the future. Gradually relaxing, Lin Moyo couldn't help but mutter to himself, these big figures of the human race are really unreliable. They took so long to come. If I hadn't been lucky enough, I would have died. By then, the big figures would only be able to collect my body, if there was even a body left. Lin Moyo thought that earlier he had believed the Buddha clan couldn't kill him in the human territory. He hadn't expected to be almost proven wrong. The big figures of the human race were indeed unreliable. As he was thinking this, a voice sounded in his ear, "Who are you calling unreliable?" Chapter 1413. Chapter 1413, 1413. Chapter 1413, Fight for your own life. A figure wrapped in black clothing, exuding a mysterious and noble aura, with an indistinct appearance as if shrouded in mist. Lin Moyo was very certain that this person was the mysterious figure he had met in the black hole before. The undead vision looked from a distance, and Lin Moyo trembled slightly, disconnecting from the undead vision. The soul fire was too dazzling. The moment the undead vision looked over, the soul fire occupied the entire field of vision, directly severing the connection. The gap in realm was too great. The mysterious figure looked into the distance, where there was a skeleton, not a bad ability, being able to directly perceive others' souls. Even a god sovereign would find it difficult to detect. The mysterious figure's voice was very clear, sounding quite young. He pointed out the ability of the undead vision in one sentence. Of course, the undead vision's ability was not limited to perceiving souls. However, Lin Moyo did not want to continue discussing this topic with him. "Senior, were you just now?" The mysterious figure's voice was very calm. "What do you think?" "What do I think? I think nothing." Lin Moyo thought that he was definitely not there just now, but he was too embarrassed to say that he wasn't. Thinking this in his heart, he said, "It seems you wanted to test me. If I had known you were here, I wouldn't have had to work so hard." The mist on the mysterious figure's face trembled slightly, and Lin Moyo felt that he should have some expression, but he couldn't see it. The mysterious figure said, "No matter when, you can't entrust your life to others. You have to fight for your own life." Lin Moyo's mouth twitched. Earlier, he had guessed that this guy was probably not there. Now he was completely sure that this guy was definitely not there. If he had really waited for him to save his life, he would probably be dead by now. But what he said was not wrong. You have to fight for your own life. Relying on others is not as good as relying on yourself. "Thank you, Senior, for your guidance." Lin Moyo bowed slightly to the mysterious figure to show his respect. No matter what he thought in his heart, at least on the surface, he was still polite to him. The mysterious figure responded lightly, seemingly very satisfied with Lin Moyo's attitude. Seeing that his attitude was still relatively kind and not as aloof as in the black hole, Lin Moyo took the opportunity to ask, "Senior, I have a question." "Speak. How did the ancient Buddha lock onto me with that palm?" Lin Moyo had always been curious about how the ancient Buddha could lock onto him. The Buddha clan was countless light years away from the battlefield. How could they lock onto him across such a vast space? Even an ancient Buddha shouldn't be able to do that. The mysterious figure said indifferently, "The law of karma." "The law of karma." Lin Moyo repeated the mysterious figure's words. "I remember, the law of karma is one of the top-tier laws, very mysterious and powerful. No one in our human race has mastered this law. I didn't expect someone in the Buddha clan to have mastered it. The mysterious figure snorted. He hasn't mastered the law of karma, he just used an ancient relic to borrow a bit of its power. And you don't have to worry, he can only use that one palm, and after that, he won't be able to lock onto you again. Lin Moya let out a sigh of relief, feeling much more at ease. He was just afraid that the other party would strike him a few more times, which would be really troublesome. He couldn't possibly hide here forever and not go out. Lin Moya asked, will he come here himself? No. The mysterious figure answered firmly, that guy can't even protect himself. The ancient Buddha can't even protect himself? These 4 words contained a lot of information. Lin Moya's mind wandered, but the mysterious figure's light cough interrupted his thoughts. Don't overthink it. Matters at that level have nothing to do with you. I'm more curious about why he attacked you. Lin Moya smiled. I obtained a seated Buddha statue in the gloomy marsh, not expecting it to contain the soul of the Buddha of Joy. The Buddha of Joy claimed to be the grandson of the ancient Buddha, but I didn't pay attention to him. The mysterious figure seemed to be looking at Lin Moya, and Lin Moya felt an invisible gaze. After a few breaths, the mysterious figure asked, what did you do to the Buddha of Joy? Lin Moya replied earnestly, once my spell started, it couldn't be stopped. He was refined. Refined, meaning he was dead. No matter the process, the result was the same. The Buddha of Joy no longer existed in this world. You have quite the guts, daring to kill him even knowing he was the grandson of the ancient Buddha. The mysterious figure's voice remained calm, making it unclear whether he was praising or mocking Lin Moya. Lin Moya took it as praise. I didn't know if he was telling the truth, and besides, my spell couldn't be stopped. If he had spoken earlier, there might have been a chance. Really? The mysterious figure sneered, clearly not believing Lin Moya's words. Lin Moya silently answered in his heart, yes, if he had spoken earlier, I would have asked Senior Zhu to kill him. I believe Senior Zhu could block the ancient Buddha's palm. Lin Moya thought Zhu Kaiwa could block that palm without any problem, and even if he couldn't, he would have some life-saving means. Seeing Lin Moya remain silent, the mysterious figure changed the subject. Why didn't you use the life-saving stone I gave you? It wasn't a desperate situation yet. If it really came to that, I would have used it. Lin Moya answered honestly, as that was indeed the case. The mysterious figure said, take out the life-saving stone. Lin Moya took out the black life-saving stone. This inconspicuous stone, which no one would pick up if it fell on the road, was actually crafted by a great figure. The mysterious figure extended a finger and lightly touched the life-saving stone. An invisible law entered the stone, making it even darker. Lin Moya felt it vibrating slightly, as if the power inside had become stronger. The mysterious figure said, I've enhanced its power. If another ancient Buddha-level figure attacks you, it can protect you. Lin Moya's mouth twitched. The mysterious figure's words implied that previously, if an ancient Buddha-level figure had attacked him, the life-saving stone wouldn't have saved him. It didn't work before, but now it was enhanced and could. Wasn't that a trap? Luckily, he hadn't used it this time. If he had pinned his hopes on the life-saving stone, he would have been dead. Indeed, you can't rely too much on others. You have to fight for your own life. Lin Moya thought to himself, putting away the life-saving stone and saying, thank you, Senior. The mysterious figure said, all right, continue your cultivation. With that, the mysterious figure rippled like water and then disappeared like a bubble. Lin Moya sighed, indeed, my level is not high enough. Some questions probably wouldn't be answered even if I asked. Lin Moya naturally had other questions, but he felt that asking them wouldn't yield answers, so he didn't bother. The crisis of the ancient Buddha's palm print had passed, and Lin Moya turned his attention to this special void. He prepared to use the mysterious spirits to cultivate his physical body. Outside the mysterious land, Zhu Kaiwa looked worried. Suddenly, a voice sounded in his ear, he's fine now. Chapter 1414. Chapter 1414, 1414. Chapter 1414, A Look of Disdain. The mysterious person appeared beside Zhu Kaiwu, and his calm voice sounded like heavenly music in Zhu Kaiwa's ears. Lin Moya relaxed. With you taking action, there naturally won't be any problems. The mysterious person shook his head. I didn't take action, he saved himself. Zhu Kaiwa was slightly stunned. Facing the ancient Buddha's palm print, how could one save themselves? Even he couldn't withstand the ancient Buddha's attack. He might not die, but he would definitely be injured. Lin Moya, although highly talented, was still far from his level in terms of actual strength. How could he possibly withstand it? The mysterious person said, he is very clever. He used the characteristics of the mysterious spirits to buy time and then used the central law star to dissolve the ancient Buddha's palm print. Zhu Kaiwa let out an "Oh, as long as he's fine, as long as he's fine. That kid is indeed quite smart." The mysterious person paused for a moment, but this time, he was lucky. He happened to be in the mysterious land. If he were elsewhere, he would have been dead. The mysterious person looked at Zhu Kaiwa. The problem lies with you. The seated Buddha statue must have passed through your hands. Zhu Kaiwa nodded. Indeed, it did. You didn't notice that the seated Buddha statue contained a Buddha's soul. This Buddha's soul is the grandson of the ancient Buddha, which is why the ancient Buddha could use the law of karma to attack Lin Moya. Hearing this, Zhu Kaiwa's face didn't look good. When the ancient Buddha's palm print appeared, he had guessed that the problem lay with the seated Buddha statue. He actually knew what Lin Moya intended to do with the seated Buddha statue. He could only blame himself for not being careful enough at the time, not discovering that it concealed a Buddha's soul, and that this Buddha's soul was the grandson of the ancient Buddha. He almost got Lin Moya killed. The mysterious person said, everyone has their fate. If one is destined to die, no one can stop it. This incident isn't all bad. As the saying goes, a mistake can turn out to be a blessing. It gives us an excuse. Zhu Kaiwa trembled all over, his voice filled with shock. Are we going to take action against the Buddha clan? The mysterious person did not answer directly. Break through as soon as possible. You might still make it in time. A strong fighting spirit appeared in Zhu Kaiwa's eyes, and he clenched his fists. All right. Lin Moya was still replenishing his undead army. This time, he narrowly escaped death, and his undead army was almost completely wiped out. Now, after half a day, he had only resummoned 1/3 of them. But even just 1/3 was enough to deal with the mysterious spirits. Lin Moyo had already thought about his next steps, maximizing his advantages to enhance his physical body in the shortest time possible. A strong aura shot towards him from afar. Lin Moyo looked at the approaching person. Senior brother Xiao, why are you here? Xiaoxing quickly arrived, stopping in front of Lin Moyo. Junior brother Lin, you're alright. That's great. His voice was somewhat excited, and there was still a trace of anxiety in his eyes. Lin Moya smiled slightly. I narrowly escaped death. Xiaoxing nodded. Junior brother Lin is indeed extraordinary, even able to withstand the ancient Buddha's palm. Lin Moya roughly understood Xiaoxing's intentions and could feel his genuine concern. Just lucky. Senior brother Xiao, your injuries haven't healed yet. You shouldn't have come. Xiaoxing shook his head. It's nothing. With junior brother Lin's law sphere, these minor injuries will heal quickly. It's just a pity that I can't help you. Senior brother Xiao, your presence is already a great kindness. This sentiment is more valuable than anything. After a few more words, Xiaoxing began to leave. His injuries hadn't healed, and it was indeed not suitable for him to be here. If something unexpected happened, it would be troublesome. Fortunately, the mysterious spirits along the way had already been cleared out. After Xiaoxing left, Lin Moyo muttered to himself, I should get to work too. One by one, the skeleton god generals flew out, heading in all directions. Lin Moya didn't need to search for the mysterious spirits himself. The skeleton god generals could do it for him. He just needed to wait here for the skeleton god generals to bring back suitable mysterious spirits. The Starlight Lich quietly perched on Lin Moya's shoulder. With it, the skeleton god generals could transform into streams of light, reaching speeds of 10,000 kilometers per second. The mysterious land was neither too big nor too small. Finding and bringing back the mysterious spirits would take some time. Lin Moya flipped his hand, revealing a small flower pot. In the pot was a small green plant. The top of the green plant had 5 neatly arranged leaves, with a new tender leaf growing below. Previously, Zhu Kaiwo had nurtured it for 300 years, only managing to grow 4 leaves into 5, and then it stopped growing. Zhu Kaiwo tried various methods, all to no avail. When Lin Moyo arrived, he used a bit of the life force from the Undying Law, causing the plant to sprout a new leaf. This prompted Zhu Kaiwo to give the plant to Lin Moyo. Detection spells yielded no results, so Lin Moyo tried using the summoning spell for the elemental lich, treating the plant as a material, but it was also ineffective. Infinite Fusion seemed uninterested in it as well. Lin Moya tried infusing it with life force, and the plant immediately perked up. In this void space, the plant stood tall and lush. The newly grown tender leaf seemed to grow a bit larger. What kind of plant is this? It comes from the chaotic rules, probably related to ancient times. From what I see, the Undying Law is effective on it. It should not be fully grown yet and might be very useful in the future. Lin Moya tried for a while and found that the plant's growth was not a one-day effort. Infusing a large amount of life force only made its 6th leaf slightly larger. Let's see if it can be absorbed into the soul. A stream of soul power extended, wrapping around the plant. He wanted to see if he could absorb the plant into his soul for nurturing. The soul power wrapped around the plant, but it remained motionless, unable to be absorbed like a magical treasure. Lin Moya guessed that Zhu Kaiwo had probably tried to absorb it into his soul before, but obviously, he had not succeeded. Does it need to recognize a master like a magical treasure? It shouldn't be that simple. If it were, Senior Zhu would have already made it recognize him. It seems I'll have to study it slowly in the future. After trying for a while, Lin Moyo had to give up. The plant swayed gently under the wrap of soul power, moving without wind. It looked somewhat proud, as if disdainful of Lin Moya's soul power. It seemed to say, you think you can absorb me? You're far from it. Lin Moya found it amusing, feeling that the plant seemed to have some spirituality, showing a look of disdain. He wondered if he was hallucinating, a side effect of narrowly escaping death. Just as Lin Moya was about to give up completely, the talent giant tree in his soul suddenly moved. The talent giant tree covered the sky and the soul world, with its roots extending into the void, reaching unknown places. Lin Moya knew that the talent giant tree's roots continuously absorbed powerful energy, converting it into abundant soul power, always ready to support him. With it, he didn't need to worry about running out of soul power. Unless he fought to the death, he could sustain himself for a long time. At this moment, the roots of the talent giant tree shook violently, and one root retracted from the void, extending along the soul power. Chapter 1415. Chapter 1415, 1415. Chapter 1415, The Sapling of the Undying Tree, Gaining Another Life. The sudden action of the talent giant tree caught Lin Moyo off guard. The roots, which had never appeared before, extended out and wrapped around the small plant in his hand. It's useful to the talent giant tree. Lin Moyo was somewhat surprised because he had previously experienced the infinite fusion spell demanding mysterious iron blocks and spiritual materials, so he was not too surprised. If infinite fusion could develop some intelligence, then it seemed possible for the talent giant tree to develop intelligence as well. Lin Moya naturally wouldn't stop the talent giant tree. No matter how precious the small plant was, it was still just an external object. The talent giant tree was something that completely belonged to him. Using external objects to enhance oneself was a very worthwhile trade. The roots of the talent giant tree wrapped around the small plant, moving somewhat wildly, without any carefulness. It wasn't afraid of damaging the small plant, which was surprisingly resilient and hard to damage. Chu Kaiwo had said that this thing couldn't be damaged or killed. Wrapped by the roots, the small plant trembled, seemingly fearful, without its previous proud demeanor. Lin Moya confirmed that even if this small plant hadn't developed intelligence, it had a strong instinct. If given more time to grow, it might indeed develop intelligence. By then, it might transform into something powerful. With its characteristics of being hard to kill and damage, it might become another starry sky giant tree. No, a starry sky giant grass. The roots completely wrapped around the small plant and forcefully pulled it out of the flower pot. The soil in the pot flew out, and Lin Moya reached out to gather it back. This soil was not ordinary soil but sacred soil from a certain race, containing strong vitality. Even the soil itself was a good material for the God King realm. The roots of the small plant were surprisingly developed. Although the plant was less than 30 centimeters tall, its roots were very dense. Hidden in the soil, they were not visible, but now they were clearly seen. The slender roots were intertwined, looking like a tangled ball of yarn. This thing, could it be growing downwards? Lin Moya was thinking when he received a message from the talent giant tree. The talent giant tree conveyed a weak message, asking, "Can I eat it? I want to eat it." The talent giant tree was like a child asking its parent if it could eat something. Lin Moya readily agreed. The talent giant tree seemed very happy, immediately taking the small plant away. In the soul world, the roots of the talent giant tree wrapped around the small plant and retracted, burying it among the dense roots. Visible energy rose from the roots, flowing through the entire tree. The whole tree trembled, its branches swaying continuously. Is it already digested? Lin Moya didn't expect the talent giant tree to digest so quickly. In almost the blink of an eye, it had digested the small plant. It even extracted the power from the small plant. The talent giant tree indeed had the ability to refine, but this refining speed was too fast. The resilience of the small plant was astonishing, not only hard to damage but also able to survive in the starry sky. Lin Moya couldn't help but sigh. It's true that one thing subdues another. The talent giant tree absorbed the power of the small plant and then produced a small green fruit among its branches. The green fruit was very bright, making one's mouth water at first sight, feeling that it must be very sour. The fruit quickly grew, from the size of a fingernail to the size of a fist in less than 10 seconds. Then the fruit fell, landing right in the soul's hand. Lin Moya had a sudden insight and ate the fruit with his soul. At the same time, a message came from the talent giant tree, and Lin Moya finally knew what the small plant was. The small plant was a sapling of the undying tree. Lin Moya didn't know what the undying tree was, having never heard of it, but the name sounded impressive. The talent giant tree refined the sapling into a fruit. After eating the fruit, his talent changed. Nothing else changed, but the ability related to rebirth in his talent changed from being able to rebirth once every 30 seconds to twice every 30 seconds. The cooldown time remained 30 seconds, but the number of rebirths increased to 2. Each rebirth would reset the cooldown of his spells. This made it much harder to kill Lin Moya. Lin Moya felt that if he faced the ancient Buddha's palm again, he might survive even without relying on the mysterious spirits and the lost R. Of course, this was just a feeling. He wouldn't risk his life to test it by jumping in front of the ancient Buddha and asking for another strike. This is indeed making the best use of everything. Lin Moya's eyes were filled with joy. There was no better outcome than this. Even if offered several God Sovereign Realm treasures in exchange, Lin Moya wouldn't trade. No external force could compare to one's own strength. Gaining another life was the most important thing. The talent giant tree seemed very happy, swaying continuously, conveying its emotions. Lin Moya noticed that besides benefiting himself, the talent giant tree also seemed to have gained something. Its spirituality seemed to have increased. The birth of intelligence in talent and spells was unheard of. A skeleton god general returned with a message, bringing back a mysterious spirit. Lin Moya's attention returned to the mysterious land, looking into the distance. A skeleton god general transformed into a stream of light, flying towards him. Behind it followed a mysterious spirit. The mysterious spirit was slower than the skeleton god general, creating some distance between them. According to Lin Moya's order, the skeleton god general brought back a third-tier god king realm mysterious spirit. Such mysterious spirits were the most numerous and the lowest level here. Lin Moya naturally wanted to start from the lowest level, testing his limits step by step. He was now at the first tier of the God King realm in terms of physical body, having achieved the God King golden body due to his perfect ascension, making his physical body stronger than ordinary God Kings. Lin Moya knew that the physical body of the God King realm was very strong, but since he hadn't used it yet, he needed to test it. Lin Moya pointed at the mysterious spirit in the void. Stellar level spell, Bone Hell. This was the first time using the newly mastered spell. It fused 4 bone-related spells, abandoning the 4-star spells bonus. Lin Moya was very much looking forward to its power. The world Lin Moya pointed to instantly turned into a gray-white world. This world had only 2 colors, gray and white, identical to the world seen through the undead vision. The gray-white world occupied a starry sky area of 10,000 meters, filled with bones, both old gray bones and new slender white bones, distributed chaotically and densely. The gray-white world seemed connected to the real hell, with numerous caves appearing everywhere, both in the sky and underground, spewing out massive amounts of gray flames, almost turning Bone Hell into a real hell. These flames came from hell and were incredibly powerful. The mysterious spirit was burned by the flames, its entire body ignited, emitting sharp screams. These flames felt almost identical to Lin Moya's undying flames, but more aggressive and seemingly more powerful. His undying flames were more of a supportive ability, reviving the dead, and did not actively attack. Both were undying flames, but with different properties. Chapter 1416. Chapter 1416, 1416. Chapter 1416, Slaves in the Skeletal Hell. The great white world of the skeletal hell was engulfed in flames. The undying flames from the true hell contained astonishing power. A wondrous spirit at the third stage of Divine King Realm could only last less than a minute before turning into ashes. Then, a series of compression forces suddenly appeared on Lin Moya's body in an enigmatic way, without any forewarning. It was as if the perished wondrous spirit was taking revenge on him after death. Of course, this was just a feeling, and Lin Moya had no intention of finding out the root cause. The enormous compression forces came rushing in from all directions, constantly impacting him. The compression force on the soul level was the weakest. Against Lin Moya's soul barrier at the peak of the 4th grade, this level of compression force was insignificant. The compression force on the physical body level was much greater. Lin Moya sensed that it was slightly higher than the 10th area, but the increase was extremely limited and still could not reach the limit of his physical body. If he only relied on killing wondrous spirits at the 3rd stage of the Divine King Realm, the speed of advancement might be even slower than the 10th area. After this test, Lin Moya knew that killing only wondrous spirits at the 3rd stage of the Divine King Realm was far from enough. If he wanted to quickly improve his physical body, he needed to kill higher-level wondrous spirits. The skeletal hell was still flickering in the starry sky. The grey white world stood out starkly against the darkness, appearing rather jarring. The wondrous spirit had just died, but it was reborn in the enigmatic skeletal hell in an identical form, constantly changing without a specific appearance. However, its color had turned grey-white, and it was covered by a thin layer of grey flames on the outside. It died in the skeletal hell and became a slave of the skeletal hell. As long as Lin Moya did not die and the skeletal hell did not perish, it could never escape. Even if it died again in the skeletal hell, it would be reborn shortly after. The skeletal hell seems to be even more powerful than expected. And as I kill more enemies, the skeletal hell will grow stronger and stronger. It's another skill that grows stronger the more battles it goes through. Lin Moya experienced the power of the skeletal hell. This power was not one time but continuously growing stronger. However, the strengthening of the skeletal hell also required his own efforts. He needed to keep killing enemies and accumulating power. If I combine the skeletal hell, the undead army, and the Buddha kingdom in my palm, how powerful could the combined force become? Lin Moya pondered tactics while the skeletal general brought back the wondrous spirits. This time, the number of wondrous spirits brought back had increased, totaling 4. 3 of them were at the 3rd stage of the Divine King Realm, and 1 was at the 4th stage. Lin Moya wanted to see if killing multiple wondrous spirits simultaneously would have a better stimulating effect on his physical body. The skeletal hell reappeared in the void, enveloping the 4 wondrous spirits. The skeletal hell not only served as an attack, but also had a certain ability to trap enemies. The 4 wondrous spirits had no intelligence and were randomly charging within the skeletal hell, unable to escape for the time being. Lin Moya did not bother with the wondrous spirit at the 4th stage of the Divine King Realm for now. Instead, he controlled the undying flames within the hell to burn the 3 wondrous spirits at the 3rd stage of the Divine King Realm. The wondrous spirits were quickly burned to death, and 3 compression forces almost simultaneously acted upon Lin Moya's body. Lin Moya carefully felt them. The 3 compression forces overlap, indeed increasing the overall force. It seems that killing multiple wondrous spirits at the same time can further enhance the compression force. I wonder if 3 wondrous spirits at the 3rd stage of the Divine King Realm can match 1 at the 4th stage. With a thought, the skeletal general charged into the skeletal hell, and its sword aura swept past, instantly killing the wondrous spirit at the 4th stage of the Divine King Realm. If he used the undying flames, it would have taken some time, but the skeletal general could directly kill it with ease. The skeletal general possessed the power of the 8th stage of the Divine King Realm, and the gap in cultivation allowed it to overwhelm the wondrous spirits. Previously, when facing the ancient Buddha's palm imprint, it was not that the skeletal general was not powerful enough, but rather that the ancient Buddha's palm imprint was abnormally powerful. The wondrous spirit was killed, but the compression force did not act upon Lin Moya. Instead, the skeletal general felt the compression force first, and its soul fire flickered and danced. Lin Moya was somewhat surprised. So that's how it is. The ones killed by the skeletal general don't count towards me. It seems the plan needs to be adjusted. The wondrous spirit's revenge targeted whoever killed them. If the skeletal general killed them, it would target the skeletal general instead of Lin Moya. This change caused Lin Moya's plan to shift. He had originally intended to test his limits and then use the skeletal general to quickly kill a large number of wondrous spirits. He had the advantage in numbers, and whether it was finding or killing wondrous spirits, he could achieve maximum efficiency and control. But now, it was clearly not feasible. The wondrous spirits killed by the skeletal general were of no help to him. Lin Moya quickly formulated a new strategy. Use the skeletal general to lure the wondrous spirits, and then I'll personally kill them. If there are many of them, I can have the starlight which trap them with illusions. I just don't know what the limit of the skeletal hell is. If the slaves in the skeletal hell kill the wondrous spirits, does the revenge count towards the slaves or me? I need to continue testing. Next, Lin Moya conducted several more experiments. He found that if the slaves in the skeletal hell killed the wondrous spirits, the revenge would still fall upon him. The slaves in the skeletal hell were not much weaker than their living selves, and with the undying flames enveloping them and their fearlessness of death, their attacks became even more fierce and powerful than before. At the same time, Lin Moyo also found the most suitable wondrous spirits for himself during this process. Wondrous spirits at the 6th stage of the Divine King realm were the current limit he could withstand. Without using damage transfer, if he received the revenge of a wondrous spirit at the 7th stage of the Divine King realm, his physical body would quickly collapse. If he used damage transfer, then there would be no effect on body refinement. In the end, Lin Moyo decided to find as many wondrous spirits at the 6th stage of the Divine King realm as possible. He could also kill 5 wondrous spirits at the 5th stage of the Divine King realm simultaneously. The effects of these two options were the same. During the tests, Lin Moyo also discovered the limit of the skeletal hell. If relying solely on the skeletal hell's own attack power, the limit was only to kill wondrous spirits at the 4th stage of the Divine King realm. For other cultivators at the 1st stage of the Divine King realm, a single skill that could achieve 3 levels of realm transcendence would be considered an overwhelmingly powerful, even invincible skill. But for Lin Moyo, a skill that could only transcend 3 realms to kill enemies was merely ordinary. He had too many skills that could achieve this level of combat. However, the true power of the skeletal hell did not lie in its attack power but in its slaves. Any living being that died in the skeletal hell would become its slave. So Lin Moyo brought back higher level wondrous spirits, had the skeletal general kill them, and turned them into slaves of the skeletal hell. After a series of tests, there was now a wondrous spirit slave at the 8th stage of the Divine King realm within the skeletal hell. With this slave, Lin Moyo could easily kill any wondrous spirit below the 8th stage of the Divine King realm. Moreover, the revenge of these wondrous spirits would all count towards him. Chapter 1417. Chapter 1417, 1417. Chapter 1417, God King 2nd Tier, Mythical Lin Moyo. To Lin Moyo, Bone Hell was like a mobile military camp. The slaves inside were soldiers, and he was the general. When not in use, it could be put away, and when needed, it could be deployed at any time. He tried it out, and if he exerted his full power, the maximum range of Bone Hell could reach a diameter of 100,000 kilometers. Once deployed, it was like a floating continent in the void, capable of turning a starry sky into a gray-white hell full of bones. Bone Hell could not only be used against enemies but also protect oneself. He could envelop himself with Bone Hell in a special form at any time and place. This provided him with strong defense, and any enemy attacking him would be marked by Bone Hell. Once marked, they could not escape the soul lock. What a powerful spell, even stronger than I initially thought. Infinite Fusion has done it again. I wonder if Ran will continue to fuse other spells. Infinite Fusion was currently in a weakened state and would not be active for a while. Lin Moyo began to take action. Over 10 million skeleton god generals spread out, finding one mysterious spirit after another. The skeleton god generals selected suitable mysterious spirits and brought them back for Lin Moyo to kill using Bone Hell. If the mysterious spirits were unsuitable, Lin Moyo would recall the skeleton god generals. When the skeleton god generals disappeared, the mysterious spirits lost their target and wandered aimlessly in the void. Lin Moyo continuously enjoyed the compression massage from the mysterious spirits, and under repeated stimulation, his physical strength was rapidly increasing. The number of slaves in Bone Hell was rapidly increasing. In less than 100 days, the number of slaves had exceeded 10,000. 2/3 of them were 5th-tier God King Realm mysterious spirits, and 1/3 were 6th-tier God King Realm mysterious spirits. During this process, Lin Moyo also experimented with other spells. The Buddha Kingdom Lich's Buddha Kingdom in hand could indeed cooperate with Bone Hell, but unfortunately, the mysterious spirits did not use any laws, so they could not be weakened. Lin Moyo controlled the Buddha Kingdom Lich, randomly weakening one law while enhancing the undying law. The combat power of the Undead Legion instantly increased by a level. The 8th-tier God King Realm skeleton god generals had combat power close to the 9th tier of the God King Realm. Although they did not achieve a breakthrough, they could dominate within the same realm. The entire process went smoothly. In 100 days, Lin Moyo had fully adapted to all the changes after his ascension to God King. Time passed day by day, and his 1st-tier God King Realm physical body was advancing towards the 2nd tier. One day, the effect of the 6th-tier God King Realm mysterious spirits significantly weakened. At this time, Lin Moyo's physical body was still at the 1st tier of the God King Realm, but it was much stronger than when he had just entered the 1st tier. From that day on, Lin Moyo began hunting 7th-tier God King Realm mysterious spirits. There were many mysterious spirits, but the higher the level, the fewer their numbers. Especially the 9th-tier God King Realm mysterious spirits, which he had only encountered a dozen times in over 100 days. Lin Moyo noted their locations. One by one, the 7th-tier God King Realm mysterious spirits were killed and turned into slaves in Bone Hell, and Lin Moyo's physical body began to rapidly improve again. Finally, on the 200th day, his physical body erupted with brilliant golden light. The golden light illuminated millions of kilometers of void. Lin Moyo stood in the golden light, his expression solemn, exuding an aura of majesty. He looked imposing without being angry, and his skin and flesh constantly fluctuated under his clothes. Blood flowed under his skin, making a sound like ocean waves. Accompanied by the beating of his heart, a massive sound resonated in the void. Lin Moyo could clearly feel the immense power growing from every corner of his body. The second tier of the God King Golden Body could not only shatter stars with a punch but also kill enemies of the same realm with a single blow. If a second tier God King Realm cultivator used a spell against him, he could break it with a punch. Even low tier God King Realm magical treasures would struggle to harm him. All these assumptions were based on Lin Moya not resisting, not using damage transfer, and suppressing his talent. Sometimes Lin Moya wondered if his defense was already abnormal. It was almost impossible for a minor god sovereign to kill him, and even a god sovereign would find it very troublesome. The strength of his physical body was just the icing on the cake and not decisive, but he still did it, seemingly driven by instinct. He wanted to become stronger, to lay the most solid foundation, to aspire to the highest realms, and to defy the heavens for his beloved wife. Therefore, every step had to be solid and perfect. 200 days, the physical body of the God King realm indeed advances slowly, much slower than the true God realm, and it's also very dangerous. No wonder people in the great world generally choose to cultivate their physical bodies. I am already fast enough. For others, advancing the physical body from the first tier to the second tier of the God King realm would take 100 years. I am 100 times faster. Lin Moya clenched his fist, and a booming sound erupted from his fist. His eyes shone brightly as he scanned the void. Let's continue. The second tier of the God King realm was not the end. He could continue to improve. There were still more than 2 years until the 4-star domain competition, enough time to further enhance his physical body. Lin Moya's name had been at the top of the 3 major rankings in the Vermilion Bird Star domain for 2 years. During these 2 years, the rankings had changed constantly, but no one could shake Lin Moya's position. Achieving first place in the 3 rankings was not easy, but every 100 years, someone would achieve it, becoming a top genius and an idol in the Vermilion Bird Star domain. Lin Moya was the genius of this era, praised by countless people. As Lin Moya's fame grew, his background and origins were also uncovered. People discovered that Lin Moya came from a small world. Resources were scarce in the small world, and those who emerged from it were generally geniuses. But compared to the geniuses in the great world, they were always a bit inferior. In history, no genius from a small world had ever reached the top of the 3 rankings. Lin Moya was the first. As more information about Lin Moya became available, a piece of news caused a sensation in the entire Vermilion Bird Star domain. The news was simple, just one sentence. Lin Moya was only 28 years old when he received the baptism of the great world. Achieving super god status, leaving the small world, entering the great world, and receiving the baptism. This was a process that had to be experienced when leaving the small world. Achieving super god status at 28 was simply a miracle. Initially, no one believed it until the War God Hall confirmed it, and no one doubted it anymore. Some even revealed that Xiao Zhantian had also achieved super god status at 28, and Lin Moya was just like Xiao Zhantian. That was the War God, and Lin Moya was on par with the War God. Lin Moya's fame reached its peak, spreading throughout the Vermilion Bird Star domain and even to the battlefield. Lin Moya was no longer just an idol, he was considered a legend by many. Some even said that Lin Moya was the second War God. More news emerged, and many races with enmity towards the human race, such as the Golden Eagle clan and the 3 Silver clan, listed Lin Moya as a target to be eliminated. They would not allow a second Xiao Zhantian to appear. As for the demon race, it was needless to say they had long placed Lin Moya at the top of their kill list. Chapter 1418. Chapter 1418, 1418. Chapter 1418, laughing while sitting on the stars, gazing at the world. Many people came to the battlefield, not to complete tasks, but to see Lin Moya. They were curious about what kind of genius could reach the super god level at the age of 28. However, unfortunately, Lin Moya seemed to have vanished into thin air, disappearing without a trace. In the past 2 years, Lin Moya had not taken on any tasks or conducted any transactions in the trading center. No one knew where he had gone, not even the most well-informed individuals. Some people who were skilled in divination tried to calculate Lin Moya's whereabouts, but to no avail. Some even suspected that Lin Moya might have already died. In the deepest part of the mysterious land, at the central area, Lin Moya gazed at the enormous Law Star, his eyes filled with contemplation. His body radiated brilliant golden light. Although his God King golden body was still at the second tier, it was not far from the third tier. After reaching the second tier of the God King golden body, only mysterious spirits at the 7th tier of the God King realm or higher could help improve his physical body. However, there were not many mysterious spirits above the 7th tier of the God King realm. Lin Moya had almost swept through all the mysterious spirits, even killing the dozen or so 9th tier God King realm mysterious spirits. Yet, his physical body was still at the second tier of the God King realm, just a bit short of the third tier. Mysterious spirits could not regenerate in a short time. If he wanted to continue improving, he could only enter the central area. Lin Moya entered the central area for the second time, feeling the immense pressure within. Previously, he relied on damage transfer to move around in the central area. This time, he could freely move around the edge of the central area without activating damage transfer. The pressure from all directions continuously compressed his physical body, making the golden light of his body shine even brighter. Lin Moya felt the changes in his physical body and knew that it would take decades or even centuries to improve his physical body under such conditions. It seems I can only give up for now. Lin Moya sighed. At his level, improving his physical body was indeed extremely difficult. Unless he had a great opportunity, most of the time, he could only rely on accumulating over time. He looked at the Law Star at the center, where countless laws intertwined. Some he recognized, some he did not. But without exception, they all belonged to the great world and were very pure. Although the mysterious land was in the battlefield, it did not have any battlefield aura. The omnipresent pressure was actually the battlefield's attack on this area. Suddenly, a flash of insight crossed his mind, and he looked puzzled. Why does it resemble my undying law so much? If the death force of the undying law is compared to the battlefield, and the life force is compared to the great world, in the core filled with life force, there will also be a bit of pure and powerful death force. Conversely, the center of death force will also contain a bit of life force. There is no absolute life and death in the world, nor absolute yin and yang. Everything has two sides. If the great world is yang and the battlefield is yin, then the mysterious land is the nail of the great world in the battlefield. Lin Moyo felt enlightened. The great world had always resisted the battlefield, which was like an intruding robber to the great world. The battlefield had its own rules, disrupting the unity of the great world. In the resistance against the battlefield, a balance was eventually formed. The great world formed pieces of mysterious land within the battlefield, creating a certain degree of balance between the two sides. Previously, he did not understand the mysterious land, but now he finally figured it out. No wonder even the ancient Buddha's palm print couldn't destroy the lost R. The mysterious land was a nail planted by the great world in the battlefield, a key to maintaining balance. To destroy it would mean going against the entire great world. So even the ancient Buddha couldn't shake the lost R. Lin Moyo was even less capable. If he continued to approach, his fate would not be much better than the ancient Buddha's palm print. Lin Moyo looked at the lost R for a while longer and calmly said, "If one day I can touch the lost R without injury, it means I have truly stood at the pinnacle of the world." After saying this, Lin Moyo turned and left. This trip was fruitful. He had perfectly ascended to the God King realm, obtained the God King golden body, advanced his physical body to the second tier of the God King realm, understood the essence of the mysterious land, and resolved the ancient Buddha's palm print's deadly threat. Now it was time to leave, and he felt a sense of accomplishment. Lin Moyo suddenly laughed heartily, his spirit soaring, laughing while sitting on the stars, gazing at the world, controlling life and death. I am the king. One day, I, Lin Moyo, will visit the Buddha clan and seek justice. By then, the Buddha clan will be in ruins, and they can only blame themselves. Today's cause will be tomorrow's effect, and it will be repaid sooner or later. The mysterious spirits had been cleared out, leaving only some 3rd and 4th tier God King realm beings. Lin Moyo ignored them and quickly passed through the 10th layer area, returning to the 9th layer area. In the 9th layer area, Xiaoxing sensed his return and opened his eyes, seeing Lin Moyo. Junior brother Lin is back. It seems you had a good harvest. Xiaoxing laughed heartily. He was now full of energy, having recovered significantly from his soul injury. His soul injury had healed a lot, and he was full of vigor, exuding an aura similar to that of a god sovereign. He had already ascended to the god sovereign realm, but his soul had not healed, so he had not entered the Lost Star River. Once his soul healed and he entered the Lost Star River, he would be a genuine god sovereign. Lin Moyo approached Xiaoxing. Senior brother Xiao is about to recover. Congratulations. Xiaoxing laughed. It's all thanks to you, junior brother Lin. Otherwise, I wouldn't have made it through this ordeal. Rest assured, junior brother Lin, I will deliver the heads of 100 god sovereigns. With Xiaoxing's strength, once he truly entered the God Sovereign realm, even at the 1st tier, he could contend with a 3rd tier God Sovereign. 100 God Sovereign heads were not impossible. Lin Moyo asked, Senior brother Xiao, do you know of any faster ways to improve the physical body? Xiaoxing shook his head. It's difficult. There are ways to improve the physical body, but I don't know of any fast methods. After being injured, Xiaoxing had spent over 200 years here. The pressure in the 9th layer area had always been tempering his physical body, pushing it to the peak of the 2nd tier of the God King realm, just a step away from the 3rd tier. If not for his soul injury, Xiaoxing could have entered the 10th layer area and pushed his physical body to the 3rd tier of the God King realm. Once his injury healed, Xiaoxing would undoubtedly enter the 10th layer area to advance his physical body to the 3rd tier of the God King realm. Lin Moyo was not disappointed. Physical body cultivation was inherently difficult. Otherwise, the various races in the great world would not have given up on physical body cultivation and focused solely on the soul realm. After some thought, Xiaoxing suddenly said, there might be a way to quickly improve the physical body. Lin Moyo's eyes lit up. Please tell me, senior brother Xiao. The demon god stone of the starry sky demon god clan might work, Xiaoxing said, then added, but the demon god stone is rare and has some other issues. I'm not very clear on the specifics. It didn't matter if Xiaoxing wasn't clear, Zhu Kaiwa would definitely know. Lin Moyo bowed to Xiaoxing. Thank you, senior brother Xiao. Outside the mysterious land, Zhu Kaiwa sat quietly in meditation. Lin Moyo had been in the mysterious land for 2 years. For his main body, a single meditation session could last 10 or even 100 years. 2 years was just a blink of an eye, nothing significant. At this moment, he slowly opened his eyes, looked towards the mysterious land, and smiled, that brat is finally back. His aura is stable, his soul and physical body are balanced and flawless. It seems he has perfectly ascended. Chapter 1419. Chapter 1419, 1419. Chapter 1419, do you want to become a demon god clan member? A stream of light shot out from the mysterious land, adjusted its direction, and flew towards Zhu Kaiwo. Moments later, Lin Moyo arrived in front of Zhu Kaiwo, cupped his hands, and greeted, thank you for waiting, senior. Zhu Kaiwo chuckled, I almost got you killed before. Do you blame me? Lin Moyo shook his head with a smile, you must be joking, senior. I never had such a thought. Zhu Kaiwo could naturally discern the truth in Lin Moyo's words. He looked Lin Moyo up and down, showing a satisfied expression, not bad, not bad. perfectly ascended to God King, achieved the God King golden body. Your physical body should be beyond the first tier of the God King realm, right? Lin Moya nodded in acknowledgement. Second tier of the God King realm. Zhu Kaiwa was even more satisfied. Tell me about the ancient Buddha's palm print. How did you resolve it? Lin Moya did not hide anything and recounted the entire event. Upon hearing Lin Moya's method of resolution, Zhu Kaiwa couldn't help but praise him repeatedly. Lin Moya's method involved both brute force and cleverness, adapting to the situation and constantly adjusting. He resolved a seemingly certain death situation without using his life-saving trump card. Lin Moya also told Zhu Kaiwa about the abilities of the Buddha Kingdom Lich, seeking Zhu Kaiwa's opinion. He was very curious about the law of fate and the ability to foresee the future, finding it very practical. At the same time, he was wary of the Buddha clan, knowing that such secret techniques were indeed terrifying. If he ever confronted the Buddha clan, he would need to be well prepared. Zhu Kaiwa said, true sight is indeed a secret technique of the Buddha clan, only practiced by Buddha's sons and Buddhas. Very few can master it. The difference between innate awakened skills and acquired learned techniques is significant. Innate awakened skills can only be upgraded to techniques, whether planetary level or stellar level. Learning new techniques later and forming a technique planet is extremely difficult. Especially techniques like true sight, related to the law of fate, are even more challenging. In that case, the Buddha of Joy was indeed a genius of the Buddha clan. Being able to enter the netherworld post with senior brother Su and become a Buddha while preserving his life is truly remarkable. Lin Moya objectively evaluated the Buddha of Joy without deliberately belittling him. He never underestimated any enemy, especially the Buddha clan. Since he had added the Buddha clan to his blacklist, he naturally needed to understand his opponent thoroughly. Zhu Kaiwa laughed. As the grandson of an ancient Buddha, his bloodline is extraordinary, naturally different from ordinary people. But you don't need to worry too much. No one in the Buddha clan controls the law of fate, and true sight was an accidental acquisition. Regarding more information about the Buddha clan, once you enter the Divine City and have enough qualifications, you can access it. By then, the information on the Buddha clan will also need an update. Zhu Kaiwa seemed to see through Lin Moya's thoughts and threw out a hook. Lin Moya looked at Zhu Kaiwa. Is the information on the Buddha clan regularly updated? Zhu Kaiwa laughed a few times without answering, implying, you guess. Lin Moya indeed had some guesses but was not very sure. He also knew that Zhu Kaiwa was tempting him to go to the Divine City. Alright, I'll see for myself when I go to the Divine City. Zhu Kaiwa said, let's go back. You've been away for 2 years, and a lot has happened. You'll find out when you return. The 4-star domain competition is less than 2 years away. I've already spoken to Zhu Tian, and you'll have a spot. I'll come to pick you up before the competition starts. Lin Moya felt a surge of gratitude. Zhu Kaiwa had been very kind to him. Zhu Kaiwa patted Lin Moya's shoulder. Young man, work hard. The human race needs geniuses like you. This encouragement came at the right time, but Lin Moya didn't respond. He was long past the age of being moved by such words. Lin Moya changed the subject. Senior, I've heard that the Demon God Stone can quickly enhance the physical body. Zhu Kaiwa gave him a sidelong glance. Did Xiaoxing tell you that? Lin Moya nodded. I've already healed his injury. Zhu Kaiwa knew about Lin Moya's ability to heal soul injuries. Bringing Lin Moya here was not only to help him ascend to God King perfectly but also to heal Xiaoxing's injury. However, Zhu Kaiwa didn't say it explicitly, probably wanting to see if Lin Moya would take the initiative. After all, Lin Moya had helped Rengzing, so helping Xiaoxing was expected. Since Zhu Kaiwa didn't mention it, Lin Moya didn't deliberately seek out Xiaoxing to heal him, thus keeping the favor to himself. If Zhu Kaiwa had mentioned it, and Lin Moya had taken the initiative to find Xiaoxing, the favor would have been mostly attributed to Zhu Kaiwa. Lin Moya understood Zhu Kaiwa's intentions. Zhu Kaiwa didn't react much, speaking calmly. The Demon God Stone can indeed quickly enhance the physical body. Among the 4 original clans, each has its characteristics, and the Starry Sky Demon God clan is known for its strongest physical bodies. Lin Moya was puzzled. Isn't the Dragon clan known for the strongest physical bodies? Zhu Kaiwa said, currently, the Dragon clan is indeed the strongest. When the Starry Sky Demon God clan was around, the Dragon clan's physical bodies were only second. The Demon God Stone of the Starry Sky Demon God clan can indeed rapidly enhance the physical body, but it has a fatal flaw. Using the Demon God Stone extensively will transform the physical body into that of the Demon God clan, even changing the bloodline. By then, you will no longer be human but a member of the Starry Sky Demon God clan. Do you still want to use it? Zhu Kaiwa looked at Lin Moya with a half-smile. Lin Moya quickly shook his head. Forget it, such a good thing should be left for others. He was human and would not abandon his roots for power. The human race was also one of the 4 original clans, with its advantages. Moreover, the Starry Sky Demon God clan no longer existed, while the human race still stood strong. This indicated that the human race was stronger. Zhu Kaiwa continued. Xiaoxing only knew part of the story. But it doesn't matter, the Demon God Stones left in the world are not many and are under our control. Ordinary people can't get them. Using Loter Demon God Stones occasionally is fine, so you don't need to worry. Lin Moya naturally knew if his bloodline changed, so he wasn't concerned. The human race was pragmatic, taking the essence and discarding the dross, utilizing everything they could. Lin Moya gave up the idea of using the Demon God Stone but didn't give up on enhancing his physical body. Are there other ways to quickly enhance the physical body? Zhu Kaiwa said, there are, but not here. They are in the Divine City. Another bait thrown out. Zhu Kaiwa seemed afraid Lin Moya wouldn't go to the Divine City. Lin Moya thought to himself, you don't need to do this. I will definitely go to the Divine City. He also said, then I'll do my best to go to the Divine City. Zhu Kaiwa said seriously, there's less than 2 years left. Complete the chain tasks and then participate in the 4-star domain competition. Try to get into the top 3. The 4-star domain was full of geniuses, including seed players from the War God Hall. Getting into the top 3 would be very difficult. But Lin Moya was confident, no problem. It's just that some of the chain task targets are not in the battlefield. Chapter 1420. Chapter 1420, 1420. Chapter 1420, Fame Too Great, Not Always a Good Thing. Lin Moya returned alone to Fortress Number 1, still pondering Zhu Kaiwa's words. Zhu Kaiwa hadn't told him exactly what had happened, but his strange expression made Lin Moya's imagination run wild. As soon as he stepped out of the teleportation array, he heard exclamations. That's Lin Moya. Lin Moya is back. So that's Lin Moya, he's really young. Not only young, but also good-looking. If only I could be his Dao companion. A figure comparable to the War God, reaching the Super God realm at 28, truly extraordinary. The exclamations were accompanied by a surge of faith power, like waves crashing in. Outside the teleportation array, a large number of cultivators were gathered, and almost all eyes were focused on him. Among them, a few gazes were particularly intense, like wolves. Lin Moya, who was used to life and death situations, was momentarily stunned. He finally understood why Zhu Kaiwa had such a strange expression and why he had to return alone. These people were his fans, and they were the most fanatical ones, providing him with a large amount of faith power. Lin Moya couldn't do anything to them since they were his fans and fellow humans. Fortunately, they are still restrained and haven't rushed over. Just as this thought crossed his mind, Lin Moya realized something was wrong. It wasn't that they were restrained, but that there was a military presence in the sky. 1,000-strong military unit formed a semicircle, imposing and managing the area. It wasn't the fans' restraint but the military's suppression. Lin Moya breathed a sigh of relief. The military is reliable. Senior Zhu must have known this, which is why he didn't come. If these fans had rushed over, even I wouldn't know how to handle it. Fighting wasn't an option, nor was scolding. It was more troublesome than facing enemies. A majestic voice suddenly came from the sky. Officer Lin, please board the warship. Lin Moya recognized the voice of Colonel Kuyuanjun, the commander of Fortress Number 1. He didn't expect him to come as well. In the starry sky outside the fortress, a massive God Sovereign-class warship was docked, its doors open, and Kuyuanjun stood at the entrance. His voice was like heavenly music, rescuing Lin Moya from danger. Without a word, Lin Moya transformed into a stream of light and appeared in front of Kuyuanjun almost instantly. With a hint of gratitude, he said, "Thank you, Colonel Ke." Kuyuanjun, an experienced man, laughed heartily. "No need to be polite. You're a celebrity now." Lin Moya smiled wryly. "We're all cultivators. Who would have thought?" At Kuyuanjun's invitation, Lin Moya boarded the warship. Although Kuyuanjun was a God Sovereign, a corps commander, and a general, he was very approachable and treated Lin Moya with great respect. Firstly, because Lin Moya's future achievements would not be below his own as long as he didn't die. Secondly, because Kuyuanjun's personal disciple was saved by Lin Moya and was even now under Lin Moya's protection. Kuyuanjun remembered this favor. Unconsciously, Kuyuanjun already regarded Lin Moya as an equal. After boarding the warship, it slowly flew away from Fortress Number 1. Lin Moya took the initiative to ask, "Colonel, is there something you need from me?" Kuyuanjun replied, "There's nothing specific. I just received a message from the Guardian, so I came to welcome you." As expected, Zhu Kaiwo had anticipated this situation. Lin Moya silently noted this in his mind. Kuyuanjun took out a mask. "The Guardian asked me to prepare this for you." Lin Moya found the mask familiar. After thinking for a moment, he remembered that Gu Qingxian had a similar mask before. However, Gu Qingxian used it in the Human Emperor network, and Lin Moya hadn't used it much, almost forgetting about it. He took the mask and activated a detection spell. Concealment Mask, God King level, Human Emperor treasure, can be used in both the real world and the Human Emperor network, changes appearance, conceals aura, undetectable below the God Sovereign level. He didn't expect the seemingly ordinary mask Gu Qingxian used to be a Human Emperor treasure. Human Emperor treasures are special, existing simultaneously in the real world and the Human Emperor network. If it exists in the real world, it also appears in the Human Emperor network as a virtual treasure. According to Lin Moya's understanding, it means the treasure is registered in the Human Emperor network, which knows all its functions, allowing it to perform the same in both realms. As far as Lin Moya knew, there were countless types of treasures, far more than millions. So not every treasure could become a Human Emperor treasure. Therefore, Human Emperor treasures were rare, and most used in the Human Emperor network were virtual treasures created by the network, all standardized. Lin Moya tried the mask, and his appearance and aura completely changed. He could also make fine adjustments according to his requirements. Soon, Lin Moya transformed into another person. His previously refined and gentle appearance became rough and fierce, with a menacing look. If he changed his clothes, he would be unrecognizable. The once gentle Lin Moya now looked like a thug, as if everyone owed him millions of points. Kuyuanjun laughed heartily. "Who did you turn into?" Lin Moya replied, "A senior named Shuo." Kuyuanjun pondered. "I think I've heard that name before." "Alright, the Guardian's task is complete. Where are you headed next?" Lin Moya said, "I need to go to the trading center and then take on some tasks." Before the 4-star domain competition, Lin Moya needed to complete the chain tasks. With less than 2 years left, time was running out. Lin Moya's task completion speed was already fast, but many people took decades or even centuries to complete chain tasks. One of the tasks required killing the top 10 on the Vermilion Bird bounty list in the battlefield, which was the most troublesome. If those people hadn't entered the battlefield, it would be difficult to complete. From Zhu Kaiwa's words, it seemed they had arrived. Ku Yuanjun said, "We've done some things recently, and the situation in the battlefield has changed, becoming more dangerous. Be careful." Lin Moyo asked, "What happened?" Ku Yuanjun laughed, "A young lady from the Yu family knows all about it. You young people can communicate better. Ask her." In Fortress Number 1, almost nothing escaped Ku Yuanjun's notice. Lin Moyo always went to the trading center and then to the military merit office to certify his merits, so Ku Yuanjun knew everything. It wasn't difficult to deduce Lin Moya's relationship with Yu Zhu. The Yu family had its own information channels, and the military had its intelligence system. Lin Moyo wasn't surprised. "Alright, I'll ask her." The warship had a small teleportation array, and through it, Lin Moya returned to Fortress Number 1. He had already transformed into Shiwo's appearance, with a change of clothes, looking rough and fierce. The people around the teleportation array only glanced at him and then lost interest. Using the concealment mask, Lin Moya headed to the trading center. At this moment, he felt that great fame wasn't always a good thing, it could bring trouble. Chapter 1421. Chapter 1421, 1421. Chapter 1421, something seems off. At the trading center, Yu Qing was leisurely sitting at the central counter, resting her chin in her hands, lost in thought. Most of the time, transactions at the trading center were self-service, and even if staff were needed, there were plenty available. It was rare for anyone to bother her, so Yu Qing was mostly idle. A shadow loomed over the counter as someone approached. Yu Qing looked up and was startled by the sight. The person had a fierce look, as if ready to eat someone. Yu Qing was so frightened that her face turned pale. What do you want?" Lin Moya was also taken aback by Yu Qing's reaction. Was he really that scary? When he had seen Shiwo, he did feel that Shiwo looked a bit fierce, but he was actually a good person. Lin Moya said, "I'm looking for Yu Zhu." Yu Qing regained her composure, calmed her mind, and refused. "Miss Yu Zhu is busy. If you need to make a large transaction, I can arrange for another trader to assist you." Lin Moya asked, "Is Yu Zhu very busy?" "I can wait." Yu Qing shook her head. "No need to wait. Miss Yu Zhu will not trade with you." Seeing her firm attitude, Lin Moya roughly guessed the reason. "Miss Yu Qing, take a look at who I am." He temporarily activated his Human Emperor network permissions, revealing his name. "What's there to see?" Yu Qing muttered. She had been startled at first and hadn't looked at Lin Moya properly since. Lin Moya's appearance was too frightening, not just ugly, but genuinely terrifying. Now, hearing Lin Moya's words, Yu Qing reluctantly looked over, and her beautiful eyes widened instantly. "You are." She quickly covered her mouth. "So it's Mr. Lin. Miss Yu Zhu is waiting for you in the usual place. I'll arrange it right away." Lin Moya smiled slightly. "Thank you." In the courtyard at the back, Lin Moya arrived at the usual place. The pavilion was the same as before, and Yu Zhu hadn't changed much in the past 2 years. She still exuded an air of nobility, maturity, and elegance. Only those who knew her well would know that much of Yu Zhu's demeanor was an act. She was actually very lively, like a little girl, and sometimes even a bit mischievous. Seeing Lin Moya, Yu Zhu let out a bell-like laugh, her clear and melodious laughter echoing from the pavilion. "Captain, why do you look like this?" She held her stomach, laughing so hard she almost fell over, completely losing her previous noble demeanor. Lin Moya helplessly entered the pavilion and removed the concealment mask, returning to his original appearance. Only his clothes couldn't be changed for now, and with Lin Moya's appearance, his refined look now had a touch of wildness. Yu Zhu stopped laughing, her eyes sparkling. "Captain, I think you look great dressed like this." Lin Moya joked with her. "Are you saying I didn't look good before?" Yu Zhu quickly shook her head. "I didn't say that. If you take it that way, there's nothing I can do." Lin Moya chuckled, picked up a teacup, and took a sip, savoring the cool tea fragrance. "I find that only when I come to your place can I enjoy a good cup of tea." He was usually too busy, either cultivating, killing, or on the way to do either, with no time to relax. Since entering the great world, it had always been like this. Only when he came to Yu Zhu's place could he steal a moment of leisure, making him feel like he was back in the few years after his marriage in the small world. Yu Zhu smiled. "In that case, Captain, you should come more often. I'll always be waiting for you." Lin Moya's heart skipped a beat, but he didn't respond. When Yu Zhu said this, her face also showed a hint of blush, and she quickly changed the subject. "Captain, I really think you look even better after ascending to God King." Lin Moya had returned to his original appearance, naturally exuding an indescribable noble aura. It was the aura of the God King golden body, something ordinary God Kings did not possess. Yu Zhu didn't understand, but she was very perceptive and truly felt the change in Lin Moya. She had seen many God Kings and even God Sovereigns, but none were like Lin Moya. Yu Zhu felt herself being drawn in, her gaze firmly captured by an invisible force. Lin Moya smiled. 2 years apart, your flattery has improved. Any new information?" Yu Zhu became slightly serious. "Captain, didn't you read my messages?" She reminded him solemnly, "Messages in the Human Emperor network." Lin Moya laughed. "I really didn't notice." Unlike those born in the great world, who were accustomed to using the Human Emperor network, Lin Moya, coming from a small world, didn't rely on it much. He wasn't familiar with many of its functions and didn't usually check messages there. If it were someone from the Great World, the first thing they would do upon returning to Fortress Number 1 would be to check their messages in the Human Emperor network. Yu Zhu urged, then check it now. Lin Moyu, not embarrassed, immediately checked. He didn't have many friends in the Human Emperor network, fewer than 10, and rarely received messages. The last 10 messages were all from Yu Zhu, each detailing changes in the battlefield situation. Lin Moyu read them one by one, from the oldest to the most recent. A year ago, the human race and the demons went to war, starting in War Zone Number 7 for unknown reasons, seemingly related to a significant loss for the demons. Lin Moyu guessed it was related to him. During his mission to find the military star map, he had nearly wiped out the entire demon army, with only Commander Augustus escaping. Such a huge loss led to the complete annihilation of the demon main force in War Zone Number 7. Naturally, the demons blamed the humans, so war was inevitable. The human race was never afraid of the demons. If they wanted to fight, the humans would fight. As the war began, it gradually spread outward. Later, War Zones Number 6 and Number 8 also went to war. Overall, the human race had more victories than defeats, generally not suffering much. Half a year ago, the Golden Eagle clan suddenly intervened. They fought the human race in War Zones Number 5 and Number 9, coming in fiercely and putting great pressure on the humans. Strangely, the Golden Eagle clan and the demons did not fight each other. Instead, they seemed to be joining forces against the humans. The human race was still unafraid, continuously sending reinforcements from the star domain. 3 months ago, a war also broke out outside the battlefield in the Vermilion Bird star domain. This time, the humans took the initiative to attack the demons and the Golden Eagle clan. Reading through the messages, Lin Moyu realized that this war seemed related to him and also to the 4-star domain competition. The Black Hole Serpent incident in War Zones Number 7 to 77 was the initial spark. Later, the Yellow Earth Desert incident caused even more losses for the demons. However, Lin Moyu wasn't concerned about the war. Similar wars had been fought countless times and would eventually end, having little impact on either side. The whole process seemed more like a training exercise. Lin Moyu was more concerned about his tasks. Among the 10 messages, 2 mentioned that 6 of the top 10 enemies on the Vermilion Bird bounty list had entered the Vermilion Bird battlefield. But these 2 messages were from over half a year ago and were outdated. The most recent message, from 10 days ago, stated that 9 of the top 10 enemies on the Vermilion Bird bounty list had entered the Vermilion Bird battlefield. This seems a bit off. Chapter 1422. Chapter 1422 1422. Chapter 1422 Help me spread a message. If Lin Moyu could understand the demons starting a war with the human race due to suffering major losses from his 2 missions, that would be understandable. However, the intervention of the Golden Eagle clan was rather strange. With only a little over 2 years left until the 4-star domain competition, it was not normal for the human race to take the initiative and start a war with the demons. Lin Moyu knew that before the 4-star domain competition began, each of the 4-star domains would hold selection competitions within their respective star systems. For the human race, this was a grand occasion, so why would they choose to start a war at this particular time? Once a war started, it wasn't something that could be ended at will. If it was just a small skirmish, that would be fine, but if it was a major conflict, it could easily last dozens of years. How could the 4-star domain competition still be held then? Furthermore, those ranked in the top 10 of the bounty list rarely entered the battlefield before, but now one by one they had all come. 9 out of the top 10 had arrived, which made Lin Moyu quite puzzled. These 9 people did not conceal their movements at all after entering the battlefield. Instead, they were rather high-profile, clearly announcing their whereabouts to others. After reading the messages, Lin Moyu fell into deep thought, while Yu Zhu did not disturb him and simply brewed tea for him. Tap, tap, tap. Lin Moyu gently tapped his fingertips on the tea table, making a rhythmic sound. After a while, he stopped. Yu Zhu smiled. Captain, have you figured something out? Lin Moyu said, the information about me was deliberately leaked. Yu Zhu looked puzzled. Why do you say that? Lin Moyu said in a low voice, you should know about the situation at the teleportation array, right? Aren't they all your admirers? Yu Zhu still couldn't connect the cause and effect, seeming completely clueless. Lin Moyu reasoned step by step. First, they did come to admire me, but not because I was ranked first in the 3 rankings. There have been many people in history who achieved that, and it doesn't seem like such an incident has ever happened before. From this, we can see that they came here for another reason. I heard them mention my age from their brief words, that I reached the super god realm at 28 years old. This is the main reason. They see me as the second war god Shao, which is why they acted so crazily. However, the news of me reaching the super god realm at 28, apart from those who were with me in the war god hall that day, outsiders wouldn't know about it. They also wouldn't have the ability to spread this news throughout the entire Vermilion Bird star domain, let alone into the battlefield. So it can be imagined that this news must have been spread by someone else. Why would they spread this news? The purpose is actually quite simple: to make others feel afraid. Our opponents don't want to see another war god appear in the human race, so they would try to find a way to nip it in the bud. But they couldn't find me, so another piece of news was spread that I was in the battlefield doing missions, and one of my missions was to kill the top 10 people on the Vermilion Bird bounty list. This is why those in the top 10 of the bounty list came, and why they didn't conceal their movements at all. Their goal was to lure me over. Yu Zhu stared wide-eyed, her expression dazed. She prided herself on being smart, but now she realized that in front of Lin Moyu, she seemed quite foolish. She had seen a lot of information from the Yu family's intelligence network and analyzed the situation, but her analysis was nowhere near as thorough as Lin Moyu's. Yuju originally didn't tell Lin Moya the situation she had analyzed, intending to wait for him to ask before showing off her little cleverness. But before she could even sell it, Lin Moya had already thoroughly analyzed the situation. Listening to Lin Moya's logical and coherent analysis, Yuju asked, "Captain, if the situation in the battlefield is like this, why did our Vermilion Bird Star domain take the initiative to start a war? With the 4-star domain competition coming up, stability has always been the priority in previous years. In the historical records, the human race would not make any moves before the 4-star domain competition, generally maintaining stability. This time was indeed unusual." Lin Moya said, "The rats that have been hiding for a long time will eventually be dragged out. Usually, our family is big enough to spare them some food, but when real treasures appear, we need to clean them up." Yuju's eyes lit up as she understood the meaning behind Lin Moya's words. There were indeed many people of various races planted within the human race, either lured by interests or controlled. These people would occasionally leak information about the human race to the outside. Usually, the human race could turn a blind eye or even take advantage of them. But when it came to important matters, these people needed to be eliminated, lest they become hidden dangers in the future. This was the time when Lin Moya, identified as the human race's seed of fire, would be cultivated. Lin Moya felt that his guess was probably not wrong. As a seed of fire for the human race, there were levels of distinction. He himself should be at the highest level of seed of fire, and the higher races might even cultivate him as the second war god. For many races, if he truly became a second war god, it would be an absolute nightmare. So they would undoubtedly try every means to prevent his growth. However, the human race would also find ways to eliminate potential hidden dangers for him. Lin Moya was well aware of the human race's approach to cultivating their younger generations. Most problems required you to handle them yourself, but for some potential hidden dangers or problems you clearly couldn't handle, the higher-ups would help resolve them. Just like with the previous Kongwen Buddha, the higher-ups of the human race directly went to the Buddha clan afterwards. For this ancient Buddha's palm strike, Lin Moya expected the human race to make a similar response. He couldn't fully understand Zhu Kaiwa's words before, but combining the information he received today, Lin Moya finally understood the meaning behind Zhu Kaiwa's words. The information about the Buddha clan needed to be updated, meaning that if some people in the Buddha clan died, the information would need to be updated. A simple sentence that was incomprehensible at first, but when truly understood, it was filled with the intent to kill. After figuring everything out, Lin Moya felt a sense of enlightenment. Lin Moya took a sip of iced tea, suppressing the slight excitement in his heart. "Tell me their specific locations." In the Vermilion Bird Star Domain's bounty list, 6 of the top 10 were demons, 2 were from the Golden Eagle clan, 1 was from the 3 Silver clan, and the last one was from the Flying Python clan. This time, the one ranked 9th from the Flying Python clan didn't come, but the rest were all present. Yuju's small face showed a hint of excitement. "Okay, the one ranked first is Fangs." Before she could finish, Lin Moya interrupted her. Lin Moya said in a low voice, "No need to say it. I'll change my method. Help me spread a message that I will go to Area 8 to 88 to carry out a mission in 2 days. Yuju's eyes widened. "Captain, you plan to." Chapter 1423. Chapter 1423, 1423. Chapter 1423. Since you're in the game, let's play along. Lin Moya left the trading center, adopting Shuo's appearance and demeanor, and walked towards the mission center with a burly and rough look. His appearance attracted a lot of attention, but because of his fierce look, most people quickly looked away. Lin Moya's current appearance made him look like a bad guy at first glance. Now, everywhere in Fortress Number 1, people were talking about Lin Moya. 7 out of 10 conversations were about Lin Moya. Especially after Lin Moya's return, the discussions about him increased even more. Amidst the chatter about Lin Moya, he entered the mission center. After waiting for a while, he reached a mission platform. 2 years ago, Lin Moya had looked for suitable missions, but due to his realm at the time, many missions were not available to him. But now, there were no such restrictions. Starting from the God King realm, most missions were unrestricted. From He Rengzing, he learned that there was a peculiar star in the 8 to 88 area. It was identical to the peculiar star he had seen in the Vermilion Bird Star domain. The peculiar star contained the undying law, and absorbing the energy from the peculiar star could rapidly enhance one's realm. Moreover, this enhancement was without any loss, not just energy but also the comprehension of the law. It felt like a form of inheritance. When he absorbed the energy of the peculiar star in 05, he also saw the approximate locations of other peculiar stars in the Great World. Some of them couldn't be found on the star map, and one of them was in the 8 to 88 area of the Vermilion Bird battlefield. Lin Moya quickly found the mission for the 8 to 88 area. There was only one mission in the 8 to 88 area. He accepted the mission and then left the mission center. He knew that someone would spread the information about him accepting the mission in the 8 to 88 area, and combined with the message Yuju would spread, it wouldn't take half a day for those guys to know he was heading to the 8 to 88 area. Zhu Kaiwo had said that rats needed to be hit and also used, and he indeed accepted the mission and was indeed going to the 8 to 88 area. Everything was real, just waiting for the fish to take the bait. Lin Moya entered the teleportation array, heading to Fortress Number 8, while checking the specific mission information. Battlefield mission, kill peculiar lifeforms. In the 8 to 88 area, there is a peculiar star containing 2 completely different forces. 2 types of lifeforms live on the star. Kill them and bring back their crystal cores. Restriction, God King first tier. Completion condition, kill 10 of each type of lifeform and bring back their crystal cores. Mission reward, 10,000 mission points. Note, the gray lifeforms have strong attack power, and the white lifeforms have strong recovery power. Both types of lifeforms are between the second and third tiers of the God King realm. If you are corroded by the gray lifeforms, please seek treatment immediately. Reminder, the lifeforms may mutate. If you encounter mutated lifeforms, do not hesitate, escape with all your might. Looking at the mission information, Lin Moya found that this mission was not safe and had variables. The variable was encountering mutated lifeforms, and the only suggested method was to escape with all your might. Clearly, the mutated lifeforms were extremely terrifying. Those who accepted this mission were mostly cultivators above the third tier of the God King realm. With their strength, dealing with ordinary peculiar lifeforms was not a problem, but if they encountered mutated lifeforms, escaping was the only option. Clearly, the mutated lifeforms were extremely terrifying. The human race's mission system and cultivation model determined that there would be no strategies for such missions. If there were strategies, they would only be circulated among a few people or within family records. There would be no public strategies. Everything had to be explored on one's own, and giving such a reminder was already quite considerate. Lin Moya deeply suspected that the person who created the human emperor network and the human race's rules was very fatalistic. Those who were unlucky and died halfway through the mission were not worth cultivating. If someone had extraordinary luck, like Su Qingyan, who could wait 1,000 years for rescue, such a person was worth cultivating. Lin Moya had this feeling more than once. From this, he realized that no matter the level of the cultivator or their status, luck was really important. Good luck could turn a desperate situation into a smooth path, at least allowing one to escape death. Bad luck could get you struck by lightning while walking. After a long teleportation, Lin Moya arrived at Fortress Number 8. Due to the war, the atmosphere in Fortress Number 8 was somewhat oppressive. When Lin Moya returned from the mysterious land, he felt the change in atmosphere. At that time, he didn't realize it was due to the war. Now, Fortress Number 8 had entered war mode, with troops stationed around the fortress and warships ready for action. Even during wartime, the teleportation array was still busy, with many cultivators doing missions. The more intense the war, the more one needed to improve oneself. Whether for self-preservation or joining the war, strong strength was the foundation. The teleportation array lit up again, sending Lin Moya to the forward base in the 88 area. The forward base also had a 10,000-strong army stationed, along with several giant warships. As soon as Lin Moya arrived, he felt numerous gazes on him, the soldiers' eyes filled with scrutiny. War had made the soldiers more vigilant. Lin Moya transformed into a stream of light and headed towards the peculiar star. He no longer needed to use the Battle King Tower. Since obtaining the 9th tier God King realm flashlight, his speed had surpassed the Battle King Tower in all God Kings. Lin Moya's speed was incredibly fast, comparable to a God Sovereign. In the blink of an eye, he disappeared from sight. The soldiers who had been observing Lin Moya were astonished. What incredible speed! Another soldier beside him said, "Indeed, this speed, I feel even a warship might not catch up." Exactly, I have the same feeling. His realm is definitely not just God King. A God King can't have such speed. I guess he might be a God Sovereign. Should we report this to the captain? Yes, we should. The situation is tense now, and any unusual activity must be reported. The two reported Lin Moya's situation to their captain, who then reported it to the corps commander. The information was passed up the chain until it reached Zhu Kaiwu. Upon hearing the description, Zhu Kaiwu knew it was Lin Moya heading to the 8 to 88 area. He also checked Lin Moya's mission information and confirmed that he had indeed accepted the mission in the 8 to 88 area. Combining this with the message Lin Moya had Juju spread, Zhu Kaiwu's eyes showed a strange expression. This kid is adding fuel to the fire. Being ranked first on the must-kill list isn't enough, he wants to secure that position. At that moment, several more messages arrived, and Zhu Kaiwu's eyes sparkled with a cold smile. Hee, the kid must have anticipated this. The fish have taken the bait. Since you're all in the game, we naturally have to join in and play along. His voice thundered as he issued an order, command all corps commanders and elders to join the battle. Nearby, the human army was already prepared. With his order, they sprang into action. Chapter 1424. Chapter 1424, 1424. Chapter 1424, One Punch Breaks 10,000 Laws. A silent understanding formed between Lin Moya and Zhu Kaiwu. Lin Moya used himself as bait to lure those who wanted to kill him. To prevent the human race's god sovereigns from intervening, the demons and the Golden Eagle clan would undoubtedly intensify their offensive. Their god sovereigns would also take action, launching fierce attacks on the human race. Only god sovereigns could block god sovereigns, so the human race's god sovereigns would also be held back. At that time, Lin Moya would be in the 8 to 88 area. When the two clans sent people to kill Lin Moya, they would secretly dispatch 1 or 2 god sovereigns to ensure Lin Moya's death. Lin Moya had another consideration. The human race had a mission system, and other races did too. Killing those on the bounty list would earn military merits, and other races could do the same. Now, he was at the top of the must-kill list in several races, with countless people wanting to kill him. The top 10 on the bounty list used themselves as bait to lure him to kill them. Now, he reversed the situation, exposing his location to attract them and then capturing them all in one go. Lin Moya had Juju spread the message that he would go to the 8 to 88 area in 2 days. In reality, Lin Moya had already arrived in the 8 to 88 area in less than half a day. The extra time was for him to complete his mission. He had people to kill and tasks to complete. In other words, Lin Moya didn't take them seriously at all. His strength gave him the confidence that anyone who dared to come after him would pay the price, even if they were god sovereigns. In his sight appeared a peculiar star, gray and white, perfectly split down the middle, not a bit more or less. The peculiar star was identical to the one he had seen in the vermilion bird star domain, only larger, giving Lin Moyo a stronger feeling. The undying law was split into the power of life and the power of death. Those who didn't cultivate the undying law would only see these two forces as the law of life and the law of death. Back in the vermilion bird star domain, cultivators thought the same and tried to comprehend the law of life and the law of death from it, but they didn't know it was impossible. Only by fully merging the two laws could one form the top-tier undying law. This peculiar star is even more powerful. Who knows how many years it has existed, and it has given birth to law-based lifeforms. I don't know how the peculiar star was formed. In that era, someone must have mastered the undying law. Lin Moyo believed that only the undying law could give birth to a peculiar star. The peculiar star didn't look naturally formed, but without evidence, he couldn't say it was impossible. The closer he got to the peculiar star, the stronger the feeling from the laws. Lin Moyo felt a sense of closeness, with the power of death and the power of life simultaneously enveloping him, making him feel very comfortable. A cold light rose from the peculiar star, transforming into a giant axe in the starry sky, slashing towards Lin Moyo. Facing the giant axe, Lin Moyo punched out, golden light flashing on his fist. The physical strength of his second-tier God King golden body exploded, shattering the giant axe and the laws on it. A giant axe-type magical treasure fell from the void, and Lin Moyo saw the attacker. A member of the Golden Eagle clan picked up the axe and charged at Lin Moyo again. He transformed into golden light, moving extremely fast, reaching Lin Moyo in an instant. Most members of the Golden Eagle clan didn't use weapons, believing their claws were the best magical treasures. But a few liked to use weapons, mainly swords, followed by spears. Using an axe was rare. This Golden Eagle clan member had the cultivation of a third-tier God King, and the axe was a low-tier God King magical treasure, which was nothing in Lin Moyo's eyes. Relying on his speed advantage, the Golden Eagle clan member almost instantly reached Lin Moyo, slashing down with the axe. Lin Moyo could clearly see the sneer in his eyes. Lin Moyo punched out again, using no laws or spells, just the pure strength of his physical body, a simple punch. Golden light flashed on his fist, similar to the Golden Eagle clan's golden light. Courting death. The Golden Eagle clan member snorted disdainfully. He seemed to see Lin Moyo being chopped to pieces by the axe. Golden light exploded, and the God King magical treasure axe shattered, exploding on the spot. The Golden Eagle clan member was sent flying by the immense force, his eyes filled with disbelief. In the next moment, his narrow eagle eye shrank as Lin Moyo appeared before him, punching towards his head. The Golden Eagle clan member screeched, golden light bursting from his body as he fled towards the peculiar star. But he was fast, and Lin Moyo was faster. Even among the God Kings, the speed-specialized Golden Eagle clan couldn't match Lin Moyo. Lin Moyo followed closely, his golden fist landing on the Golden Eagle clan member. Flesh exploded, and the Golden Eagle clan member screamed as a huge hole was blasted in his body. Fear filled his eagle eyes, and Lin Moyo's second punch landed. This punch smashed his head like a watermelon, blood and flesh flying. The punch shattered his head and destroyed his soul. The Golden Eagle clan member couldn't understand even in death why, as a third-tier God King, he couldn't withstand two punches. How did Lin Moyo shatter his magical treasure with one punch? He would never understand. One punch breaks 10,000 laws. The physical body is indeed impressive. Lin Moyo looked at his golden fist, not using any laws, shattering a magical treasure with one punch and killing with two punches, clean and efficient. This further solidified his desire to enhance his physical body. With the Golden Eagle clan member's corpse and blood, Lin Moyo stepped onto the peculiar star's ground. He entered the gray area, filled with the power of death. The power of death was highly corrosive, and cultivators here had to constantly use laws to resist the corrosion. Lin Moyo stood on the ground, feeling the power of death entering his body, merging with his undying law. What others needed to resist, Lin Moyo absorbed without any problem. The power of death was so corrosive that in less than a minute, the Golden Eagle clan member's corpse was already one-third corroded. In a few more minutes, there would be no trace left of him. Looking into the distance, Lin Moyo saw a gray gas approaching. The gray gas moved quickly, transforming into limbs and a head as it approached. When it was 10,000 meters away, the gray gas had taken on a form similar to Lin Moyo's. At 5,000 meters, the gas solidified, becoming a clear figure identical to Lin Moyo. It had the same limbs, height, and even similar expressions, with clothes identical to Lin Moyo's. If not for its pure gray color, Lin Moyo would have thought it was another version of himself. It felt like looking in a mirror. This is the peculiar lifeform. Truly fascinating. The peculiar lifeform, now resembling Lin Moyo, accelerated. It quickly crossed the remaining distance, reaching Lin Moyo and spreading its limbs to embrace him. It didn't attack, just embraced him like an old friend. Lin Moyo punched out, golden light flashing on his fist, piercing through its body. Chapter 1425. Chapter 1425, 1425. Chapter 1425, no wonder they flee at first sight. Lin Moyo's fist, glowing with golden light, punched through the peculiar lifeform. The gray gas collapsed, and his fist emerged from the other side of the gray gas. However, the peculiar lifeform was not affected and still pounced on Lin Moyo. A powerful force of death erupted, transforming into a strong corrosive force, beginning to corrode everything about Lin Moyo. Golden light burst from Lin Moyo's body, and the God King golden body automatically activated, resisting the corrosion. The corrosive force originated from the death force of the undying law, but it had clearly mutated and had a manipulator. Since this death force had an owner, Lin Moya could no longer absorb it, and it could also attack him. With the God King golden body protecting him, the death force found it difficult to corrode him. His powerful physical body became Lin Moya's best shield. If it were another cultivator, they would need to use laws to kill or dispel the peculiar lifeform at this moment. Otherwise, within a minute, their laws would be completely corroded. But Lin Moya didn't need to do anything, and the peculiar lifeform couldn't do anything to him. The strength of his physical body was comprehensive, providing protection far superior to laws of the same realm. Lin Moya let out a light shout, and the golden light exploded. The peculiar lifeform attached to him also exploded, and a great crystal core the size of a fist fell to the ground with a crisp sound. Lin Moya drew the crystal core into his palm and examined it carefully. The crystal core was gray, like a crystal, but not transparent. Inside the crystal core, a massive gray gas rolled, emitting the aura of laws. Lin Moya carefully sensed it and finally shook his head, putting the crystal core away. The laws within the crystal core had already mutated and were no longer pure. The laws inside could no longer be absorbed or utilized. The death force was only a part of the undying law and not complete. Now, after being polluted, it was even less useful for comprehension. In Lin Moya's view, the crystal core had no value. Even if a powerful being could remove the impurities from the crystal core, it would still be of little use. However, a task was a task, and Lin Moya didn't need to consider these things. He just needed to bring back the crystal cores of the peculiar lifeforms. First, he would complete the task, then absorb the power of the peculiar star to enhance himself. The reason for this arrangement was that he was unsure if the peculiar lifeforms would still exist after he absorbed the power of the peculiar star. If they no longer existed, his task would fail. While Lin Moya was pondering, another gray peculiar lifeform rushed over. Like before, it constantly changed shape, becoming more and more like Lin Moya as it approached, until it looked almost identical. They had no fixed form and would take on the appearance of whoever they encountered, then pounce and cover every corner of the enemy's body. Lin Moya pointed, and bone hell appeared, instantly enveloping the peculiar lifeform. Without a target, the peculiar lifeform lost its ability to change shape and reverted to a gaseous state. In bone hell, there were many peculiar spirits, which also had no specific form. The peculiar lifeform locked onto the peculiar spirits, changing its shape to match theirs. It would become a ball, then disperse, then become a long strip. Whatever shape the peculiar spirits took, the peculiar lifeform would follow. Lin Moya watched this transformation with interest, feeling it was quite amusing. A few seconds later, the peculiar spirits attacked, instantly destroying the peculiar lifeform, which was only at the third tier of the God King realm. Lin Moya obtained a second gray crystal core, but strangely, the peculiar lifeform did not become a slave of bone hell. When they died, they were truly dead, completely dissipating, leaving no trace except for the crystal core. Even bone hell couldn't drag them into hell or enslave them. Lin Moya held the crystal core thoughtfully. Strictly speaking, they can't be considered living beings. They are just remnants of undead thoughts combined with laws, possessing some characteristics of lifeforms. On the peculiar star, many people must have died over the years. The thoughts of these cultivators were strong and didn't completely die. That's why they can't become slaves of bone hell. They don't qualify. Lin Moya saw through the essence of the peculiar lifeforms and understood what was going on. On the peculiar star, strong beings from various races came and went, and battles never ceased. The thoughts of those who died reacted with the laws on the peculiar star, eventually forming peculiar lifeforms. In essence, there was nothing special about them. If one couldn't see through it, it would seem quite mysterious. Lin Moya didn't waste any more time and released the undead army. There were many peculiar lifeforms, and the task required only 10 crystal cores. In just over 10 minutes, Lin Moya collected 10 crystal cores containing the force of death. Next, Lin Moya headed to the white area filled with the force of life to collect 10 crystal cores containing the force of life. Lin Moya transformed into a stream of light and flew towards the area filled with the force of life. The peculiar star was enormous, larger than a star. However, with Lin Moya's speed, it took only a few seconds to circle it. At the boundary between the death force area and the life force area, there was a middle zone about 10,000 kilometers wide. From a distance, the middle zone looked like a belt encircling the peculiar star. In the middle zone, the death force and life force intertwined, resembling the undying law. After sensing it carefully for a while, Lin Moya showed a hint of disdain. It seems fused, but in reality, they are still separate, each acting independently. On the surface, the two forces appeared to have fused, but internally, they were still separate and couldn't be called the undying law. However, Lin Moya had to admit that the combination of the two laws greatly enhanced their power. A scream echoed through the heavens, and Lin Moya flew towards the sound, seeing someone in the distance enveloped by a gray-white peculiar lifeform. The peculiar lifeform had taken on the person's appearance, completely covering them like a second skin. The person was a fourth-tier God King realm cultivator, struggling desperately but unable to break free. The death force continuously corroded him, quickly eroding his laws, then starting to corrode his flesh. When the flesh was corroded away, white bones were exposed. But then something strange happened. His flesh began to regrow. Soon, he was restored to his original state, as if he had never been injured. Then, the second round of corrosion began. When the corrosion reached a certain point, the flesh began to regrow. This cycle repeated endlessly, with no beginning and no end. The scene was incredibly eerie, making anyone who saw it feel uneasy. He couldn't die, nor could he live. It was like an endless torment, extremely cruel. The God King had long stopped struggling, seemingly resigned to his fate. Only his screams continued, as the pain was unbearable. Lin Moya squinted his eyes, seeing that the pain came from the soul. The God King was close to death, with the death force corroding his soul along with his flesh. The pain was transmitted from the soul. The life force only healed the flesh, not the soul. As long as the flesh didn't completely collapse, the soul remained protected by the flesh, making his death slower and more painful. So this is a mutated life form? It's indeed cruel. No wonder they flee at first sight. Chapter 1426. Chapter 1426, 1426. Chapter 1426. If you can't handle it, then die. The mutated lifeforms contain both the forces of life and death within them. Once contaminated by these forces, it becomes extremely difficult to escape. Due to the presence of the force of life, the force of death is protected, making it much more troublesome to deal with. The final result is that one cannot break free. When one's own laws are completely corroded and the physical body loses the protection of the laws, death will descend. Lin Moyo understood this and had a corresponding solution, but he did not take action. The God King in front of him was from the Three Silver Clan, an enemy of the human race. He wasn't about to suddenly become benevolent and save an enemy. If it were an ally like the Butterfly Clan, he would naturally help. If it were a neutral race, he might help depending on his mood. The God King was still some time away from true death, and Lin Moyo lost interest in watching. He turned and flew into the white area filled with the force of life. Upon entering the life force area, he immediately released the undead army to hunt the lifeforms. The life force formed white lifeforms, which were not very aggressive and generally did not attack proactively. However, their defense and vitality were extremely strong, making it difficult for cultivators of the same realm to kill them. Each type of lifeform had its own characteristics, strengths, and weaknesses. Unfortunately, these characteristics were irrelevant to Lin Moyo. After the undead army's sweep, no matter how strong the defense, it would be overwhelmed by the sheer volume of attacks. A few minutes later, Lin Moyo had already obtained 10 pure white crystal cores. With 10 crystal cores of each type, the task is complete. Next, I need to find the central point. The central point he referred to was the spot in the gray death area containing the force of life and the spot in the white life area containing the force of death. The undead army activated the undead vision to search. At this moment, the undead vision was far more useful than the naked eye. In a world of only gray and white, it quickly found the target locations. Having experienced the peculiar star once before, Lin Moyo was now familiar with the process. After locating the target points, Lin Moyo headed to the central point, the very center of the peculiar star. The central point was located in the middle zone where the two forces intertwined, filled with many mutated lifeforms. Sensing the presence of an intruder, the mutated lifeforms began to swarm towards Lin Moyo. Lin Moyo ignored them, flying quickly around the central life area to find the exact central point. After flying hundreds of laps, he finally pinpointed the central point. By this time, nearly 100 gray-white mutated lifeforms were following him. For other god kings, encountering so many mutated lifeforms would be terrifying, and they would flee in panic. But for Lin Moyo, these creatures were nothing. Upon reaching the central point, Lin Moyo stopped and watched the mutated lifeforms rush towards him. He raised his hand, and bone hell appeared, enveloping all the mutated lifeforms. Undying flames rose from the hell, and the peculiar spirits launched fierce attacks on the mutated lifeforms. In less than a minute, all the mutated lifeforms, which could make god kings tremble, were killed. Bone hell now contained over 100 gray-white crystal cores, belonging to the mutated lifeforms. These mutated lifeforms were not weak. Even a 6th or 7th tier god king would find them troublesome. One-on-one was manageable, but facing many would mean only escape. However, Lin Moyo was their nemesis. Bone hell contained numerous slaves, including over 57th tier god king peculiar spirits, over 100 8th tier god king peculiar spirits, and more than a dozen 9th tier god king peculiar spirits. Even without using the undead army, Lin Moyo could easily kill them. After collecting the crystal cores, Lin Moyo stood at the central point, with two forces of laws in his palms. He threw the two forces of laws, the life force into the death area and the death force into the life area. The two opposing forces landed on the respective points. Boom! The entire peculiar star exploded, emitting brilliant light. The light carried an immensely powerful repulsive force, expelling everyone from the star except Lin Moyo. God kings from various races were forced to leave the peculiar star, unable to stop until they were 20,000 kilometers away. The peculiar star became a forbidden zone within a 100,000 kilometer radius, inaccessible to anyone. The peculiar star shone brightly in the starry sky, with only Lin Moyo standing at its center, eyes closed, sensing the changes. The areas of life and death were exchanging places. The life force in the gray death area grew stronger, and the death force in the white life area became more intense. Both forces were suppressed to their limits before exploding. The overwhelming force suppressed the original attributes. Polar reversal. Life and death exchange. Yin and yang fusion. Control life and death at will. Countless insights flooded Lin Moyo's mind, filling his soul world. In his soul world, the Law Star River appeared. The Star River shone brightly, bringing countless profound truths, echoing and dancing in the soul world. Lin Moyo's understanding of the undying law continuously deepened. The feeling was identical to before, but this time the insights came more fiercely, causing intense pain in his soul. A vast amount of knowledge about the undying law was forcibly imprinted into his soul, leaving indelible marks. Lin Moyo suddenly thought of two words: inheritance. He realized that the peculiar star was a form of inheritance from ancient times. Only those who mastered the undying law could receive this inheritance. Which powerful being left this inheritance? Could it be that mysterious master? In Lin Moya's understanding, only that mysterious master could have mastered the undying law. The mysterious manor, the ancient tomb, the netherworld marsh all had records of the master, all pointing to the same being. But Lin Moyo had no time to ponder further, as the overwhelming insights flooded his mind. He felt like a small boat in a raging sea, on the verge of being destroyed. He had no energy to think about anything else, focusing entirely on absorbing the insights. The inheritance was too domineering, giving Lin Moya no room to breathe. He had to either successfully receive the inheritance or have his soul shattered, potentially becoming a fool even if he could be reborn. Lin Moya couldn't understand why receiving an inheritance was so dangerous. But he had no chance to regret. He could only face the waves head-on, determined to succeed or die trying. With a solid foundation and perfect ascension to God King, Lin Moya's small boat had no flaws. No matter how big the waves, they couldn't easily overturn him. Enduring the intense pain in his soul, he absorbed the vast insights, deepening his understanding of the undying law, and rapidly increasing his law mastery. 31%, 32%. 35%. Lin Moya's body trembled, his aura suddenly growing stronger, officially stepping into the second tier of the God King realm. From the God King realm onwards, every 5% increase in law mastery would strengthen the soul and elevate the realm by one tier. This would continue until the 5th tier of the God King realm, when law mastery would reach 50%. From the 6th tier of the God King realm, each tier would require a 10% increase in law mastery, until reaching the peak of the God King realm and entering the minor God Sovereign realm, with law mastery at 100%. Chapter 1427. Chapter 1427, 1427. Chapter 1427, the show wasn't finished, but they lost their lives. Lin Moya was feeling both pain and joy. His realm was advancing too quickly. In just one day, he went from the 1st tier of the God King realm to the 2nd tier. After his soul advanced, his soul power was replenished by the talent giant tree, taking almost no time to become full again. With abundant soul power and perfect comprehension of the laws without any flaws, all he felt was some pain and increased danger from this method of inheritance. But it was full of advantages. In just one day, Lin Moya reached the 2nd tier of the God King realm. However, the inheritance had not ended, and the surging insights kept growing stronger. The pain in his soul came in bigger and bigger waves, leaving Lin Moya with no way to retreat. He could only grit his teeth and endure while putting all his effort into accepting the insights of the laws, understanding and digesting them. He needed to know the reasons behind everything. Lin Moya felt like his brain was about to burn up, with smoke coming from his soul. The talent giant tree swayed continuously, as if trying to cool Lin Moya down with the 813 method. In the void, a group of God Kings stood 100,000 kilometers away from the peculiar star, their malicious gazes fixed on Lin Moya. At this moment, Lin Moya was the only one on the peculiar star. When the peculiar lifeforms were expelled, they died collectively. A large number of crystal cores fell to the ground and then merged into it, disappearing. Dust returns to dust, earth returns to earth. These strongest crystal cores originally belonged to the peculiar star, so they returned to it. The gray and white peculiar star had its two areas exchanged. The immense energy concentrated on Lin Moya, and his aura began to increase rapidly. It's that human guy. He found the secret of the peculiar star. I can't believe the secret I've been searching for so long was discovered by him. The peculiar star is indeed powerful. In just one day, it raised him from the 1st tier of the God King realm to the 2nd tier. Tisk tisk, no matter what tier of the God King realm, once he finishes advancing, I'll definitely capture him and ask about the secrets inside. The God King realm experts from various races looked at Lin Moya with malice. In their eyes, Lin Moya had snatched away their opportunity. Whoever snatches away opportunities must be punished. Whether they had grudges with the human race or not, from this moment on, they had formed a deadly feud with Lin Moya. Lin Moya was completely unaware of this, putting all his effort into receiving the inheritance with no attention to spare for anything else. 3 days later, an invisible force suddenly transmitted from the void. In an instant, billions of kilometers were locked down, and space became heavy and stable. Most teleportation devices lost their function. The God Kings surrounding the peculiar star, preparing to capture Lin Moya and interrogate him, were stunned. Who locked down space? Such a strong locking force with such a wide range. It's not an ordinary starry sky bead. At least a God Sovereign artifact has this kind of range. Could a God Sovereign have come? Is it a human God Sovereign here to protect him? Amidst their discussion, an army appeared in their line of sight. The army numbered around 10,000 and had an immense aura. Every member was a God King. An army of God King soldiers could be considered the elite main force. However, this army was strange, consisting of demons, Golden Eagle clan members, and 3 Silver clan members. It was common knowledge in the great world that the demons and Golden Eagle clan were enemies. How could they form a joint army and put aside their grudges? And what about the 3 Silver clan? Although not enemies, they wouldn't form a joint army either. All the God Kings present looked dumbfounded. At the very front of the formation were 9 people leading the way. Their auras were powerful. Although all God Kings, they were clearly stronger than the others. Of these 9, 6 were demons, 2 were from the Golden Eagle clan, and 1 was from the 3 Silver clan. Suddenly, someone from the dumbfounded God Kings exclaimed, "I recognize them. They're the guys on the human bounty list. I remember now. The demons and Golden Eagle clan have been looking for a human named Lin Moya recently. Not just them, many who hold grudges against humans have been looking for him. They say Lin Moya is the strongest genius in the human race, called the second war god. I've heard that too. Apparently, he came from a small world and became a super god at 28, with unmatched talent. Could it be? Someone suddenly realized something and looked at Lin Moyu in the peculiar star. Could he be Lin Moyu? Everyone's expression showed shock. If the person in the peculiar star was Lin Moyu, then the Demon, Golden Eagle clan, and 3 Silver clan joint army made sense. They were all enemies of the human race. To suppress the human genius, they temporarily put aside their grudges and formed a joint army. It didn't seem impossible. The 3-race joint army flew quickly towards them. Apart from the 9 leaders at the front, there were 3 more above the army, emanating astonishing auras. 3 god sovereigns. The Demons, Golden Eagle clan, and 3 Silver clan each dispatched 1 god sovereign. This was simply a formation to ensure a kill, leaving Lin Moyu no path to survival. Someone realized something was wrong and shouted loudly, "Retreat! We need to retreat quickly." But it was too late. The Golden Eagle clan god sovereign's cold voice rang out, "Clear the area." In an instant, dazzling light flashed as the Golden Eagle clan took action. They had dispatched 3,000 members this time, forming 3 battle formations of 1,000 each. Although the Golden Eagle clan battle formation was not as famous as the Demon battle formation, it was superior in speed. In the great world, there was a saying, if chased by a Demon battle formation, there was still a chance to escape. But if chased by a Golden Eagle clan battle formation, one could only wait for death. This showed how terrifying the Golden Eagle clan battle formation was. If you couldn't defeat it, you could only wait to die, with no chance to escape. The 3 Golden Eagle clan battle formations transformed into 3 streaks of golden light, like a torrential flood sweeping forth. The god kings who had been waiting to interrogate Lin Moyu all changed expression and immediately fled. But unfortunately, their speed was far too slow compared to the Golden Eagle clan's speed. Especially after forming the battle formations, the Golden Eagle clan's speed became even faster. The golden torrents swept through the void, swallowing these fleeing god kings one by one. Wherever the torrents passed, there were no more traces of them. In just a few minutes, the void became extremely quiet, with only the 3-race joint army and the peculiar star remaining. Lin Moyu was completely unaware of what happened outside the peculiar star. He had no ability to divert his attention. The Golden Eagle clan god sovereign looked towards the peculiar star, locking onto Lin Moyu, and gave another order, "Kill him." The 3 golden torrents turned in the void again, charging towards the peculiar star. A thunderous boom erupted as the golden light exploded in the void. The 3 golden torrents were like crashing into an unbreakable high wall, shattering and scattering. The battle formations collapsed, and the Golden Eagle clan god kings inside were blown away. The Golden Eagle clan god sovereign's expression turned ugly, not expecting this result. He felt he had lost face. A god sovereign needed to save face, and this time, he had truly lost it completely. The demon god sovereign mocked him, sneering, "You're really useless. Let me show you my clan's battle formation." With his command, 1,000 demon god kings formed a battle formation, transforming into a giant demon blade that slashed towards the peculiar star. Another thunderous boom, and the peculiar star remained motionless. The demon battle formation met the same fate as the Golden Eagle clans, collapsing on the spot. The demon god kings inside coughed up fresh blood, blown in all directions. "Ha ha ha, your demon battle formation is nothing special either." The Golden Eagle clan god sovereign laughed loudly, feeling that he had regained his face. Only the 3 silver clan god sovereign watched coldly. "Let's take action ourselves." Chapter 1428. Chapter 1428, 1428. Chapter 1428, Am I arrogant? Let's find out. The god sovereign of the 3 silver clan belonged to the silver snake lineage. His voice was slightly sharp, accompanied by the characteristic hissing sound of snakes. "Let's handle this ourselves." It wasn't a suggestion but a notification. As soon as he finished speaking, he took action. A silver light flashed in the starry sky, transforming into a vast star river. Waves surged within the Law Star River, and the laws poured out, transforming into giant silver pythons that charged towards the peculiar star. The silver pythons crashed into the peculiar star and immediately disintegrated, having no effect on the peculiar star. Each time a silver python disintegrated, the god sovereign of the 3 silver clan would tremble. These silver pythons carried his soul power, and each disintegration caused a backlash. Seeing that the silver pythons were useless, he gritted his teeth and waved his hand, smashing the entire Law Star River onto the peculiar star. With a thunderous boom, the Law Star River shattered, and the god sovereign let out a sharp scream, spitting out a mouthful of blood. The god sovereigns of the Demon clan and the Golden Eagle clan looked at each other in disbelief. They couldn't believe how sturdy the peculiar star was. The god sovereign of the Golden Eagle clan said, "It seems we can't do anything to him before Lin Moyu comes out." "Then let's surround this place. I don't believe he won't come out." "No need to rush. We have the initiative. This starry sky is already sealed, he has no chance to escape. Besides, we agreed beforehand that Lin Moyu would first be dealt with by the juniors." "Exactly, why rush? He wants to kill those on the bounty list, so let's see how capable he is." The 3 of them sneered, as if they had Lin Moyu in the palm of their hands. Under their orders, the 3-race coalition spread out, each guarding a direction. The 3 god sovereigns then hid in the void. At the forefront of the 3-race coalition stood 9 individuals, all ranked in the top 10 of the Vermilion Bird Star Domain's human bounty list. Those who could make it onto the human bounty list were generally geniuses of their respective races, capable of fighting across levels and even realms. Apart from their cultivation levels, their talent and potential were the main factors. Just like Lin Moyu, who topped the must-kill list of various races, not because of his high cultivation level but because of his astonishing potential. The human race didn't want to see geniuses from other races grow, and other races felt the same. Especially for someone like Lin Moyo, who had the potential to become the second war god Xiao Zhantian, they wanted to eliminate him without mercy. This time, the rare cooperation among the races was to kill Lin Moyo. They even activated spies hidden within the human race to leak a lot of information about Lin Moyo. Upon learning that Lin Moyo had come to the 8 to 88 area, they quickly escalated the battle, dispatching many god sovereigns to hold back the human god sovereigns. Then, they aimed to kill Lin Moyo. The pain in Lin Moya's soul gradually subsided as the inheritance neared its end. Lin Moya's law mastery had reached 40%, firmly placing him in the third tier of the God King realm. Having just perfectly ascended to God King, he had reached the third tier in such a short time, an incredibly rapid improvement. As the pain completely disappeared, Lin Moya let out a long breath. It's finally over. It was really dangerous, I almost failed. It seems I shouldn't accept another inheritance for a while, at least not until I've fully digested this one. The quality of the soul is very important. If my soul hadn't reached the peak of the 4th grade, I might have been in trouble. There are 3 more peculiar stars in the human star domain, located in the Suanmu star domain, the White Tiger star domain, and the Divine City. I can check them out when my soul becomes stronger. During the inheritance, various insights surged, transforming into immense power that directly impacted his soul. If his soul quality hadn't been high enough and his will strong enough, he might have become a fool even if he didn't die. Inheritance, though beneficial, wasn't easy to endure. Moreover, the peculiar star was a unique opportunity for him alone, others couldn't take it away, so there was no need to rush. The insights imprinted into his soul, though fully understood, hadn't been completely absorbed and transformed into his own strength. The entire process would take time and also require practical combat. As the inheritance ended, the peculiar star gradually calmed down. The peculiar lifeforms on it had completely disappeared. The forces of life and death still existed but were weaker than before and needed time to recover. For the peculiar lifeforms to reappear, it would take even longer, possibly thousands or tens of thousands of years. As the peculiar star returned to calm, Lin Moya sensed countless gazes fixed on him. Looking up, he couldn't help but smile. So, you're all here. In the void 100,000 kilometers away, 9 figures stood in a row. Behind them was the 3-race coalition. Do they think they can kill me with just these guys? Lin Moya's gaze swept over them, and a skeleton appeared beside him. Using the undead vision, he scanned the entire area again. So, there are 3 god sovereigns hiding in the dark. Now it makes sense. Lin Moya slowly ascended, leaving the peculiar star and approaching the 3-race coalition. As soon as Lin Moya moved, the 3-race coalition's powerful aura surged. Every soldier was a god king, and in terms of realm, none were weaker than Lin Moyo. The combined aura of the 3-race coalition formed a massive pressure that bore down on Lin Moyo. Lin Moya's expression remained unchanged. This level of pressure was nothing to his peak 4th grade soul. Stopping 1,000 miles away, Lin Moya's gaze swept over the 9 figures. 9 of you, all here. His casual demeanor infuriated the 9. Among them, a demon sneered. Human Lin Moyo, you finally came out. I've heard you want to kill me. Lin Moya looked at the demon, who was slightly odd in shape, standing 5 meters tall but as thin as a bamboo pole. Who are you? I don't recognize you. Judging by the demon's soul strength, he was at the 2nd or 3rd tier of the God King realm. Lin Moya guessed he was the 10th ranked fire demon, the weakest among the top 10 on the bounty list. The demon race occupied 6 of the top 10 spots on the bounty list, and each had a name or title, indicating they were geniuses within their royal family. In the demon race, ordinary demons weren't qualified to have names or titles, most were just numbers. The fire demon's eyes burned with anger, feeling belittled by Lin Moya's lack of recognition. He roared, I am fire. Before he could finish, Lin Moya interrupted, forget it, no need to say. You'll all be dead soon anyway, so it doesn't matter. I won't be erecting tombstones for you. Scoundrel. The fire demon was furious. The others also showed anger in their eyes, shouting in unison, you're courting death. Lin Moya sighed, don't waste time. I still have a task to complete. Come at me together, including the army and the 3 hiding god sovereigns. In the void, the 3 god sovereigns revealed themselves. The god sovereign of the Golden Eagle clan, clad in golden armor, looked like a divine being. He sneered at Lin Moya, you're quite arrogant. Are all human geniuses as arrogant as you? Lin Moya chuckled, am I arrogant? Let's find out. Chapter 1429. Chapter 1429, 1429. Chapter 1429, the feeling of punching flesh is really nice. Lin Moya, with a hint of wildness, faced the coalition of 3 races, including god sovereigns, without any fear. He had anticipated the current situation, and it was not much different from what he had expected. The only slightly troublesome part was the 3 god sovereigns, the others were not worth mentioning. Dealing with the god sovereigns would require some effort. Arrogant. Watch how I kill you. Fire Demon was the first to charge out. He felt that Lin Moya completely looked down on him. Although he was the weakest among the 9, it didn't mean he had no pride. Fire Demon's entire body ignited with pitch-black flames, transforming into a fiery figure. The demon race's flames came in 2 types, Hellfire, which was black and red, and Abyssal Fire, which was dark green. Fire Demon belonged to the Hellfire lineage. If he manipulated the flame laws, he would produce black and red Hellfire. However, he had also absorbed a trace of Abyssal Fire, causing his flames to mutate and turn pitch black. Hellfire and Abyssal Fire were like 2 sides of a coin. Hellfire was violent and represented the yang side, while Abyssal Fire was gentle and represented the yin side. When combined, their power didn't seem to change much, but they became more toxic, producing intense fire poison. Once touched, it was like being poisoned, causing continuous damage. The flames surged, and Een Fire Demon manipulated the flames to form a fire snake that coiled towards Lin Moyo. Lin Moyo let out a light snort. Facing the overwhelming fire snake, he didn't dodge but instead threw a punch. Truly arrogant, daring to use your body to take it head-on. Stop! What kind of human genius is this? Just a conceited fool. Wait to be devoured by Een Fire and burned to ashes. Een Fire Demon didn't expect Lin Moyo to use his fist to counter his attack. His eyes filled with a cold smile, and he laughed loudly with disdain. At the same time, he intensified his flames, and the fire snake instantly engulfed Lin Moyo. The people around him were equally surprised, not expecting Lin Moyo to be this kind of person. They all felt a bit regretful, thinking they should have taken action themselves. This credit shouldn't have gone to the weakest Een Fire Demon. The so-called top human genius, the second war god Xiao, turned out to be such a disappointment. Even as enemies, they wanted to face a strong opponent. At this moment, the demon god sovereign suddenly shouted, "Be careful." Careful? Careful of what? Een Fire Demon was stunned. Before he could react, golden light burst from within the fire snake. Lin Moyo, shrouded in golden light, charged out from the fire snake, instantly appearing in front of Een Fire Demon. A seemingly ordinary punch, glowing with golden light, struck Een Fire Demon's head like a thunderbolt. Boom! Golden light exploded along with the flames, shattering Een Fire Demon's head and erasing his soul. With just one simple punch, the 10th-ranked Een Fire Demon on the Vermilion Birdstar Domain's bounty list was dead. The remaining 8 felt a chill in their hearts. Lin Moyo was not what they had imagined. With a smile, Lin Moyo's gaze swept over them. "Your turn." Shrouded in golden light, he charged towards the nearest person. This one was also a demon, but Lin Moyo didn't know who he was or his ranking on the bounty list. He only knew he had to kill him. Avoid him. Don't let him get close. He has the God King golden body, at least a second-tier God King physical body. Keep your distance, don't engage in close combat. Use spells to restrain him. The God Sovereign's voices rang out again, reminding the remaining 8. However, they didn't take action. Although Lin Moyo displayed the God King golden body, it wasn't enough to make them helpless. These 9, no, the remaining 8, were all top geniuses of the 3 races, with rich combat experience and natural countermeasures. The 8 immediately retreated, avoiding direct contact with Lin Moyo, especially the 2 God Kings of the Golden Eagle clan, who retreated the fastest. At the same time, they shot beams of golden light at Lin Moyo. Lin Moyo casually threw 2 punches, extinguishing the golden light. One punch to break 10,000 laws. No matter the attack, he could break it with a punch. The strength of his physical body gave Lin Moyo a sense of invincibility. Transforming into a stream of light, Lin Moyo instantly appeared in front of the targeted demon, throwing a fierce punch. This demon was named Gilai Demon, previously ranked 2nd on the bounty list but had fallen to 5th in recent years. His realm remained at the 4th tier of the God King realm, with no progress, allowing others to catch up. Lin Moyo's sudden appearance startled him. He couldn't understand why Lin Moyo's speed was so fast, even faster than the Golden Eagle clan. He didn't dare to take Lin Moyo's punch head-on. A giant shield appeared in his hand, blocking in front of him. The shield was covered in countless spikes, looking extremely sharp, a low-tier God King magical treasure. Lin Moyo's punch landed on the shield, producing a thunderous boom. The spikes broke, and the shield cracked like a spider web. The immense force transmitted through the shield to Gilai Demon, who screamed as he was sent flying. His speed was fast, but Lin Moyo was faster, instantly catching up and delivering another punch to his head. Gilai Demon was terrified, his law domain expanding to cover tens of thousands of miles of starry sky, his body emitting intense black light, growing larger. He raised the shield again, blocking in front of him. Boom! The second punch shattered the shield and the hand behind it. Gilai Demon screamed as his body disappeared. In the next second, he reappeared tens of thousands of miles away in the starry sky. Gilai Demon belonged to the Abyssal Demon lineage, possessing the Abyssal Law. He could move freely within his law domain. However, each move had a cooldown time. The higher the cultivation, the farther the move, and the shorter the cooldown. Gilai Demon could move 3 times per second, with a maximum distance of 20,000 kilometers each time. In other words, his spell had a cooldown of 0.33 seconds. After moving, Gilai Demon was still in shock, unable to catch his breath before golden light flashed before him, and Lin Moyo appeared again. A golden fist came crashing down. Impossible. How can he be so fast? Gilai Demon couldn't think, his body instinctively moving again, reappearing 20,000 kilometers away. Just as he saw the scene before him, the golden light appeared again. Gilai Demon was utterly terrified, instinctively moving again. This time, he didn't see the golden light after moving. Just as he breathed a sigh of relief, he heard his companion's exclamation. He recognized the voice as Finks, the strongest among them. Finks seems to be saying be careful. This was his last thought before his vision exploded, and his consciousness plunged into darkness. A fist struck from behind, shattering his head. The feeling of punching flesh is really nice. Lin Moyo, with a cold smile, looked at the remaining enemies. The remaining 6 were completely stunned. The 2 from the Golden Eagle clan looked at Lin Moyo in disbelief. Impossible. How can your speed be so fast? Lin Moyo's speed surpassed theirs, even outpacing Gilai Demon's teleportation. They were from the Golden Eagle clan, known for their speed among all races in the Great World. But now they realized that Lin Moyo was faster than them. If Lin Moyo were to chase them, they wouldn't be able to escape either. They had never encountered such an opponent before, and the Golden Eagle clan, known for their speed, was at a loss. Attack together. Kill him. At this moment, Finks let out a furious roar, his law domain expanding, and a large net was cast towards Lin Moyo. Chapter 1430. Chapter 1430, 1430. Chapter 1430, more people, right? A large net sparkled and rapidly expanded, covering tens of thousands of miles of starry sky. Lin Moyo felt a force locking onto him, emanating from this large net treasure. Finks wanted to use this large net to restrict Lin Moya's speed. This was a high-level Divine King treasure with the ability to trap and control enemies. Moreover, because of its high grade, even though Lin Moyo had a Divine King's golden body and a strong physical body, it was not something he could easily destroy. As long as they could hold Lin Moyo for a while, they could kill him together. No matter what, Lin Moya's realm was only at the third level of the Divine King. Lin Moya sneered disdainfully, spreading his wings of the undead. In an instant, he cut off the soul lock, ignored the large net, and transformed into a stream of light, rushing out directly. Finks' face changed dramatically, and he shouted angrily, "Restrain him." A member of the Silver Tribe, a silver dog, suddenly produced a giant conch from his mouth and howled at the sky. Sound waves like sharp arrows drilled into Lin Moya's head, aiming to pierce his soul. A soul attack. Trying to restrain him with a soul attack, Lin Moyo could only laugh at his ignorance. The sharp arrows were blocked by a crystal barrier, and the soul attack of the Divine King realm had no effect on Lin Moyo. With a soul at the peak of the 4th grade, a jade soul turning purple, and such strong soul defense, even a divine sovereign would have to spend some effort to kill Lin Moyo from the soul level. Lin Moyo was not affected at all. Instead, he turned around and flew towards the silver dog. Impossible. The silver dog was startled, his soul attack was useless. He didn't dare to let Lin Moyo get close, so he shrank his law domain to cover himself, then his body split into 10 into 100, and in the blink of an eye, he turned into tens of thousands of identical silver dogs, fleeing in all directions. Tens of thousands of silver dogs with the same aura and appearance, making it difficult to distinguish. Lin Moya's expression did not change, he instantly changed direction, and in the blink of an eye, he caught up and punched. Boom! Heads exploded, and all the silver dogs disappeared. A corpse was left in front of Lin Moyo, with blood still flowing. He died not understanding how his technique was seen through. Lin Moyo naturally wouldn't tell him that he could split his body, but his soul was only one. Lin Moyo just used the undead vision to firmly lock onto him, without any mistake. Bold! A furious roar came from the void above. The divine sovereign of the Silver Tribe was somewhat exasperated. He didn't expect the genius of his tribe to be killed so easily. Lin Moyo looked up. "Don't just shout, come down if you have the guts." The divine sovereign of the Silver Tribe held his status. "Ignorant boy, I'll let you jump around for a while longer." Lin Moyo sneered. At this moment, golden light appeared behind him. The Golden Eagle tribe members made their move. 2 Golden Eagle tribe members attacked Lin Moyo from behind, unleashing thousands of golden rays. The golden rays, carrying the sharpness of the gold law, enveloped Lin Moyo from head to toe. At the same time, Finks and another demon attacked from both sides, Finks holding a long spear, transforming into a stream of light and stabbing towards Lin Moyo. The other demon roared. Sound waves layered and solidified the starry sky, locking Lin Moyo in place. The Golden Eagle tribe was responsible for breaking the defense, a 5th-level Divine King demon was responsible for control, and then the 6th-level Divine King Finks would deliver the final blow. Lin Moyo was indeed controlled, unable to move for a moment. The dense golden light fell on him, making a clanging sound. Lin Moyo's whole body shone with golden light, mixed with the Golden Eagle tribe's attack, turning into a golden light ball. The tip of Finks' spear emitted black and red flames, he roared, and the hell law fully erupted. The black and red flames swept across the void, then shrank violently, and then exploded. All the power concentrated at one point and exploded. The black and red flames contained immense death law, raging in the void. The demon divine sovereign smiled with satisfaction. Although Finks is only at the 6th level of the Divine King, this spear carries the hellfire and death law. Even a 9th-level Divine King would be severely injured. Even if Lin Moyo has a Divine King's golden body, he can't withstand the attack of the death law. He implied that Lin Moyo, who was only at the 3rd level of the Divine King, was undoubtedly dead. The Golden Eagle tribe's divine sovereign said nothing. He stared firmly at the center of the explosion, watching the result. Gradually, his expression changed. The demon divine sovereign, who was confident just now, also had a different expression. With a hint of shock, he whispered, "He didn't die." Not only did he not die, he wasn't even injured. Lin Moyo stood in the flames, letting the black and red flames burn him, letting the death law rage. He stood there calmly. Seeing the attack as nothing, Lin Moyo smiled, but in the eyes of the 6 people, it turned into fear. His physical body was too strong, his defense was too strong, they couldn't hurt him at all. His attack was too strong, they couldn't block it at all. How could they fight? Control him. Finks shouted. Since they couldn't defeat him, they would control him and let others kill him. They were not just 6 people, they had an army behind them, they had battle formations. The last 2 demons who hadn't made a move came over, each controlling Lin Moyo. One was a 5th-level Divine King, the other was a 4th-level Divine King. Both were hell demons, their laws were similar and their powers were connected. From the perspective of the law, Lin Moyo had to admit, he was indeed inferior to them. Even using the Divine King's golden body, it was difficult to break free from their combined control. Finks threw the large net again, covering Lin Moyo. The net shrank and bound Lin Moyo. Lin Moyo's whole body shone with golden light, blocking the net, but it was difficult to break free for a while. The 2 Golden Eagle tribe Divine Kings continuously attacked Lin Moyo, limiting his power. Even if they couldn't break his defense, they could weaken his power and play a restraining role. Finks was overjoyed, shouting, "Battle formation, attack!" His individual power was insufficient to harm Lin Moyo. Now, besides the three divine sovereigns, they could only rely on the battle formation. The demon army, a full 5,000 divine kings, formed a battle formation, stronger than a battle formation of 1,000 divine kings. 5,000 demons, at least at the third level of the divine king, formed a battle formation, manifesting a giant war knife, occupying a large part of the starry sky. The war knife was over 100,000 meters long. In front of this war knife, Lin Moyo was smaller than the tip of the knife, like an ant. The aura of the war knife had surpassed the ninth level of the divine king, reaching the level of a minor divine sovereign. In Lin Moyo's perception, this war knife could be compared to the black sand divine king in the yellow sand desert. 3,000 golden eagle tribe divine kings also formed a battle formation. A golden arrow appeared in the starry sky. The arrow had no bow, but it emitted a terrifying sharpness, as if it could pierce everything. Finally, a battle formation formed by 1,000 silver tribe members, all of whom were silver snakes. A giant snake, 100,000 meters long, appeared in the starry sky, its eyes shooting beams of light at Lin Moyo. The beams had a binding effect, firmly locking Lin Moyo. Die! Finks shouted, and the three battle formations attacked together. The war knife slashed across the sky, tearing the starry sky. The golden arrow shot through the sky, carrying boundless sharpness. One binding, two attacks, launching a deadly attack on Lin Moyo. Finks sneered, "You're dead." Lin Moyo smiled, "More people, right?" Lin Moyo flicked his finger, and undead flames appeared out of thin air in the void. The void seemed to have a big hole, flames poured out crazily, and a skeleton throne appeared with the flames. Formed by the power of 1,000,000,000 skeletons, 100,000 meters tall skeleton king stood up from the throne, raising the bone sword in his hand. God-slaying sword. Chapter 1431. Chapter 1431, 1431. Chapter 1431, there might be a calamity of extermination in the future. Lin Moyo summoned the strongest skeleton king to date. When he was at the first stage of the God King, the skeleton king he summoned had already reached the peak of the minor god sovereign. Now that he is at the third stage of the God King, the combat power of the three basic skeleton levels has correspondingly increased, and the skeletons formed by their combination have become even stronger. Lin Moyo himself doesn't know exactly how strong they are, as this is the first time he has used them. The skeleton king swung the god-slaying sword towards the demon battle formation. The terrifying sword light burst forth, and a river of laws appeared in the void. In the river of laws, bones were scattered everywhere, and countless skeletons stood up from the bones, collectively swinging their swords. The sword light was extremely dazzling, and the demon battle formation almost collapsed instantly. The three god sovereigns in the void were all shocked, and the demon god sovereign's face changed dramatically. God sovereign combat power. This god-slaying sword summoned the river of laws, stepping into the combat power of a god sovereign. With one sword, it shattered the battle formation composed of 5,000 god king realm demons, and the battle blade in the void collapsed, causing countless demon casualties. The skeleton king's combat power stepping into the god sovereign realm was both unexpected and reasonable. Lin Moyo, with a cold smile, did not stop his actions. At the moment the skeleton king made a move, his second spell was already cast. Stellar level spell, Undead Gaze. The void trembled violently, igniting blazing flames. The entire space seemed to be torn apart, and a giant eye, millions of meters in size, emerged from the crack. The eye burned with grey flames, looking cold and merciless, chilling to the bone. Among all of Lin Moyo's spells, if any had the greatest power, it was undoubtedly the Undead Gaze. The million-meter-sized undead eye could scare even a god sovereign. But the undead eye was not just for scaring with Lin Moyo at the third stage of the God King. The undead eye was enough to obliterate the soul of a fifth-stage God King. The undead eye, carrying the undying flames, swept over the Golden Eagle clan's battle formation. The golden arrows suddenly stopped in mid-air and then collapsed. The Golden Eagle clan members in the battle formation clutched their heads in pain, their expressions twisted in agony. Some of the weaker souls among the Golden Eagle clan members were already frozen in place, their souls obliterated, dying on the spot. To deal with a battle formation, besides using absolute combat power to forcibly break it, soul attacks were the best method. The undead eye swept over the Golden Eagle clan members and then gazed at the three silver clans' battle formation. Screams rang out, and the three silver clans' battle formation also couldn't withstand the gaze of the undead eye, collapsing with a roar. The three god sovereigns looked at this scene in disbelief, unable to believe that Lin Moyo could be so strong. The geniuses on the bounty list, led by Finks, were even more stunned with fear. How can he be so strong? How can he be so strong? Impossible, we are all geniuses, how can the gap be so big? One thought after another flashed through their minds. Even though they were all geniuses, the gap between them was too vast. Lin Moyo looked at Finks with a smile. It's your turn. Lin Moyo's smile scared Finks to the core. Retreat! He shouted, retreating frantically. His voice was already weak, and he was truly scared. He could rank first on the human bounty list in the Vermilion Bird Star region, able to fight across 3 levels, and was known as the #1 demon of the Vermilion Bird Star region. He never put human geniuses in his eyes. But today, Lin Moyo completely shattered his confidence. Seeing Lin Moyo easily destroy the battle formation, Lin Moyo's terror left a deep imprint on his heart. He no longer dared to fight Lin Moyo, he only wanted to escape and let the god sovereigns kill Lin Moyo. As Finks retreated, the others also retreated frantically. They were also scared to death by Lin Moyo, not wanting to fight this monster anymore. You can't escape. Lin Moyo pressed his palm down, and an invisible aura flew out from his body, instantly enveloping a large area of the void, covering Finks and the others. Finks suddenly found that his world had changed. Bones were everywhere, and white bones were all around. Gray flames burned fiercely around him, and many indistinct enemies appeared. Then he felt a huge pressure on his body, as if it was going to crush him. Driven by the instinct to survive, Finks began to fight back frantically. The bone hell covered a void of 100,000 kilometers, not only enveloping Finks and the others but also the surviving members of the three allied clans. From the moment the battle formation launched the attack, the Skeleton King and the Undead Eye appeared. The whole process happened in a flash, taking less than 2 seconds. The speed and rhythm of the God King level battle were terrifyingly fast. Unless it was a balanced fight, which could last for days and nights. If it was a crushing battle, life and death would be decided in an instant. Stop! The three God Sovereigns roared and made their moves. If they didn't act, not only would Finks and the others die, but the allied forces of the three clans would also be slaughtered. Lin Moya's combat power completely exceeded their expectations. A third-stage God King could actually exert the combat power of a God Sovereign. With their keen eyes, they could naturally see that the Skeleton King was a spell, not a puppet. This was the terrifying part. If it were a puppet, it wouldn't be so alarming. This also strengthened their resolve to kill Lin Moyu, as they tacitly agreed that Lin Moyu was very likely to become the second Xiao Zhantian. They absolutely couldn't let such a person grow, or else it would be a huge threat to other races. The three of them almost acted simultaneously, showing great coordination. Originally enemies, the Demon Clan and the Golden Eagle Clan now completely set aside their past grievances to kill the enemy together. Three vast rivers of laws appeared in the void. One river burned with hellfire, emitting black and red light, which was the Hellfire Law River from the Demon God Sovereign. Another river shone with golden light, making it impossible to look directly at it. The golden light turned into sharp arrows, and countless golden eagles seemed to be flying in the river. The last river shimmered with silver light, with waves rolling, looking the most ordinary. But if you looked closely, you would find that the waves of silver light were all composed of small silver snakes. These silver snakes merged into one, turning into giant silver pythons. The three rivers of laws poured towards Lin Moyu, intending to engulf him. The power of the God Sovereign was hard to resist. The bone hell shattered in response, and Lin Moyu, within it, groaned as he was swallowed by the rivers of laws. In the next moment, the Skeleton King charged into the rivers of laws and then rushed out again. Lin Moya stood on the white bone palm of the Skeleton King, his whole body enveloped in purple light. The attack of the three God Sovereigns directly broke his defense, activating his innate ability. Under the effect of his innate ability, he was reborn, his eyes clear and even with a hint of a smile. He looked at the three God Sovereigns, finally locked on. Previously, the bone hell covered the starry sky, also enveloping Lin Moyo. The three God Sovereigns broke the bone hell, but at the same time, the bone hell also planted a mark on them. Anyone marked by the bone hell could be locked onto by Lin Moya's soul, making it difficult to escape. This was the effect Lin Moya wanted. Even if it meant using up a chance to resurrect, he had to lock onto the three God Sovereigns, aiming for a sure kill. He didn't die. If this person is not eliminated, there will be endless troubles. If this person grows up, our three clans might face extermination in the future. His eyes, not good. Being swept by Lin Moya's gaze, the three of them felt a chill in their hearts. Then they saw three pieces of flesh and blood appear in Lin Moya's hands, emitting the aura of a God Sovereign. This was the flesh and blood of a God Sovereign. Chapter 1432. Chapter 1432 1432. Chapter 1432. Did I allow you to die? The three God Sovereigns felt a sense of impending doom, their powerful souls sending out warnings of danger. Lin Moya's soul lock had taken hold of them. Not good. The three simultaneously realized the danger and felt Lin Moya's soul lock. They reacted quickly, surrounding themselves with the Lost Star River. Under the protection of the Lost Star River, a God King Realm cultivator couldn't possibly lock onto their souls. God King Realm cultivators couldn't enter the Lost Star River, so there was no question of locking onto them. However, even after entering the Lost Star River, the sense of danger persisted, and the soul lock remained. What the hell? The three panicked, having never encountered such a situation before. Suddenly, each of them heard a loud noise. The noise came from their own bodies, and before they could check the source, their consciousness fell into boundless darkness. Dead. How did we die? Their final thoughts were useless questions, never to be answered. Previously, outside the Yellow Sand Desert, Lin Moyo had obtained 3 pieces of God Sovereign flesh. These were from the Nightmare God Sovereign, the Flame Demon God Sovereign, and the Stone Demon God Sovereign. Using these 3 pieces of flesh as explosive materials, and leveraging the Bone Hell's mark, he firmly locked onto the 3 God Sovereigns before him. Each of them experienced the effect of a corpse explosion. The effect was excellent. None of them could withstand the corpse explosion and were killed on the spot. A moment ago, the God Sovereigns were full of life, but now they were 3 mangled corpses floating in the silent void. No loss. Lin Moya smiled, satisfied with the one-for-one exchange. The effect was very good, not a losing deal at all. Finks and the others were already pale with fear. The God Sovereigns were dead, and these were God Sovereigns, 3 of them. Even if they were low-level God Sovereigns, they were still God Sovereigns. Lin Moya was only at the 3rd stage of the God King realm. No matter what methods he used, he shouldn't be able to defeat a God Sovereign. They were truly terrified. They didn't even have the thought of escaping. The starry sky was sealed, teleportation tools couldn't be used, and they were trapped. With Lin Moya's speed, he could kill them all. Finks suddenly realized something. Lin Moya, you released the news on purpose. Lin Moya smiled. This way, I can catch you all in one go. Otherwise, it would be too troublesome to find you one by one. Because it was too troublesome, he released the news to lure them in. Everyone was on each other's kill list, and Lin Moya's approach was understandable. Finks laughed, a chilling laugh. Lin Moyo, we lost this time, but you can't kill me. His aura surged, and his body suddenly swelled, clearly about to self-destruct. Did I allow you to die? A cold voice rang out, followed by a flash of red light above his head, and a curse descended. The undead eye also focused on him. The soul pain was unbearable, his mind went blank, and Finks' self-destruction was forcibly interrupted. The dual soul attack couldn't kill Finks, but it could interrupt his spell. Here, Lin Moyo controlled life and death. Without his permission, even suicide was impossible. Moreover, even if they died, they might not escape Lin Moyo's control. Everyone was in despair. Finks, enduring the pain, gave a final roar, scatter and escape. Whoever can escape, do it. His words were meant for the remaining three-clan coalition. Although the coalition had collapsed, over 8,000 people were still alive. If they scattered, Lin Moyo couldn't catch them all. Lin Moyo chuckled, pressing his palm down, and the bone hell appeared, covering 100,000 kilometers of void. Behind him, flames and starlight flickered, and the flame lich and starlight lich appeared. They were responsible for mopping up any stragglers. With the lightspeed lich's extreme speed, none would escape. The god sovereigns were dead, and dealing with these people didn't require Lin Moyo's full strength. He didn't even deploy the Undead Legion or the Buddha Lich. Many of the demons were avatars. After their death, they would carry information back to their main bodies. Lin Moyo couldn't reveal all his strength. In the previous battle in the Yellow Sand Desert, Lin Moyo had already exposed a lot of information. However, the demons also knew that Lin Moyo's strength was not on par with a god sovereign. So, they sent god sovereigns this time, thinking it was a sure win, but they were completely overturned. This showed the importance of keeping some cards hidden. In the Bone Hell, slaves roamed, and grey spirits launched fierce attacks on the three-clan coalition. The entire hell was filled with flames, with grey undead flames flying everywhere. The undead flames had astonishing corrosive power, similar to the death power of the undead law. The coalition struggled in the Bone Hell, stepping towards death. Those who died in the Bone Hell had their souls captured by the real hell, becoming eternal slaves. Even if they died in the Bone Hell, they would be resurrected in the real hell and reappear in the Bone Hell. The Bone Hell was like a projection of the real hell in the physical world, terrifying beyond measure. Lin Moyo no longer needed to manage the battle. The god kings in the coalition were dying, one by one becoming slaves and attacking their former comrades. What is this? Why can they revive after death? Why do they attack us after reviving? What kind of spell is this? I've never seen such a spell, it's too terrifying. Screams echoed from the Bone Hell. Finks' face was pale. He realized his fate. He tried to escape the Bone Hell, but with the Starlight Lich present, and under the influence of illusions, he had no chance. He couldn't even self-destruct. His life and death were not his own. Lin Moyo, I curse you to die a horrible death, worse than mine. Finks uttered the most vicious curse. Lin Moyo smiled, indifferent, you're not the first to curse me, and you won't be the last. Finks roared in anger, making his final struggle. As the battle progressed, it became faster and faster, and after half an hour, it was over. In the Bone Hell, a new army appeared, composed of demons, golden eagles, and the Silver Snake lineage of the Three Silver Clan. They looked alive, still full of vigor. But they had lost all color, from head to toe, inside and out, they were all gray. The power of hell had reconstructed their bodies, identical to their living forms. Lin Moyo tried to have them form battle formations, but it failed. They retained many of their spells, realms, and powers from life, but not the ability to form battle formations. Strictly speaking, they were already dead, no longer living beings. Lin Moyo speculated that they belonged to the Hell Army. If they were to form a battle formation, it would be a hell formation. Did hell formations exist? Lin Moyo had no doubt about this. Formations must exist, he just hadn't mastered them yet. He put away the Bone Hell and looked at the silent void, where three god sovereign corpses floated. Lin Moyo flicked his thoughts, sending out two clusters of undead flames, enveloping the demon god sovereign and the golden eagle god sovereign. Let the dogs bite each other. With a slight smile, Lin Moyo's killing intent was evident. Chapter 1433. Chapter 1433, 1433. Chapter 1433, this child has the talent of a leader. The undying flames burned fiercely, and the two god sovereigns were resurrected in the flames. They became the resurrected ones, bowing respectfully and devoutly before Lin Moyo. They faced Lin Moyo as if they were worshipping a deity. A command issued from Lin Moyo's mouth, and the two immediately obeyed, quickly departing. Lin Moyo ordered the Demon Clan God Sovereign to go to the battlefield between the Human Clan and the Golden Eagle Clan to massacre the Golden Eagle army. Meanwhile, the Golden Eagle Clan God Sovereign was sent to massacre the Demon Clan. Lin Moyo instructed them not to engage with the opposing God Sovereigns but to kill those below the God Sovereign level. The goal was not to kill the elite but to kill as many as possible. This war should be about to end, Lin Moyo thought to himself. He knew that part of the reason for the Human Clan's war was because of him. He used himself as bait to lure out and eliminate the traitors within the Human Clan. Although it was impossible to clear them all, he could at least eliminate most of them. Using the same method, he also lured out those on the bounty list to help him complete his tasks. Although it seemed like they had no direct interaction with him, they had actually done a lot for him. However, once a war starts, it is not up to the Human Clan alone to end it. Lin Moyo understood the thoughts of the higher-ups. In return for their help, he did what he could to become the terminator of this war. The Demon Clan and the Golden Eagle Clan failed to kill him, and their God Sovereigns suddenly defected, leading to a rare failure in their alliance. Naturally, this war could not continue. It wouldn't be long before the two clans would retreat on their own. The Human Clan could also take this opportunity to withdraw and stop the war in the Vermilion Bird Star region. By then, the traitors who had surfaced should have been cleared out. In summary, the human clan would be the ultimate victor in this war. Lin Moya collected the corpse of the 3 silver clan god sovereign and left the 8 to 88 area. In the vast void, he found the forward base and teleported back. Upon returning to Fortress Number 8, Lin Moya saw Zhu Kaiwu. Zhu Kaiwu looked at Lin Moya with a serious expression. "You really didn't die." The way he said it, Lin Moya really wanted to retort. But seeing the few people behind Zhu Kaiwu, he swallowed his words. They were the Thunder King Legion commander of Fortress Number 8 and 2 god sovereign elders. The 3 of them clearly understood Zhu Kaiwu's words and were holding back their laughter as they looked at Lin Moya. Lin Moya silently swallowed his words, thinking to himself, "I'll let it slide this time, giving you some face." He could clearly see the smile in Zhu Kaiwu's eyes. This old guy obviously said it on purpose. Lin Moya gave Zhu Kaiwu face, cupping his fists in salute. "Thanks to your blessing, senior, I didn't die." Zhu Kaiwu nodded. "What about those guys?" Lin Moya replied in a low voice, "All killed. The detailed information is recorded in the battlefield token." Zhu Kaiwu nodded in satisfaction. He turned to the Thunder King Legion commander behind him and said, "Prepare for the final battle. Let them know that our fists are hard and big enough." "Yes, sir." The Thunder King Legion commander immediately obeyed and left with the 2 elders. Zhu Kaiwu said, "Let's go back. Tell me the details of what happened." Lin Moya's actions were very important and would influence the decisions of the human clan's higher-ups. This war was largely initiated because of Lin Moya. There were casualties in the war, and the human clan would pay a significant price. Starting a war for one person might result in the deaths of thousands of warriors. It seemed not worth it, but in reality, it was very worth it. The human clan needed geniuses, true top-tier geniuses. When these geniuses grew into top-tier powerhouses, no amount of sacrifice would be too much. Similarly, Zhu Kaiwu knew that Lin Moya went to the 8 to 88 area but did not intervene. This danger also needed to be faced by Lin Moya himself because he would face more dangerous situations in the future, and Zhu Kaiwu couldn't be there every time. If Lin Moya died, then their operation would be considered a failure. The whole process was very complex, constantly weighing the pros and cons, making decisions based on gains and losses, so complex that even Zhu Kaiwu felt a headache. Lin Moya recounted his experience. When he mentioned the arrival of the 3-clan coalition and the 3 god sovereigns targeting him, Zhu Kaiwu really broke out in a cold sweat for Lin Moya. Until Lin Moya killed them all and resurrected 2 god sovereigns to attack each other, Zhu Kaiwu's eyes shone with admiration as he looked at Lin Moya. Zhu Kaiwu asked, "How did you think of making them attack each other?" Lin Moya smiled slightly. "Since I started the war, I should also end it. Once the dog-eat-dog mode starts, the war will end. As for whether you want to show mercy and let them go or use thunderous means to beat the drowning dog, that's entirely up to you, senior." Zhu Kaiwu's eyes were filled with satisfaction, and he praised Lin Moya in his heart. On the surface, he remained calm, but in his heart, he used all the words of praise he could think of for Lin Moya. What is a genius? Lin Moya was a true genius, even more so than Xiaosheng. Xiaosheng was very strong in combat, but he lacked in strategy. Xiaosheng could become a qualified warrior when he grew up, but he was not suitable to be a marshal and could not lead the human clan like Xiao Zhantian. But Lin Moya was different. Lin Moya was not only stronger in combat but also extremely smart. Throughout the entire process, Zhu Kaiwu never told Lin Moya their intentions, but Lin Moya guessed it through some simple information. How many people in the human clan could guess their true purpose? Even Xiaosheng, who was once called the star of the human clan, couldn't do it. Especially in the end, when Lin Moya resurrected 2 god sovereigns, it was a stroke of genius. In this way, the war could end with the 2 sides fighting each other. The human clan could retreat unscathed, and the first cooperation between the demon clan and the golden eagle clan would completely collapse. Zhu Kaiwu couldn't help but think to himself, this child has the talent of a leader. In the backyard of the trading center, Yuzhu sat alone in his pavilion, frowning as he reviewed past records. The Yu family had a long heritage and detailed records of events from various eras in the Great World. Yuzhu released the news as Lin Moya instructed and knew what Lin Moya wanted to do. Lin Moya also explained to Yuzhu why the human clan initiated the war in the Vermilion Bird Star region, especially before the 4-star region competition. Yuzhu listened in a daze, half understanding and half not, but he felt that he had heard of such things before, as if he had seen them somewhere. So after Lin Moya left, he began to search through the family records. After a long search, he finally found a clue. 872 years ago, Xiaosheng emerged and was hailed as the star of the human clan. Xiaosheng was also listed as the top target on the must-kill list of various clans, with countless people wanting to eliminate him. Similarly, before the 4-star region competition, the human clan initiated a war. At that time, Xiaosheng, with his 2nd-stage God King realm, killed a 5th-stage God King enemy and severely injured a 7th-stage God King powerhouse. Finally, he survived the pursuit of the demon clan God Sovereign and was rescued by the human clan God Sovereign. That war lasted for a year, ending 6 months before the 4-star region competition. It almost caused the 4-star region competition to be unable to proceed normally. After analysis, it was concluded that the war was intentional, and its purpose was. After reading the records, Yuzhu's eyes shone like stars, filled with admiration. "Captain, how did you guess it?" Chapter 1434. Chapter 1434, 1434. Chapter 1434, is this really something a human can do? Returning to Fortress Number 1, Lin Moya put on his mask again, transforming into the appearance of Qi Hua. Zhu Kaiwu looked at him with amusement. "You kid, are you actually afraid sometimes?" Lin Moya shook his head. To be precise, I'm afraid of trouble. It seems you're quite familiar with using this concealment mask. That's good. Sometimes you do need to maintain a bit of aloofness and not show your face easily. Keeping a bit of mystery is beneficial for you. Lin Moya nodded. I understand. Zhu Kaiwa chuckled. You understand again. I maintain the mystery, and you help spread the word about my deeds. This way, I can gain more faith power. Lin Moya shared his thoughts. Zhu Kaiwa neither confirmed nor denied it, but Lin Moya knew he had hit the mark. People are like this, the more low-key and aloof you are, the more mysterious you seem, and the more others will admire you. When all your information is exposed, it often backfires. Zhu Kaiwa led Lin Moya to the core of the fortress. The war was concentrated in the areas of fortresses 5, 6, 7, and 8. Fortress number 1, being on the edge, was not affected. However, following wartime requirements, the defense forces were increased, and several large armies patrolled outside the fortress continuously. Inside the fortress, the alert formation was activated, ready to detect any approaching enemies immediately. At the core, Koyuan-jun had already received Zhu Kaiwa's message and had been waiting for a long time. Although the entire operation was narrated by Lin Moya, it ultimately had to be judged by the Human Emperor Network. Lin Moya's kill records were all in the battlefield token, which the Human Emperor Network would automatically review and then calculate the corresponding military merits. If Lin Moya's claims were true, his contributions in this operation would be significant, and his military merits would be astonishing. Not to mention anything else, just killing 3 god sovereigns would earn him a large amount of military merit. Koyuan-jun led the two into the fortress, arriving at the center. Lin Moya had been here once before and was not unfamiliar with it. In the center of the fortress, there was a huge round table, over 10 meters long, capable of seating many people. Zhu Kaiwa naturally sat at the head and said to Koyuan-jun, activate the formation. Koyuan-jun responded with a nod and casually waved out a rune. The complex and mysterious rune flashed and enlarged in the room, quickly landing on the table. A formation appeared in the center of the table, and then a giant jade ball with a diameter of over a meter rose from below the platform. The jade ball glowed, covered with numerous runes. At this moment, Lin Moya felt the aura of the Human Emperor Network becoming stronger. Although the Human Emperor Network covered Fortress Number 1, its strength was far inferior to that in the Human Star region. The different strengths also meant different capabilities of the Human Emperor Network. In Fortress Number 1, the Human Emperor Network could only maintain some basic functions. In Fortress Number 1, Lin Moya could not enter the virtual world of the Human Emperor Network at will, nor could he go to the Human Emperor training ground. Only in special circumstances would the Human Emperor Network concentrate its power to activate some unnecessary functions. For example, when Lin Moya fought in the arena last time, the Human Emperor Network strengthened its power to provide a virtual world for viewing. However, the cost was the deduction of points, as enhancing power came at a price. But at this moment, Lin Moya felt as if he had returned to the Human Star region, with the Human Emperor Network's power becoming very strong. Clearly, this enhancement came at a cost. The operation of the entire formation would consume the fortress's energy. However, this consumption was bearable for the fortress. Zhu Kaiwa said, place your battlefield token inside. Lin Moya followed the instruction and placed the battlefield token on the table. The formation lifted the battlefield token to the center, and then a beam of light shone directly on it. The formation began to operate, and the battlefield token glowed brightly. Immediately, a three-dimensional image was projected onto the table. The image showed a strange star. This is the strange star in Area 8-88. Lin Moya was slightly surprised. He even saw himself on the strange star. Unexpectedly, the battlefield token had such a function, recording the surrounding images like a memory stone. The battlefield token seemed to contain many secrets. At this moment, Zhu Kaiwa laughed, don't guess. The battlefield token doesn't have the function of recording images, it can only record some basic information. What you see is the Human Emperor Network deducing the scene based on this basic information. Lin Moya suddenly understood it turned out to be like this. No wonder the Human Emperor Network needed to be enhanced, it was to perform such tasks. Deducing the scene based on basic information and restoring the entire battle required a lot of power. In the image, the strange star was glowing, and then nothing else happened, just glowing. Lin Moya realized that Zhu Kaiwa was right, the battlefield token only recorded some basic information. The Human Emperor Network then deduced the scene based on this basic information. But it was just a scene, the Human Emperor Network couldn't deduce the true changes of the strange star. At the same time, the Human Emperor Network couldn't know what opportunities Lin Moya had gained. In the image, the strange star was glowing, and Lin Moya's aura on the star was gradually strengthening, with his realm improving. The image was fast-forwarded, with a day's time passing in just a few minutes. After a few minutes, Lin Moya had reached the second stage of the God King realm. The battlefield token recorded Lin Moya's upgrade, but it didn't know how he upgraded. The Human Emperor Network didn't know, but Zhu Kaiwa did. Lin, you gained a lot from the strange star, didn't you? Lin Moya said, I had some insights. You should have checked my records in the Vermilion Bird Star region. There was also a strange star there, and I reported it at that time. Zhu Kaiwa had indeed checked, and Lin Moya had indeed relied on the strange star to improve his realm in the Vermilion Bird Star region. After a few more minutes, Lin Moya's realm improved again, reaching the third stage of the God King realm. At this time, the Three Clan Coalition arrived in the image. 9 out of the top 10 on the bounty list came, along with the coalition army and 3 god sovereigns. Koyuan-jun frowned slightly. Just looking at this scene gave him a headache. Although the 3 god sovereigns' cultivation levels were far inferior to his, he put himself in Lin Moya's shoes. If he had to face this with the 3rd stage of the God King realm, he would surely die. Moreover, the void was locked, and teleportation tools were ineffective, making escape impossible. He didn't know how Lin Moya responded and counterattacked. He didn't know Lin Moya's true strength or understand Lin Moya's abnormal techniques, so he couldn't think of a way to respond. Only Zhu Kaiwa said, "Kid, did you enjoy the killing?" Lin Moya also sat down at this time. It was alright. In the image, Lin Moya left the strange star, and the battle was about to begin. The battlefield token seemed to lack the ability to record sound, and Lin Moya didn't know if it really lacked it or if the Human Emperor Network didn't release it. Moreover, the battle process was not entirely accurate, only about 80% accurate, but that was enough to basically restore the entire battle. Next, Koyuan-jun witnessed an astonishing battle. Lin Moya, covered in golden light, punched again and again, smashing the God Kings on the bounty list, even though their cultivation levels were higher than his. Finally, Lin Moya summoned the Skeleton King, destroyed the battle formation, and instantly killed the 3 god sovereigns. Koyuan-jun was so shocked that he couldn't speak, feeling chills in his heart. Is this really something a human can do? Chapter 1435. Chapter 1435, 1435. Chapter 1435, the spell is quite interesting. Koyuan-jun felt uneasy and frequently glanced at Zhu Kaiwo. He wondered if Zhu Kaiwo had given Lin Moya some kind of treasure that allowed him to achieve such a reversal. Unfortunately, Zhu Kaiwo showed no indication of this, and Koyuan-jun didn't get any useful information. This left Koyuan-jun feeling like ants were crawling in his heart, itchy and uncomfortable. Lin Moya finished watching the entire process and gained a deeper understanding of the battlefield token. The battlefield token indeed records a lot of information, and the Human Emperor Network can use this information to deduce and restore the scene at that time. The scene was indeed restored, but some things couldn't be restored, such as some of his spells. The Skeleton King, because it had been used in the Human Emperor Network before, had its data recorded. Therefore, the Human Emperor Network could accurately restore it. However, spells like Corpse Explosion had no information in the Human Emperor Network, so it couldn't be restored. Especially the Bone Hell, which didn't appear at all in this playback. It was unclear how the 3-clan coalition was ultimately killed. In the image, Lin Moya cast a spell that the Human Emperor Network couldn't restore, indicating that this spell didn't exist in the vast database of the Human Emperor Network. Strangely, after casting this spell, Lin Moya entered a watching mode and didn't make any further moves. The 3-clan coalition seemed to be fighting an invisible enemy and was then killed. That's enough, Zhu Kaiwa said. Koyuan-jun immediately understood and stopped the playback. The image disappeared, but the formation continued to operate. The calculation of Lin Moya's military merits was still ongoing and hadn't ended yet. However, the next steps no longer required Zhu Kaiwo and Koyuan-jun's intervention. Zhu Kaiwo asked, "Your new spell seems quite impressive." Lin Moya smiled, "I'll demonstrate it for you later." Zhu Kaiwo nodded, "You don't have to demonstrate it if you don't want to, it's your secret." Lin Moya immediately shook his head, "There's no secret between us." He thought to himself, "If I don't demonstrate it, how can I satisfy your curiosity?" During his time with Zhu Kaiwo, Lin Moya had come to understand that Zhu Kaiwo's curiosity was no less than his own. Perhaps at Zhu Kaiwo's level, he already knew most things in the world, and there weren't many secrets left. As a result, his curiosity grew even stronger. Koyuan-jun finally couldn't hold back his curiosity. "Lord Guardian, did you give him some treasure?" He had been wondering how Lin Moya managed to kill 3 god sovereigns. No matter how he thought about it, it seemed impossible. Killing 3 god sovereigns, especially in an instant, was no easy feat, even for him. Zhu Kaiwo chuckled, "No treasure, Lin did it himself." He didn't directly answer Koyuan-jun. His own curiosity was enough, others didn't need to know. Zhu Kaiwo also reminded, "Don't tell anyone about this. I can tell you that if the opportunity arises, Lin can kill you too." Koyuan-jun looked at Lin Moya in disbelief. He was a 7th-stage god sovereign, a true high-level god sovereign, much stronger than those 3. Zhu Kaiwo actually said that Lin Moya could kill him. A 3rd-stage god king killing a 7th-stage god sovereign seemed like a fantasy. But Zhu Kaiwo's words made him believe it. At the same time, Zhu Kaiwo's words were a warning not to speak out and not to ask further questions. The light of the formation gradually dimmed, and the battlefield token, which had been floating in midair, returned to the table. With a slight thought, Zhu Kaiwo made the battlefield token fly back into Lin Moya's hand. "It's done. The Human Emperor Network will conduct the final verification, and once it's completed, the rewards will be directly given to you. Let's go. I have more to discuss with you. Koyuan-jun, remember what I said. Don't leak Lin's information. And your disciple is being treated, there might be a chance." The last 2 sentences were both a stick and a carrot. Koyuan-jun, having lived for over 1,000 years, understood Zhu Kaiwo's meaning and immediately responded, "Rest assured, Lord Guardian, I understand the rules." Zhu Kaiwo took Lin Moya to an empty void outside the fortress. With a wave of his hand, an invisible barrier enveloped the area, sealing it off. Lin Moya knew that Zhu Kaiwo's realm had reached the peak of the god sovereign level, just a step away from breaking through to the next level. His abilities were beyond the reach of ordinary god sovereigns. With a casual gesture, he could perform miraculous feats. The realm above the God Sovereign was another level of existence, and Zhu Kaiwo had already touched it. Sealing a large area of void effortlessly was something ordinary God Sovereigns couldn't do. Now that only the two of them were left, Zhu Kaiwo spoke directly. What is your new spell? A spell that even the Human Emperor Network couldn't restore was clearly new and had never appeared before. Zhu Kaiwo was very curious. Lin Moya smiled and gently pressed his palm down, and the bone hell appeared. The bone hell covered a void of 10,000 meters, filled with white bones and grey flames constantly erupting from the sky and ground. In the bone hell, grey slaves wandered around. Without a target, they moved like zombies. When a target appeared, they transformed into beasts, launching deadly attacks. Zhu Kaiwo felt the aura of the bone hell and watched the slaves wandering within it. His curiosity was piqued, and he marveled, this spell is quite interesting. These are strange spirits, right? And there are members of the Demon Clan, Golden Eagle Clan, and Three Silver Clan. Are they simulated by the spell? Except for being entirely grey, they seem no different from the living. Zhu Kaiwo could only see the surface of the spell but not its inner workings. Lin Moyo explained the bone hell to Zhu Kaiwo in general terms but didn't mention its marking function. To Lin Moyo, the ability to mark enemies was the most powerful aspect of the bone hell. He didn't lack offensive means whether it was the Undead Legion, the Skeleton King, or Corpse Explosion, their offensive power far exceeded that of the bone hell. Even in terms of numbers, the Undead Legion could crush the current bone hell. The bone hell's greatest strength was its ability to mark enemies. Once marked, the enemy couldn't escape Lin Moya's soul lock, allowing him to use Corpse Explosion at will. Although Lin Moya didn't mention the marking function, the other aspects of the bone hell were enough to shock Zhu Kaiwo. It can turn the dead into slaves. So, if you can kill a few God Sovereigns in it, wouldn't you have God Sovereigns to protect you? Lin Moya replied, that's true, but there are many limitations. First, the bone hell can't trap God Sovereigns, and its range is limited. Even if a God Sovereign is turned into a slave, they can only operate within a limited range. This greatly weakens the role of a God Sovereign, making it better to use them as materials. Zhu Kaiwo nodded, you have a point. He carefully felt the aura within the bone hell, his brows furrowing more and more tightly. Chapter 1436. Chapter 1436, 1436. Chapter 1436, 1 foot in the other shore. Zhu Kaiwo's brows were tightly furrowed, forming the shape of an 8. His eyes were extremely complex as he continuously scrutinized the skeleton hell. After several seconds, he spoke, skeleton hell, it's connected to hell. It seemed as though he was talking to himself, connected to hell. Connected to hell. Zhu Kaiwo kept repeating this phrase, his eyes closed. Lin Moya did not disturb Zhu Kaiwo but was merely curious. He did not know what Zhu Kaiwo had discerned. Indeed, the information he had received about the spell indicated that the power of the skeleton hell came from the real hell. It was precisely by leveraging the magical power of the real hell that the dead could be turned into slaves. However, Lin Moya felt that the real hell might just be a metaphor and not necessarily a real place. But looking at Zhu Kaiwo's current state, Lin Moya couldn't help but wonder, could it be that hell really exists in this world? Is it the Earth system of the Demon Clan? Lin Moya chuckled silently, feeling that he was overthinking things. Suddenly, a peculiar aura began to rise from Zhu Kaiwo. The aura was not strong but was very strange, something Lin Moya had never encountered before. Lin Moya saw a thin line, like smoke and mist. The thin line swayed in front of him, reflecting the starlight, transforming into various shapes and colors. Lin Moya watched the thin line with curiosity. It felt as if this inconspicuous thin line held great secrets. The thin line twisted continuously in front of him and eventually tied a knot. At the moment the knot was completed, the entire void experienced a light but intense tremor. The tremor was so slight that an ordinary person wouldn't feel it, but the reaction it caused was extremely violent. Skeleton hell shattered like glass, and along with it, the space also broke apart. The void appeared with dense cracks, and then with a soft bang, the space collapsed. Lin Moya's entire body glowed purple, his eyes filled with shock and lingering fear. Just a moment ago, in that instant, the Undead Legion within the Soul World spell collapsed collectively. It collapsed 6 times in succession, then he died, triggering his innate talent. He was reborn because of his talent. If it were someone else, they would have already died. Even if it were a god, if it were Ku Yuanjun standing here, they would still die. The attack had come silently, faster than lightning, without leaving a trace. Lin Moya couldn't even react. Fortunately, the attack happened only once. If it had been continuous, Lin Moya thought he would have no other option but to die. Not being killed by the combined forces of the 3 tribes, but dying at the hands of Zhu Kaiwo, that would be truly unjust. Lin Moya looked at Zhu Kaiwo, wondering whether he should stay away from this dangerous individual. Haha, boy, wasn't that move of mine impressive? Zhu Kaiwo's voice suddenly echoed in Lin Moya's soul, carrying a teasing tone. Lin Moya immediately realized that the earlier incident was entirely intentional by Zhu Kaiwo. His mouth twitched several times. Senior, this isn't right. Zhu Kaiwo chuckled, you wouldn't die, I was just testing. Lin Moya smiled wryly, what if you had slipped up? Zhu Kaiwo opened his eyes, a sharp light shooting from them. Slip up? How could I slip up? Lin Moya did not wish to argue further. What happened to you just now? He could clearly feel that Zhu Kaiwo's aura had changed. Originally, Zhu Kaiwo was at the peak of the godly realm, the strongest among gods, but still within the godly realm. The aura belonging to gods was very distinct, just more powerful than other gods. But now, Zhu Kaiwo's aura had become ethereal, shrouded in a layer of mystery. For a moment, Lin Moya couldn't understand it. He had some guesses, feeling that Zhu Kaiwo seemed to have comprehended something extraordinary. Zhu Kaiwo laughed. I've taken the most important step. 1 foot is already in the other shore. The other shore? Lin Moyo asked. What is the other shore? Zhu Kaiwo was in an excellent mood. You've always wanted to know what comes after the godly realm, right? That's the other shore. But I can only say so much. Many things you'll have to understand for yourself when you reach that level. Knowing too much now would do you more harm than good, becoming shackles in your progress. Lin Moya seemed to understand partially but firmly remembered the term other shore. He silently repeated in his heart, the other shore comes after the godly realm. Then he verbally congratulated Zhu Kaiwo. Congratulations, senior, on stepping into the other shore, achieving your desire. Zhu Kaiwo shook his head. I've only taken the crucial step, not truly reached the other shore. It was thanks to your skeleton hell that I had this enlightenment. I owe you a favor. Lin Moya shook his head. I did nothing. It was all due to your profound accumulation, senior. Zhu Kaiwo waved his hand to interrupt Lin Moya. I know what happened. I owe you for this. He was somewhat domineering, so Lin Moya didn't argue further. As a powerhouse on the verge of surpassing the godly realm into the other shore, Zhu Kaiwo's favor was invaluable. Lin Moya was merely being polite. He didn't expect his skeleton hell to have such an effect, but upon reflection, it was due to Zhu Kaiwo's profound accumulation. He was just a step away, and suddenly enlightened, he stepped forward. Zhu Kaiwo was in an increasingly bright mood. Many old guys have been stuck at this step for thousands of years until they died. Compared to them, I've won this time. When I go back, I'll mock those guys well. I want to see their faces. Let's see who said I'd never reach the other shore in this life. Lin Moya listened quietly, wondering about the identities of the old guys Zhu Kaiwo mentioned. Those who could be called old guys by Zhu Kaiwo must not only be powerful but also older than him. Especially the phrase, when I go back. Where he would go was obvious, naturally to the divine city. Lin Moya thought of that mysterious person, likely a true presence in the other shore. And after entering the other shore, one cannot casually move in the great world, facing many restrictions. The ancient Buddhas of the Buddhist clan should be of the same realm. Thus, after stepping into the other shore, Zhu Kaiwo needed to go elsewhere. Lin Moyo asked, Senior, when will you leave? Zhu Kaiwo shook his head. It's hard to say. Though I've stepped 1 foot into the other shore, it still requires some time. It might take years, decades, or maybe just a few months. But regardless, before truly stepping into the other shore, I have some matters to settle. At this point, a murderous aura rose from Zhu Kaiwo. The murderous aura was sharp like a sword, making Lin Moya's skin tingle with pain. He didn't expect Zhu Kaiwo's killing intent to be so intense, solidifying into a substance. Previously, Zhu Kaiwo had never shown this. Lin Moya realized that the matters Zhu Kaiwo mentioned involved killing. But who to kill? Zhu Kaiwo was already strong, now with 1 foot in the other shore, unless big figures intervened, who could stop him? Lin Moya loudly said, Then I wish you success, senior. A conventional blessing that made Zhu Kaiwo laugh heartily. Good, success. The killing intent grew stronger, transforming into countless sharp swords, shattering the void. Chapter 1437. Chapter 1437, 1437. Chapter 1437, the body is not old, but the heart is already aged. When Lin Moya returned to Fortress Number 1, he was still thinking about the scene he had just witnessed. Zhu Kaiwo had shattered the starry sky silently, completely surpassing the God-Sovereign realm. A God-Sovereign also possesses the power to break the void, but that can only be achieved when a God-Sovereign goes all out. Some weaker God-Sovereigns can only create some cracks in the void. However, Zhu Kaiwo did it effortlessly, without any trace of smoke or fire. The difference between the two is self-evident. Lin Moya believed that on this battlefield, Zhu Kaiwo was already invincible. It would be hard to find a second person who could match him. Unless a big figure from above intervenes, no one can stop Zhu Kaiwo. Senior Zhu is going to kill people next, but there should be some restrictions, right? There must be restrictions. Otherwise, if those big figures acted will, it would have been chaotic long ago. Lin Moya thought to himself as he walked into the task center. He came to submit a task, the 4th battlefield task 830, and at the same time, take the 5th battlefield task. The second chain tasks trilogy, the first part has been completed, killing one of the top 10 enemies on the bounty list, and he killed 9, overachieving. The second part, 5 battlefield tasks, still 1 short, should not be a problem. The third part, accumulating military merits. This part will be settled when he leaves the battlefield. In fact, in Lin Moya's eyes, the chain task has already been completed, just waiting for when he leaves the battlefield. He doesn't know if there will be a third chain task. Each cultivator's chain tasks are different. The chain tasks are for entering the divine city, and depending on each person's performance, they may need to complete several chain tasks. It may also be enough to complete only 2 chain tasks. How many tasks are needed is decided by the Human Emperor Network. Lining up, Lin Moya came to the counter. The staff behind the counter was a delicate and lovely female cultivator, with a petite figure and a cute appearance, like a doll. She was very young, and her realm was only at the super god level. When she saw Lin Moya, she was startled and exclaimed, "What do you want to do?" Clearly, she was frightened by Lin Moya's current appearance. To be precise, she was scared by Chi Hua's appearance. Lin Moya, with Chi Hua's appearance, showed a kind smile, submit a task. However, this smile, which he thought was kind, looked like baring his teeth to the doll, making her even more frightened. The doll tried to calm down, realizing that this was the task center and the other party couldn't do anything to her, muttering, "Submit the task if you want, why so fierce?" Lin Moya was taken aback, feeling both amused and helpless. Had he ever been fierce? He handed over the battlefield token and took out 20 crystal cores, 10 gray and 10 white. The doll took the battlefield token and connected to the Human Emperor network. At the same time, a beam of light fell from the roof, shining on Lin Moyo. The first step of the Human Emperor network was to verify identity. The doll showed a strange expression. Why don't you have a name? In the information she saw, there was no name displayed. The Human Emperor network had hidden the other party's name, which puzzled her as she had never encountered such a situation. The young girl, unable to hide her emotions, was asked by Lin Moyo, "Is there a problem?" She seemed startled again by Lin Moyo. No problem." She was truly scared by Lin Moyo's appearance and quickly verified the other information. Except for the name being hidden, there were no other issues. She quickly completed the procedures and returned the battlefield token to Lin Moyo, saying repeatedly, "All done." Taking the battlefield token, Lin Moyo grinned at the doll. "Thank you." The doll felt like Lin Moyo was going to eat her, his big mouth too scary. She quickly said, "You're welcome, have a good day, wish you all the best." Saying polite words, she looked like she was sending off a plague god, hoping Lin Moyo would leave quickly. After Lin Moyo left, the doll finally breathed a sigh of relief, patting her chest. "So scary, how can there be such a scary person, feels like he wants to eat me." Lin Moyo found it amusing, thinking that his last grin was just to deliberately scare the little girl. Now thinking back, it seemed that the other party's age might be older than his. He was now about 35 years old, and the other party, at the super god level, was probably over 100 years old. But psychologically, he was indeed much more mature than the other party. It's really a strange feeling. Am I considered not old in body, but old in heart? At the God King realm, one can live for at least 5,000 years. As cultivation increases and realms improve, lifespan can be even longer. Especially for someone like Lin Moyo, whose physical body has also reached the God King realm and achieved the God King golden body, his lifespan will only be longer. He is now only 35 years old, not even living 1% of his life, but his mentality is already very mature. In the great world, at 35 years old, people are still learning and cultivating on the lifestar, not even having real combat experience, let alone life and death battles. In the cultivation system of the great world, only after reaching the super god realm can one be considered a true cultivator and experience the cruelty of the world. But many super gods still only perform simple tasks, well protected by the Human Emperor network, not knowing what danger is. In Lin Moya's eyes, these super gods are like children who haven't grown up. He had been fighting life and death battles since he was in his 30s. With the 4th battlefield task completed, he was preparing to do the 5th battlefield task. Lin Moyo arrived at a task platform and was about to start looking for tasks when he suddenly heard a familiar notification sound. The Human Emperor network sent a message. Completed the task of killing the top 10 on the Vermilion Birdstar region bounty list, rewarded with 10,000 task points. Overachieved the task of killing the top 10 on the Vermilion Birdstar region bounty list, rewarded with 190,000 task points and 2 contribution points. Killed the coalition of 3 clans, rewarded with military merits. Killed 3 god sovereigns, rewarded with military merits. 4 messages popped up in succession, rewarding Lin Moyo for his tasks and kills. He received a total of 200,000 task points, 110,000 military merits, 7 contribution points, and 2 military supply points. Both the task points and military merits exceeded the upper limit of ordinary tasks. Lin Moyo knew it was mainly because he did too well. The task only required killing one of the top 10 on the bounty list, but he killed 9. Only one from the Flying Python clan didn't come. If they had, he would have killed them too. This directly led to a reshuffle of the Vermilion Birdstar region's human bounty list. Those who couldn't make it into the top 10 now all moved up, not knowing whether to be happy or sad. Killing the coalition of 3 clans rewarded 10,000 military merits, which was already a lot. The role of military merits far exceeds points. 10,000 military merits are worth tens of thousands of points. Killing 3 god sovereigns directly rewarded 100,000 military merits. Compared to task points, military merits are more generous. After all, they are god sovereigns. Normally, only god sovereigns can kill god sovereigns. Lin Moyo, with his own power, crossed major realms to kill god sovereigns, so the reward is naturally generous. Finally, there are 7 contribution points and 2 military supply points. Having experienced the benefits of both, Lin Moyo deeply felt that these 2 rewards were better than any points or military merits, more practical. If he wanted, he could now use 1 contribution point and 1 military supply point to directly exchange for a replica of the War God Fortress, whose value is immeasurable. Chapter 1438. Chapter 1438, 1438. Chapter 1438, Special Task Without Points. After receiving the reward, Lin Moyo checked his personal information through the Rinhuang network. Lin Moyo, Glory First Class Captain. Age, 35. Level, God King 3rd Stage. Soul, Peak 4th Grade. Potential Evaluation, Legendary. Highest Authority, Level 4. Comprehensive Strength, Minor God Sovereign. Points owned, 851,850. Military Merits, 178,676. Contribution Points, 12. Military Supply Points, 3. Renhuang Training Ground Duration, 3,500 days. Mastered Laws, Immortality Law, Slaughter Law, Thunder Law. Lin Moyo looked at his information thoughtfully. My military rank has been directly promoted, huh? No promotion task. I should find an opportunity to ask why there is no promotion task. As far as Lin Moya knew, to be promoted in rank, one not only needed to meet the military merit requirements but also had to complete a promotion task. When he was promoted from soldier to officer, he had to complete a promotion task. This time, however, he was directly promoted to captain, which was really strange. Continuing to check his information, Lin Moya found that the Renhuang network's description of him was quite accurate. His actual combat power was indeed only at the minor god sovereign level, still far from a true god sovereign. The Renhuang network did not elevate his combat power to the god sovereign level just because he had killed 3 god sovereigns. This likely included Zhu Kaiwa's analysis, who was very familiar with Lin Moya's situation. My task points have reached 850,000, just 150,000 away from level 5 authority. Level 5 authority required 1 million task points, which for most cultivators would take hundreds or even thousands of years, completing hundreds of tasks to achieve. However, Lin Moyo had only taken a few years, relying on repeatedly overachieving in tasks to earn extra rewards, gaining several times or even dozens of times more points than others. At this rate, it wouldn't be long before he reached level 5 authority. He could definitely be considered one of the fastest cultivators to increase authority among the human race. It had been a long time since he checked his information, and he was quite satisfied after this review. With a slight smile, he muttered to himself, "Let's check the tasks." There was still one last battlefield task, and with less than 2 years until the 4-star domain competition, he should have enough time. Opening the task list, Lin Moya searched for tasks. With his cultivation reaching the God King 3rd stage, he could accept more tasks. Actually, at the God King level, he could already accept most tasks, with very few restrictions. As his cultivation continued to improve, the number of tasks would increase slightly, but they would still be a minority. Starting from the lowest True God level tasks, there were tens of thousands of tasks listed. Lin Moya skipped over the True God level tasks, only looking at the God King level tasks. One by one, he reviewed the tasks, finding that almost all of them were not very difficult. The reward points were generally between 10,000 and 20,000. Points often correlated with task difficulty, and although the specific details of the tasks were not visible before accepting them, the reward points could give an indication of the task's difficulty. Lin Moya conducted a second selection, only choosing tasks with high points. The task list significantly reduced from tens of thousands to less than 200. Selecting one task from 200 was much more convenient. Hey, this task's points are unknown. Suddenly, Lin Moya noticed a peculiar task, with the reward points displayed as unknown. Unknown points mean the difficulty is also unknown. The task is fixed, which means the reward varies based on the completion level. No lower limit, and possibly no upper limit. The task area is in 9 to 58, the 9th war zone, close to the central 10th war zone, an area for high-level god kings. This task is very special. The task not only lacked specific reward points but also did not even have a task name. The only information provided was that the task area was in the 9th war zone, area 58, numbered 9 to 58. According to the battlefield numbering rules, zones 1 to 10, with zone 10 being the most central and expansive, were also the most dangerous. Generally, those active in zone 10 were peak god kings, minor god sovereigns, and some god sovereigns. The 9th war zone, being closest to the 10th, was also quite dangerous, typically an area for high-level god kings. This task in area 9 to 58 was clearly not easy. Usually, only high-level god kings would take on this task. Lin Moya, being only a god king 3rd stage, had the authority to accept this task but generally would not. Lin Moya did not accept it either, as he would not randomly accept the last task. This task might affect the overall evaluation of a series of tasks, and although he was confident in his strength, he was not reckless. After locking onto this unknown task, he found a few backup tasks and left the task center. On the way to the trading center, passers-by glanced at Lin Moya and quickly avoided him. Whenever Lin Moya looked at them, most people would immediately turn their heads, not daring to meet his gaze. Especially some female cultivators, who avoided him the fastest. The fierce and intimidating Lin Moya walked unimpeded, smoothly entering the trading center. The originally bustling entrance of the trading center quickly cleared out upon seeing Lin Moya, making way for him. At the central counter, he saw Yuqin, who was still in a daze, as she often was, spending half her time daydreaming, quite leisurely. Lin Moya lightly knocked on the counter twice, pulling Yuqin back to reality. A sharp scream from Yuqin drew countless glances. Lin Moya smirked, wondering if his use of Shuo's appearance was a bit too much. However, that guy's appearance was indeed unforgettable, and he had remembered it clearly at the time. Yuqin, covering her mouth with one hand and clutching her chest with the other, her face slightly pale, said, "Mr. Lin, you scared me to death." Lin Moya chuckled, "Is Yuja still in the old place?" Yuqin nodded, "Yes, you can go directly." Okay. Lin Moya, a regular customer, walked straight to the backyard. In the backyard pavilion, Yuju, having received the message, knew Lin Moya had arrived. She immediately replaced the old tea with new, brewing iced tea. Ever since being burned by stellar fire the first time, Yuju always used iced tea whenever Lin Moya visited. The saying "once bitten by a snake, 10 years afraid of a well rope" was vividly reflected in Yuju. Lin Moya smelled the tea fragrance from the pavilion and saw the beauty inside, walking in boldly. As he entered the pavilion, he removed his concealment mask, revealing his true appearance. Yuju smiled lightly, "The captain's own appearance is still the best." Lin Moya sat down, took the tea handed by Yuju, and got straight to the point, "I'm here to sell some things." Yuju's eyes lit up, "Really? The captain has made gains again." Lin Moya took a sip of tea and took out a few items. "Indeed, I have made some gains." Chapter 1439, Chapter 1439 1439, Chapter 1439 Breaking the Transaction Record Again. 3 storage artifacts were placed in front of Yuju. Her beautiful eyes widened, and her voice trembled slightly. Captain, you killed another god sovereign. Lin Moya lightly responded, by chance, I killed 3. What does it mean to kill 3 god sovereigns by chance? What kind of chance could allow someone to kill god sovereigns? Yuju couldn't help but roll her eyes at Lin Moya. Captain, have you ever heard the saying, excessive modesty is a form of pride? Lin Moya was indifferent, just telling the truth. Call your sisters over, there's a lot of stuff this time. The coalition of 10,000 from the 3 clans, each one a God King elite, wouldn't have little wealth on them. Lin Moya had high standards and didn't care much for God King materials. He had already searched through the storage artifacts of the 3 god sovereigns and found no god sovereign level artifacts or materials. Combined with the previous 3 god sovereigns' legacies, it could be proven that not all god sovereigns were wealthy. It was said that most god sovereigns still used God King level artifacts, which seemed true. Not only were there no finished artifacts, but even god sovereign level materials were scarce. Even if there were, they were of poor quality, not even good enough to summon elemental liches. However, Lin Moya was afraid he might have overlooked something, so he had already told Yuju that if there were any excellent materials, she should inform him, and he would decide whether to sell them or not. 5 transaction masters were called over by Yuju. The beauties gathered together, their big eyes curiously looking at Lin Moya. They were not here for the first time. Every time there was a super large transaction, multiple transaction masters would act together. The handsome man in front of them always brought transactions of unimaginable scale. If it weren't for the rules, they would have liked to have a deeper transaction with Lin Moya. Lin Moya took out various storage artifacts, only a portion of them. If he took out all 10,000 storage artifacts at once, they would fill the pavilion. The pavilion fell silent as the inventory began. Items were taken out from the storage artifacts and thrown into the transaction tray for valuation. The transaction masters were busy non-stop. Every time a portion of the storage artifacts was emptied, Lin Moya would take out another portion, seemingly endless. The legacy of the god sovereigns was naturally handled by Yuju. Yuju was very meticulous, and her valuations were very accurate. After 2 full days, the 5 transaction masters finally completed their work and left the pavilion with some fatigue. Yuju took a big sip of tea before saying, Captain, it's all accounted for. For 2 days, Yuju didn't eat or drink and didn't stop, and she was quite tired. But her eyes were filled with excitement. This transaction's point total broke the record again. From Yuju's expression, Lin Moya had already guessed the result and remained calm. Thank you for your hard work. Just tell me the result. Yuju said, according to the rules, we rounded it up. The total is 320 million points. Lin Moya nodded. This number wasn't actually much, considering it was the legacy of 10,000 God King elites. He even felt it was a bit low, thinking these guys were really poor. At this moment, Yuju took out an item, a bracelet, a women's bracelet. Yuju said, this bracelet was found in the storage artifact of a god sovereign, placed in a corner, very hidden. Based on experience, I can tell it's a good item, from the Starry Sky Merman clan, but I can't determine its exact level. The bracelet was made of some special shell, engraved with complex patterns, looking very exquisite. Lin Moya could feel a strong aura from the bracelet, but the aura was vague, and he couldn't determine its level either. But it was certain that this was indeed an artifact belonging to the Starry Sky Merman clan. The items of the Starry Sky Merman clan were very special. Even if obtained by other clans, they were difficult to use. The god sovereign who got it probably couldn't use it either, but couldn't bear to throw it away, so it ended up in a corner of the storage artifact. Yuju couldn't appraise the bracelet, so she left it aside. Lin Moya put the bracelet away. Alright, leave it to me. If he met Yu Kingro in the future, he could give the bracelet to her. After all, keeping it with him was useless. The transaction ended, and Lin Moya gained 320 million points, bringing his total points to 660 million. Yuju's eyes turned into crescent moons. Captain, you are definitely the wealthiest among all god kings, even wealthier than most god sovereigns. With so many points, do you plan to buy any materials? Lin Moya smiled. Do you have any god sovereign level artifacts for sale? Yuju's face stiffened, and her smile disappeared. We do, but 660 million points aren't enough. Even with a discount, it's not enough. Lin Moya laughed. Just kidding. I want to buy some information. Do you have it? Actually, Lin Moya could also ask Yu Kaiwo for information, and Yu Kaiwo wouldn't refuse. But Lin Moya preferred to do things himself when he could. The Yu family should have information on various regions, and their information channels might be related to the military. Even if not as detailed as Yu Kaiwa's, it wouldn't be much different. Moreover, this information was likely available for trade. Trading was the Yu family's old business. Lin Moya didn't think of it at first, but later Yuju told him that even intelligence could be bought and sold, which gave him the idea. Yuju said, what region's information does the captain need? The price varies for different regions. If it's just some ordinary regions, I can give it to you for free. Lin Moya casually said, Area 9 to 58. Yuju was first stunned, then surprised. Area 9 to 58? Captain, are you taking that task too? Lin Moya looked at Yuju. You know about that task? Yuju nodded naturally. Who doesn't know about that task? It's the most special among all tasks. The task details are unknown, the rewards are unknown, only the area is known. Every time someone takes that task, they come to us for information. Unfortunately, we don't have much information about that area either. Lin Moya became more curious. Even the Yu family didn't have much information about this area. How special was this task? Lin Moya knew the rules of the Human Emperor Network. Even if the task was completed, the strategy couldn't be made public, but private exchanges were allowed. For example, some not-so-important information could be sold to the Yu family, and the Human Emperor Network would allow it. But it seemed the Yu family didn't have much information about Area 9 to 58. Yuja took out a jade tablet. This is all the information our Yu family has about Area 9 to 58. Lin Moyo asked, how many points? Yuja shook her head, no points needed, just one request. If the captain takes this task and completes it, we hope you can come back and tell us some information. It's not a mandatory requirement, it's up to you to decide whether to share or not. Chapter 1440. Chapter 1440, 1440. Chapter 1440, the Second War God, is that all? This method of transaction shows that the Yu family indeed has very little information. Lin Moya spent less than a minute reading through all the information. There was nothing substantial in it. Most of the people who took on this task returned safely, but the tasks were all marked as failed. A few encountered danger and never returned. According to the Yu family's records, only 3 people have completed this task. However, these 3 people said nothing about it. Moreover, shortly after, all 3 died under mysterious circumstances. Yuja said, Captain, do you really have to take this task? Lin Moya thought for a few seconds and shook his head. It's not a must, I'm just curious. Yuja sighed in relief. I still suggest you don't take this task, it's too strange. Lin Moya chuckled. I also want to buy some things. Do you have any historical records of past events on the battlefield? Yuja nodded vigorously. Of course, our Yu family has records of all major and minor events that have occurred on the battlefield over the years. Lin Moyo asked, how much do they cost? We have clear prices. Events from the past 100 years cost 10,000 points. For every additional 100 years, the price increases by 10,000 points. From 1,000 years ago, the price increases by 100,000 points for every additional 100 years, and so on. And we guarantee that our information is cheaper than what you can find on the Human Emperor Network. Most of the information on the Human Emperor Network is also chargeable, and the basic free information is not something the captain would be interested in. Moreover, some of our Yu family's information is not even available on the Human Emperor Network. Lin Moya calculated that if he wanted to view information from 1,000 years ago, it would cost 100,000 points. For every additional 100 years, the price would increase by 100,000 points. If he wanted to view information from 2,000 years ago, it would cost 1 million points. For 2,100 years ago, the price would reach 2 million points. The older the information, the more expensive it is. Lin Moya could understand this pricing method. Moreover, Yuja was right, even on the Human Emperor Network, this information would require points to access. As for the free public information, Lin Moya had already seen most of it. Lin Moya thought for a moment. I'll start with the information from 2,000 years ago. Yuja nodded, no problem. She took out a jade tablet. All the major and minor events that have occurred on the Vermilion Bird battlefield in the past 2,000 years are recorded in here. However, the captain cannot take it away, you can only view it here for a maximum of 10 days. Lin Moya took the jade tablet and, with a touch of his soul power, began to view the information. A vast amount of information flooded in, and Lin Moya felt as if he had entered a library filled with countless records. Nearly 2,000 years of events were recorded inside, with an astonishing amount of information. For an ordinary god king with a third-grade soul, it would be difficult to finish reading all this information in 10 days. Fortunately, Lin Moya had a strong soul and could read at an astonishing speed. Lin Moya didn't care about the number of points. Even if it cost billions of points, as long as he could find the answers he wanted, it was worth it. He mainly felt that if the information was too old, the amount of data would be overwhelming and would take a lot of time to go through. But if the information was too recent, it might not contain the answers he needed. He had previously heard Zhu Kaiwa mention that he was going to do something big but didn't specify what it was. Since Zhu Kaiwa wouldn't tell him, Lin Moya decided to find the answers himself. The 2,000-year timeframe seemed just right, with a high probability of finding the answers he needed. If he couldn't find them, he would continue to look further back until he did. Lin Moya meticulously went through the information, not missing any major or minor events. He knew that many significant events were often hidden within smaller ones. Finally, he discovered some clues. 1,832 years ago, a mysterious powerhouse arrived at the Human Clan's Fortress Number 10. Along with this mysterious powerhouse were several Human Clan god sovereigns, but they were all corpses. The mysterious powerhouse had killed several Human Clan god sovereigns and brought their bodies to Fortress Number 10. For the Human Clan, this was a blatant insult. The mysterious powerhouse then engaged in a fierce battle with Zhu Kaiwu, who was guarding the battlefield. The outcome of the battle was unknown, but the mysterious powerhouse eventually retreated. Zhu Kaiwu remained silent and motionless for the next 500 years. Seeing this information, Lin Moya speculated that Zhu Kaiwu must have been injured. The most crucial point was that the bodies of the Human Clan god sovereigns brought by the mysterious powerhouse were not left behind but were taken away again. In other words, Zhu Kaiwu did not keep the bodies of the Human Clan god sovereigns. It was as if the mysterious powerhouse had come to challenge the Human Clan, slapped Zhu Kaiwu in the face, and then left unscathed. Knowing Zhu Kaiwu's character, this was more painful than killing him. Could it be that Senior Zhu is going to avenge that humiliation? At that time, Senior Zhu should have already been at the peak of the God Sovereign realm. To make him suffer, the opponent must have been. The answer became clear to Lin Moyo. Only someone with half a foot into the other shore could make a peak God Sovereign like Zhu Kaiwu suffer. Lin Moya knew Zhu Kaiwa was very strong, one of the top among peak god sovereigns, but even he couldn't defeat the opponent. Those who had truly entered the other shore couldn't act casually, so the strongest would be those who were half a step into the other shore. Now, Zhu Kaiwa was truly among the ranks of the strongest. As long as he hadn't fully stepped into the other shore, no one could be his match. Lin Moya let out a long sigh of relief, finally understanding what Zhu Kaiwa was planning to do. He was going to avenge that day. He was going to reclaim his lost dignity. Thinking about it now, Zhu Kaiwa was indeed powerful, able to survive against such an opponent. If it had been any other god sovereign, they would have likely died. Lin Moya didn't believe the opponent would show mercy and not kill Zhu Kaiwa. There must have been some reason that forced the opponent to spare Zhu Kaiwa. Or perhaps Zhu Kaiwa had a trump card that could lead to mutual destruction or even take the opponent down with him. Having found the answers he wanted, Lin Moya felt that the 1,000,000 points were well spent. He then continued to read the remaining information. 1,000 years is actually a short time for the battlefield, which has a history that can be traced back to ancient times. In such a long span of time, the events of 1,000 years are not many. The only noteworthy event was the rise of Shaoxing. After entering the battlefield, Shaoxing fought his way through, constantly battling across levels and realms, creating one brilliant achievement after another. At that time, Shaoxing was in the limelight, hailed as the star of the human clan. Shaoxing was flamboyant and high-profile until he suddenly disappeared a few hundred years ago. However, discussions about him continued for decades before fading away. Few people knew where Shaoxing went, but Lin Moya was one of them. Lin Moya knew that it wouldn't be long before Shaoxing returned, and he would return as a god sovereign. Finally, in the most recent year's records, Lin Moya saw information about himself. The second war god. Seeing the description of himself, Lin Moya smiled. Is that all? Chapter 1441. Chapter 1441, 1441. Chapter 1441, The Curse in Area 9 to 58. After reading the information, Lin Moya returned the jade tablet to Yuzhu and paid the points. A mere 1,000,000 points meant nothing to Lin Moya's current wealth. If one didn't look closely, they wouldn't even notice the change in points. Yuzhu's eyes sparkled with admiration. Captain, you finished reading so quickly. Your soul realm is truly enviable. If it were me, it would take at least 10 days to finish reading. Judging by your expression, you must have found the information you needed. Lin Moya read very quickly, finishing in less than half a day. For Yuzhu, it would take at least 10 days, highlighting the vast difference in their soul realms. Lin Moya took a sip of tea. Indeed, I found what I was looking for and confirmed one of my suspicions. If I take on the task and encounter any issues, I'll let you know. Yuzhu frowned. Are you really going to take this task, Captain? Not necessarily. I still need some more information. With Yuzhu's concern evident, Lin Moya left the trading center and headed to the military merit office. A transaction worth 320,000,000 points could be exchanged for 32,000 military merits, directly promoting his rank to second lieutenant. At the military merit office, Lin Moya met an old acquaintance, Meng Gang. After several years, Meng Gang was still managing the military merit office, but his rank had risen from second sergeant to third sergeant. Even after all these years, Meng Gang still addressed Lin Moya as captain. From Meng Gang, Lin Moya learned why he didn't need to complete a rank promotion task. Not everyone needs to complete a rank promotion task to advance from sergeant to lieutenant. The rank promotion task for a lieutenant mainly assesses combat power. As long as the combat power meets the requirements, the promotion is granted. Generally, reaching the 7th stage of the God King realm is sufficient for rank promotion. Even if there is a task assessment, it is conducted within the Human Emperor Network, which provides the evaluation. This method eliminates the influence of personal factors and prevents the use of artifacts to create false combat power. However, Lin Moya didn't need this. The Human Emperor Network's comprehensive evaluation of Lin Moya's strength had already reached the minor god sovereign level, making him more than qualified for the lieutenant rank. If Lin Moya wanted to advance further to the general level, he would need to possess the combat power of a god sovereign, which would be relatively more challenging. After exchanging his military merits, Lin Moya left the military merit office and sent a message to Zhu Kaiwo. Although Fortress Number 10 and the Human Emperor Network were very far apart, he knew Zhu Kaiwo would receive the message. Even though Zhu Kaiwo was not at Fortress Number 1, he seemed to maintain a mysterious connection with the Human Emperor Network. Sure enough, just 2 minutes after sending the message, Lin Moya received a response from Zhu Kaiwo. The reply contained only 5 words: come to Fortress Number 10. Lin Moya stepped into the teleportation array, heading to Fortress Number 10. Not everyone is qualified to go to Fortress Number 10. Authorization is required to enter. Clearly, Lin Moya had received authorization from Zhu Kaiwo, successfully activating the teleportation array. Traveling from Fortress Number 1 to Fortress Number 10 required several transfers, passing through Fortresses Number 2, Number 3, and Number 4. Then, from Fortress Number 4 to Fortress Number 6, and finally through Fortress Number 8, he reached Fortress Number 10. The entire teleportation process spanned over 100,000 light-years and was very lengthy. This teleportation was the longest in Lin Moya's cultivation career. When he appeared at Fortress Number 10, he hadn't even left the teleportation array when his body trembled slightly. An invisible force from all directions of the fortress pressed down on him. The feeling was somewhat similar to the pressure in the mysterious land. This fortress is different. Lin Moya's first reaction told him that Fortress Number 10 was fundamentally different from the other fortresses. Although it had the same heavy military style, it was essentially different from the other fortresses. Every building here was inscribed with formations. Lin Moya felt that once these formations were activated, the entire fortress could transform into a terrifying combat weapon. A beam of light descended from the sky, forming a guiding marker in front of Lin Moya. Zhu Kaiwa's voice echoed in Lin Moya's ears, "Follow the marker and come over." Following the marker, Lin Moya flew away from fortress number 10. Halfway through, he felt himself pass through an invisible membrane. Formation. Looking down, fortress number 10 became somewhat blurry in his vision. He realized that the formations of fortress number 10 were always in operation. However, maintaining the operation of formations required a constant consumption of energy. Where did this energy come from? Unlike fortresses number 1 to number 9, where the formations were always off when not in battle, fortress no 10's formations were always on. Looking at the increasingly smaller fortress number 10 below, Lin Moya felt a sense of familiarity. A flash of inspiration struck him, and he realized what fortress number 10 was. It was the War God Fortress, not a replica, but the genuine War God Fortress. The replica of the War God Fortress had the combat power of a god sovereign. How powerful would the genuine War God Fortress be? Placing the War God Fortress here indicated that this place was indeed very dangerous and very important. Zhu Kaiwa sat like a statue, unmoving. As far as Lin Moya knew, Zhu Kaiwa had been sitting in the same position for thousands of years without changing. However, it wasn't that he never moved, only his main body remained still, while his avatars occasionally went out. The Zhu Kaiwa Lin Moya had met before were all avatars, not the main body. Zhu Kaiwo had mentioned that his avatars were unique, different from others. His avatars could be considered as his main body, with little difference. Seeing the main body for the first time, Lin Moya felt that it was more solemn and dignified. A peculiar aura surrounded Zhu Kaiwu, the aura of the other shore. Lin Moya saluted Zhu Kaiwu, "Greetings, senior." "What is it?" Zhu Kaiwu's voice was slightly low, as if suppressing something. Lin Moya could feel the difference between the avatar and the main body. The avatar was more approachable, while the main body was more solemn. Lin Moya said, "I would like to ask for some information, senior." Zhu Kaiwa glanced at Lin Moya, as if saying, "Just for this." Lin Moya continued, "I want information about Area 9 to 58. Upon hearing this, Zhu Kaiwa's expression changed slightly. "Are you planning to take that task?" Lin Moya noticed the unusual change in Zhu Kaiwa's expression. His expression was complex, indicating that this task was not simple. Lin Moya said, "I haven't decided yet, just considering it." Zhu Kaiwa thought for a moment and then threw a jade tablet to Lin Moya. It was the same jade tablet containing battlefield information that he had shown Lin Moya before. "I'll give you 1 minute," Zhu Kaiwa said unceremoniously. The information in this jade tablet was invaluable. Allowing Lin Moya to see it was already a great favor. The information about Area 9 to 58 wasn't much, so 1 minute was enough. Lin Moya immediately began to read. The information was indeed limited. In just half a minute, Lin Moya had finished reading and returned the jade tablet to Zhu Kaiwa. The information Zhu Kaiwa had was indeed richer than that of the Yu family. Lin Moya saw some important details. This area contains the power of a curse. Most people didn't trigger the curse, so they didn't complete the task. Some triggered the curse and died inside. 3 people returned alive, but they were still cursed and died within 6 months of leaving. Chapter 1442. Chapter 1442, 1442. Chapter 1442, Natural Advantage of Ignoring Curses. After reading the information, Lin Moya couldn't help but feel a bit shocked. He also possessed curse-type spells, and he had 4 of them. 3 of them were soul-type curses: Soul Burn, which directly attacks the Soul Ghost Curse, which reduces the enemy's various functions, and Soul Poison, which causes continuous damage to the soul. Additionally, there was a combined spell formed from these 3 spells called Time Curse. However, he rarely used the basic curse spells alone, most often using the combined Time Curse. The key to the Time Curse was its time acceleration ability, which released the originally slow-acting damage of Soul Poison instantly. Combined with the effects of Soul Burn, its power greatly exceeded the 2 spells individually. The only regret was that the Time Curse did not inherit the weakening ability of the Soul Curse. Moreover, most of the time, he faced enemies whose realms far exceeded his own, making the attribute-reducing effects of the Soul Curse negligible. If he were facing enemies of the same realm, he wouldn't need the Soul Curse at all, as he had countless ways to instantly kill them. Overall, the Soul Curse seemed somewhat redundant. However, Lin Moya always believed that there were no useless spells, only spells that were needed at the right time. Because he possessed curse-type spells, he became even more interested in Area 9 to 58 after reading the information. Seeing the change in Lin Moya's expression, Zhu Kaiwa already knew his decision. In a serious tone, Zhu Kaiwa said, "Listen carefully to what I'm about to say." Lin Moya sat upright, listening intently. Zhu Kaiwa's voice grew deeper. Besides the information recorded in the documents, there are some things passed down by word of mouth. The 3 people who returned from Area 9 to 58 seemed normal, but they were already deeply affected by the curse, and their souls were in turmoil. People thought they were unwilling to speak, but in reality, they couldn't say anything. Later, they were taken into custody by the military, and we tried various methods but couldn't lift the curse. Area 9 to 58 has a realm restriction: God sovereigns cannot enter. Once you enter, we cannot intervene. I can't go in, and neither can those people. Your life-saving measures will be useless. If you go in, you must be prepared your life and death will be in your own hands. Everyone has their own path to walk. Your path is yours to walk, so I won't stop you. Whether you go or not, it's up to you. Lin Moya respectfully bowed to Zhu Kaiwa. "Thank you for your guidance, senior. I understand." Zhu Kaiwa nodded and waved his hand. "You may leave." He closed his eyes, and Lin Moya turned and left without lingering. Returning to Fortress Number 10, the battlefield token glowed slightly as he passed through the formation, verifying his identity. On the way back to Fortress Number 1 via the teleportation array, Lin Moya pondered the information in Zhu Kaiwa's words. By cross-referencing the two, he could analyze a lot of information. First, the task in Area 9 to 58 is likely an exploration task. Second, as long as you don't trigger the curse inside, you won't be in danger, even if you can't complete the task. Moreover, this task has no penalties for failure. Once the curse is triggered, it means you've found the key to the task, but the curse is very dangerous, and outsiders can't resolve it. Once cursed, even if you return, you will still die. God sovereigns can't enter, and even those who have set foot in the other shore can't enter, indicating that the restrictions in this area are very strong. The stronger the restrictions, the greater the secrets it often contains. Could it be related to ancient times? Or is it a special area formed by chaotic rules? With less than 2 years until the 4-star region competition, should I go? Lin Moya weighed the pros and cons, considering whether to go. Curses are terrifying and dangerous to others. Curse attacks are extremely strange, and many curses directly target the soul. Once the soul is severely damaged, recovery becomes very difficult. Xiaoxing was the best example. His soul was almost destroyed and couldn't be healed. The 3 people who returned were the same, but Lin Moya was not afraid of this. He had an ability that no one else had, a passive spell called State Immunity. State Immunity, fusion level 150%. The owner and their summons are immune to all negative states, including spells, formations, barriers, curses, and negative laws. He could completely ignore curses. The only thing he needed to consider was the time issue and whether it would affect the 4-star region competition. By the time he returned to Fortress Number 1, Lin Moya had already made his decision. He would go. The more dangerous the place, the greater the potential rewards. Whether out of curiosity or for greater benefits, Lin Moya felt he had to go. Returning to the task center, he decisively accepted the task and then activated the teleportation array again, heading to Fortress Number 9. Not long after Lin Moya accepted the task, Zhu Kaiwa already knew. As Lin Moya had guessed, Zhu Kaiwa maintained constant contact with the Human Emperor network. He also kept an eye on Lin Moya's every move. He went after all. Perhaps he can uncover the mystery. What exactly is in there? I'm curious too. Those people must be curious as well. For so many years, no one has been able to uncover the secret. Area 9 to 58 had existed for many years, and over the years, countless strong individuals from various races, not just humans, had explored it. The results were always one of 3 outcomes. They either died inside, returned cursed and then died, or, like most people, returned empty-handed. But that was others, not Lin Moya. Lin Moya had repeatedly created miracles. Perhaps this time he could do it again. Zhu Kaiwa muttered to himself, seemingly not worried about Lin Moya's death but rather holding high expectations. From a distance, Area 9 to 58 looked like a massive vortex. The vortex had a diameter of over 10 million kilometers, far exceeding that of an ordinary star. Lin Moya could feel a powerful force enveloping the entire vortex, a force so strong it made his heart race. As he carefully sensed it, he gradually discovered some clues. This force seemed to have set a critical point, usually dormant, but once this critical point was exceeded, it would activate. It would repel all who approached, whether entering from the outside or exiting from within the vortex. The critical point was the God Sovereign Realm. As long as one exceeded the God Sovereign Realm, they couldn't enter or exit. Lin Moya couldn't help but wonder, is this force naturally formed, or was it deliberately set up by someone? Is it just to prevent those above the God Sovereign Realm from entering, or is it also to stop something inside the vortex from coming out? Is there something stronger than a God Sovereign inside the vortex? For a moment, his thoughts were all over the place. No matter what he thought, it was just speculation. Only by entering himself could he verify it. Lin Moya found a place in the void and set a return marker. With this marker, he could use a teleportation talisman to return instantly within a range of 10 million kilometers. It might not be useful, but it was a precaution. Entering an unknown place, no one could help him, so he had to be cautious. Chapter 1443. Chapter 1443, 1443. Chapter 1443, Solid Ground, Useless Skeleton King. Lin Moya disappeared into the vortex. As he entered, a massive suction force pulled him deeper into the vortex. Throughout the process, his senses were obscured. He couldn't discern direction, distance, or speed, and it seemed as if even time had stopped. Lin Moya silently counted in his mind, trying to gauge how much time had passed and how far he had traveled. However, under the interference of an invisible force, time seemed to become chaotic, and his thoughts also experienced interruptions and pauses, rendering his counting useless. Most of his senses were blocked, but with his peak 4th grade soul, he could still perceive some anomalies. Lin Moya felt as if he had passed through multiple layers of membranes, and the surrounding atmosphere seemed to change, becoming different from the battlefield in the Great World. I've left the battlefield and am no longer in the Great World. Lin Moya thought to himself. This feeling was different from when he entered the Yellow Sand Desert. Both the Yellow Sand Desert and the Ancient Tomb had their own rules, but they were somewhat connected to the battlefield in the Great World. However, now, Lin Moya couldn't sense any connection to the battlefield or the Great World, leading him to conclude that he had entered an independent world. After an unknown amount of time, he finally felt solid ground beneath his feet. It was like a long teleportation had ended, and the scene before his eyes rippled like water, gradually becoming clear. His vision returned to normal after 2 seconds. This was a dim world, with dark clouds covering the sky. Occasionally, light would break through, bringing some brightness to the world. The light filtering through the clouds was tinged with deep red, as if a raging fire was burning behind the thick clouds. However, the surroundings were cold, lacking the warmth that flames should bring. Lin Moyo instinctively wanted to fly up and take a look, but a powerful force rose from the ground, holding him firmly. Lin Moyo exerted his strength, his body glowing with golden light, trying to break free from the force. In the struggle, Lin Moyo gained the upper hand, and his body slowly ascended. But when he reached a height of 100 meters, the suction force from the ground suddenly intensified, preventing him from rising further. He was still far from the clouds. Lin Moyo tried several times with the same result and had to land. He then leaped with all his might, his body shooting up like a cannonball, instantly surpassing 100 meters. At 200 meters, the ground's pull strengthened again, but it still couldn't stop Lin Moyo. It wasn't until he reached 300 meters that the pull became much stronger, and he had to fall back to the ground. He jumped up like a cannonball and fell like a meteor, but the ground showed no signs of damage. If it were an ordinary star, the ground would have cracked, and the star might have even collapsed. For a god king, shattering a star with a punch is not difficult. Next, gray flames burned fiercely, and a massive skeleton king throne appeared in the sky. Before the skeleton king could stand up from the throne, an invisible force pressed down on him. The skeleton king was too tall, about 100,000 meters high, and just standing there, he surpassed the cloud layer. The force came from the ground, as if countless hands were pulling the skeleton king down. The skeleton king was suppressed to the ground. At the minor god sovereign level, the skeleton king was clearly stronger than Lin Moyo. He resisted the ground's pull with all his might, managing to lift his head, but only to a height of about 1,000 meters before he couldn't move further. A height of 1,000 meters was the skeleton king's limit. The more he lowered his head, the less the pull. After some attempts, Lin Moyo realized that the pull increased sharply every 100 meters. Within each 100-meter interval, the pull remained constant. At his level, he could only fly to about 100 meters. For a second-stage god king, even 100 meters would be impossible. A first-stage god king would be stuck on the ground, unable to take off. With his god king body, he could jump to about 300 meters. The closer to the limit, the more the pull affected his movements, slowing him down and reducing his combat power. In the area below 100 meters, he could exert his full strength. The skeleton king, being too tall, could only lie on the ground. If he tried to stand, his body might collapse under the pull. Looking at the sky, Lin Moyo seemed to see layers of invisible membranes covering the world. It seems that the way out is not by flying up, he murmured. He had tried to find a way out, leaving himself a retreat. Clearly, the way out was not by ascending but through another path. After a brief test, he confirmed that this place had similarities and differences with the Yellow Sand Desert and the ancient tomb. The similarity was the ancient aura, having endured countless ages, likely related to ancient times. The difference was the complete absence of the Great World's aura, indicating it was an independent world. The laws here were extremely thin, and using them would greatly deplete one's energy, making it hard to replenish. However, this didn't matter to Lin Moyo, as his talent tree was the largest supply warehouse. With a thought, the skeleton king, now useless, raised his bone sword and struck the ground with all his might. Although he didn't use any spells and his posture was off, limiting his power, the skeleton king's strike was still stronger than a full-force attack from a 9-stage god king. The ground trembled slightly, and a small crack appeared, only finger width, less than a meter long, and about 10 centimeters deep. The skeleton king's strike, capable of shattering 830 stars, only left a small crack on the ground. The skeleton king's power wasn't limited, the ground was just too solid. Lin Moyo felt the ground's solidity, comparable to God's sovereign materials, second only to the black materials in the ancient tomb and the mysterious manor. Judging by the ground's strength, the beings here must be very powerful. Similarly, if there are curses here, they will be very strong. I wonder if my passive spell can withstand them. Lin Moyo knew that while his passive spell was miraculous, it had its limits. If the attack was too strong, it would lose its effect. He put away the useless skeleton king and summoned a large number of skeleton god warriors. Here, the skeleton king was useless, though it could still be summoned to suppress enemies with its massive body if needed. Over 1,000,000 skeleton god warriors spread out, with Lin Moyo at the center, moving in all directions. In an unknown place, Lin Moyo used the oldest and most practical method, having the skeletons scout the way. The Lightspeed Lich sat on Lin Moyo's shoulder, providing spell support to the skeleton god warriors. The warriors turned into streams of light, but their speed was much slower than in the Great World. Here, the Lightspeed Lich's ability was greatly suppressed, its speed only 1% of normal. Chapter 1444. Chapter 1444, 1444. Chapter 1444, almost got myself killed. The skeletons ran farther and farther, and a map had already formed in Lin Moyo's mind. The mystery of this land began to gradually unveil. The Lightspeed Lich's abilities were restricted, and Lin Moyo quickly understood why. The Lich's abilities depended on laws, and the Lightspeed Lich naturally depended on the laws of light speed. In this world, the presence of laws was extremely thin. Although not completely absent, it was much less than in the Great World. Not only was it difficult to replenish, but even the effects were greatly diminished. The skeletons used their light transformation ability, indeed turning into streams of light, but their speed was only 1% of usual. They could only travel 1,500 kilometers per second. Lin Moyo could only hope that this world wasn't too large, otherwise, 1,500 kilometers per second, which seemed fast, would be like a drop in the bucket. He was already accustomed to the distance scales in the Great World, where distances of tens of millions or even billions of kilometers were common, sometimes even measured in light years. In this context, 1,500 kilometers per second was like a snail's pace. The world was dim, the ground solid and flat, looking like a vast plain. There was no vegetation, and it seemed devoid of any life. In his undead vision, Lin Moya saw no soul flames. After half an hour, the skeletons had traveled nearly 3 million kilometers. Lin Moya finally saw something else. It was a giant flower bud about 50 meters tall, not yet in bloom, seemingly dead. The huge leaves were withered, and no soul flames were visible in the undead vision. The undead vision only showed shades of gray and white, so the true color of the flower bud was not visible. After half an hour, Lin Moya reached the flower bud and examined it closely. The flower bud was blood red, a stunning color. Lin Moya felt the traces of time from it. Even though it was dead, it still retained its vibrant color, unchanged for countless ages. The flower bud's roots penetrated deep into the ground, proving its extraordinary nature by being able to take root in such solid ground. It was about to bloom but suddenly met its death. I wonder what level this flower bud is. Lin Moya didn't need to guess blindly. He flicked a wisp of undead flame from his finger. The undead flame landed on the flower bud and began to burn fiercely. On the solid, desolate ground, a 50-meter-tall gray flame appeared. Suddenly, the wind picked up, whistling and blowing on the undead flame, stretching it into long, thin lines. The flower bud began to move, its soul starting to revive. It stretched in the flame, slowly retracting, wrapping itself tighter. What was happening now was what it was doing before it died. Lin Moya realized his judgment was wrong. The flower bud was not about to bloom but was retracting. It had been attacked before it could fully retract, and its soul was obliterated. In the undead vision, a massive soul flame appeared, growing stronger and quickly reaching the God King realm, then breaking through to the God Sovereign realm. This flower was at the God Sovereign realm when it was alive. Lin Moya was shocked, confirming his earlier suspicion. He had initially guessed that the creatures here would be very strong, but he didn't expect them to be this strong. A random flower was at the God Sovereign realm. Then his expression changed completely. The flower's soul continued to grow stronger, showing no signs of stopping. The soul flame began to enter the high-level God Sovereign range, still growing stronger. Lin Moya had seen Zhu Kaiwa's soul flame and knew what the soul flame of a peak God Sovereign looked like. Now, this unknown flower's soul had reached the same level as Zhu Kaiwa's. But it didn't stop growing, showing no signs of halting. A warning came from his soul, and Lin Moya sensed something was wrong. Instinctively, he retreated, moving back tens of thousands of kilometers. The soul flame suddenly expanded, officially breaking through the God Sovereign realm's limit. A touch of stunning purple light appeared in the originally golden soul flame, exuding a noble and mysterious aura. Lin Moya's eyes were filled with shock. It's not at the God Sovereign realm, it's at the other shore. A flower had reached the other shore, making the strength of this world unimaginable. The flower bud revived but did not bow before Lin Moya. On the surface, it was because it was a flower and couldn't bow. But Lin Moya, as the person involved, didn't feel that way. He sensed that the flower's soul was resisting the resurrection spell. It didn't want to bow. How could a being that had reached the other shore bow before a god king? This was the first time Lin Moya encountered such a situation, making him vigilant. He discovered the limit of the resurrection of the dead spell. Every spell has its limits, and the limit of resurrection of the dead should be the God Sovereign realm. Reviving and controlling a God Sovereign was not a problem, but reviving a being above the God Sovereign realm was difficult. Such a being's will was too strong to be easily controlled. The flower bud was the best example. The more it resisted the spell, the more intense the confrontation became. Lin Moya suddenly felt himself being locked onto, a malicious intent enveloping his soul. The flower bud, while resisting the spell, also locked onto him. It wants to kill me. The undead wings instinctively spread, instantly breaking the soul lock, and he turned into a stream of light, retreating. Just as he retreated less than 1,000 kilometers, a deep blue light suddenly shone above his head. Lin Moya felt his whole body sink, his soul buzzing, his thoughts becoming chaotic, and he lost all perception of his surroundings. A sense of loneliness erupted from the depths of his soul, making him feel hopeless and suicidal. This emotion came from deep within his soul, uncontrollable and irresistible. No way, this isn't my true thought. Control, I must control it. Fortunately, this emotion lasted less than half a second before disappearing like a bubble. Lin Moya broke free from the loneliness and despair, his thoughts returning to normal, his face pale, and his body weak, gasping for breath. He knew it was the state immunity spell that saved him. But facing a curse attack beyond the God Sovereign realm, state immunity couldn't provide complete immunity. At least for that half second, he had countless suicidal thoughts. Fortunately, his soul quality was high enough, and his defense strong enough. Otherwise, he would have self-destruct at least once. His talent could save him, but it was still dangerous. If the curse had lasted more than 3 seconds, he might have been in real danger. 3 seconds was enough for him to self-destruct 3 times, and his talent wouldn't help. At this moment, a sharp cry suddenly sounded in his ears. The flower bud, which was resisting the resurrection of the dead spell, suddenly trembled all over. Then it exploded like fireworks, shattering into pieces. From the roots to the petals, everything turned to dust, dissipating into the air. Resurrection of the dead had turned the flower bud into a resurrected being but couldn't control it. In the intense confrontation, its soul completely collapsed, and it died completely. Lin Moya breathed a sigh of relief. That was really dangerous. He smiled bitterly. I almost got myself killed. If he had really died just now, it would have been by his own hand. Killing oneself would indeed be a bit funny to talk about. Chapter 1445. Chapter 1445, 1445. Chapter 1445, The Steel in the Basin. The curse was strong, leaving Lin Moya with lingering fear. However, Lin Moya also knew that his state immunity was indeed effective against curses. As long as he was careful, he would be fine. He hadn't expected the opponent's realm to be so high, it was truly a lapse in judgment. Still not cautious enough, need to be more careful in the future, Lin Moya warned himself as he walked back to the flower bud. The flower bud had already turned to dust, disappearing into the world, leaving no trace behind. In the place where it once existed, a giant pit appeared. Lin Moya approached the edge of the pit and looked down. It was pitch black inside, and he couldn't see anything. Suddenly, his soul alarmed him, and Lin Moya quickly retreated 2 steps. At that moment, a massive pulling force surged from the pit. If Lin Moya had been standing in the pit, he would have been pulled down. What is this force? Could there be other beings in the pit? Lin Moya's heart tightened. He realized that if he fell in, it wouldn't be good. With a thought, 100 skeleton god warriors rushed out, leaping into the pit. Lin Moya had already connected to the undead vision of the skeleton god warriors to see where they would end up. As the skeleton god warriors entered, the massive pulling force reappeared, like giant hands firmly grabbing the skeleton god warriors. The skeleton god warriors couldn't resist and were carried away by the force. The world was pitch black, but fortunately, with the undead vision, they could still see some things. Lin Moya saw a giant vortex, identical to the one he had entered. The pulling force originated from the vortex, dragging the skeleton god warriors into it. The skeleton god warriors were like small boats in a storm, swaying with the wind. Unlike the vortex he had entered, this vortex contained things. Countless meteor-like objects flew around in the vortex, resembling the materials of the ground. Driven by the vortex's force, these objects moved at high speed, like cannonballs. The skeleton god warriors constantly endured impacts, resulting in numerous wounds on their bodies. Fortunately, the skeleton god warriors were strong enough, and these wounds weren't enough to make them collapse. After spinning in the vortex for several minutes, they finally reached the deepest part of the vortex. Then, the skeleton god warriors were thrown out like garbage. At the moment they left the vortex, Lin Moya sensed a familiar aura. Immediately, his connection with the skeleton god warriors was severed, and they lost contact, unable to sense each other. It's the aura of the Great World. Through the vortex, they returned to the Great World. At the moment the skeleton god warriors left the vortex, Lin Moya clearly sensed the aura of the Great World. He was 100% sure that through the vortex, one could leave here and return to the Great World. Lin Moya had an epiphany, so this is the way to return to the Great World. It seems there should be many similar passages. Indeed, these are 2 different worlds, even isolating my connection with the skeletons. Having found a way back, Lin Moya felt reassured. The skeletons he had sent out were still running on the ground and soon discovered something different. Lin Moya immediately rushed over and saw a basin. The basin had a diameter of about 10,000 meters and a depth of about 100 meters. In the basin, there were numerous large pits. Lin Moya recognized at a glance that these pits were left by the death of plants, also serving as exits from this world. So far, Lin Moya had only encountered one life-threatening crisis, which he brought upon himself. He hadn't encountered any other dangers. For another cultivator, they probably wouldn't encounter danger either. Therefore, most cultivators here returned safely but didn't bring back any useful information. However, to truly understand the secrets of this world, one had to trigger the curse. But how to trigger the curse? Lin Moya searched the basin with his eyes and suddenly saw a steel in an inconspicuous corner. The steel was pitch black, different from the color of the ground. This material, indeed from ancient times. Lin Moya recognized at a glance that the steel's material was the same as that of the mysterious manor fortress. He took 2 steps and arrived at the steel. The steel had inscriptions, written in the ancient primordial script, similar to the ancient script of his previous life. In this era, few people could recognize the primordial script. People like Little Ming King Bodhisattva and Su Qingyan, whom he had saved, couldn't recognize it. However, Zhu Kaiwu and that mysterious figure could. Lin Moya speculated that the primordial script was only circulated among the upper echelons of various races, perhaps only known to powerful races. The inscriptions on the steel were originally numerous, but now most had been erased, leaving only fragments. To roll rebellion, I led the army to suppress. No matter how strong the curse, it can't stop the master's glory. Heaven, despicable. I led the army, slaughtered Tyrol. These were fragmented records, but they provided enough information to analyze. Seeing the word Tyrol, Lin Moya suddenly remembered information he had seen in a beastskin journal. The journal had written, in the year 998 of the Undying Era, your glory shone upon Tyrol. Connecting the dots, he could roughly deduce the cause and effect. In the year 998 of the Undying Era, this master ruled over all of Tyrol. It was unclear whether Tyrol was a mid-level race or an independent world at that time. In the following years, a dozen more races or worlds were successively ruled. Then, in an unprecedented war, these beings, unwilling to be ruled, rebelled. As a result, Tyrol was slaughtered. So, Area 9 to 58 was once the territory of the Tyrol. Tyrol was originally a plant-based lifeform, skilled in curses. Ancient things are indeed interesting. Races skilled in curses exist in the Great World, but they are all weak. Unexpectedly, the Tyrol took curses to such an extent, surpassing the god-sovereign level. Looking at the remaining pits, one could imagine their size when alive and in further strength, not weaker than the flower bud he had seen earlier. That was an existence surpassing the god-sovereign level, and in the former Tyrol, they were everywhere. The strength of ancient times seemed to far surpass the current era. Lin Moyo felt enlightened. He tried to take the steel away, but it was firmly embedded in the ground, and no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't move it. In the end, he had no choice but to use a memory stone to record the steel's contents. Those big figures were very interested in ancient materials. If he handed this over, he might receive some rewards. After searching the basin, he found nothing else. He checked the pits again, sending dozens of skeletons in to confirm that they could indeed leave this place and return to the great world through the pits. Lin Moyo felt reassured, knowing he wouldn't be trapped here. He left a few skeletons in place as markers, ensuring he wouldn't get lost no matter where he went. Leaving the basin, he turned into a stream of light and flew in another direction. The skeleton god warriors had made new discoveries. Chapter 1446. Chapter 1446, 1446. Chapter 1446, The Curse from Billions of Years Ago. The skeleton god warriors discovered another basin, but there was no steel inside this basin. The size, layout, and distribution of holes in this basin were exactly the same as the previous two basins. The basins were perfectly circular with a diameter of 10,000 meters. The number and positions of the holes inside were identical, exactly 100 holes with the same size. It was as if these basins were cast from the same mold, with only the steel being the difference. The skeletons then discovered more and more basins. Lin Moyo examined each one and found they were all identical. Lin Moyo guessed, could each basin represent a tribe or clan? But this didn't seem quite right. The distribution of these basins is too uniform, unlike living areas. It's more like a military formation. If it's a military formation, there should be commanders and leaders. Lin Moyo compared his findings with the mental map he had formed. He realized that the distribution of these basins was very balanced, forming a grid-like military formation. However, this guess still lacked evidence. Along the way, Lin Moyo felt very safe and did not trigger any curses. He didn't know what those who had triggered the curse had discovered. After all, he had only been here for 2 days. He couldn't be impatient. The skeletons continued exploring in all directions. Except for the direction where the basins appeared, the other directions were completely flat with nothing in sight. The land that once belonged to the Tyrol tribe was far vaster than Lin Moyo had imagined. The skeletons running in other directions could travel 130 million kilometers per day, but even after running for 2 consecutive days on this plain, the scenery remained unchanged. The scale was completely beyond reason. However, Lin Moyo had a vague feeling that this was just the tip of the iceberg. More and more basins appeared, with tens of thousands already mapped in his mind, arranged in a neat 100 by 100 grid formation. Finally, on the 4th day, there was a new discovery. A 100-meter-tall mountain appeared in front of the tens of thousands of basins. At the moment he saw the mountain, Lin Moyo could finally confirm that these basins were not villages but military camps. On top of this mountain was a strange giant tree. In his undead vision, the sole fire of this tree had been extinguished. Lin Moyo walked up the mountain and turned to face the basins. The mist cleared, and the tens of thousands of basins came into view. He stood high above, like a general inspecting his troops. One could imagine that in those basins were once the soldiers of the Tyrol tribe, fully armed and ready to launch their so-called rebellion. The result was that the rebellion failed, and the tribe was slaughtered instead. Who was right or wrong has long been buried by the river of time and no longer matters. For Lin Moyo, uncovering the truth would not be too difficult. He could revive the strange tree in front of him, but he didn't dare. An existence at such a level could very likely break free from the control of resurrection of the dead, just like the previous flower bud. He got lucky last time, but he might not be so fortunate next time. The risk was too great and not worth taking. This strange tree was 100 meters tall, clearly larger and more powerful than the flower bud he had seen before. There was no need to take such a foolish risk again. He shifted his gaze from the basins to the strange tree in front of him. The surface of the tree was not smooth but had protrusions, as if something was trying to burst out of its body, forming a peculiar pattern. The withered branches drooped down and connected to the ground, covering the earth. Lin Moyo did not touch these branches. Instead, he slowly levitated into the air. The mountain was 100 meters high, so at this height, he was experiencing an immense downward pull. As he flew up, he could only rise half a meter before being unable to ascend further over the mountaintop. However, this did not stop Lin Moyo, as he had many ways to fly over. With a thought, a skeleton god general appeared by his side. The skeleton god general stood 5 meters tall with the combat power of the 9th stage of the god king realm, second only to the skeleton king and the 200 skeleton generals with armies. At the 9th stage of the god king realm, the skeleton god general could easily fly up to 800 meters high. Lin Moyo placed one hand on the skeleton god general's bones, and it slowly rose, carrying Lin Moyo over the mountaintop. At the moment he crossed over, Lin Moyo's pupils constricted sharply. He saw dense vines covering the area behind the mountain. These vines were not drooping branches or roots but part of the tree's body itself. Part of the vines were on the mountain, while most were hidden beneath, intertwined with the roots. The vines extended along the ground for an unknown distance. Lin Moyo realized he had underestimated this strange tree. The part protruding from the mountaintop was merely its head, the entire mountain was its body. Based on the strength of the flower bud, the power of this strange tree must be unimaginable. Immediately after, among the intertwined vines, Lin Moyo saw something different. Go there. With a thought, he commanded the skeleton god general to fly down. He approached the vines and saw the object among them clearly. It was a skull, its flesh and blood long dried up, the tight skin clinging to the bones. It was clearly a male skull, with features about 70 to 80% similar to humans. However, the skin was covered in fine scales, indicating it was not human. Lin Moyo pondered for a moment, then signaled the skeleton god general to fly higher and away. He then summoned another skeleton god general to retrieve the skull from the vines. The skeleton god general grabbed the skull and pulled it out with force. Boom! A tremendous roar shook the entire mountain forest. A red light flashed above the skeleton god general's head, forming the shape of a giant axe that slammed down. The skeleton god general was instantly shattered into pieces. Resurrection of the undead automatically triggered, reviving the skeleton god general, only for it to be shattered again. After 5 revivals and deaths, resurrection of the undead lost its effect, and the skeleton god general truly died. It was only then that the skull fell back into the mountain. Lin Moyo watched the scene. What a terrifying curse! The strange tree did not revive, but the curse it had set before its death still remained. The curse's power was very strange. Once the curse was set, it could last for an extremely long time. Although its power would gradually weaken over time, if the original strength was great enough, the curse could persist for billions of years. This was exactly the case now. A curse from billions of years ago easily killed the skeleton god general. Moreover, the curse's power persisted. Even after revival, it was useless. Lin Moyo could only give up on this skeleton god general. He summoned a new skeleton god general to retrieve the skull again. This time, it went smoothly without triggering the curse's attack. As expected, as long as I don't disturb the vines, the curse won't be triggered. Triggering the curse attack required meeting certain conditions. Disturbing the vines would trigger the curse's attack. If the vines were not disturbed, the curse would not be triggered. It seemed his guess was correct. Looking at the skull in the skeleton god general's hand, Lin Moyo led it away from the mountain, stopping 10,000 meters away. He then unleashed the undead flames on the skull. Stellar level spell, Resurrection of the Dead. Chapter 1447. Chapter 1447, 1447. Chapter 1447, Ancient Information, Another World. The undying flames fell on the skull, burning fiercely. The ancient being, dead for countless years, began to regenerate its flesh under the influence of the spell. Whether it was because the being was too powerful or because it had been dead for too long, the regeneration process was very slow. Lin Moyo watched closely, his mind highly alert. To avoid repeating past mistakes, Lin Moyo made preparations. The undying flames first restored the flesh on the skull, gradually becoming full. Then, the flesh below the neck began to regenerate, writhing and growing in the flames. Lin Moyo observed the newly formed skin, which was also covered in dense scales, resembling humans but not quite the same. Even if it were a human, it would be from an ancient period, with little relation to the current human race. Lin Moyo wouldn't show mercy just because of the being's race. To him, these beings were tools to understand the situation. The undying flames burned for 10 minutes, and the being finally regenerated. It stood about 3 meters tall, much taller than Lin Moyo. Its entire body was covered in scales, and it had a snake tail behind it. This was a strange race, unlike any current race. Upon resurrection, the being instinctively wanted to bow before Lin Moyo, but its eyes suddenly flashed with ferocity, and it roared in anger, seemingly resisting. Lin Moyo watched silently, feeling its powerful aura, similar to the flower bud he had encountered earlier. Both were beings that had stepped into the other shore, but this one was slightly weaker than the strange tree, which was why it had died at the hands of the tree. Lin Moyo asked in a low voice, "Who are you?" With his previous experience, Lin Moyo was calm, exerting his authority and strengthening the spell's suppression. The being was resurrected by the spell and would be controlled by it. The first time, Lin Moyo had not encountered such a situation and was caught off guard by the flower bud's curse attack. Now, he knew what to do: strengthen the spell's power and exert his authority as the master. Although this might not necessarily work, it was worth a try. Under the dual suppression of the spell and Lin Moyo's authority, the being's thoughts finally showed signs of submission. I am 993,257. It reported a long number. Lin Moyo was stunned. Is this your name? How can it be a number? He wondered if ancient beings had no names, only numbers. But that didn't make sense. Beings who had reached the other shore should have names. Lin Moyo asked, "What race are you?" After a few moments of hesitation, the being struggled to say, "Undying Serpent Fish Clan." "Why are you here?" Lin Moyo pressed on. "Tyrol's betrayal. We were ordered to suppress it." "Who else came with you?" "The Master's personal guard, the 10th Legion. We were responsible for exterminating the Tyrol during the rebellion." Lin Moyo was shocked, his eyes gleaming. "Tyrol is not just a race. It is both a race and a world. Explain clearly." "The Tyrol race ruled their world, exterminating all other races. Our Serpent Fish Clan originally belonged to the Tyrol world, but later." At this point, the being's eyes suddenly turned blood red, and its voice stopped. Its eyes quickly became crazed, as if losing sanity. "You are not the master. You have no right to command me. How dare you control me? I will kill you. You lowly ant, how dare you try to control me? Die!" With a roar, the being broke free from the spell's suppression and attacked Lin Moyo. Lin Moyo was prepared and remained calm. He pointed at the being. Stellar level spell, Corpse Explosion. With a loud bang, the being was blown to pieces. At the same time, the mountain where the strange tree was located also turned to dust. Lin Moyo had used the strange tree as material for the corpse explosion, killing the being. This was Lin Moyo's plan from the beginning. He didn't revive the strange tree because he feared the being wasn't strong enough to kill it, which would have resulted in his own death. Before Lin Moyo could celebrate, a red light suddenly appeared above his head, and an axe came down. "Damn, a curse!" As the axe fell, Lin Moya's soul trembled, his mind went blank, and he couldn't react. In his soul world, a giant axe appeared, slashing down heavily. Cracks appeared on the crystal barrier, and the talon tree shook violently. The axe struck repeatedly, and the cracks on the crystal barrier spread like a spider web, ready to shatter at any moment. The talon tree extended, trying to stop the axe, but to no avail. Half a second later, Lin Moya regained his senses, his soul power surged, strengthening the crystal barrier. Instinctively, he raised his Lin Tenzei staff, and the soul fire gem emitted a yellow light, enhancing the barrier's defense. But this enhancement wouldn't last long. Lin Moya's eyes flashed with determination, and his soul charged out of the soul world. The axe instantly appeared above his soul, slashing down. The soul collapsed, and in the next moment, the talon tree burst with brilliant purple light, and the soul was reborn within the soul world. The soul world was restored to its original state. The curse-formed axe struck the soul world again, and cracks reappeared on the crystal barrier. 2 seconds later, the spell representing state and unity in the soul world erupted with dazzling light, sweeping out a unique power. The curse-formed axe shattered and disappeared without a trace. Lin Moya's body recovered from its stiffness, his face pale. I didn't expect this to trigger a curse. Such a powerful curse, directly attacking the soul. If my soul weren't strong enough, I would have died. Billions of years have worn down most of the curse's power, otherwise, I would have died instantly. There are many types of curses, the most common being attack curses that directly target the soul. The strange tree's curse was this type. The flower bud's curse was more of a mind control type, inducing despair and leading to self-destruction. The strength of a curse depends on the user's power. As the strange tree turned to dust, the 100-meter mountain collapsed, leaving a massive pit with a diameter of 10,000 meters. This indicated that the strange tree had occupied the entire area, not just the visible part. Lin Moyo had the skeleton god general fly him away from the pit, feeling safe only after distancing himself. He calmed his mind and began to ponder the information he had obtained. The most crucial information was about Turul. Turul was both a race and a world. They ruled an entire world, exterminating all other races. The Turul mentioned in the journal referred to the Turul world, similar to the Great World. Chapter 1448. Chapter 1448, 1448. Chapter 1448. When the sky falls, there will be tall ones to hold it up. Starting from the mysterious manner, all the information obtained began to connect at this moment. Lin Moya's understanding of ancient events became clear. The Turul tribe unified the Turul world. It might not have been called the Turul world before, but that doesn't matter. Then they encountered that mysterious master, who was even more powerful. His army invaded the Turul world. Not just the Turul world, but also Blue Sea, Paradise. These are all worlds, not just races. One by one, worlds like the Great World were occupied by that master. That master god ruled over dozens of worlds, his power unimaginable. Until that mysterious master found a new world, triggering another war. This new world was very powerful, and the two sides were evenly matched. The mysterious master's army was damaged, and various worlds took the opportunity to rebel. In the end, that master should have been defeated. Lin Moya was suddenly shocked. He thought of the Great World runes he saw through the black hole. The Great World runes were severely damaged, as if they were about to collapse. Connecting this with the scenes he saw in the mysterious manor, where the powerful being summoned the Great World runes, a terrifying thought grew in his mind. The Great World is the world that fought against that mysterious master. Even if it's not, the Great World is at least a world that was once graced by his glory. That's why there are still traces of the ancient war in the Great World, such as battlefields and chaotic rules left from that war. Lin Moya's thoughts spread, feeling that he had touched upon an enormous secret. From the information obtained from the chaotic rules, that mysterious master did not truly die. Perhaps one day, he will return and reassemble his army. If this happens, it will be an incredibly terrifying outcome. Lin Moya didn't know if the strongest in his great world could withstand it. His level was not enough, he was far from reaching such figures. What kind of existence is the legendary invincible strongman, and can he stop that mysterious master? He recalled the strongest beings he had encountered, Antares, the mysterious man, and the old man riding the green ox. Yes, that old man was the strongest he had ever seen, bar none. Even Antares did not dare to mention his name. As his strength increased, he had some guesses about Antares' power. Antares was not just at the god's sovereign realm, he was likely a being who had set foot in the other shore, at least half a step into the other shore like Shukaiwu. But even such a strong man did not dare to mention the old man's name, indicating how powerful the old man with the green ox was. Perhaps he can stop the other side. Lin Moya comforted himself, thinking that the great world was not without peerless strongmen, he just didn't know them yet. Then he couldn't help but mock himself. Why am I worrying about this? When the sky falls, there will be tall ones to hold it up. Besides, who knows when that master will return? It might be 10,000 years, 100,000 years before he returns. I'm just worrying for nothing. Lin Moya felt he was being overly anxious, finding it somewhat amusing. After resting enough, Lin Moya checked the map in his mind. During this time, the skeletons had explored a large area, mostly plains. Knowing that Turul was a world, Lin Moya had a new understanding of the word vast. In the face of a world, thousands or tens of thousands of light years are nothing, let alone a few billion kilometers. This place could at most be considered a region within the Turul world, possibly a battlefield, nothing more. He had a feeling that he might not gain much here. However, obtaining this information already made the trip worthwhile. Based on the information obtained so far, as long as he reported it, the task would be considered complete. He knew how much the upper echelons valued ancient information. I guess they are also searching for remnants from ancient times, perhaps also worried about the mysterious master's revival. But what does that have to do with me? I just need to stay alive, cultivate well, and when I have the strength, change fate for them. In Area 9 to 58, outside the Great Vortex, hundreds of skeletons were in a daze. A lotus flower flew out of the void, stopping outside the vortex. The lotus had 18 petals, golden in color, known as the 18 Golden Lotus. In the Buddhist clan, many people like to use lotus-shaped artifacts as their vehicles. Lotuses were classified by color and the number of petals into different levels. Arhats equivalent to true gods could only use silver lotuses. Golden lotuses were reserved for bodhisattvas. Even among golden lotuses, there were strict hierarchies. 6-petal golden lotuses were for low-level bodhisattvas, 9-petal for mid-level bodhisattvas, and only high-level bodhisattvas could use 12-petal golden lotuses. In the Buddhist clan, using artifacts beyond one's level was punishable. As for the 18-petal golden lotus, it was exclusively for little Buddhas. At the God-sovereign realm, one would start with a 24-petal golden lotus. The golden lotus was both a vehicle and a defensive artifact, with extremely strong defensive capabilities. On the golden lotus sat a little Buddha. He wore a golden cassock, a golden Buddha crown, held a golden alms bowl in his right hand, and a string of 9 Buddha beads in his left hand. From head to toe, every item was an artifact, armed to the teeth. He stopped before the great vortex, seeing the dazed skeleton god warriors. His originally solemn expression turned into a frown, clearly displeased by the deathly aura emanating from the skeleton god warriors. Where did these demons and monsters come from? Today, this Buddha will cleanse you. As he spoke, the golden Buddha crown on his head emitted a brilliant light, transforming into a golden sword that swept across the starry sky. With the sound of Buddha chants, the golden sword passed through, and the skeleton god warriors melted like snow, dying silently. Because they had lost contact with Lin Moyo, these skeleton god warriors truly died, not revived by the undying undead spell. After sweeping away the skeleton god warriors with one sword, the little Buddha chanted, Amitba, dust to dust, earth to earth. At this moment, a deafening laugh came from the starry sky. Golden light little Buddha, you're still alive. Golden light little Buddha frowned, clearly displeased with the question, but he did not lose his temper, instead saying, Soul Devourer little God Sovereign, you're alive too. Of course, how could I die? Amid the deafening voice, a demon warship flew over and stopped steadily. The demon warship, fierce and menacing, formed a stark contrast with the golden light little Buddha's 18-petal golden lotus. The warship emitted an aura close to the God Sovereign realm, a God Sovereign level warship. Golden light little Buddha looked at the warship with envy. Though it looked ugly, it was a genuine God Sovereign level warship, much stronger than his 18-petal golden lotus. Even all his possessions combined couldn't match this warship. Soul Devourer little God Sovereign flew out of the warship, stopping steadily before golden light little Buddha, only 1,000 meters apart, a very close distance. Soul Devourer little God Sovereign said, Are you ready? Golden light little Buddha said, Everything is ready. I hope you won't go back on your word after it's done. Soul Devourer little God Sovereign laughed heartily. Our Soul Devourer lineage and your golden light lineage have cooperated many times. How could we go back on our word? Amit Ba, good. Golden light little Buddha chanted, Then let's not delay, let's go in. Alright, after you, little Buddha. Soul Devourer laughed, making a gesture of invitation. Golden light little Buddha glanced at him, then stepped on the golden lotus and flew into the vortex. Chapter 1449. Chapter 1449, 1449. Chapter 1449, Turning Poison into Treasure, Rational Use of Curses. Inside the Turol world, Lin Moyo, who had just made some new discoveries, suddenly paused. The number of skeleton god warriors had suddenly decreased. The skeleton god warriors that returned to the great world were killed. Lin Moyo's eyes turned cold. Someone had killed his skeleton god warriors and had very likely entered the Turol world. He didn't care if they entered the Turol world, but killing his skeleton god warriors meant making an enemy of him. If it was done by a hostile race, then it was an eye for an eye. However, because the two worlds were separated, there was no way to communicate, so Lin Moyo didn't know who did it. But that didn't matter. There were millions of skeletons moving in the Turol world. As long as the other party entered, he would eventually find out. Lin Moyo moved towards the newly discovered area. On the vast plain, he finally saw a different landscape. A gigantic blood-red flower stood alone on the boundless plain. This flower was as tall as a mountain, several thousand meters high. Its huge petals swayed gently in the breeze. Unsurprisingly, it was also dead, and what he saw now was just a corpse. After billions of years, the corpse had not decayed at all and remained as vibrant as blood. This flower was identical to the flower bud Lin Moyo had encountered earlier, only much larger. The flower bud could be considered its juvenile form, while this flower was fully grown and in full bloom. Its strength and realm had reached a level Lin Moyo couldn't imagine. At least it was at the other shore, perhaps even beyond. The petals were layered, and many wounds could be seen on them, with some petals almost severed. Such a tall flower, several thousand meters high, also endured the strong pull of the Turol land. But this pull was nothing to it. Its strength was so great that even its corpse was terrifying, ignoring the pull. Lin Moyo knew he couldn't fly up. The height of several thousand meters was beyond his reach. Even if he could fly, he wouldn't dare to go up. Even the strange tree had left a terrible curse. How could this obviously stronger flower not have left a curse? Lin Moyo stood tens of thousands of meters away, bypassing it from a distance. Suddenly, a breeze blew. The plane always had wind, which was not surprising, but this breeze was different. Accompanied by the breeze, a blue light suddenly appeared above Lin Moya's head. A curse descended. His thoughts became chaotic in an instant, filled with despair about life and an uncontrollable urge to commit suicide. Lin Moya struggled to gather his will, trying to cut off these inappropriate thoughts. He quickly recalled his past, thinking of his beloved wife, his sister, and one beautiful memory after another. The fire of hope burned brightly in his heart and soul, driving away the unwarranted pessimism. Finally, the feeling of despair was gradually dispelled. Half a second later, state immunity activated, and an invisible force swept through his soul world, erasing all pessimism. Compared to the previous 2 times, Lin Moya was extremely calm and composed this time. After recovering from the curse, Lin Moya looked at the blood-red flower tens of thousands of meters away. How can there be a curse? The power of the curse doesn't seem very strong. Is it because of the distance? But how was the curse triggered? Lin Moya's eyes searched for all possible triggers of the curse. Finally, he made a discovery. This plain was different from other places. He saw a thin layer of grass growing on the plain not far away. It looked like grass but also resembled moss. It was very thin and similar in color to the ground, so he hadn't noticed it earlier. After walking billions of miles on the plain, the unchanging ground made him overlook the moss. On the moss, there were some tiny pollen grains. The pollen was so small that it was invisible to the naked eye, even with enhanced vision. It was also undetectable by soul sensing, as if it didn't exist. Only in the undead vision could the pollen be seen, smaller than dust, floating in the air with the wind. The closer to the flower, the more pollen there was. Most of the pollen was concentrated within a range of tens of thousands of meters around the flower, with only a few grains outside this range. The breeze just now had carried the pollen, and one grain had landed on him, triggering the curse. But the pollen was so small that the curse it triggered wasn't very powerful. Even without state immunity, he could have withstood it. Lin Moyo estimated that with a strong enough will, a soul quality of high 3rd grade would be enough to withstand it. Most high-level God King realm cultivators had souls of high 3rd grade. The problem lay in the will. Under the strong impact of the curse, one would fall into deep despair. If the will wasn't strong enough, one would follow the curse's direction and ultimately perish. This was a mental curse with strong bewitching and guiding effects. The 3 people who returned alive with the curse must have been affected by a mental curse. Their will wasn't strong enough, leading to mental collapse and soul annihilation. Unless their consciousness was erased, but the curse had already penetrated their soul, eroding their consciousness, becoming a subconscious influence. Erasing their consciousness wouldn't help. A curse is a terrifying form of attack, and the Turol tribe, skilled in curses, was equally terrifying. No wonder they could rule an entire world, highlighting the terror of that mysterious master even more. Another breeze blew, carrying more pollen. Lin Moyo instinctively retreated quickly, but after a few steps, he suddenly stopped. In his soul world, after clearing all the curse's power, Lin Moya suddenly found that his soul seemed to have strengthened. His soul had long reached the peak of the 4th grade, with a jade-like quality, but for a long time after that, there had been no change. His cultivation had risen from true God to God King, and his physical body had reached the God King realm, but his soul had not improved. In others' eyes, Lin Moya's soul was already very strong, even paving the way to the other shore. This was why Zhu Kaiwa valued Lin Moyo, seeing great potential in him. In Zhu Kaiwa's eyes, Lin Moya's soul was already perfect. Even Zhu Kaiwa himself was not much better. But in Lin Moya's eyes, his soul had not improved, leaving him somewhat dissatisfied. Previously, when he was cursed by the strange tree, he almost died. If his soul had been a bit stronger, breaking through the 4th grade to the 5th grade, he wouldn't have been in such danger. Now, Lin Moya suddenly discovered that his soul had strengthened a bit, filling him with immense joy. Confronting the curse is like honing the will and training the soul. It's similar to using stellar fire to train the body. He had finally found a way to train and enhance his soul. Lin Moya's eyes shone brightly. A flash of light passed by, and the Buddha Lich appeared beside him, chanting Buddha sounds that echoed across the vast plain. With the help of the Buddha Lich, Lin Moya used the True Sight spell. True Sight stirred the laws of fate, creating ripples and capturing some fragments of future possibilities, feeding them back to Lin Moya's mind. Lin Moya saw one possible future and couldn't help but smile. His idea was feasible. Instead of retreating, he advanced, moving forward against the wind. He wanted to come into contact with the pollen, endure the curse, and then resist it, using the pollen curse to enhance his soul. Chapter 1450. Chapter 1450, 1450. Chapter 1450, The Future Seen Through True Sight. Lin Moya would not recklessly charge forward. Training also needed to be done step by step, from easy to difficult, gradually progressing. He was cultivating, not seeking death. Facing the wind, he switched to undead vision and actively made contact with a pollen grain. A blue light shone above his head, and the curse descended. His thoughts fell into chaos again. Pessimism and despair rose from the depths of his soul. At this moment, the desire to commit suicide was magnified countless times. Lin Moya resisted with his will, while controlling state immunity to prevent it from expelling the curse. Only in this way could his will and soul receive the best training and achieve the best results. The power of the curse surged like a storm, and Lin Moya felt his will and soul were like a small boat in a giant wave, ready to capsize at any moment. Once capsized, it would be an eternal doom. Once the will was eroded and twisted, it was more terrifying than anything else. When a person wholeheartedly wants to commit suicide, no one can save him. Lin Moya's will fought against the curse, expelling all kinds of negative emotions. In the process of resistance, his will was tempered, and his soul was elevated. After just 1 minute, the curse retreated, and Lin Moya finally won this battle. His face appeared somewhat pale. Just 1 minute of resistance had consumed a lot of mental energy. But Lin Moya's eyes were filled with excitement and exhilaration. 843, it's possible, really no problem. My soul will step into the 5th grade, just today. Just 1 minute of resistance had once again enhanced his soul. The jade soul turned purple. Originally, there was a touch of purple in the center of his soul, and now this purple had grown stronger. Although the growth was very small, it was indeed stronger than before. As long as he persisted, it wouldn't take long for the purple to become stronger and eventually occupy his entire soul. From the peak of the 4th grade jade soul turning purple, stepping into the 5th grade, becoming a 5th grade purple jade soul. While all the god sovereigns were striving to make their souls reach the 5th grade purple jade soul, Lin Moya had already taken the lead as a god king. After a short rest and recovery, Lin Moya once again walked towards the flower, actively accepting the curse brought by the pollen. The wind on the plain blew one gust after another. Lin Moya controlled the rhythm, each time only making contact with one pollen grain. Now he was still 50,000 meters away from the flower, where the pollen was sparse, allowing him to control the number of pollen grains he came into contact with. First, he made contact with one grain at a time. After adapting, as his will and soul both grew stronger, he would make contact with more pollen grains. Then he could try making contact with 2 or 3 grains at the same time. The more pollen grains, the stronger the curse. 2 days later, Lin Moya had already approached the flower by 10,000 meters. He had now started making contact with 2 pollen grains at the same time. The curse brought by 2 pollen grains was about 50% stronger than before. As Lin Moya had guessed, the more pollen grains he touched at the same time, the stronger the curse. In just 2 days, Lin Moya's will had become much stronger, and the purple in his soul had increased significantly. Originally, it only occupied the heart area, but now the entire chest was covered in purple, and the purple was spreading towards the abdomen. As his soul grew stronger, Lin Moya felt his soul was at least twice as strong as when he first entered the Tyrol world. Although still at the peak of the 4th grade, not yet reaching the 5th grade, it had indeed become much stronger. Even among souls at the peak of the 4th grade, there were significant differences. The gains became the greatest motivation, and Lin Moya continued to accept the curse of the pollen, continuing to temper his soul. He increased the number of pollen grains he made contact with, starting to touch 3 grains at the same time, and the curse grew stronger again. After adapting, he increased the number of pollen grains again. Lin Moya's adaptation speed became faster and faster, and the number of pollen grains he could touch at the same time increased rapidly. By the 5th day, Lin Moya could already touch 10 pollen grains at the same time. Touching 10 pollen grains at the same time triggered a curse more than 5 times stronger than at the beginning, but it posed no danger to Lin Moya. The purple light in his soul had already covered his chest and abdomen, seemingly spreading towards his limbs. At this point, he was only 10,000 meters away from the flower. Lin Moya stopped. The moss in the 10,000 meter area was noticeably thicker, and the pollen was more abundant and dense. The 10,000 meter area could be considered the core area of the flower. Once he entered the core area, Lin Moya knew he might no longer be able to control it easily. At that time, if he was not careful, he would have to face the result of touching dozens or even hundreds of pollen grains at the same time. The power of the curse would be extremely strong, and he might not be able to withstand it. If he used state immunity, there might be no danger, but the effect of tempering his soul would be greatly reduced. But if he stopped here, with the current pollen density, touching 10 pollen grains at the same time was the limit. 10 pollen grains no longer had any effect on his soul. Even if he was lucky and touched 11 pollen grains at the same time, it would be of no use. He needed to touch dozens or hundreds of pollen grains at the same time to make his soul progress quickly. Lin Moya tried to control the pollen with his power, but it was useless. The pollen was completely uncontrollable, seemingly only affected by the wind on the plain. This was the Tyrol world, a world different from the Great World, with its own unique rules. Perhaps there were mysteries in the wind that Lin Moya couldn't understand. To advance or not, if he wanted to continue enhancing his soul, he had to advance. The key was how to advance. Without a strategy, recklessly charging in would lead to what result? Buddha sounds rang out beside Lin Moya, and the Buddha Lich appeared again. Lin Moya decisively borrowed the Buddha Lich's true sight to see the potential problems he might face if he advanced. The future was uncertain, but knowing a highly probable outcome was better than knowing nothing. Lin Moya was never stubborn. A useful spell like True Sight should naturally be used to its fullest. The Buddha Lich used True Sight, and the spell silently transmitted a strange wave. Fragments of future possibilities from the laws of fate were foreseen and presented in Lin Moya's mind. Lin Moya saw some scenes that were highly likely to happen in the future. The result was unexpected. He advanced and touched dozens of pollen grains at the same time, struggling to resist the curse, unable to move. Lin Moya knew this was an inevitable result. The pollen triggered a powerful curse, inevitably causing him to become dazed and unable to react. This had been happening for the past few days, but each time the days lasted only a short time, usually less than a minute. Moreover, he had placed skeleton god generals outside, so he wasn't afraid of being ambushed. But after entering the core area within 10,000 meters, everything changed. A large amount of pollen fell on him, continuously triggering curses. Blue light kept appearing above his head, and sometimes, before one curse ended, the next one began. Relying on state immunity, Lin Moya expelled the curses one by one, but he inevitably fell into the curses again and again. State immunity could only expel curses after they took effect, not provide real-time immunity against curses beyond the God-sovereign realm. Lin Moya saw himself in a dazed state for a long time, losing control of his body and unable to move. At this moment, a golden light appeared in the distance behind him. Chapter 1451. Chapter 1451, 1451. Chapter 1451, do you think others will believe it? In the future vision, the golden light turned into a sharp sword, sweeping away the skeleton god generals he had placed outside. Lin Moya saw two figures appear in his vision. One was bathed in golden light, wearing a Buddha crown, draped in a golden robe, standing on a 10-petal golden lotus, holding a golden alms bowl in his left hand and a string of Buddha beads in his right hand. The other had a ferocious face, with a single horn on his head, and lightning seemed to dance on the horn, exuding a terrifying power. After the two arrived, they launched a fierce attack on him. Due to the influence of the curse, Lin Moya was unable to move. The vision ended there, and Lin Moya did not see the outcome. But it was not hard to imagine that the result would not be pleasant. A little Buddha from the Buddhist clan, a death curse demon from the demon clan, both at the little god sovereign level. How did they come together? It seems the relationship between the two clans is somewhat unusual. It's said that the Buddhist clan has extensive connections. Although they do not make enemies with any clan, no clan is willing to make enemies with them either. Lin Moya's eyes turned sharp, a faint killing intent rising. At the same time, he also became interested in the golden alms bowl held by the little Buddha. In the vision, the golden alms bowl seemed to be collecting pollen. Originally, Lin Moya couldn't see it, but when the pollen entered the golden alms bowl, it was illuminated by the bowl's light, revealing some unique light spots. That little Buddha's golden alms bowl seems to be able to collect pollen. If I use the golden alms bowl to control the collection of pollen and then control the quantity to curse myself. Lin Moya thought of a seemingly feasible method to freely control the pollen and continue to temper his soul. It's like getting a pillow when you're sleepy. Not bad, not bad. Lin Moya smiled, no longer advancing, but retreating 1,000 meters, quietly waiting for the two to arrive. The future result might change, but the general direction would not. Small changes could be made, but the big picture would remain the same. Lin Moya understood this principle and would not think that just because he didn't enter the 10,000-meter area, the little Buddha and the demon would not come. Their arrival had nothing to do with whether he entered the 10,000-meter area or not. Connecting to the undead vision, Lin Moya observed the situation through the skeleton god generals he had placed outside. Soon, two blazing and powerful soul fires appeared in the undead vision. The skeleton god generals quickly retreated, avoiding contact. In the vision seen through true sight, the skeleton god generals couldn't stop them, so there was no need to die in vain. The two headed straight for the flower, clearly knowing something was there. Since that was the case, Lin Moya was in no hurry and waited silently. After a dozen minutes, the two appeared in his sight. The little Buddha, bathed in golden light, exuded a majestic Buddha aura, looking solemn and dignified. In stark contrast was the pitch-black, ferocious-looking demon. Lin Moya carefully observed the little Buddha and found that he was not of the human race. He had a human face, with features about 70 to 80% similar to humans, but his lower body was that of a fish. He stood on the 12-petal golden lotus not with legs, but with a fish tail covered in scales. Was he once from the Starry Sky Merman clan? Lin Moya wondered. The Starry Sky Merman clan had little interaction with other clans and was very mysterious. Unexpectedly, someone from their clan had joined the Buddhist clan, showing that the Buddhist clan's influence was far beyond his imagination. When Lin Moya saw the two, they also saw him. Enemies meeting face to face, especially between the human race and the demon race, always led to intense hostility. The hatred between the human race and the demon race had lasted for countless years. They would fight to the death upon meeting. The death-cursed demon little god sovereign's eyes gleamed, and the lightning on his horn became more intense. But he did not immediately attack. Instead, he glanced at the little Buddha, seemingly asking for his opinion. The little Buddha gave the death-cursed demon little god sovereign a look, then said loudly to Lin Moya, "Amitba, I didn't expect to meet a friend from the human race here." What a surprise! Lin Moya chuckled. "I didn't expect to meet a little Buddha from the Buddhist clan and a little god sovereign from the demon race here either." Unexpectedly, the Buddhist clan, which claims to be neutral and not make enemies with any clan, has already allied with the demon race. Upon hearing this, the little Buddha's face changed dramatically. "Friend, don't speak nonsense. Our Buddhist clan is above worldly affairs and never participates in the struggles of various clans." Lin Moya smiled. "Do you think others will believe it?" He raised the recording stone in his hand, which had recorded the scene before him. The little Buddha's face turned even uglier. He hadn't wanted to fight Lin Moya because Lin Moya was from the human race, which was not easy to provoke. Moreover, being able to come here and remain unscathed showed that Lin Moya was very powerful. He was here to do business and didn't want any complications. But now, with just 2 sentences, Lin Moya had forced him into a corner. The Buddhist clan always claimed to be above worldly affairs and never participated in the struggles of various clans, which gave them a transcendent status in the great world. Other clans wouldn't provoke them either. If other clans knew they were with the demon race, their long-standing reputation would be shattered. The image they had built over the years would be overturned, especially since he was a little Buddha, and beside him was a little god sovereign from the demon race. If used carefully, it could create the illusion that the Buddhist clan had allied with the demon race. Even if others didn't fully believe it, they would harbor doubts about the Buddhist clan in the future. As far as he knew, the Buddhist clan also had some secret cooperation with the Golden Eagle clan. If this matter spread, it might ruin their cooperation with the Golden Eagle clan. The little Buddha thought of many things in an instant, and his face turned gloomy. Friend from the human race, you will bring trouble upon yourself by doing this. Hand over the recording stone, and I will let you go. Lin Moya chuckled, are you threatening me? When has the human race ever been afraid of threats? The death-cursed demon little god sovereign sneered, why so much nonsense? Just kill him. Dead men tell no tales. His approach was more direct and simple, kill Lin Moya and be done with it. Amit Ba. The little Buddha chanted, since you are so stubborn, I have no choice. He gave the death-cursed demon little god sovereign a look, and the latter laughed heartily. The lightning on his horn burst forth, and a bolt of lightning appeared out of thin air, striking towards Lin Moyo. The lightning was fast, but due to the influence of the Turol world, it became traceable, far less effective than in the Great World. Lin Moyo easily stepped aside to avoid the lightning, and sharp sword lights flew from all directions, instantly enveloping the death-cursed demon little god sovereign. The death-cursed demon little god sovereign ignored the sword lights, and the lightning on his horn expanded into a lightning ball, enveloping himself. The sword light struck the lightning ball, causing only slight deformation, unable to break through. The skeleton god generals, at the 9th stage of the God King realm, were still a bit lacking against the death-cursed demon little god sovereign. The lightning ball exploded, turning into countless electric snakes, shooting towards the direction of the sword lights. In the sky and on the distant ground, clusters of lightning exploded. The skeleton god generals couldn't avoid it and were shattered into pieces. Trash. Useless tricks. Die. The death-cursed demon little god sovereign roared disdainfully and launched another attack on Lin Moyo. A lightning ball flew out and then disappeared into the void. In the next moment, the lightning ball suddenly appeared in front of Lin Moyo and exploded. Chapter 1452. Chapter 1452, 1452. Chapter 1452, this guy definitely isn't normal. Lin Moyo felt himself being locked onto and immediately spread his undead wings, preparing to break the lock. However, he was still a step too slow, and the attack from the Soul Devourer little god sovereign came incredibly fast and fierce. A lightning ball instantly appeared in front of him and then exploded. The thunderous roar was deafening, and a large area of space turned into a sea of lightning, engulfing Lin Moyo. Immediately after, the second, third, and fourth lightning balls flew out, each explosion following the other. The moss on the ground was destroyed by the explosions, revealing the ground beneath. The ground was also cracked open by the lightning. The moss, when attacked, released hidden pollen. The pollen seemed to have a target and flew towards the Soul Devourer little god sovereign. At this moment, the golden bowl in the hands of the golden light little Buddha shone brightly, collecting all the pollen. The golden light little Buddha chanted an unnamed Buddhist scripture, and the light from the golden bowl became even more dazzling. The pollen inside the bowl was dissolved and eventually disappeared. The golden light little Buddha used Buddhist techniques to neutralize the curse power within the pollen. However, this process was not fast. The golden light little Buddha's neutralization speed couldn't keep up with the absorption speed of the pollen, so he couldn't help but remind, take it easy, there's no rush. Upon hearing this, the Soul Devourer little god sovereign stopped, sneering, this guy should be nothing but bones by now. By this time, he had already thrown out at least 50 lightning balls, turning a large area into flat ground. The sea of lightning continued, rising and falling like waves. Lin Moya walked out of the sea of lightning unscathed. The Soul Devourer little god sovereign's face changed dramatically. How are you unharmed? This is impossible. Lin Moya smiled slightly, don't you know? Here, all laws are weakened, their power only 1% of what they are in the great world. Even if you are a little god sovereign, killing me won't be easy. All types of law attacks were weakened by the power of the Turol world, but Lin Moya's physical body was not weakened, and his undead techniques were not weakened. The previous attacks were only 1% of their power in the great world, and when they landed on Lin Moyo, they were shared by the undead legion. The legion ruler continuously healed him, so even if he were bombarded for days and nights, he wouldn't be injured. Upon hearing this, the Soul Devourer little god sovereign was stunned for a second, then laughed loudly, I forgot, that's indeed the case. But you might not know, here, the power of curse techniques is not weakened. Lin Moya was taken aback, he hadn't noticed this. It made sense, as the Turol tribe specialized in curses. In their homeland, the power of curses would naturally not be weakened, and if possible, it would be enhanced. Seeing Lin Moya's surprise, the Soul Devourer little god sovereign thought he was scared and laughed heartily. I am from the Death Curse demon lineage, you should understand. The Death Curse demons specialized in curses and were a very special lineage within the demon race. They were few in number but very powerful, with extremely strange curse techniques. However, Lin Moya also knew that the Death Curse demons specialized in attack curses. These were divided into physical attack curses and soul attack curses. Generally, Death Curse demons only practiced one type, and he didn't know which type this guy practiced. But regardless of the type, Lin Moya was not afraid. The Soul Devourer little god sovereign locked onto Lin Moya with a laugh, and the lightning on his horn turned bright red. Immediately, a bolt of lightning flew out, instantly tearing through space and landing on Lin Moya. Lin Moya didn't dodge, in fact, he couldn't dodge. Curses are hard to avoid and must be endured. A red light appeared above Lin Moya's head, and the red lightning turned into a giant blade, slashing towards Lin Moya. At the same time, this blade also appeared in his soul world, slashing heavily at the crystal barrier. Unfortunately, before the cursed blade could fall, the passive technique state immunity had already activated, sweeping out an invisible force that instantly shattered the curse. For curses beyond the God Sovereign realm, state immunity reacts half a beat slower, needing to accumulate enough power to expel the curse. But for curses below the God Sovereign realm, state immunity works like swatting flies, easily dispelling them. Lin Moya stood there calmly, unmoving. Is this your curse? The Soul Devourer Little God Sovereign looked incredulous. How can you be unharmed? This is impossible. This was the second time he shouted impossible. Before Lin Moya could respond, the Golden Light Little Buddha spoke. This benefactor has a way to counter curses. Your curse is useless. Lin Moya chuckled. You see things clearly. The Golden Light Little Buddha continued. I still mean what I said. Hand over the recording stone, and I won't make things difficult for you. Lin Moya shook his head, casually throwing out a dozen recording stones. Which one do you want? Take your pick. The Golden Light Little Buddha's face turned completely dark. He knew that today's matter couldn't be resolved. The dozen recording stones were all identical, meaning that even if Lin Moya handed over a recording stone, without checking, they wouldn't know if it was real. Moreover, no one knew how many copies Lin Moya had made. The Golden Light Little Buddha cursed in his heart. What kind of person is this? What normal person carries so many recording stones? These things are usually useless. He didn't know that Lin Moya's recording stones were all spoils of war. As for when he got them, even Lin Moya didn't know. Anyway, he got them during battles. Recording stones weren't worth much, so he sold most of them and kept a few for himself. Unexpectedly, they came in handy here. The little Buddha chanted, in that case, benefactor, you will stay here today. He finally made his move, the Buddha crown on his head shining with golden light, turning into a golden sword slashing towards Lin Moya. At the same time, Buddha sounds echoed, directly attacking the soul. A Buddha statue appeared outside the soul world, chanting scriptures, trying to influence the soul. Under the Buddha sounds, the soul's reaction slowed, and movements became stiff. Externally, the golden sword formed by Buddha light slashed down. Lin Moya's soul quality was too high, completely ignoring the Buddha sounds. But he didn't dodge. A wave appeared around him, vaguely revealing numerous bones. The golden sword slashed at the bones, encountering some resistance, then broke through the bone defense and landed on Lin Moya. Lin Moya stood firm, taking the sword head-on, shaking his head. Not powerful enough. His body also shone with golden light. The second stage God King realm body, combined with damage transfer, took the sword without injury. The little Buddha's face changed. Troublesome, let's attack together, don't let him escape. The Soul Devourer Little God Sovereign sneered. Don't worry, he can't escape. At this moment, Lin Moya took out a piece of flesh, a piece emitting the aura of a God Sovereign. Exchanging two little God Sovereigns, I wonder if it's worth it. Never mind, let's end this quickly. With a thought, the bone hell descended, instantly enveloping the two. Before they could break through the bone hell, beautiful fireworks exploded on their bodies. The Soul Devourer Little God Sovereign let out a scream, his body blown to pieces. The Golden Light Little Buddha also screamed, his body shattered, but the golden robe he wore shone brightly, forcibly pulling his shattered body back together. The Golden Light Little Buddha was severely injured but protected by the golden robe. He didn't die. He was terrified, not knowing what method Lin Moya had used. But that didn't matter. What mattered was that he had to escape, immediately. He realized he had provoked the wrong person. The guy in front of him was a complete monster. Just as he turned to flee, his vision went black. A giant object descended from the sky. Chapter 1453. Chapter 1453, 1453. Chapter 1453, What happens when breaking through to God Lord? The Golden Light Little Buddha didn't even have time to see what was happening before being heavily pressed down. The 100,000-meter-tall Skeleton King, accompanied by immortal flames, descended from the sky, landing directly on top of the Golden Light Little Buddha who was trying to escape. Lin Moya laughed awkwardly. That's quite a coincidence. Golden light erupted from the little Buddha's whole body, his prayer beads flying out and transforming into a 100-meter Buddha image in the air. The giant Buddha lifted the Skeleton King with a wave of its hand with tremendous strength. It easily tossed such a heavy opponent. Golden Light Buddha scrambled out in embarrassment, flying away without looking back. The Skeleton King slumped on the ground, struggling to swing his bone sword. Though unable to get up, he still managed to unleash a god-slaying strike. Bright sword light suddenly shone from the Golden Light Little Buddha's body. Amidst the screams, the sword light engulfed him. But the Golden Light Little Buddha did not die. The Golden Thread Keizaya saved his life again. This Keizaya had twice now blocked fatal attacks for him, but was now badly damaged and his injuries even worse. Bone Hell arrived as expected, landing on him again as he screamed. Immortal flames swept in from all sides, and 10 or so 9-stage God King spirits within attacked together, putting immense pressure on the Golden Light Little Buddha. Normally, he would ignore their attacks completely. But now, severely injured, these attacks became the final straw. Golden Light Buddha screamed again and again. Lin Moya pointed a finger. A red light fell. Fusion spell, time curse. His soul assaulted. Golden Light Buddha screamed even louder. At that moment, his Buddha crown flashed, and countless golden streams of fire entered his head, stabilizing his wounds and relieving pain. What a good thing, this can both attack and heal. Lin Moya joked, but continued attacking. His aura soared, quickly breaking through his own cultivation limit origin spell, focus. In an instant, Lin Moya broke through the 9th stage of God Lord, reaching minor God Lord realm. Now, Lin Moya felt relaxed, no pressure on either body or soul. He felt he could go even higher with origin spell's power and his mighty undead army. He could fully break through to God Lord realm. Just as he was about to break through and see the scenery ahead, he suddenly stopped. He realized that breaking through to God Lord realm here might cause big trouble. This world does not allow those above the God Lord realm to enter. The limit is minor God Lord realm. Best not to break the rules. Lin Moya chuckled and kept his realm at the peak of Minor God Lord. Glancing at the Golden Light Buddha, already over 10,000 kilometers away, he casually drew a true God realm sword and swung it. A god-slaying strike, even more powerful than Skeleton King's. The sword light flashed and exploded on the Golden Light Little Buddha tens of thousands of kilometers away. The Keizaya on the Golden Light Little Buddha finally shattered completely, no longer able to protect him, leaving only the last bit of force blasting into his body, tearing it to pieces. From the shattered form, a tiny soul broke free and tried to flee. The little Buddhas of the Buddha clan really have endless treasures. Too bad you can't escape. The Golden Light Little Buddha's soul was protected by a golden ring, barely escaping catastrophe. But with no physical body, his soul was extremely vulnerable. He was, after all, just a little Buddha, not a true Buddha. His soul had yet to pass through the Lost Star River for purification and was far weaker. Now, just a few high-stage god kings could kill him. Unfortunately for him, Lin Moyo had laid out countless skeleton god generals in the area, thousands upon thousands in number. With the mark of Bone Hell, wherever he fled, Lin Moya could sense it. There was no escape from the pursuit of skeleton god generals. In undead vision, the vast plain revealed the little Buddha's soul fire, so dazzling and easy to catch. Sharp sword energies attacked from all sides. The spirits he once looked down on now became reapers of life. The Golden Light Little Buddha fled in panic, hiding everywhere, but it was useless. Lin Moyo had already gathered his spoils and followed. Only half an hour later, Lin Moyo again caught up with the Golden Light Little Buddha. Bone Hell descended. The little Buddha's soul was filled with despair. Beyond despair, there was terror, as he saw the soul-devouring Minor God Lord in Bone Hell, now entirely gray, unleashing a fierce attack at him. "You devil!" The little Buddha screamed desperately. But it was useless. Lin Moyo answered with a cold smile. Knowing he was done for, the Golden Light Little Buddha put his hands together and recited a Buddhist chant. An unnamed scripture spilled from his mouth and entered Lin Moya's ears, making him feel uneasy. The little Buddha's soul solidified and grew stronger within the chant. Buddha light grew brighter, and he became a golden Buddha, a true Buddha, not a little one. Instant enlightenment. Lin Moya thought of a secret technique in the Buddha clan, instant enlightenment. In a short time, one transforms into a Buddha with full Buddha combat power. But this technique is a top secret one in the Buddha clan, known only by a few. It's a last resort technique. Using it can cause serious injury, even immediate nirvana. Lin Moya frowned, not expecting the little Buddha to have such a move. As the Buddha image formed, Lin Moya's expression changed dramatically and he fled in a burst of light. Alarms rang in his soul, just as when the ancient Buddha's palm struck. Lin Moya fled without hesitating, as fast as he could. If he didn't flee, he would surely die this time. The Buddha Lich appeared behind him, using fate gazing. Lin Moya saw hints of the future and immediately knew what to do. Skeleton god generals vanished, fully recalled. Bone Hell vanished too. Lin Moya didn't dare leave even the faintest trace, worrying that the other might track him by some means. The newly enlightened little Buddha froze, realizing that though he was now a Buddha, without a physical body or passage through the Lost Star River, his power was far below a true God Lord. He was simply unwilling to die like this. But why did Lin Moya flee? Why so decisively? He stood in shock, for 2 full seconds. When he recovered and tried to chase, the dark sky suddenly turned blood red. Flames hiding behind the clouds suddenly appeared, dyeing the earth crimson. Lin Moyo had already run tens of thousands of kilometers. The world before him turned scarlet. He looked up, stunned. Above the clouds, there was no flame, only crimson curse light, carrying despair. Curses are usually distinguished by color. Red means offensive curses, often attacking soul, body, or both. The red sky was an immense offensive curse. A terrifying pressure descended, crushing Lin Moya to the ground, unable to move. He finally understood the consequences of breaking through to God Lord here. In his sight, a red light fell from the sky onto the Golden Light Little Buddha. Then the undying flames turned into a grey dragon, twisting and shattering the great sun, exploding it. The grey dragon swallowed all the fragments, then spat them out. 9 fireballs flew out, passing through the underworld swamp and landing on the newly formed Yellow Earth Desert, becoming fireballs hanging in the sky. So that's where the fireballs in the Yellow Earth Desert come from. Lin Moya realized the origin of the 9 fireballs, and understood something else. The undying flames did not return to the sky, but rushed at the torn rift, angrily roaring, wrapping the rift in grey fire. Within the flame, the rift closed, and the underworld swamp became whole again. General Yui of the First Army cast curses again, cursing the second wave of enemies. With the curse, all their blood essence and laws were drawn out, turning everything about them into the Yellow Earth Desert. With the battlefield coming to a close, Lin Moya sighed as an onlooker. Though the First Army was defeated, it wasn't a total defeat. They still have a chance, waiting for their master to return. The images of the First Army's final battle were etched deeply in Lin Moya's soul, never to be erased. The tombstones under the blazing sun were slowly mending. The outermost tombstones suffered the worst damage, the deeper ones less so, creating differing records, some destroyed. Only General Yui's tombstone recorded the entire process. After the battle, Lin Moya finally understood the causes and effects, and the origin of the underworld swamp. It has existed since ancient times, always surviving war, never extinguished. Now it was recovering, waiting for its master's return. Lin Moya was shocked. He could not imagine how powerful the master mentioned by General Yui must be. From his own experience, Lin Moya believed that the master mentioned by General Yui, the mysterious castle lord, and the general in the ancient tomb must be one and the same. Asking for flowers. One possessed of a fearsome army and unimaginable might. But the images hadn't ended, and continued. Lin Moya's consciousness hadn't returned, still hovering over the earth. The underworld swamp fell silent. The undying flames resumed their normal state, shining over the land. Under their light, the devastated swamp slowly healed. General Yui also returned to his tomb. Lin Moya's heart seemed to sink with the swamp itself. He fell into a strange drowsy state, unaware of how time passed. He was awakened by the sound of metal scraping, and this seemed to awaken the underworld swamp too. Once dead ape monsters revived, standing up to wander the land. The corpses in the swamp also revived. Corpses and ape monsters were mortal enemies, launching battle after battle, year after year with no end. Dead ape monsters, under the undying flames, soul fire reignited, but lacking consciousness only instinct remained, becoming puppets that knew only battle. Most fights between ape monsters and corpses ended in draws, but this was the corpses' home territory. Over countless years, the apes' numbers slowly declined, but the decline was slow. It would take countless ages for the corpses to kill all the apes. Time continued, battle raged on. Below the underworld swamp, monsters appeared in the Yellow Earth Desert. The desert was born from the ape monsters' blood essence, laws, and consciousness. Everything within contained the ape monsters' subconscious. For countless reasons, the Yellow Earth Desert formed its own rules. One day, a group of people broke into the Yellow Earth Desert, fighting their way through and finally reaching the underworld swamp. They delved deep and battled ape monsters. These people included Su Qingyang and 23 minor god lords. They killed many ape monsters, eventually attracting minor god lord level ape monsters and fleeing in defeat. Most of them died, only a few escaping pursuit, yet ultimately perished in the swamp. Su Qingyang was among the very lucky ones, with a high-grade soul bead shielding him from the swamp's gaze. Oh, it's her. Among these images, Lin Moya saw a person. Chapter 1454. Chapter 1454, 1454. Chapter 1454, The Terrifyingly Powerful Curse. The blood-red light, with a hint of enchantment, stung Lin Moya's eyes. Tears streamed down Lin Moya's face. The pain was excruciating, but he endured it, not even wanting to switch to undead vision. This was an almost ultimate curse power, far stronger than the power of the other shore. He was fortunate to witness it and had to see it clearly. Missing this opportunity would be a great loss. In the red light, the newly enlightened golden light little Buddha silently disintegrated. He didn't even last 0.1 seconds before completely disappearing from the world. The red light gradually faded, the clouds once again shrouded the earth, and the world returned from bright red to dim. Fortunately, it didn't involve me. At this moment, Lin Moya felt a bit lucky. Fortunately, he had retracted all his skeleton god generals, leaving no trace of himself. Just now, in the true sight vision, he saw the curse descend, instantly killing the golden light little Buddha. Then the curse found the nearby skeleton god generals and the bone hell. Through the mysterious connection between the two, it found him. His fate was no surprise. He would have followed the golden light little Buddha to the underworld. So, without hesitation, he retracted everything related to himself. Cutting off all connections, he changed the course of the future. He was very lucky and saved himself. True sight was indeed a good thing, once again saving him from death, allowing him to escape with his life. He now understood very clearly what would happen if he broke through to the god sovereign realm here, certain death. Cautiously, he went over to check and confirmed that the golden light little Buddha had indeed left nothing behind. Actually, it couldn't be said that nothing was left behind. Lin Moya still had the golden light little Buddha's flesh and blood, but he didn't dare to take it out now, nor did he dare to turn him into a resurrected being. Who knew if the curse would come knocking again? For safety's sake, it's better to leave here first. He looked up at the sky, then retracted his gaze. He knew these matters were not something he could touch yet. If he forced himself to touch them, it would be a dead end. Lin Moya made a decision and returned to the location of the flower. He took out the spoils he had obtained from the golden light little Buddha. In this battle, he had obtained 3 spoils: a golden alms bowl, a string of Buddha beads, and a Buddha crown. The golden alms bowl and Buddha beads were intact, but the Buddha crown had cracks and was somewhat damaged in the battle. As for the 18-petal golden lotus, the golden robe, and the golden ring that protected the soul during escape, they had all been destroyed. The golden alms bowl, Buddha beads, and Buddha crown were all high-level artifacts in the God King realm. The only drawback was that they hadn't birthed artifact spirits. If they had birthed artifact spirits, they would be top-grade artifacts in the God King realm. The Buddhist clan is indeed wealthy. Lin Moya put away the Buddha beads and Buddha crown. These 2 items were useless to him. He was interested in the golden alms bowl. Previously, he had used words to anger the golden light little Buddha, forcing him to act against him. This way, his bone hell could mark him. Otherwise, if he wanted to leave, it wouldn't be easy to stop him. The recording stone was a means to force him to act. As for the soul devourer little god sovereign, Lin Moya didn't take him seriously at all. However, Lin Moya was also curious about what the two were doing here. It was clear they had a purpose and didn't come randomly. Judging by their direction, it could be inferred that they came to find the flower. Guessing was too troublesome, and Lin Moya was too lazy to guess. The best way was to revive the golden light little Buddha and ask him, but he didn't dare to do that now. Lin Moya patted his forehead, wondering why he was so curious. Why should I care what they came to do? It has nothing to do with me. If I really want to know, I can revive him and ask after I leave. He refocused his attention on the golden alms bowl. The golden light little Buddha was dead, and the golden alms bowl had become an ownerless item. Injecting his soul power into it, Lin Moya quickly mastered the use of the golden alms bowl and understood its functions. The golden alms bowl had 2 functions: containment and purification. The containment function served the purification function. No matter what law, it could be contained and purified. The speed of purification depended on the strength of the contained object and the user's power. However, this function was useless to Lin Moyu, as purification required the use of Buddhist techniques. Lin Moyu didn't understand Buddhist techniques, so he couldn't use this function, but he could use the containment function to contain foreign objects and release them all at once or multiple times. However, containment had its limits, the quantity couldn't be large. For example, with pollen, the maximum number that could be contained at once was 30 grains. There were thousands of pollen grains, and 30 grains were just a drop in the bucket. But for Lin Moyu, it was enough. After experiencing the curses multiple times, Lin Moyu had grasped the pattern. Using one pollen grain as the base, the curse's power was 100. For each additional pollen grain, the curse's power increased by 50. 2 pollen grains triggered a curse power of 150, 3 grains 200, and so on. Previously, without using state immunity, Lin Moyu could easily withstand the curse power triggered by 10 pollen grains. 10 pollen grains were no longer useful to Lin Moyu. If he wanted to continue enhancing his soul, he needed to increase the number of pollen grains. There were plenty of pollen grains everywhere, but in the area outside the 10,000 meter range, the pollen was more dispersed. To stack the curse's power, he needed to touch the pollen simultaneously. The more pollen grains, the harder it was to meet this condition. Only in the area within the 10,000 meter range did the pollen quantity increase sharply, easily meeting this condition. In the true sight prediction, after entering the 10,000 meter range, he would continuously encounter large amounts of pollen, triggering powerful curses. Because of state immunity, these curses wouldn't kill him but would leave him in a dazed state for a long time, making it difficult to escape. Also, because of state immunity, the curse power would be continuously expelled, preventing him from fully resisting and making it difficult for his soul to be effectively tempered and enhanced. State immunity could save his life but also acted as a shackle. So Lin Moyu needed a way to control the pollen, and unexpectedly, the Golden Light Little Buddha delivered the treasure to his doorstep. Moreover, the Golden Light Little Buddha was traveling with a demon and had destroyed his skeleton god generals, giving him a reason to kill and seize the treasure. Lin Moyu returned to the area outside the 10,000 meter range, less than 10 meters from the pollen. He activated the Golden Alms Bowl, which emitted a suction force, starting to absorb the pollen. Lin Moyu controlled the range, limiting the suction to a finger's width. The pollen, invisible to the naked eye, was absorbed, and as it entered the Golden Alms Bowl, it was enveloped in golden light, emitting tiny golden glows. Lin Moyu absorbed only 12 pollen grains. 12 pollen grains increased the curse power by about 20%, just right for tempering his soul. It wouldn't cause severe damage to his soul and will but would create enough pressure. Various feelings of despair grew in the depths of his soul, affecting every thought. Lin Moyu used his will to fight against the feelings of despair, not daring to relax. Under immense pressure, in repeated extreme confrontations, his soul gradually grew stronger. In the Buddhist world, Buddha light illuminated the starry sky. Golden light shone over vast star regions. Amit Ba. Suddenly, a Buddha's name echoed through the universe. The Buddha's name carried sorrow, and the Buddha light turned into golden raindrops, falling in the Buddhist world. Everyone knew that a Buddha had fallen. This was the second Buddha to fall recently. Chapter 1455. Chapter 1455, 1455. Chapter 1455, find a way to extradite him to the Buddha clan. The fall of a Buddha is akin to the fall of a deity among humans. Lin, Buddha light turned into golden rain, drifting in the world of the Buddha clan. Many members of the Buddha clan fell into grief, chanting Buddha's name. In the core world of the Buddha clan, flowers bloomed everywhere, and the Buddha light was as thick as liquid. Buddhas could be seen sitting in the void everywhere. This is the pure land of ultimate bliss, the holy land of the Buddha clan. At this moment, the holy land of the Buddha clan was also raining, golden light rain. A giant Buddha with a great sun golden wheel on his back appeared in the light rain, his face showing a bitter expression, exuding an ancient and desolate aura. Greetings, ancient Buddha. All the Buddhas in the sky saluted him simultaneously. This appearing figure was indeed an ancient Buddha. The ancient Buddha spoke, the little Buddha of golden light, who attained Buddhahood at the moment of death. Do you know where he went? A huge voice rang out, as if talking to himself, or asking the Buddhas in the sky. After a while, a Buddha said, the golden light should have gone to the vermilion bird battlefield. Before leaving, he had contact with a little god of the demon clan, seemingly to make a deal. Another deep voice sounded, I know about this. In the demon clan, there is a half-seated statue of a Buddha. The golden light should have been trading for this. The function of the seated Buddha statue is well known among the Buddhas in the sky. Even if it is only half, it is very likely to allow the little Buddha of golden light to evolve into a Buddha kingdom. Whether there is a Buddha kingdom or not makes a world of difference in the combat power after becoming a Buddha. Therefore, it is very normal for the little Buddha of golden light to go and trade with the demon clan. The ancient Buddha pondered for a few seconds, sent someone to the demon clan to inquire about where the two went, and whether the little god of the soul-devouring demon clan is still alive. By Buddha's decree. A Buddha slowly stood up, turned into a golden stream of light, and disappeared instantly. The ancient Buddha continued, a few days ago, the Buddha of joy fell. I used my Buddha's thought as a guide and struck a poem. According to my senses, this poem also went to the vermilion bird battlefield. You should also go and inquire. As his words fell, another Buddha stood up and left the pure land of ultimate bliss. The ancient Buddha spoke again, I heard that on the must-kill list of various clans, a young man named Lin Moyu from the human clan is at the top. Do you know this person? A Buddha said in a deep voice, Ancient Buddha, do you remember, a few years ago, a strong man from the human clan came to seek justice for a junior. This matter is one of the major events that have happened in the Buddha clan in recent years, and the ancient Buddha naturally knows. At that time, the strong man from the human clan was very forceful and did not listen to the Buddha clan's explanation at all. In the end, the Buddha clan chose to back down, stopped preaching Buddha, and did not pursue the cause of death of Kangwon Buddha. At that time, the Buddha clan did not know for whom the strong man from the human clan was seeking justice. Now it seems, it was precisely for Lin Moyo. The ancient Buddha pondered for a few seconds. You should pay attention to this person. If there is a chance, bring him into the Buddha clan. To be at the top of the must-kill list of various clans, his talent and aptitude need no further explanation. If such a talent can be brought into the Buddha clan, he might become an ancient Buddha in the future. A Buddha said, this matter might be difficult. As far as I know, he has already entered the sight of the high-level human clan. Several attempts by various clans to kill him have been thwarted. The ancient Buddha said in a deep voice, do your best, but do not force it. If it is not possible, it can only be said that the fate has not arrived. Some things are not because he does not want to, but because it is really difficult to do. If Lin Moyo has indeed entered the sight of the high-level human clan, he cannot act rashly. If something goes wrong, it might provoke retaliation from the strong men of the other side. Lin Moyo woke up from a curse, and his soul was strengthened a lot. The purple light in his soul became more intense, already starting to spread to his limbs. At this time, the number of pollen he controlled had reached 20 grains. After a few more times, the purple light would occupy all areas except his head. When his head is also occupied by the purple light, his soul will be completely transformed into a purple jade soul, reaching the 5th grade. The 5th grade soul is the mark of the other side. Of course, the quality of the soul is the quality of the soul, and the realm is the realm. Reaching the 5th grade soul only means that Lin Moyo has cleared a major obstacle to stepping into the other side. When he smoothly reaches the 9th level of the god, he will no longer encounter bottlenecks and can step into the other side relatively smoothly. Trigger the curse again for training. As time passed day by day, the curses triggered by Lin Moyo became stronger and stronger. Each time, he touched 30 grains of pollen simultaneously, reaching the containment limit of the golden nail. The purple light in his soul had already occupied all areas except his head, just one step away from the 5th grade purple jade soul. In fact, 3 days ago, Lin Moyo had already reached this level. At that time, he could touch 26 grains of pollen at once. When he found that his soul was no longer progressing, he started touching 28 grains of pollen, but the result was the same. Then he used the golden nail to increase the pollen to 30 grains. The pressure did increase, and he could feel his will becoming more solid and less affected. But the purple light remained the same, not spreading to his head. The soul had stagnated. Lin Moyo felt that he had encountered some bottleneck. The 5th grade soul is not so easy to achieve. Even with Zhu Kaiwa's talent, he was stuck at this step for thousands of years. Many gods could not break through and eventually died of old age in the god realm. Once this step is taken, it is another world. Like the difference between the god level above and below in the small world, it is a completely different world. It seems that seeking stability is not enough. I need to seek change. Using quantitative change to trigger qualitative change. Lin Moyo put away the golden bowl, which was now useless. Looking at the pollen all over the ground, the Buddha Lich appeared beside him. Using the true sight technique, Lin Moyo wanted to see his future. He used his thoughts as a guide, stirred the law of fate, and glimpsed some fragments of the future. In the picture, he gave up controlling the golden bowl and instantly attracted hundreds of pollen grains to fall on him. A strong curse descended, and he fell into a daze again. Pollen flew in one after another, and the curse continued. Because there was too much pollen and the curse was too strong, he could not resist with his own strength and had to use state immunity. With the help of state immunity, he finally broke free from the curse after great effort. The picture ended here. In the last scene of the picture, Lin Moyo saw his own eyes. In the future, his eyes did not show any excitement, but rather some disappointment. There was no clear answer, but the eyes had already explained everything. From the eyes, Lin Moyo judged that the method he thought of did not succeed. Attracting a large amount of pollen at once did not trigger a qualitative change from a quantitative change. Did it still fail? It seems this method is not feasible. Lin Moyo muttered to himself. After pondering for a while, he thought of another possibility. His gaze fell on the flower 10,000 meters away, and he used the true sight technique again. This time, he changed his idea, looking for a new possibility. The law of fate was stirred again, transmitting the secrets of the future to Lin Moyo. In this thought, Lin Moyo skipped the pollen and directly touched the huge flower 10,000 meters away. He made a negligible attack on the flower, with only the power of the 3rd level of the God King. Given the level of existence of the flower in its lifetime, the mere 3rd level of the God King was not even a scratch. Even though it was dead, it was still nothing. The slight attack attracted the flower's counterattack. In the picture, the flower glowed all over, and a blue mental curse fell on him. This curse was obviously stronger than the curse triggered by the pollen, and Lin Moyo fell into a daze in an instant. Then, in less than a second, his body exploded. Chapter 1456. Chapter 1456, 1456. Chapter 1456, The Infinite Uses of True Sight. The future self exploded. It was a suicide. Lin Moyo knew that his idea had failed again. Seeing his future self explode, he couldn't help but feel a bit apprehensive. Actively attacking the flower to trigger its curse was an unfeasible idea. The flower was a powerful existence in the Tulu clan. Even though it was dead and had experienced countless years, its power still remained. It had set a curse on itself, and both the pollen and the flower itself were triggers for the curse. The pollen was manageable, and Lin Moyo could endure it. However, the curse from the flower itself was enough to kill him. He didn't even know how many times he would be killed. After self-destruction, his talent would activate, granting him rebirth, but the curse's power might still persist. Even if the curse was gone, his will and soul might suffer severe damage. These possibilities made him wary and unwilling to take the risk. Lin Moyo felt a sense of crisis at every step in this curse-laden world, where a single misstep could lead to death. He fell into deep thought again, reviewing everything that had happened, trying to understand it all. After considering the causes and effects, he gradually thought of some possibilities. Using pollen was definitely not an option. Quantitative change could not lead to qualitative change. To further evolve his soul, he needed a transformation. Simply increasing the curse's power was useless. A higher level was required. It's like 100 gods working together. Although powerful, they still couldn't compare to a half step beyond. Increasing the quantity indeed increases power, but it cannot elevate the level. Pollen remains at the level of pollen, not reaching the other side. No matter how much there is, it never reaches the other side. However, to truly transform his soul, he needed a curse from the other side. Moreover, the curse's power couldn't be too strong. It needed to be just right to reach the other side. If it was too strong, he couldn't withstand it, either using state immunity, greatly reducing the effect, or dying on the spot, ending in failure. Lin Moyo had a mature idea, but whether it was feasible was still uncertain. If it were someone else, they would have to experiment, and if the experiment failed, they would pay a huge price. But Lin Moyo had another way. The existence of the Buddha Lich allowed him to communicate with his future self through his thoughts, checking a possibility. Although not entirely accurate, it was enough to see some clues. Lin Moyo recalled the flower bud he had seen before, an unopened flower bud, which was a powerful existence at the other side. At that time, he triggered its curse and was almost killed. It was the best target for his idea. He simulated triggering the flower bud's curse in his thoughts, then used this thought to perform true sight. He hypothesized encountering a flower bud he had seen before, using resurrection of the dead to revive it, letting it curse him. Lin Moyo, relying on his memory, truly created something out of nothing. True sight was silently used, quickly receiving feedback. The law of fate actually acknowledged Lin Moyo's operation, returning the corresponding information. In the envisioned future, he encountered an unopened flower bud again. In the undying flames, the flower bud was revived, its soul reassembled. Then it resisted the control of resurrection of the dead, while cursing Lin Moyo, daring to desecrate it. Lin Moyo fell into a daze under the curse, but did not explode. The flower bud's curse was much weaker than the flower's curse. It was also weaker than the curse of the strange tree. Lin Moyo did not use state immunity to resist the curse, but relied on his own will and strength to fight the curse's erosion. If it were before, he would never have been able to do it. But after repeated curse training, both his will and soul had grown significantly stronger. A few seconds later, his eyes regained clarity, successfully resisting the curse. His eyes also showed excitement. The picture shattered again, and true sight ended. Lin Moyo clenched his fists, with a bit of excitement. It really works. His idea came true, it really worked. The flower bud's curse, although reaching the other side level, couldn't truly kill him. The level changed, triggering the purple light in his soul, further enhancing his soul. From the final look in the picture, Lin Moyo had already seen the answer. Not bad, not bad. Lin Moyo deeply appreciated the magic of true sight, not only avoiding danger but also finding a path for his cultivation. He somewhat understood the true meaning of true sight. Peering into the truth, whether it's the truth of survival or the truth of seeking strength, can be evolved and changed through the future. A magical technique. I really wonder what kind of genius created this technique. True sight communicates with the law of fate, and the user doesn't need to understand the law of fate. The creator must have mastered the law of fate to an extremely deep level, otherwise, it would be impossible to create such a magical technique. $lots seeking flowers 0. Those who can create secret techniques based on laws are more admirable than those who simply master the laws. Since ancient times, such people have been rare. Many can only master some techniques they awaken, unable to create secret techniques for others to learn. Most people know the how but not the why. They can perfectly utilize the laws but don't know how to make the laws usable for others. Since true sight has successfully simulated, the next step is to find the flower bud. The Tulu world is vast and boundless, there can't be only one flower bud. Millions of skeleton god warriors had been released before, and the map in his mind had become extremely vast. Many basins had been discovered. Each basin was a hole leading to the great world. Thousands of basins formed a phalanx. Outside the phalanx were strange trees like small mountains. In the ancient war, the soldiers in the basins all died, their bodies and souls perished. As generals, the strange trees also died, but their bodies were preserved, covered in curses. The map in his mind, besides many newly discovered basins and strange trees, also had small dots. These small dots were flower buds. The flower buds were discovered during Lin Moyo's curse training. Now they could be put to good use. Lin Moyo quickly ran towards the nearest flower bud. I don't know what level the soldiers in the basins were, probably not at the other side. At the other side level, even if dead, the body can be preserved, not eroded by time. And soldiers not at the other side, even if their bodies were preserved initially, were eventually eroded by time. Lin Moyo had a new understanding of the other side. What is the other side? It's a whole new level. In the great world, the super god level distinguishes between ordinary people and cultivators. And the other side seems to distinguish between cultivators stepping into another level. A flower bud appeared in his sight. A meter-high flower bud, not yet blooming, still in its infancy, had already reached the other side. The Tulu clan is a terrifying race. They just met an even more terrifying opponent. Stopping in front of the flower bud, Lin Moya did not act immediately. He summoned the Buddha Lich again, using True Sight for a review. This time, it was no longer his imagination, but a real flower bud as a reference, making the result of True Sight more accurate. Chapter 1457. Chapter 1457, 1457. Chapter 1457, Risking Life for the 5th grade. With a real reference, the results obtained from True Sight were not much different from what he had imagined. Lin Moya finally felt at ease. After all, it was a matter of life and death, and he had to be cautious. Once he was ready, he flicked a ball of undying flame from his fingertips, which landed on the flower bud. The bright red flower bud immediately burst into a massive 50-meter-high pillar of fire, turning into a gray fireball. Lin Moya was prepared, ready to face the curse at any moment. The flower bud's soul reassembled, regaining consciousness. Its aura grew stronger and stronger, reaching the other shore realm. As a native creature of the Tyrol world, the curse in the sky did not attack it. Just as the future vision had shown, resurrection of the dead could not control a being at the other shore realm. The flower bud began to resist the spell, fighting for control. At the same time, it cast a curse on its originator. The bright red flower bud released a blue mental curse. In an instant, various negative emotions surged into Lin Moya's mind. His eyes became vacant, the world turned gray, and he lost all hope for the future. I should die. Living is meaningless, I should die. No, you must live, you have to live. Suicidal thoughts kept rising, but were forcibly suppressed by his strong will. Waves of pessimism came one after another, and Lin Moya's will did the same, repeatedly suppressing and erasing them. The struggle was intense, with both sides fighting for dominance. In the end, Lin Moya gained the upper hand. The curse's power was not infinite and finally exhausted after a few seconds. At this moment, the struggle between the flower bud and resurrection of the dead also reached its final stage. Resurrection of the dead could not control it, so it chose to destroy it. The flower bud exploded, turning into powder and disappearing without a trace, leaving a huge pit in the ground. Lin Moya didn't care about its death. Instead, he checked the state of his soul. Seeing it, he felt joy. His stagnant soul had indeed grown stronger. The purple light extended from his neck towards his head. At this rate, about 20 more times, and my soul will transform into a 5th-grade purple jade soul. He began searching for flower buds, resurrecting them repeatedly to trigger the curse. Watching his soul gradually transform into a 5th-grade purple jade soul, Lin Moya was full of motivation. A few days later, his entire soul was filled with purple light. However, his soul had not yet transformed. It was still at the peak of the 4th grade. This was the true peak of the 4th grade, just a hair's breadth away from the 5th grade. But this tiny bit was incredibly difficult to overcome. The flower bud's curse training had also reached its limit and could no longer help Lin Moya complete the transformation. Lin Moya knew he needed a stronger curse. The flower bud was in its juvenile form, while the fully bloomed flower was its mature form. The fully bloomed flower was absolutely untouchable. Touching it would mean certain death. Lin Moya immediately set his sights on the strange tree. In his understanding, among beings at the other shore realm, the flower bud was the weakest, the strange tree was slightly stronger, and the fully bloomed flower was the strongest. Since the flower bud was useless and the fully bloomed flower was untouchable, only the strange tree remained. Taking a deep breath, Lin Moya arrived in front of the strange tree and first used True Sight, obtaining a positive result. The future vision showed a thrilling but successful outcome, with Lin Moya seeing himself succeed. However, at the end of the vision, Lin Moya saw a hint of panic deep in his own eyes. Panic? Lin Moya was puzzled. Why would there be panic? Could something unexpected have happened? He used True Sight again and saw the exact same vision. This time, Lin Moya looked very carefully and confirmed that the panic in his eyes was real. He knew his own eyes better than anyone. In this world, if there was anything unpredictable, it could only be one thing. Lin Moya looked up at the sky, the dim sky, the thick clouds, and the red curse hidden behind the clouds. The red curse behind the clouds was the greatest danger in this world. Lin Moya muttered to himself, it should be that the transformation of my soul triggered the curse's attack. It not only doesn't allow the appearance of realms above the God Sovereign, but also doesn't allow the appearance of 5th-grade souls. If that's the case, Lin Moya thought of a solution. He wanted to use True Sight to see if his solution could avert the crisis. But the result disappointed him. True Sight did not provide a clear answer. The crisis he faced would only be triggered under certain conditions. The condition was the transformation of his soul from a 4th-grade jade soul to a 5th-grade purple jade soul. But this condition also had a prerequisite: he had to withstand the strange tree's curse. The future vision was too short to skip the strange tree's curse and see what happened afterward. It seems True Sight is not omnipotent. It can only predict one step, not 2 or 3 steps ahead. My idea should be correct. Either I leave now and give up the transformation of my soul, or I must face this danger. But giving up the transformation of my soul is something I can't accept. The curse above cannot be stopped. I can only find a way to avoid it. But how can I avoid it? Lin Moya pondered and soon thought of a solution. This solution seemed feasible but couldn't be verified. Will it work? What if I'm wrong? Then I'll face death. Should I gamble or not? In his hesitation, he found his answer. Lin Moya decided to take the risk. He chose to gamble. The temptation of a 5th-grade soul was too great, worth risking his life for. Once he made up his mind, Lin Moya no longer hesitated. After making preparations, he flicked out the undying flame. Stellar level spell, Resurrection of the Dead. The flame enveloped the strange tree, setting the entire mountain ablaze, spreading for 10,000 meters. The strange tree's soul reassembled, its consciousness revived. It was clearly stronger than the flower bud. Even before its consciousness fully revived, it began to struggle against resurrection of the dead. At the same time, like the flower bud, it targeted Lin Moyo, the originator. Die! Lin Moyo seemed to hear a roar. The roar carried boundless killing intent, and a red light appeared above his head. The curse descended, forming a blood-red axe in his soul world, directly striking the crystal barrier. Lin Moyo lost the ability to think, his eyes vacant, all his thoughts focused on his soul. Although there were no pessimistic emotions, the danger he faced this time was far greater than before. Fortunately, Lin Moyo was much stronger than before. With a strong soul, the crystal barrier was also strong. The giant axe struck the crystal barrier, causing the soul world to shake violently, but the crystal barrier did not break. Dealing with soul attack curses is different from dealing with mental curses. Mental curses require willpower to resist, while soul attack curses require the soul to fight back. The talon tree extended wildly, whipping the giant axe. The 9-colored dragon soul crystal roared, also transforming into a phantom to attack the giant axe. The undead legion appeared in the soul, fearlessly charging at the giant axe. Lin Moyo, holding the scourge staff, cast the time curse on the giant axe, while charging out of the soul world to engage the giant axe in fierce battle. Lin Moyo, like a general, led his soul in a life and death struggle. Chapter 1458. Chapter 1458, 1458. Chapter 1458, Such things are intolerable. The battle in the soul world was extremely intense. Lin Moyo fought to the death, giving his soul immense pressure, which also became the driving force for his soul's advancement. The purple light in his soul grew stronger and began to transform. Outside, the struggle between resurrection of the dead and the strange tree also reached its climax. Resurrection of the dead couldn't control the strange tree and began to destroy it. The strange tree, having been revived with great difficulty, refused to die easily and continued to resist. Unfortunately, it was already a dead tree. It could resist control but couldn't resist destruction. In the end, it collapsed and exploded. At the same time, Lin Moyo exhausted the curse's power, and his soul began to transform. The soul world erupted with brilliant purple light, which spread to the outside, emanating from every inch of his skin. A strange aura rose from his soul. Lin Moyo's consciousness returned, but he hadn't fully regained control of his body. The clouds in the sky changed, and red light began to dominate the land, bringing forth a powerful pressure. A skeleton god general transformed into a stream of light, instantly appearing in front of Lin Moyo, holding him and rushing into the pit left by the strange tree's death. The entire process happened in a flash, taking less than 0.1 seconds. Lin Moyo hadn't regained control of his body, but the skeleton god general held him and frantically charged into the vortex. They plunged into the vortex, accelerating continuously. Countless fragments in the vortex rained down on Lin Moyo and the skeleton god general, but Lin Moyo had no time to care. His attention was focused on the vortex, looking through it at the Turol world, now shrouded in red. At this moment, he could do nothing but pray. He knew that when the curse descended, he would be doomed. So he had to escape the Turol world before the curse arrived. There was only one way to escape, the Great Vortex. The Great Vortex could take him away. As long as he returned to the Great World, the curse in the Turol world couldn't kill him. He was gambling that his escape speed was faster than the curse. The vortex continued to spin, taking him towards the Great World. The red light in his vision appeared, and the curse's power drilled through the vortex, rushing towards him. The vortex's rotation seemed to slow down under the curse's influence. Despair welled up in Lin Moyo's heart. He kept ordering the skeleton god general to speed up, and it really did. Lin Moyo realized he was starting to leave the Turol world, and the laws of the Great World were beginning to take effect. The light speed lich's ability began to recover. The speed increased, and the aura of the Great World grew stronger. But the red light rapidly approached, almost catching up. Lin Moyo regained control of his body at this moment. He put away the skeleton god general and took out a jade token, crushing it directly. His body disappeared like a bubble, and the red curse passed through his body, reaching the end of the vortex, where it was blocked by an invisible barrier and finally disappeared. The Turol world returned to darkness, and the red light hid behind the clouds again. In Area 9 to 58, outside the Great Vortex, nearly 10 million kilometers away, Lin Moyo suddenly appeared with a slight spatial distortion. His face was pale, and his eyes were filled with the joy and relief of surviving a disaster. He let out a long breath, finally escaped. Fortunately, I left a teleportation marker here earlier. It's always good to be prepared. When it's useless, but when it's useful, it can save your life. As the vortex was about to reach the exit and the curse was about to descend, Lin Moyo activated the teleportation talisman the moment he regained control of his body. The talisman took him out of the vortex and back to the Great World. The curse couldn't follow, as the power of the Turol world couldn't interfere with the Great World, just as the power of the Great World couldn't interfere with the Turol world. The vortex was the point of fusion between the two worlds, allowing mutual penetration. "You brat, you finally made it out." A familiar voice sounded in his ear, with a hint of concern. Lin Moyo saw Zhu Kaiwu, who was smiling at him with a look that said, "You actually survived." Lin Moyo was in a great mood. "Senior, why are you here?" "Just came to see if you're dead." Before he could finish, Zhu Kaiwu's eyes suddenly widened. At this moment, Lin Moyo's body emitted purple light, and his aura grew stronger. His soul's transformation officially began, changing from a 4th grade jade soul to a 5th grade purple jade soul. The difference of one grade, one word, was a world apart. Once this step was taken, the future was boundless. If not, he would eventually become a skeleton under the passage of time. Lin Moya's mind was fully immersed in the changes brought by his soul's transformation. It wasn't just the transformation of the soul itself but also the entire soul world. The soul world expanded rapidly, becoming 100 times larger. The talent tree, which once filled the soul world, now seemed small and no longer covered the sky. The soul body sat under the talent tree, a small dot, but the entire soul world centered around this dot, controlled by it. The spell stars rose to the top of the soul world, shining as before, with infinite fusion still reigning supreme, connecting all spells with its chaotic laws, making them a unified whole. The soul world expanded 100-fold, and the crystal barrier transformed into a purple jade barrier, becoming thicker and more solid. The transformation from 4th grade to 5th grade was not just a change in scale but a fundamental change. In the soul world, a Law Star River suddenly appeared. The gray-white Law Star River surged with the undying law, and invisible waves flowed from it like waterfalls, falling on the soul body. The soul body was baptized by the undying law, becoming pure and strong. The Law Star River's power washed away many impurities from the soul, including other laws. Lin Moya's previously mastered rudimentary slaughter law and thunder law were completely cleansed, leaving no trace. The soul became entirely pure. Seeing this, Lin Moya couldn't help but laugh. So this can happen too. This is the baptism of the Law Star River? So domineering. Is it my undying law that's domineering, or are all Law Star River baptisms like this? By the way, I'm only at the 3rd stage of the God King realm, and my soul is being baptized by the Law Star River. Isn't this too bizarre? Why do I feel like my soul can already enter the Law Star River? Thoughts emerged one after another, and even Lin Moyo, the person involved, found it hard to believe these changes. As for Zhu Kaiwu, he was even more shocked, his mouth agape, almost dropping his jaw. His avatar almost exploded. How is this possible? How can he reach the 5th grade Purple Jade Soul? A 5th grade Purple Jade Soul at the God King realm? What kind of joke is this? Am I in an illusion? This can't be real. He hadn't fully transformed into a 5th grade Purple Jade Soul yet, but Lin Moyo had already surpassed him. Such things are intolerable. Chapter 1459. Chapter 1459, 1459. Chapter 1459, he cultivated until he became a dog. Zhu Kaiwa was no longer witnessing the growth of a genius. This genius had already surpassed him without him realizing it, running ahead of him and waving from the other shore. Zhu Kaiwa let out a long sigh. When the war god rose back then, those of the same generation must have felt very desperate. Not just his peers, even his elders might have felt desperate. Zhu Kaiwa looked at Lin Moya's transforming soul and thought of the peerless Xiao Zhantian. Back then, Xiao Zhantian was like Lin Moyo, rising like a comet and rapidly growing to an unmatched level. He crushed an entire era, surpassing even his elders one by one. One could imagine the mixed feelings of those people from that era, similar to Zhu Kaiwa's current feelings. Zhu Kaiwa was a prodigy from a young age, about to step into the other shore, but now his heart felt like he had cultivated until he became a dog. You brat, how did you manage to do this? I'll ask you clearly later. If you dare not tell me, I'll skin you alive. Zhu Kaiwa was furious. A junior he had high hopes for had suddenly surpassed him, and the feeling of frustration was indescribable. Lin Moya's body was enveloped in purple, exuding a noble aura. He seemed to be transcending this world and reaching another level. Strands of killing intent flew out from his body and dissipated into the void. Lin Moya's aura changed, becoming gentler, as if he had lost some sharpness. Then, lightning bolts flew out from within him, also disappearing into the void. Lin Moya's aura became even gentler, like a beautiful jade, a gentle and refined jade gentleman. Zhu Kaiwa's pupils constricted again, the baptism of the Law Star River. The brat received the baptism of the Law Star River prematurely. There are no more obstacles to stepping into the God-sovereign realm. Others spend years polishing themselves to perfect their laws, using laws as their clothing, and leaping their souls into the Law Star River. But this brat abandoned the laws and directly used the strength of his soul to receive the baptism of the Law Star River. The two seem similar but are vastly different. The brat's baptism is more thorough, and his soul will become cleaner and purer. If this gets out, it will make a lot of people jealous. Even the Buddha kingdoms can't compare to this. Zhu Kaiwa could naturally see the killing intent and lightning that left Lin Moya's body were the laws of slaughter and thunder. Under the baptism of the undying Law Star River, these irrelevant laws were expelled, and Lin Moya's soul and body became pure. Only the undying law remained within him. The purple light gradually faded and returned to his body, back into the soul world. The Law Star River in the soul world also gradually disappeared, and the entire world returned to calmness. The transformation ended, and Lin Moya slowly opened his eyes, seeing the calm Zhu Kaiwa. Zhu Kaiwa had already regained his composure, maintaining the aura of a senior, pretending to be calm. Not bad, it seems you gained a lot this time. Lin Moya nodded. Indeed, I gained quite a bit. Zhu Kaiwa took out his vehicle. Come inside and explain in detail. The small warship sailed silently in the void. Inside the warship, on the small tea table familiar to Lin Moya, he brewed tea for Zhu Kaiwa, a scene reminiscent of the past. In Lin Moya's memory, when he was in the small world, he had brewed tea like this for his teachers. Zhu Kaiwa gave him the same feeling. This senior was truly very good to him. Zhu Kaiwa accepted the tea handed to him by Lin Moya, his eyes slightly narrowed. Speak. Lin Moya took out 2 recording stones and activated one, projecting the images inside. The image showed a stele with inscriptions in the primordial ancient script. Most of the primordial ancient script had been erased, leaving only a few words. Lin Moyo explained, "This is the stele I found in the Tyrol world. Unfortunately, I couldn't bring it back, so I could only record it." Zhu Kaiwa clearly recognized the primordial ancient script and could read the words on it. "Tyrol, how do you know it's the Tyrol world and not the Tyrol tribe?" Lin Moyo explained, "You should know my technique. I can revive the dead in a short time. I found a corpse and learned it from him." Zhu Kaiwa's eyes lit up. There were corpses inside. Lin Moyo nodded, "Quite a few." The next moment, Zhu Kaiwa seemed to realize something. Corpses that remained intact for billions of years must have been from the other shore when they were alive. Lin Moyo made an affirmative sound. "It should be. Although my technique could revive them, I couldn't control them, and I almost died inside." Zhu Kaiwa became even more curious. "Don't hold back, explain everything at once." Then Lin Moyo roughly explained the situation in the Tyrol world. Zhu Kaiwa didn't say a word, like a student listening attentively to a teacher's lecture. Through Lin Moya's description, Zhu Kaiwa finally gained a new understanding of the Tyrol world. "So you used the curses inside to temper your soul, forcibly pushing your soul to become a 5th grade purple jade soul." Lin Moyo made an affirmative sound, "More or less, otherwise my soul couldn't have progressed so quickly. It's indeed a good method, but unfortunately, it can't be replicated." Zhu Kaiwa knew Lin Moya's special nature, which others couldn't replicate. Lin Moya's soul was already strong enough, having reached the peak of the 4th grade, a jade soul turning purple. In other words, Lin Moyo had already qualified for his soul to transform. Add to that Lin Moya's strong will and the help of true sight, and the current situation was created. If others went in, a single curse might be the end for them. But even so, Lin Moyo had a close brush with death. Zhu Kaiwa asked again, "You said the Tyrol world doesn't allow the existence of realms above the God Sovereign." Lin Moyo opened the second recording stone at this point. The recording stone projected new images, showing the golden light little Buddha and the soul devourer little God Sovereign. Zhu Kaiwa frowned. The Buddhist clan and the demon clan. The Buddhist clan and the demon clan coming together made Zhu Kaiwa wary. The images played out Lin Moyo deliberately provoking the Buddhist clan, forcing them to act against him. Then he decisively and fiercely killed the soul devourer little God Sovereign, while the golden light little Buddha fled severely injured. Finally, the golden light little Buddha achieved instant enlightenment, only to be met with a terrifying curse. The red curse hidden behind the clouds, even in the recording stone, was terrifying enough to make one's heart tremble. Such a powerful curse. Zhu Kaiwa analyzed from the images that if it were him, he might not have been able to withstand the curse's attack. Lin Moyo said, "Indeed, it was powerful enough to instantly kill me. Not only does it not allow the existence of realms above the God Sovereign, but it also doesn't allow the existence of 5th grade souls. I almost died in there. Fortunately, I was lucky enough to escape." Lin Moyo didn't specifically explain how he escaped, but Zhu Kaiwa could imagine that the entire process must have been very dangerous. Zhu Kaiwa closed his eyes in contemplation for a moment, roughly understanding the reason. "I guess not allowing realms above the God Sovereign is to protect those corpses. Perhaps they are still waiting for their master to be reborn one day. But who would have thought you would encounter such a freak, using their corpses as tools?" Lin Moyo didn't respond to Zhu Kaiwa's words. Junior has a few questions and hopes the senior can provide guidance. Chapter 1460. Chapter 1460, 1460. Chapter 1460, The Other Extreme of True Sight. After obtaining a large amount of information from Lin Moyo's mouth, as an exchange, Zhu Kaiwa also entered a state of answering any questions. Of course, Lin Moyo understood that this question and answer session also had limitations on what could and could not be said, and Zhu Kaiwa was very clear about this as well. According to Zhu Kaiwa's words, even though Lin Moyo's soul had already reached the 5th grade, as long as he didn't die, he was almost destined to step into the other shore in the future. However, he had not yet reached the other shore, so the rules were still the rules and could not be broken. The questions Lin Moyo asked were all about cultivation, and Zhu Kaiwa answered them one by one. First, he explained why the Lost Star River baptism had expelled the laws of slaughter and thunder, leaving no trace of these laws in Lin Moyo's body. After cultivating and comprehending laws, most laws would exist in the physical body, with only a small portion existing in the soul. When needed, one only had to think, and they could use the laws. But now, whether in his soul or physical body, only the undying law remained for Lin Moyo. Of course, Lin Moyo had a foundation. If he wanted to, he could regain these two laws in an extremely short time and restore them to their original level. However, Zhu Kaiwa told Lin Moyo not to do so. From the God King realm to the minor God Sovereign realm, and finally ascending to the God Sovereign realm, the most difficult part was two words: balance. There are many ways to achieve balance, and the simplest and most common way is to maintain purity. This purity refers to the purity of the physical body and soul, or in other words, the purity of laws. Once pure, it is naturally balanced. Retaining only one law makes it relatively easier to ascend. There is another way, where many people comprehend two laws simultaneously. In this case, they need to elevate both laws to the same level, maintaining a balance between the two laws. As long as the balance is maintained perfectly enough, they can also ascend. The advantage is that after ascending, they can bathe in two Lost Star rivers, receiving two baptisms, making their strength slightly stronger. The disadvantage is that maintaining a perfect balance between two laws is very difficult. Moreover, these two laws must be from the same tier, otherwise, it is impossible to maintain a perfect balance. This is the significance of dividing laws into tiers. Different tiers and different levels are essentially different. Lin Moya's undying law is a first-tier law, so no matter how he cultivates and comprehends the laws of slaughter and thunder, he cannot maintain a balance with the undying law. If he wants to ascend to the God's sovereign realm, he can only choose to expel the two laws, allowing his soul and body to remain pure. This is why Zhu Kaiwa told Lin Moya not to comprehend other laws before becoming a God sovereign, because it would be very difficult to find another first-tier law that could match the undying law. This situation can only be resolved after Lin Moya achieves the God sovereign realm. As for how to resolve it, Zhu Kaiwa did not say. He only told Lin Moya that after becoming a God sovereign, he would naturally understand. Lin Moya thought this method would not be too simple. He had encountered many God sovereigns before and had even killed several of them, but the God sovereigns he had seen only possessed one aspect of a law. Does this mean God sovereigns cannot comprehend other laws? This is almost impossible. There must be a deeper reason behind this. After a long journey, the warship returned to Fortress Number 9. Before leaving, Zhu Kaiwa told Lin Moya that the rewards for this task would be directly issued by the Human Emperor Network after he reported it. Lin Moya only needed to wait at Fortress Number 1, and it wouldn't take too long. From Zhu Kaiwa's tone, the rewards wouldn't be too bad. Information from the ancient era was too important, and the higher-ups of various races needed it. Lin Moya's discovery this time was of great significance. With the appearance of a ferocious demon, Lin Moya took the teleportation array and returned to Fortress Number 1. Spanning tens of thousands of light-years, with several transfers, it was another long teleportation journey. Lin Moya was clear that his second chain task had finally been completed. In front of the Great Vortex in Area 9 to 58, a 24-petal golden lotus crossed the vast distance and flew over. Golden Buddha light illuminated the void, and a Buddha sat solemnly on the lotus, adorned with exquisite features. The golden lotus stopped in front of the Great Vortex, and the Buddha slowly opened his eyes, gazing at the Great Vortex. Golden light shot out from his eyes, as if trying to part the clouds and see the world behind the Great Vortex. But it was destined to be fruitless, with no gains. However, he did not give up. A third eye suddenly opened on his forehead. The third eye emitted an even stronger golden light, as if it could see through all illusions and perceive the truth. If Lin Moya were here, he would see that the third eye contained the true sight technique. However, the true sight technique used by the three-eyed Buddha was grand and imposing, completely different from Lin Moya's Buddhist shaman true sight, as if they were two extremes. Not only were their dynamics completely opposite, but their effects were also completely different. The golden light from the third eye enveloped the Great Vortex, reflecting many scenes from within. These were not scenes of the future but scenes of the past. The scenes played like a slideshow, rapidly flashing by, before finally freezing. The first scene to appear was Lin Moya. The three-eyed Buddha did not recognize Lin Moya. He only knew that a human had entered. This was a certain area of the Vermilion Bird battlefield, where many humans were active, so one or two people entering was normal. The scene continued to fast forward, eventually freezing again. The golden light little Buddha appeared in the scene, followed by the soul devourer little God sovereign. The two seemed to exchange a few words before entering the vortex together. Afterward, the demon warship that had brought the soul devourer little God sovereign turned and left, without lingering. Amitabha Buddha, according to the demons, this is the last place the golden light Buddha appeared. The golden light Buddha must have entered and perished inside. The soul devourer little God sovereign also did not come out. It seems he also perished inside. Could it be that the two encountered something inside, or had some conflict, or was it related to the human who entered first? But that human was only at the third stage of the God King realm, far weaker than the golden light Buddha, so it shouldn't be him. This place seems rather strange, and there are records in our clan. The three-eyed Buddha carefully pondered, searching through the vast knowledge accumulated over his thousands of years of life for information about this area. Unfortunately, he could not find any. The great world was vast, with too many strange areas. The Buddhist clan rarely walked in the world, and although they collected information, their information was not comprehensive. The scenes presented by the third eye began to fast forward again. The golden light little Buddha and the soul devourer little God sovereign did not appear again. Until the end, Lin Moya reappeared in the scene. Lin Moya appeared at the edge of the scene, tens of millions of kilometers away. The moment Lin Moya appeared, the three-eyed Buddha's third eye suddenly constricted. In the scene, Lin Moya was enveloped in Buddha light. How could a human be enveloped in Buddha light? This is the residual Buddha light from prolonged use of Buddhist treasures. He has Buddhist treasures in his hands. Buddhist treasures rarely flow out. If he killed the golden light Buddha and obtained his Buddhist treasures, then it would be normal. The three-eyed Buddha quickly made a judgment in his heart. At this moment, the scene changed again, and an ordinary-looking middle-aged man appeared before Lin Moya. With his appearance, the third eye suddenly closed. The three-eyed Buddha let out a muffled groan, and golden blood flowed out of the third eye. It's actually a human from the other shore realm. How could a being from the other shore realm appear here? What is the identity of this human who is only at the third stage of the God King realm? Towering waves surged in the three-eyed Buddha's heart, and a look of panic appeared on his previously calm face. He did not dare linger here any longer and rode the golden lotus, transforming into a beam of light and leaving. Chapter 1461. Chapter 1461, 1461. Chapter 1461, and Teres is truly at the other shore. Just as Lin Moya returned to Fortress Number 1, he suddenly felt a strange sensation, as if someone was spying on him. This feeling came out of nowhere, inexplicably arising and being sensed by his soul. The spying seemed to come from a distant place, as if it broke through the limitations of space and time and descended directly upon him. Unable to locate the source of the spying, he felt extremely uneasy. With the appearance of Chihua, Lin Moya's expression turned strange, making the already fierce-looking Chihua appear even more menacing. As he left the teleportation array, many people instinctively took half a step back, avoiding him. Lin Moya felt helpless about this. Over the past few days, the number of people in Fortress Number 1 had decreased significantly. However, it was still more than when he first arrived on the battlefield. If he dared to restore his original appearance, he would definitely attract a crowd again. After thinking it over, he decided it was better to parade around with Chihua's appearance. Shu Kaiwo had already reported the task for him, so he didn't need to go to the task center. He just had to wait for the information from the Human Emperor Network. By then, the second chain task would be considered complete. At this moment, there was still about a year and a half left until the start of the 4-star region competition. The remaining time was relatively free, and he could do whatever he wanted. Lin Moya went straight to the living area and entered a tavern. Having narrowly escaped death this time, he needed to relax and let his tense mind unwind. Moreover, successfully advancing to a 5th-grade soul was worth celebrating. Lin Moya observed the comings and goings of cultivators and chose a seat by the window, where he could see the outside scenery. No one sat around him. People who approached, upon seeing Lin Moya's appearance, quickly walked away and chose other seats. This was fine, as it gave him some peace and quiet. Lin Moya poured himself a glass of wine, but his attention was focused on his soul world. The soul body sat at the center of the world, the purple jade soul exuding a powerful aura. He was the king of this world, the ruler of this world. In the hands of the soul body, he held a special coffin, the coffin of slumber. Lin Moya had not crafted many items in his life, but the one he put the most effort into was the coffin of slumber. Inside the coffin of slumber, his 4 lovers lay in slumber. The coffin of slumber had paused their lives, waiting for Lin Moya to restart their lives. The soul gently caressed the coffin of slumber. "We will meet again soon." After downing a strong drink, his thoughts returned to the present. With a slight movement of his soul, the world around him became noisy again. Lin Moya's soul quality was so high that its sensitivity had surpassed that of a god sovereign. If he wished, he could perceive all the movements within a large area inside and outside the tavern. Even if someone used soul transmission to speak, Lin Moya could intercept the content if he wanted to. Lin Moya began to formally examine his changes. The transformation from a 4th-grade soul to a 5th-grade soul was a significant metamorphosis. When his soul power surged, thin lines appeared in the space around him. These thin lines had different colors, intertwining and entangling with each other, yet remaining independent. These were the lines of laws. After reaching a 5th-grade purple jade soul, Lin Moya could clearly sense the real state of the laws. He could see the laws, feel their pulsations, and more easily comprehend them. From now on, laws were no longer an elusive existence. Most laws had already manifested before his eyes. He could easily master a certain law in a short time. Although he couldn't master them deeply, using them superficially was not a problem. Lin Moya finally understood why Antares could master so many laws back then. Because Antares was at the other shore realm, Antares could also see the laws, making mastery effortless. Now his soul had reached the same level. He retracted his soul power, and the lines of laws disappeared from his sight. Now was not the time to comprehend laws, and Lin Moya was not interested in these low-level laws. Lin Moya had his own plans and goals. After reaching the God-sovereign realm, he wanted to comprehend the laws of space and time, and if possible, add the law of chaos. He sought quality over quantity in laws and aimed to maintain balance. Lin Moya originally comprehended first-tier laws. If he went to comprehend second-tier or even third-tier laws, it would disrupt the balance. For Lin Moya, it would be harmful rather than beneficial. In his soul perception, Lin Moya heard countless voices. As the time for the 4-star region competition approached, discussions about it increased. From the numerous conversations, Lin Moya gathered a lot of information about the 4-star region competition. Combining this with the information from the Human Emperor Network, he gained a more intuitive understanding of the competition. A year before the official start of the competition, preliminary rounds would begin on various life star systems to determine the representatives. Star systems were divided into high, medium, and low tiers. High-tier star systems had 10 slots, medium tier had 6, and low tier had only 3. Regardless of the tier, the number of cultivators was enormous, involving millions. But the slots were pitifully few, so the competition would be extremely fierce. Especially in high-tier star systems, although they had more slots, the number of cultivators was also significantly higher, making the difficulty greater than in low-tier star systems. Some had thought of participating in the preliminaries in low-tier star systems to compete for slots in the 4-star region competition. After all, people from high-tier star systems were generally stronger than those from low-tier star systems. But those with such thoughts were eventually disqualified. The entire process was monitored by the Human Emperor Network, so one couldn't do whatever they wanted. Everyone had their own star system affiliation, and it was impossible to snatch slots from other star systems. Besides the slots for each star system, the domain lords had 10 special slots. These 10 special slots, along with the participants sent by the War God Hall, were called seed players. They didn't need to participate in the preliminaries and could directly enter the finals. However, these slots were even harder to obtain, with the decision entirely in the hands of the domain lords. As for the slots from the War God Hall, they were out of reach for outsiders. Lin Moya knew that one of the 10 slots in Zhu Tian's hands was his. He didn't need to participate in any preliminaries and could directly enter the finals. Since coming to the Great World, Lin Moya had always been active in the Vermilion Bird Star region and had never left it. His 4th level authority also meant he couldn't see detailed information about other star regions. This 4-star region competition was indeed an opportunity to learn about other star regions. The human race was a vast race with expansive star regions and countless populations. Not to mention, even the cultivation methods varied among them. For example, the power of faith, although one of the original powers of the human race, was best utilized in the Azure Dragon Star region. In the Vermilion Bird Star region where he was, people believed more in their own laws, using the power of faith only as an auxiliary. As for the White Tiger Star region and the Black Tortoise Star region, they were more mysterious, and Lin Moya didn't know their specific details. He had only heard that the Black Tortoise Star region seemed to excel in creating puppets and various war machines. Most of the warships and many powerful treasures in the human race came from the Black Tortoise Star region. For specific information, he would have to wait until his authority reached level 5 to understand. Level 5 authority should be soon. A familiar notification sound rang in his ears as Lin Moya raised his wine glass, a slight smile on his lips. The task rewards had arrived. Chapter 1462. Chapter 1462, 1462. Chapter 1462, The Private Task of the Yu Family Ancestor. The voice of the Human Emperor Network sounded in his ear, melodious and pleasant. Lin Moya listened attentively. Completed battlefield task, exploration of Area 9 to 58. Completion, perfect. Reward, 50,000 task points, 5 million ordinary points, 2 contribution points. Since the Area 9 to 58 task was completed for the first time, an additional reward of 50,000 task points and 5 million ordinary points is granted. A single task earned a total of 100,000 points, which was completely beyond imagination. Lin Moyo had his own thoughts on why he received such a high reward. He believed it wasn't just because of the perfect completion or because he was the first to complete the task. The main reason lay in the task itself, which was related to ancient times. Bringing back information from ancient times significantly increased the reward. The focus was on ancient times, and the high-ranking members of the human race placed great importance on events from that era. This was why the contribution points were also given. But then the question arose, why did the high-ranking members of the human race place such importance on ancient times? It shouldn't be just the human race. Shukaiwo had mentioned that the high-ranking members of various races were all seeking information from ancient times. There must be a reason, but what was it? Lin Moya racked his brain but couldn't figure it out. Perhaps only when I reach that level will I truly understand. Lin Moya thought with a hint of self-mockery, realizing that he might be overthinking things again. A pair of delicate jade feet entered his sight, and Lin Moya slowly looked up at the visitor. Why are you here? The appearance of Chihua, combined with his gentle voice, created a stark contrast. Yuju's expression was slightly strange, clearly not used to it. She sat down in front of Lin Moya with a charming smile. Captain, if you don't come to find me, can I come to find you? Lin Moya drank his wine without responding to Yuju's words. Yuju sighed helplessly. Captain, you're good at everything, but you lack a sense of humor. Alright, I do have something to discuss with you. Lin Moya looked at her, signaling her to continue. Yuju glanced around. Captain, why don't we go somewhere else to talk? There were many people here, and even if she used soul transmission, there was no guarantee that no one would overhear. She knew that some powerful god sovereigns had this ability. Lin Moya said, no need, just speak directly, no one can hear us. As he spoke, Lin Moya's soul moved, enveloping the two of them in an invisible soul force. Yuju felt the surroundings become incredibly quiet, with no external sounds coming in, and their voices couldn't be heard outside either. Hehe, the captain always has a way. She flattered him, but Lin Moya, being a straightforward man, didn't appreciate it. Yuju, feeling helpless, got to the point. I just received an order from the ancestor, asking the captain to undertake a task. The wine cup paused at his lips. The Yu family was a powerful and ancient family, with immense wealth, intelligence, and influence. They were very low-key, unlike some families with prominent reputations. Without reaching a certain level, one wouldn't even know of the Yu family's existence. Lin Moya guessed that the Yu family must have a strong figure at the other shore realm. The ancestor Yuju mentioned was likely such a figure. Lin Moya thought of many things in an instant but remained silent, signaling Yuju to continue. Yuju understood Lin Moya's character and continued, don't worry, the captain won't be doing it for free. The ancestor has posted the task on the Human Emperor Network, and the captain can directly accept it from there. Moreover, this task is exclusive to the captain, only you can accept it. The ancestor said that whether to accept it or not is entirely up to you, he won't force you. Lin Moya understood the implication, so you don't know the specifics of the task either. Yuju blushed. Captain, don't expose me. After all that talk, Yuju was just a messenger. Lin Moya smiled slightly. Do you know why your ancestor chose me for this task? Yuju said. The ancestor didn't say explicitly, but he implied that since the captain just completed a task that no one else could, he believes that only you can complete this task as well. Lin Moya pondered for a few seconds, then drank his wine before saying, whether I accept it or not is up to me. It seems this task isn't safe. Yuju nodded. I think so too, so the captain can choose not to accept it. Let's go take a look first. There was still more than a year before the 4-star region competition, so there should be enough time to complete a task. As for the danger, every task had its risks. The key was whether the reward was worth it. Lin Moya settled the bill and left the tavern, with Yuju following closely behind. The two walked towards the task center, attracting a lot of attention along the way. Lin Moya, with Chihua's appearance, was shirtless, revealing his muscular physique. He looked wild, like a fierce beast. Yet, Lin Moyo exuded a noble aura, giving an invisible sense of oppression. People instinctively avoided his gaze. Meanwhile, the beautiful Yu Zhu followed him like a little bird, her face filled with joy. The two were like a beauty and the beast, attracting many glances. Yu Zhu giggled, "Captain, don't you think this draws even more attention?" Lin Moyo responded with a grunt, "It's fine as long as they don't crowd around." Yu Zhu asked, "Captain, how did you come up with this appearance?" "This person left a deep impression on me." Lin Moyo answered honestly. Although he had only met Chi Hua once, Chi Hua's unique appearance left a lasting impression, so he chose to take on Chi Hua's appearance, and it seemed to work well. Yu Zhu was surprised, "Someone actually looks like this? The world is indeed full of wonders." "Captain, haven't you thought of taking on someone else's appearance?" "But I must say, the captain's skin is really good, like a treasure." Yu Zhu chattered on like a lark, talking nonstop. Lin Moyo listened quietly, not saying much. After talking about the 4-star region competition, Yu Zhu mentioned recent events. "Captain, did you know? Something big happened recently." Xiaoshun reappeared. After disappearing for hundreds of years, he showed up again. And as soon as he appeared, he went to War Zone 10 and killed a god sovereign of the Golden Eagle clan. We received news that Xiaoxing has advanced to the god sovereign realm, and he's a very powerful one. Who would have thought that after disappearing for so many years, Xiaoxing had been in seclusion, breaking through to the god sovereign realm? Lin Moya didn't expect Xiaoxing to reappear so soon. He thought it would take another year or so. Xiaoxing was true to his word, saying he would kill 100 enemy god sovereigns and bring their heads back to him. It seemed he was really doing it. Yu Zhu said, "I wonder who's more talented, Xiaoxing or the captain." "I think the captain is more impressive after all. Xiaoxing is over 1,000 years old." Yu Zhu's eyes were filled with admiration for Lin Moyo, believing no one could compare to him. Chapter 1463. Chapter 1463, 1463. Chapter 1463, to accept or not to accept, that is not the question. Private tasks are different from ordinary tasks. Lin Moya knew this well. Ordinary tasks provide general information and corresponding rewards, with detailed content only revealed after accepting the task. Once accepted, there is no turning back. The only outcomes are completion or failure. Accepting ordinary tasks tests not only the cultivator's judgment but also involves a certain element of luck. In the process of cultivation, luck is very important. Many people with exceptional talent but poor luck end up dying halfway through their journey. However, the current private task was not like that. The task issued by the Yu family ancestor had all the information clearly stated, and whether to accept it or not was entirely up to Lin Moyo. The rewards for the task were very generous, so generous that Lin Moyo found it hard to refuse. Special task: enter Area 10-03 and retrieve the lost artifact. Lin Xiao, the Yu family has an artifact lost in Area 10-03. We hope you can retrieve it for us. Area 10-03 is extremely special. The physical body cannot enter it. After the artifact was lost, the Yu family sent several god sovereigns to search for it, but all failed, and 2 god sovereigns died in the process. From the information we obtained from 07, the stronger the soul, the higher the chance of survival inside. Whether or not you can retrieve the artifact, the Yu family will compensate you accordingly. Task rewards: basic reward of 50,000 task points. If the artifact is retrieved, an additional 100,000 task points and a god sovereign level artifact will be awarded. The rewards were indeed very generous. Just by accepting the task and going to Area 10-03, even if the task was not completed, Lin Moya would still receive 50,000 task points. 50,000 task points were just enough for Lin Moya to upgrade his authority to level 5. For Lin Moyo, this was a considerable temptation. If the task was successfully completed, it would add an extra 100,000 task points and a god sovereign level artifact. Lin Moya knew very well how precious a god sovereign level artifact was. Even though he currently had over 600 million points, it was not enough to buy a god sovereign level artifact. The cheapest god sovereign level artifact started at 1 billion points. It was clear that the Yu family ancestor was making a significant investment. Such a high cost naturally indicated that the task was not easy. The physical body could not enter, and only the soul could enter the area. Even god sovereigns had fallen there, so Lin Moya would undoubtedly face danger. Lin Moya weighed his options, and Yu Zhu's voice came to his ears, "Captain, how is it?" She didn't know the specific details of the task, but she saw that Lin Moya seemed to be in a dilemma. Lin Moya was indeed in a dilemma. If he accepted the task, he would undoubtedly want to complete it to the best of his ability, not deliberately fail. For the mere 50,000 points, he wouldn't do that. However, the danger was a factor that had to be considered. Although the god sovereign artifact was tempting, it was not worth risking his life. Lin Moya couldn't make a decision for a while. Looking at Yu Zhu's big, blinking eyes, he said softly, "Let me think about it." Yu Zhu responded with an "oh" and didn't disturb him further. The artifact lost by the Yu family was a soul artifact, and it was of a very high level. Its level was at least high god sovereign, possibly even other shore. Otherwise, it wouldn't be worth such a high cost. Lin Moya guessed that besides its high level, the artifact might have some special functions. The Yu family had sent god sovereigns before, some of whom returned, while others died. The god sovereigns with strong souls eventually came out alive. This was a very crucial piece of information, indicating that the danger inside couldn't easily kill a god sovereign. It also indicated that a 4th grade soul couldn't complete the task. The Yu family likely had other shore level powerhouses, but why didn't they go? Although other shore level powerhouses couldn't act freely on the battlefield, it didn't mean they couldn't move around. Was it because of some restriction that they couldn't enter? And since Lin Moya's soul had reached the 5th grade, but his actual realm was not even God's sovereign, he wouldn't be restricted. While Lin Moya was pondering, he suddenly received a message from Zhu Kaiwu. He told Yu Zhu, "Wait for me here, I'll be back soon." Yu Zhu responded with an "oh" and agreed. Lin Moya quickly left the task center and met Zhu Kaiwu outside. Zhu Kaiwu glanced at the sky, and Lin Moya understood, flying up with him, leaving Fortress Number 1. Standing in the void, Lin Moya asked, "Senior, what do you need?" The two had just parted not long ago, so Zhu Kaiwu must have something important. Zhu Kaiwu asked, "Did the Yu family ancestor give you a private task?" Lin Moya nodded. "Is that why you came?" Zhu Kaiwu got straight to the point. "Have you accepted it?" Lin Moya said, "I'm considering it. What do you think, senior?" Zhu Kaiwu said in a low voice, "Whether to accept it or not is up to you. I'm just here to tell you that the Yu family is very powerful, and the soul artifact is very important to them." With just a few words, Lin Moya understood Zhu Kaiwu's meaning. If he could complete the task, it would be a great favor to the Yu family. Besides receiving the corresponding rewards, he would also gain the Yu family's favor. This favor might be useless, or it might be very useful at some point. Even Zhu Kaiwu spoke so seriously, indicating that the Yu family's favor was very important. Lin Moya asked, "Do you have any information about Area 10-03? Zhu Kaiwu directly handed a jade token to Lin Moya. "A big figure asked me to tell you that although the place is dangerous, it shouldn't be able to kill you. If you accept and complete the task, he will say a few words for you in front of the Yu family ancestor." Lin Moya was not foolish, he understood immediately. The Yu family promised a God Sovereign level artifact, but the quality of the artifact was not specified. They could give the worst God Sovereign level artifact or a good one, depending on their conscience. But if a big figure spoke for him, the Yu family wouldn't dare to give a subpar artifact. Even among God Sovereign level artifacts, the difference in quality could be vast. Even if he didn't use it, selling it would fetch different prices. With everything laid out, Lin Moya decided to accept the task and immediately checked the information. There wasn't much information about Area 10-03, and he finished reading it in less than half a minute. It was a peculiar area where the physical body couldn't enter, only the soul could. When the soul entered, the physical body would fall into a state of slumber and disappear from the void, making it impossible for anyone to find it. The soul would automatically return to the body once it left the area. During this process, there was no need to worry about the safety of the physical body. As for the internal situation, each person faced different circumstances. Some saw vast oceans, with seawater that could corrode the soul. Some entered a world of flames, with fire that could burn the soul. 10 people entering would face 10 different situations, completely unique. Even 2 God sovereigns who cultivated the same laws would face different situations. In summary, it was not a safe place, and souls below the 4th grade would be instantly killed. Even souls above the 4th grade faced danger. What kind of world is this? Such a magical place piqued Lin Moya's curiosity. Zhu Kaiwu said, "I'll wait for you at Fortress Number 10. Chapter 1464. Chapter 1464, 1464. Chapter 1464, a scourge lasts for 1,000 years. Accepting the task was a matter of minutes, but the teleportation was long and tedious. Lin Moya pondered various possibilities on the way, using the information provided by Zhu Kaiwu. What kind of world would it be? Would it be related to ancient times? Lin Moya had already determined that the formation of the battlefield was definitely related to the Great War of Ancient Times. The Great War of Ancient Times was not an internal conflict within the Great World but a collision between worlds. The scale of that war was beyond his imagination. The Beastskin Journal in the mysterious manner told him that the glory of that mysterious master had spread to hundreds of worlds over tens of thousands of years. Later, when the war broke out, various realms rebelled. Perhaps Area 10-03 was a world similar to the Tyrol world. The more he thought about it, the more he felt this was possible. As the teleportation continued, Lin Moya once again felt a different aura. The aura of the War God Fortress carried a heavy pressure. This was just the natural pressure. When the fortress was fully activated, the pressure alone could immobilize low-level God Kings. This was his second visit, and Lin Moya no longer needed a guide marker. He flew directly to Zhu Kaiwu's location, passing through the fortress's defensive formation without obstruction. Several soldiers had been watching him since he took off. They only withdrew their gaze after he passed through the formation. The defense of Fortress Number 10 was much tighter than that of other fortresses. Zhu Kaiwu sat there, with his exclusive warship parked not far above him. The warship's door opened, and Lin Moya saw Zhu Kaiwu's avatar. Lin Moya stopped in front of Zhu Kaiwu's main body, respectfully saluted, and then flew towards the warship. The warship's door closed, and it turned into a stream of light, shooting away. "That brat is quite polite," Zhu Kaiwu said with a half-smile, watching Lin Moya. Lin Moya had just saluted his main body, which surprised him. Lin Moya smiled. "Senior, where are we going?" Zhu Kaiwu replied, "To the forward base in War Zone 10, the only forward base." War Zone 10 was different from other war zones. Although it was divided into dozens of areas, the teleportation arrays inside the fortress couldn't reach these areas. About 100 million kilometers from the Starry Sky Fortress, there was a forward base. To go to other areas for tasks, one had to teleport from the forward base. When returning from a task, one could only return to the forward base and then fly back to Fortress Number 10. Similarly, to go on a task, one had to fly from Fortress Number 10 to the forward base. Lin Moya initially didn't understand why this was necessary, but Zhu Kaiwu's explanation made it clear. War Zone 10 was the core area of the entire Vermilion Bird battlefield, much larger than other war zones. In its core, many starry sky beasts of the god sovereign realm lived, some solitary, some in groups. There was once a special starry sky beast with innate teleportation abilities that could control teleportation arrays. Once, they attacked Fortress Number 10, controlling the teleportation array and directly teleporting inside the fortress. That battle caused significant damage. Since then, Fortress Number 10 only allowed teleportation from the other fortresses. No one else could teleport in. Outside the fortress, a massive forward base was built to handle the teleportation of cultivators. The warship quickly crossed 100 million kilometers and arrived at the forward base. The so-called forward base was actually a structure similar to the Starry Sky Fortress. It housed a large number of soldiers, including several god sovereigns. Inside the forward base, dozens of teleportation arrays stood in neat rows, forming a grand formation that exuded a majestic aura. Each teleportation array was 1,000 meters high, larger than any teleportation array Lin Moyo had ever seen. Each teleportation array had a number, indicating the area it led to. Previously seen teleportation arrays could go to different areas, with the destination chosen before teleportation. But here, the giant teleportation arrays could only go to one area. Zhu Kaiwa led Lin Moyo to the teleportation array numbered 03. Remember the location when you teleport over. When you want to return, only that location can bring you back. The margin of error cannot exceed 100 meters. If you get the location wrong, you'll have to fly back yourself. Lin Moyo nodded, I understand. At Zhu Kaiwa's signal, Lin Moyo activated the teleportation array. As soon as the teleportation array started, a crystal flew out from it and landed in Lin Moyo's hand. The crystal was imbued with Lin Moyo's aura and could only be used by him. It was useless to others. Zhu Kaiwa said, when you complete the task, return to the teleportation point and activate it with your soul power. Lin Moyo acknowledged, put away the crystal, and stepped into the teleportation array. Zhu Kaiwa's eyes flickered with a hint of worry. If you really can't complete it, just come back. Your life is more important. Lin Moyo smiled, there's an old saying back home, a scourge lasts for 1,000 years. People like me won't die easily. The teleportation array activated, and Lin Moyo's figure became ethereal, disappearing without a trace. Zhu Kaiwa repeated Lin Moyo's words, a scourge lasts for 1,000 years. Why do I feel like he's cursing me? Zhu Kaiwa suddenly realized that it wasn't just him being cursed, but all the old immortals. Brat, let's see how I deal with you when you come back. Zhu Kaiwa thought, feeling both amused and exasperated. Lin Moyo swore he had never experienced such a violent teleportation. The speed of this teleportation was unprecedented, at least 10 times faster than any other teleportation he had experienced. At this speed, the teleportation could exceed 1,000 light-years per second. The immense force tore at him, causing even his physical body to feel slight pain. A lower-level god king would likely be torn apart on the spot. Even using laws to protect themselves wouldn't help, as the laws could be torn apart too. At least a high-level god king would be needed to pass through the teleportation safely using laws. At a speed of 1,000 light-years per second, the teleportation lasted a minute, covering over 60,000 light-years. The core area of the battlefield was astonishingly vast. When the teleportation ended, Lin Moyo was thrown back into the main space with immense inertia. He forcibly stopped himself and was about to mark his location when he felt like he had collided with something. A massive force sent him flying. His body spun uncontrollably in the void, the force too great. Although it didn't injure him, it sent him flying tens of thousands of kilometers. He saw a pair of scarlet eyes rapidly approaching him. In a flash, Lin Moyo saw the creature's appearance. It was a starry sky beast, resembling a giant ape, exuding the aura of a minor god sovereign. The starry sky beast was over 1,000 meters tall, covered in pitch-black scales, looking like it was wearing armor, with only its eyes exposed. Black Iron Star Ape. Lin Moyo instantly recognized it. It was a relatively common starry sky beast. The Black Iron Star Ape's strength lay in its physical body and speed, both of which were very strong. It was difficult to deal with among those of the same realm. The Black Iron Star Ape charged at Lin Moyo, its massive black palm sweeping towards him. Lin Moyo remained calm, pointing his finger. Undying flames burned fiercely, and a massive skeleton king throne emerged from the flames. Chapter 1465. Chapter 1465, 1465. Chapter 1465, 1 in a billion probability. Star-level spell, summon the Skeleton King. A massive skeleton throne emerged from the undead flames. On the throne, the Skeleton King rose and swung his sword. With a thunderous boom, the Skeleton King remained motionless as the Black Iron Star Ape let out a miserable scream and was sent flying. In front of the kilometer-tall Black Iron Star Ape, Lin Moyo was as small as an ant. Likewise, the Black Iron Star Ape was as small as an ant before the 100,000-meter-tall Skeleton King. Both the Skeleton King and the Black Iron Star Ape were of the Lesser God Sovereign realm. However, the Skeleton King had reached the peak of the Lesser God Sovereign. If not for some limitations, he might have already become a God Sovereign. His power far surpassed the Black Iron Star Ape's, easily sending it flying. Before the Black Iron Star Ape could recover, the Skeleton King swung his sword again. One sword to slay gods. The sword's light illuminated the void, and the Black Iron Star Ape exploded into pieces under the light. With just one sword, the Skeleton King easily killed the Black Iron Star Ape of the same realm. The one sword to slay gods seems to have touched the God Sovereign realm. If I become stronger, the Skeleton King might truly reach the God Sovereign realm. Lin Moyo summoned a piece of flesh and a star core. After a powerful star beast dies, it leaves behind a star core. The star core is the essence of a star beast, and the star core of a lesser god sovereign star beast is extremely valuable. The black iron star ape had strong vitality, and in life had the lesser god sovereign realm. Using its corpse as material, the explosive power of its corpse would not be weaker than the skeleton king's one sword to slay gods. Now he had no god sovereign corpses on hand, and the lesser god sovereign corpses were better than nothing. After easily killing the black iron star ape, Lin Wuya returned to the place he had teleported from, feeling somewhat helpless. With all the commotion, Lin Wuya could no longer accurately lock onto the location he had teleported to. The void was desolate, looking the same everywhere, making it hard to locate. Lin Wuya could only roughly lock onto a position by following the aura. He summoned the Lich from the Buddha kingdom, using the familiar True Sight spell. This time, the True Sight spell disappointed him. Without effective information, the spell couldn't retrieve results from future fragments. Lin Wuya was in a dilemma. The teleportation range was only a mere 100 meters, but in the vast void, 100 meters was minuscule. Who could have thought that the teleportation location would be occupied by the black iron star ape? A probability of less than 1 in a billion, yet he encountered it. What luck! With no other choice, he set a marker at the approximate location. Just after setting the marker, Lin Wuya realized something. From his knowledge, black iron star apes are gregarious star beasts. Rarely do they appear alone. As this thought arose, scarlet eyes lit up in the void. Each pair of scarlet eyes was thousands of kilometers apart, numbering in the hundreds. Each pair of scarlet eyes represented a black iron star ape, all of the lesser god sovereign realm. Among them, one pair of eyes shone especially bright, far surpassing the others. Its owner was the leader of the black iron star apes, a god sovereign realm star beast. Indeed. Lin Wuya muttered to himself, not panicking. Before the black iron star apes could act, he made the first move. 200 legion commanders, each leading their own legion, appeared. When Lin Wuya first reached the God King realm, the combat power of the 200 legion commanders had reached the 9th level of the God King. Now, with Lin Wuya at the 3rd level of the God King, the legion commanders' combat power had increased again, entering the lesser god sovereign realm. Though still lacking compared to the skeleton king, they were not much weaker than the black iron star apes. The legion commanders each found their targets, transforming into streams of light and attacking. The Lich from the Buddha kingdom appeared, forming a lotus with its fingers, manifesting a Buddha kingdom. The Buddha kingdom rapidly expanded, enveloping the starry sky. Within the Buddha kingdom, Buddhist chants echoed, weakening certain laws and strengthening the undead law. The combat power of the legion commanders and the skeleton king increased accordingly. Lin Wuya snapped his fingers, and the hell of skeletons appeared in the void, covering 100,000 kilometers of the starry sky. A world of gray and white, almost encompassing all the black iron star apes. In this world of bones, undead flames surged from all directions, burning fiercely. The solemn Buddhist chants turned eerie and terrifying in the hell of skeletons. Two completely different spells surprisingly complemented each other without any conflict. The beings that had died in the hell of skeletons, including wondrous spirits, demons, and the Golden Eagle tribe, all launched attacks on the black iron star apes. Lin Wuya calmly said, "You will also become slaves of the hell, my warriors, fighting for me." From the start of the battle, the black iron star apes were suppressed, unable to fight back. The skeleton king directly faced the black iron star ape leader. Despite facing a god sovereign leader, the skeleton king was unafraid. Though slightly at a disadvantage, it was not easy for the opponent to defeat the skeleton king. The skeleton king's combat power is indeed very close to the god sovereign realm. Lin Wuya thought. Although not yet a true god sovereign, the gap is small. The skeleton king fought fiercely, while the legion commanders suppressed the black iron star apes. One by one, the black iron star apes were wounded by the legion commanders, crying out in pain. With a thought, Lin Wuya summoned the skeleton generals, surging like waves. The skeleton generals, at the 9th level of the God King realm, adopted a grinding strategy, becoming the straw that broke the camel's back for the black iron star apes. In the hell of skeletons, a gray and white one-horned demon emerged. The lesser god sovereign soul devourer became the prime enforcer of the hell of skeletons, attacking frantically. Stronger than the black iron star apes, he continuously launched gray lightning balls and curses. But Lin Wuya knew, the soul devourer's position was at risk. Once this battle ended, the black iron star ape leader would replace him as the top enforcer of the hell of skeletons. Under Lin Wuya's wave-like attacks, the black iron star apes began to fall one by one, dying faster and faster. The black iron star ape leader roared madly, but to no avail. Lin Wuya joined the fray without further delay. Origin spell, concentrate. The origin spell activated, absorbing the vast power of the undead legion. His aura continuously rose, becoming stronger and stronger without restraint. In a flash, he reached the lesser god sovereign realm. His soul felt no pressure, and neither did his body. With a thought, he broke through the boundary between the lesser god sovereign and the god sovereign. A Law Star River appeared, the hallmark of a god sovereign, channeling the power of the Law Star River. The Star River surged, the undead law pouring down on the black iron star apes. The fearsome death energy corroded their defenses. The black iron star apes screamed in agony, as if encountering a horrific nightmare, rolling frantically in the void. Simultaneously, the Star River continuously gathered power, injecting it into Lin Wuya. Lin Wuya felt his body filled with the power of the undead law, far beyond his usual limits. Very strong. Lin Wuya thought, even though he wasn't a god sovereign yet, his control over the Law Star River was crude but immensely powerful. A long sword appeared in his hand, an ordinary sword, a treasure of the true god realm. All the undead law was infused into the sword, and just before the sword was about to collapse, Lin Wuya slashed. Slay gods. The sword's light was even brighter than the Skeleton King's one sword to slay gods. The long sword in his hand turned to ashes, and the black iron star ape leader froze, a sword light appearing on its body. In the next moment, its huge body exploded. Flesh fragments continued to be corroded by the undead law. Chapter 1466. Chapter 1466, 1466. Chapter 1466, The Beautiful World Belonging to the Soul. The undying law poured out from the Lost Star River, truly showcasing the power of a first-tier law. The undying law instantly corroded the defenses of the black iron star ape leader, penetrating inside and corroding even its internal body. It didn't even spare the soul. This is why the black iron star ape leader was in such pain, rolling across the starry sky. Even though it was at the god-sovereign realm, it couldn't withstand the corrosion of the undying law. In the god-slaying sword, it died, with most of its flesh corroded by the undying law, leaving only a black star core and a small amount of flesh. However, it would soon be reborn. It died in the bone hell and would be reborn in the bone hell, becoming a slave of the hell. It would replace the position of the soul devourer little god sovereign and become a top fighter in the bone hell. The power of the bone hell would be greatly enhanced, both in defense and attack, enough to contend with a god sovereign. Encountering a slightly weaker god sovereign, just the bone hell alone would be enough to handle it. From this battle, Lin Moya gained some insights and recognized a long-standing misconception. He had relied too much on spells, somewhat neglecting the inherent power of the laws. The spells were too strong, and in many battles, the undying law only played a supplementary role. After all, the undying law is a first-tier law. How could it be just a supplementary role? In this battle, he broke through to the god-sovereign realm and summoned the Lost Star River. The complete undying law from the Lost Star River showed him what true power was. Even if he hadn't made a move, the Black Iron Star Ape Leader would have been corroded to death by the undying law in less than a minute. Both being at the first stage of the God-Sovereign realm, just using the Lost Star River could kill the opponent. Isn't that strong enough? It was indeed very strong. Lin Moya clearly recognized the power of the undying law. The undying law was his foundation. As long as he mastered the undying law, even if all spells were unusable, he would still be invincible in the same realm and could even fight across realms. Coupled with his origin spells, he could even single-handedly challenge a low-level God Sovereign now. After cleaning up the battlefield, Lin Moya had 100 star cores of the Little God Sovereign Realm and 1 star core of the God Sovereign Realm. The Bone Hell now had 100 Little God Sovereign Realm fighters and 1 true God Sovereign Realm fighter. He also had over 100 materials for corpse explosions, including 1 from the God Sovereign Realm. The only thing he couldn't find was the return coordinates, but the harvest this time was considerable. Lin Moya searched for a direction again and saw a faint blue light, immediately turning into a stream of light and flying towards it. The entrance to Area 10-03 was a cluster of faint blue light, seemingly leading to another world. Lin Moya already knew the process of entering, so he didn't hesitate and flew straight in. When his body touched the faint blue light, it felt like touching a layer of jelly, slowly sinking in. His soul didn't sense any danger, and Lin Moya relaxed completely, offering no resistance. Once his body was fully immersed in the faint blue light, the blue light appeared in his soul world, turning the soul world blue. Lin Moya had a sudden realization, and his soul body automatically flew out, leaving the soul world. The soul seemed to enter another world, and when he looked back, he saw his own physical body. At this moment, his physical body was wrapped in a bubble, and his soul was connected to his body. He could return to his body whenever he wanted. Following the method described in the information, his soul flew deeper into the blue light. Without the constraints of the physical body, his soul became extremely light and incredibly fast. Lin Moya felt as if he had ascended, a strange and unprecedented feeling. His soul body existed independently of his physical body. For God Sovereigns, it was common for their souls to leave their bodies and enter the Lost Star River. But for Lin Moya, this was the first time. His soul, enveloped in purple light, passed through the blue light cluster and emerged on the other side. The scene before him changed dramatically, revealing a new world. This world was blue, with the largest light source being the blue light cluster above. As a soul body, he floated in mid-air. There were flowers and grass, with colors so vibrant they were indescribable. Tiny points of light floated on the flowers and grass, seemingly some kind of small insect emitting faint light. In the distance, he could vaguely see trees, mountains, and what seemed to be flowing water. But Lin Moya could tell that these, like his soul, existed between reality and illusion. He didn't act immediately but instead sensed himself. When he left the soul world, everything stayed behind. He couldn't bring anything out. The soul-slaying sword couldn't be brought in, not even his soul clothes. All laws disappeared here. No wind, no fire, no lightning, nothing. His spells were also unusable. The Undead Legion, Bone Hell, Corpse Explosion, all were ineffective. This is an independent world with its own rules. I have no combat power here. If I encounter danger, what should I do? My soul, besides being of high quality, what other advantages do I have? Wait, if nothing can be brought in, how did the Yu family's soul artifact get in? Lin Moya instinctively looked down and found himself holding something. The Scourge Staff. He discovered that he had brought the Scourge Staff in. The Scourge Staff was still in a broken state, with the original gem long shattered, leaving only the soul gem. Even the soul gem didn't seem complete to him, but having it was better than nothing. Although he didn't know what use the Scourge Staff had, it was hard enough to be used as a club. This was his only reliance here. His soul flew forward, wandering aimlessly in this world. Even the Yu family didn't know where their soul artifact was lost. Lin Moya knew that the lost soul artifact was a headpiece. This was his only clue. His soul flew slowly in mid-air, cautious in this unique world. Points of light danced in the air, emitting light, and combined with the blue light from the sky, creating a beautiful and dazzling scene. The flowers on the ground were the same, with vibrant colors enhanced by the blue light, creating an indescribable beauty. The flowers swayed gently, and the whole world seemed very quiet. What a beautiful world! Lin Moyo admired this beautiful world but didn't let his guard down. Beauty often hides danger. After flying over a field of flowers and grass, he saw a clear pool in the distance. The water rippled, reflecting a hazy light, and Lin Moyo felt an urge to take a sip. Wait! The next second, Lin Moyo realized something was wrong with this thought. A soul wanting to drink water was impossible. Souls never have the urge to eat or drink. This pool has a problem. Lin Moyo didn't approach but avoided it from a distance. He saw points of light flying around the pool, and suddenly, several points of light flew towards him at high speed. The soul heard a buzzing sound. These were not points of light but insects with sharp mouthparts. Chapter 1467. Chapter 1467, 1467. Chapter 1467, Is the Yu family's god sovereign really dead? The insects were covered in light spots, looking equally beautiful. Even their mouthparts appeared delicate. Seeing them flying towards him, Lin Moyo felt a deep urge from within his soul to catch them and play with them. Lin Moyo immediately realized that this impulse was wrong and instantly suppressed it, while swinging the scourge staff in his hand. The scourge staff swung out like a fly swatter, smashing the insects. The insects exploded with a bang, turning into light smoke and disappearing without a trace. Using the scourge staff for the first time as a swatter to hit flying insects was indeed a bit amusing. It had to be said that the scourge staff was quite handy, with the right size and weight. Lin Moyo moved quickly, and in just a few moments, he had swatted all the flying insects to death. The insects exploded into light smoke, eventually dissipating into the world, disappearing completely. After swatting a few insects, Lin Moyo continued searching for the Yu family's headpiece. The headpiece was also a common soul artifact, but the Yu family's headpiece was certainly not ordinary. Ordinary soul artifacts couldn't be brought in. Lin Moyo's own soul clothes and soul-slaying sword couldn't be brought in. Only some special soul artifacts could be brought in. Lin Moyo guessed it had to do with the level of the soul artifact. The scourge staff was of a very high level, comparable to the Great World Runes, belonging to the top-tier artifacts. The Yu family's headpiece might not be as high as the scourge staff, but it was certainly above the god sovereign realm. If it were just an ordinary soul artifact, the Yu family wouldn't have sent people in multiple times to search for it, losing several god sovereigns in the process. Gradually, Lin Moyo discovered some patterns. The light spots in the air seemed to drift aimlessly, but they all had the same direction. As long as he followed the direction of the light spots, he could enter the depths of this world. It seemed that when the Yu family's god sovereigns came in, they must have discovered this pattern and headed towards the depths of this world. If they encountered an accident inside, the headpiece should also be lost in the depths. With caution in his heart, Lin Moyo flew towards the depths along the direction of the light spots. The blue light cluster in the sky illuminated the entire world. Through the blue light cluster, Lin Moyo could sense the location of his physical body. No matter how far he flew in this world, this sense would not be interrupted. As long as he wanted, he could return at any time. It seemed that time had lost its effect in this world. Lin Moyo didn't know how long he had been inside or how far he had flown. The light spots became denser, and he could now clearly see the direction in which they were flying. They gathered from all directions, slowly moving towards the same direction. In the seemingly vast space, the beautiful light spots filled the world, making it even more enchanting. After observing for a while, Lin Moyo noticed that these light spots came from the flowers, grass, and trees. Moreover, all the plants here seemed to sway in the same direction. As the light spots increased, Lin Moyo inevitably came into contact with them. The light spots passed through his soul body without causing any harm. Are these light spots harmless? Lin Moyo was surprised. He had been avoiding the light spots, not knowing what would happen upon contact. No one knew what would happen after contact, so it was better to be cautious. Now, having made contact for the first time, he found that the light spots passed through his soul body without stopping or causing harm. This isn't right. Surprised, Lin Moyo felt something was off but couldn't pinpoint what it was. The soul is very sensitive. If there were harm, he would surely feel it. Unable to figure it out for the moment, Lin Moyo continued forward. He couldn't abandon the task based on baseless speculation that wasn't his style. He moved forward with countless light spots, heading deeper into the world. The light spots gathered from all directions, increasing in number and almost filling the space. At this point, being cautious was no longer useful. Unless Lin Moyo chose to retreat, he would inevitably come into contact with a large number of light spots. These light spots seemed harmless. Lin Moyo reached out to grasp them but found he couldn't touch them. The light spots passed through his palm and flew out the other side. His soul body seemed non-existent to the light spots, as if they were in different dimensions. This feeling was very strange. After repeatedly confirming that the light spots were indeed harmless to his soul body, Lin Moyo joined the light spots' journey. However, he remained cautious, avoiding excessive contact with the light spots as much as possible. The light spots continuously passed through his soul, but he felt nothing. Unknowingly, Lin Moyo had advanced a considerable distance, with the light spots passing through him thousands of times. His eyes showed a hint of confusion, losing some of their luster. But Lin Moyo himself seemed unaware of this. Unconsciously, he gradually relaxed his vigilance, becoming less cautious and no longer avoiding the light spots. The number of light spots he came into contact with increased significantly. The luster in his eyes slowly faded, becoming dull and vacant. Yet, he remained oblivious to these changes. He had no idea he was approaching danger. Suddenly, the scourge staff emitted an earthy yellow light, which flowed like water, sweeping over his soul body. The soul gem on the scourge staff shone brightly, expelling all the light spots from his soul body. Lin Moya shuddered and regained his clarity, his eyes showing a hint of fear. That was close. He felt a lingering fear as he looked up at the seemingly unchanging blue light cluster in the sky. His physical body was always in the blue light cluster, maintaining a connection with his soul. But now, this connection had weakened significantly, less than half of what it was before. He finally understood that the light spots passing through his soul body indeed caused no harm. However, the light spots weakened the connection between his soul and physical body. When the connection was completely severed, he would lose contact with his physical body and be unable to return, his soul forever lost in this world. Each light spot only weakened the connection a tiny bit, almost imperceptibly. Only when thousands of light spots accumulated would a qualitative change occur. Like a frog in boiling water, by the time the frog realized it, it was too late. However, Lin Moya knew he wouldn't reach that point. Even without the scourge staff's reminder, his soul would alert him if the connection weakened further. At most, it would be troublesome, but he wouldn't die. After all, his soul was already at the 5th grade, very strong. If it were a weaker god sovereign with less determination and a weaker soul, they might indeed be in trouble. It seems the god sovereigns who fell inside also lost contact with their physical bodies due to excessive contact with the light spots. Without the connection, they couldn't find their bodies or leave this world, ultimately getting lost inside. Lin Moya suddenly realized something. Is it possible that they didn't actually die but were just lost inside? If that's the case, I might be able to find them and bring them out. As long as their souls are intact, they aren't truly dead. Chapter 1468. Chapter 1468, 1468. Chapter 1468, Why did the Yu family come here? The soul gem emitted an earthy yellow light, as if it had put armor on Lin Moya, enveloping his entire body. When he first obtained the soul gem, it had once enhanced his soul's defense, but that enhancement was more like passive defense and couldn't block the light spots. Now, the soul gem actively activated, forming a stronger defensive layer, blocking the light spots. Without the interference of the light spots, the connection between his soul and body gradually recovered and would soon return to its previous state. He continued to move forward, following the direction of the light spots. Even the weakest god sovereign couldn't get lost here. They must have entered a deeper area and then couldn't return. The light spots continued to increase, but they no longer posed any threat to him. The scenery on the ground kept changing, with flowers, grass, and pools of water, looking very harmonious. However, Lin Moya found it strange that he hadn't encountered any more insects. If the insects were one of the dangers in this world, why did he only encounter 3 at the beginning and never again? Having experienced so many secret realms and strange places, Lin Moya's intuition told him that this was very unusual. When something unusual happens, there must be a reason. He became even more vigilant, knowing that even with the soul gem's protection, he couldn't guarantee absolute safety. A gust of wind blew, and he saw a cyan wind tunnel in his vision. All the light spots were being sucked into the wind tunnel, flying rapidly forward. Lin Moya's first reaction was not to enter the wind tunnel but to follow its direction. However, he found that he couldn't move forward in the direction of the wind tunnel. An invisible wall blocked his way. It seemed that only by passing through the wind tunnel could he continue forward. Unfortunately, I can't summon the Buddha Lich here and can't use True Sight. All spells were unusable at this moment. Even the Undying Law was restricted, let alone True Sight. Without True Sight, he couldn't foresee the danger. Should I go in or not? Returning now would mean mission failure. Having come this far, he couldn't just give up. After pondering for a few seconds, Lin Moya resolutely entered the wind tunnel. The wind tunnel had a suction force, dragging him forward. Numerous light spots hit his body but were bounced off by the earthy yellow light. Without the soul gem's protection, these light spots would have passed through his body at this moment. This place is dangerous. Lin Moya felt a chill in his heart. The light spots in the wind tunnel were far more numerous than outside. In a short time, being pierced by so many light spots would drastically weaken the connection between his soul and body. Moreover, in the wind tunnel, the soul couldn't resist and could only be dragged forward. He didn't know when the wind tunnel would end. If it lasted a bit longer, the connection between his soul and body might break before he left the wind tunnel. Once the connection broke, Lin Moya guessed that his soul would be unable to return and would be lost here forever. In the wind tunnel, Lin Moya was carried along, pondering the real purpose of the Yu family's visit here. The battlefield information didn't mention anything about this place, nor any benefits to be gained. Does the Yu family know something, which is why they sent people in and brought such a precious soul artifact? What exactly is the Yu family here for? As he pondered, Lin Moya kept counting. When he counted to 1,000, he was finally thrown out of the wind tunnel. His soul floated in the air, and he struggled to stabilize himself. After about 1,000 seconds, he had encountered countless light spots, which an ordinary god sovereign couldn't withstand. After leaving the wind tunnel, Lin Moya remained motionless, observing his surroundings. He had entered a new space, and the environment had changed dramatically. The blue light cluster above his head was gone, but the connection with his body still existed. If he wanted to return to his body, he would have to go back through the wind tunnel to the previous area. He was surrounded by towering cliffs, as if he were trapped in the middle of them. Waterfalls cascaded down from the tops of the cliffs, silently hitting the ground. The light spots that had flown out of the wind tunnel with him all flew into the bottom of the cliffs and disappeared. At the bottom of the cliffs, there was a layer of mist, blocking his vision. Seeing the waterfalls, he again felt an urge to drink and bathe in them. He immediately suppressed this strange thought. His will became incredibly firm and calm, and any thoughts that didn't belong to him couldn't influence him. The mist below gave him a bad feeling. If he went down, something bad might happen. His soul slowly ascended, soon hitting the top. There was an invisible wall at the top, forming a solid ceiling. Lin Moya tried to hit the top with the scourge staff, but there was no reaction. He then checked the cliffs, which were equally solid and unbreakable. The entire space was like an inverted lid, trapping him inside, with the only exit being the wind tunnel. But the wind tunnel was one way. Lin Moya knew he couldn't go back against the flow. After searching around, he found no other way out and focused on the mist. Watching the numerous light spots fly into the mist and disappear, Lin Moya muttered to himself, "I can only go down and see." Feeling a bit uneasy, Lin Moya knew that going down might lead to uncontrollable events, but he had no choice. It seemed that after entering the wind tunnel, things started to get out of control. Flying into the mist, the soul gem emitted an even brighter light, dispersing the surrounding mist. This showed that the mist could harm the soul, otherwise, it wouldn't trigger the soul gem's reaction. The mist-covered area was vast, and Lin Moya flew for a long time before passing through it. In this special world, he had lost the concept of time and couldn't accurately describe distances. Everything became vague and approximate. Finally, he passed through the mist and saw the bottom. The bottom was a large pool, with steam rising from it, forming the thick mist. Waterfalls from the cliffs poured into the pool, and there were a few areas around the pool not covered by water. Then, Lin Moya saw a yellow light cluster at the edge of a cliff, similar to the light from his soul gem. In the white mist, the light cluster was very conspicuous. It pushed away the mist, creating a space in this water and mist-filled area. Through the light cluster, Lin Moya saw 3 soul bodies and a headpiece. Found it. Lin Moya was delighted and immediately flew over. There were 3 soul bodies in the light cluster, and his arrival didn't attract their attention. He found that the 3 souls had lost consciousness and seemed to be in a coma. The yellow light cluster protecting them was emitted by the headpiece. Without this headpiece, the 3 souls would have been in grave danger. Fortunately, although they were unconscious, Lin Moya could sense that they were unharmed. Just as Lin Moya was about to approach, a clear voice came from the light cluster, "Who are you?" Chapter 1469. Chapter 1469, 1469. Chapter 1469, related to the ancient era again? Hearing the voice, Lin Moya stopped the hand he was about to extend. The 3 soul bodies in the light cluster were all in a comatose state, so they couldn't be the ones speaking. Lin Moya knew who must be speaking. It could only be the artifact from the Yu family, the soul treasure that was emitting the yellow light, just like the soul gem. It had an artifact spirit, a mature one that could think and use the power of the artifact on its own. Only in this way could it autonomously protect the 3 souls. Lin Moya asked, "What's your name?" Artifact spirits and living beings are not much different, they both have their own names. A small blurry figure appeared on the crown. "My name is Xiao Bao. Who are you?" Lin Moya smiled and shook his head. "I'm the one the Yu family ancestor asked to find you." Xiao Bao seemed to let out a joyful voice. "Master hasn't forgotten me." "Master, so it seems this crown belongs to the Yu family ancestor. Makes sense, such a precious soul artifact wouldn't be given to a god sovereign to use." Lin Moya didn't know the exact grade of the crown, but he could be sure its grade surpassed the god sovereign realm. An ordinary god sovereign would not have the qualifications to possess it. The crown had been found, but Lin Moya was in no hurry. "Can you tell me about the situation here?" Xiao Bao was quite naive. Hearing that Lin Moya was sent by its master to find it, it chose to trust Lin Moya immediately. It said, "You should come in first. The waves will be rising soon, and those guys might come out too. It's very dangerous outside." Lin Moya nodded and walked inside. Xiao Bao's light cluster covered a small area, but fortunately, soul bodies were also small, so it didn't feel crowded. The blurry figure on the crown suddenly let out a startled cry. "What is that thing in your hand?" Lin Moya raised the scourge staff. "This." Xiao Bao's figure twisted a few times. Lin Moya felt it seemed to be afraid of the scourge staff. Xiao Bao seemed to swallow, feeling very human-like. "Its grade is so high, much higher than me." The scourge staff's grade was naturally high. It was on the same level as the Great World Runes. Although damaged, it was definitely far superior to Xiao Bao. Lin Moya smiled slightly. "Xiao Bao is not bad either." Xiao Bao showed a joyful emotion. "Well, Xiao Bao is an artifact of the other shore realm." It was saying this when suddenly there were sounds of water outside, the water sounds growing rapidly from a stream to a great river's roar. The once calm pool was boiling, as if the water had been boiled, with huge bubbles constantly surfacing. Immediately after, water columns shot up into the sky, bursting in the air and raining down. Lin Moyo asked, "Is this the rising waves you mentioned?" Xiao Bao made an affirmative sound. "It happens every so often." "And those guys you mentioned, what are they?" Lin Moyo asked further. Xiao Bao's blurry figure pointed at the pool. "They're coming." From the surging waves, vague monster figures burst out, charging straight at the light cluster where Lin Moya was. It was hard to make out their exact forms. Sometimes they looked human, sometimes insect-like, quickly changing into other creatures. They burst out of the waves, directly attacking Lin Moya's light cluster. They slammed into the light cluster, causing it to constantly twist and deform. They opened their huge mouths, revealing sharp teeth, viciously biting at the light cluster. Lin Moya frowned as he watched. "What are these creatures?" Xiao Bao said, "They are soul beasts, monsters formed from souls that specifically devour souls. After eating a soul, they will split and form more soul beasts just like them." Soul beasts. Lin Moyo murmured to himself, "Are there many of these soul beasts?" "Lots and lots, the whole pool is full of them, too many to count," Xiao Bao said, pointing at the pool with a hint of horror in its voice. The soul beasts bursting out now were only a dozen or so, but the pool was huge. If it was full of soul beasts, the number would likely reach tens of thousands. Listening to Xiao Bao, Lin Moyo asked, "Have you been in the pool before?" Xiao Bao made an affirmative sound. It had indeed been in before, which is why it knew the pool was full of countless soul beasts. However, Xiao Bao didn't seem anxious now. It had experienced this many times before and was already used to it. Instead, it was comforting Lin Moyo, "Don't worry, they can't break through my defenses." Indeed, the defensive net Xiao Bao projected was as stable as a mountain. No matter how the waves crashed or the soul beast slammed and bit, it didn't budge at all. After a while, the pool gradually calmed down, and those soul beasts also retreated back into the pool. Lin Moyo asked, "Xiao Bao, do you know the way out?" The crown had been found, and the next step was to find a way to leave. This place was too bizarre to the point that Lin Moyo couldn't figure it out. Such headache-inducing matters were better left to those big figures to handle. For now, he just wanted to leave and complete the task. For the first time, Lin Moyo suppressed his curiosity. This place gave him an unsettling feeling. Xiao Bao shook its head. "I don't know how to leave either, but my young master seemed to have mentioned that the way out is inscribed on a huge rock. After seeing the inscription on the huge rock, my young master decided to go into the pool. There were too many soul beasts in the pool for them to fend off, so they had to retreat back here." Lin Moyo immediately asked, "Where is this huge rock?" Xiao Bao pointed around. "They're everywhere." It turned out the huge rocks Xiao Bao referred to were the surrounding cliffs. There were inscriptions carved on the cliffs. Lin Moyo hadn't expected that. Lin Moyo said, "I'll go take a look." Xiao Bao nodded. "Be careful. If the waves come again, hurry back." Lin Moyo smiled. "No problem, I have the ability to protect myself." Xiao Bao made a no sound. "That's right, you have that thing which is much stronger than me." With the scourge staff, Lin Moyo wasn't afraid of any waves or the soul beasts inside. This artifact spirit was a bit adorable and kind-hearted. From the artifact spirit, one could imagine that its master was probably not a bad person either. Lin Moyo's impression of the Yu family ancestor improved unconsciously. The soul gem continuously emitted a yellow light, pushing away the mist and protecting Lin Moyo's soul as he approached the cliff edge. This place was like a valley, surrounded by cliffs on all sides. Lin Moyo searched bit by bit until finally, behind a waterfall, he saw the inscribed words on the cliff. The moment he saw the words, Lin Moyo's eyes narrowed sharply. It's the primordial ancient script. The inscriptions on the cliff were none other than the primordial ancient script. Moreover, the words here were perfectly preserved and not damaged at all. It was rare to find undamaged words, and Lin Moyo's interest was immediately piqued. The waterfall crashed down, slamming onto Lin Moyo, but was blocked by the light from the soul gem. Lin Moyo stood under the waterfall, carefully reading the words. "The various realms rebelled. I was ordered to suppress the soul realm. The soul realm was obstinate and did not submit, seeking its own demise. I led my army to exterminate this realm, leaving no trace. At the brink of destruction, the soul realm made a sacrificial offering of the entire realm, summoning the primordial soul beast. I led my army into a great battle with this beast, severely wounding it. The primordial soul beast, gathering the power of an entire realm, its soul is indestructible, this beast cannot die. I abandoned my physical body, entering the beast's body, intending to perish together with it." The words ended there. Lin Moyo was tremendously shaken. Finally, he had found a clue. Chapter 1470. Chapter 1470, 1470. Chapter 1470, to leave, there is only one way. In the distant past, the glory of that mysterious master also shone upon a place called the Soul Realm. Later, during the Great War, various realms rebelled. The Soul Realm also joined the ranks of the rebels. That master sent an army to suppress the rebellion, sweeping through the Soul Realm with overwhelming force, carrying out a massacre of the realm. The Soul Realm made a sacrificial offering of the entire realm, summoning an extremely powerful existence, the primordial soul beast. The primordial soul beast battled fiercely against that army but was also defeated. However, due to the special nature of the primordial soul beast, it was difficult to kill. To kill it, its soul had to be destroyed. That general then abandoned his physical body and entered with his soul, intending to completely annihilate the primordial soul beast. After pondering silently, Lin Moyo was suddenly startled. Could it be that we are inside the primordial soul beast? Did the primordial soul beast really die? Lin Moyo's heart shook violently. If his guess was correct, then the situation might be troublesome. His gaze swept over and suddenly noticed that there seemed to be more words on the cliff not far away. He immediately flew over, hoping the words there could clear up the doubts in his heart and find a way to leave. Indeed, there were more words, and not just in one place, all written by the same hand. Lin Moyo searched repeatedly, reading all the words on the cliff, and finally understood the cause and effect, as well as the method for him to leave. He was indeed inside the primordial soul beast, and the entrance to Area 10-03 was the primordial soul beast's mouth. They had voluntarily entered as food. The primordial soul beast was a terrifying being summoned by the soul realm with the power of the entire realm. It existed between reality and illusion, its physical body seemingly present yet not, its soul extremely powerful. To kill it, its soul had to be extinguished, and its soul was hidden within an independent space inside its body, unable to be killed from the outside, only from the inside. That general had abandoned his physical body and killed his way into the primordial soul beast's body, into the independent space. He and the primordial soul beast were both severely wounded, almost perishing together. After being severely injured, the primordial soul beast fell into an endless slumber but did not truly die. After being severely wounded, the primordial soul beast hid in the depths of the independent space, no longer appearing. At that time, the general had also suffered severe injuries, his soul on the verge of disintegration, unable to escape. Before his death, with his last ounce of strength, he left behind the method to kill the primordial soul beast. Now, Lin Moyo was inside the independent space within the primordial soul beast's body, and the severely wounded soul of the primordial soul beast was at the bottom of the pool. These were not the most crucial points. The most crucial point was that if Lin Moyo wanted to leave, he had to go to the bottom of the pool and kill the primordial soul beast. All people or things that entered the primordial soul beast's body could freely leave before entering the independent space. But once they passed through the wind tunnel and entered the independent space, they could no longer leave. That wind tunnel was actually the channel through which the primordial soul beast absorbed energy from the outside world. For countless years, it had continuously absorbed energy from the outside world, sustaining its own life, hoping that one day, its injuries would recover, and it could awaken again. Lin Moyo returned to the light sphere supported by Xiao Bao, and Xiao Bao immediately asked, "How is it? Is there a way to leave?" It was clear that Xiao Bao had also grown weary of staying here and wanted to leave as soon as possible. Or perhaps it missed its master. Lin Moyo nodded, "There is a way to leave, but it's very difficult." In his heart, he added, "No matter how difficult, I have to do it." He didn't want to be trapped and die here. Although the difficulty was high, he had no choice but to try. Xiao Bao said, "My young master also said it was very difficult before." The young master Xiao Bao referred to was one of the three souls present. Lin Moyo didn't know this young master's name, but it didn't matter. Lin Moyo asked, "Xiao Bao, why did you all come here?" Xiao Bao was completely guileless and trusted Lin Moyo wholeheartedly. "My young master seemed to have seen some ancient ruins somewhere and said there was a powerful starry sky beast here. If we killed it, we could obtain its star core and have a chance to step into the other shore. My young master has been stuck at the peak of the God Sovereign realm for a long time and has always wanted to enter the other shore but hasn't been able to succeed." After hearing Xiao Bao's explanation, Lin Moyo understood. Being stuck at the peak of the God Sovereign realm for a long time, with a chance to enter the other shore, of course they wouldn't let it pass. For cultivators seeking the Tao, they were willing to risk their lives. Xiao Bao's voice lowered, tinged with sadness. "My poor young master, not only did he fail to enter the other shore, but he almost died here." Lin Moyo thought to himself, "It's not almost, he has already died. Unless something unexpected happens, he will be trapped here forever, unable to leave. When the time comes and his soul decays, he will disappear into nothingness." Xiao Bao didn't seem worried about what would happen to itself at all but was instead concerned for its young master. It was truly a kind-hearted and loyal artifact spirit. Lin Moyo said, "I'll go and try. If I succeed, I'll take you all out." Xiao Bao's hazy figure twisted violently, its voice becoming excited. "Really?" Lin Moyo spoke to it like coaxing a child. "Really?" Xiao Bao said softly, "Then you must also be careful. If there's danger, run back here, and Xiao Bao will protect you." Lin Moyo was amused by Xiao Bao and laughed heartily. "Okay." With that, Lin Moyo flew out of the light sphere and dived straight into the pool. The soul gem on the scourge staff suddenly shone brightly, emitting an unprecedented strong light. Layer upon layer of strong light enveloped Lin Moyo, firmly protecting him. The light spots from before and the clear water here could both harm the soul. The light spots could weaken the connection between the soul and the physical body, causing the soul to become dull and lose its spirit. The clear water here could corrode the soul, completely dissolving it. The soul beasts in the water would directly inflict fatal damage to the soul. In this place, without the protection of the soul gem, even if Lin Moyo's soul was at the other shore realm, he would still face trouble. With the soul gem's protection, passing through the wind tunnel was no problem, and he could withstand the corrosion of the clear water. However, if he encountered too many soul beasts, he would still be surrounded and killed. A 5th-grade purple jade soul at the other shore realm was very strong, much stronger than a 4th-grade soul at the God Sovereign realm, surpassing it in all aspects, but it had not reached the level of defying the heavens. The primordial soul beast, with the power of an entire realm, was the true representative of a powerful soul. Even in its severely injured and slumbering state, it was not something a 5th-grade purple jade soul could compare to. Lin Moyo deeply felt that those powerful beings from ancient times were truly terrifying. Lin Moyo sank deeper and deeper into the pool, heading towards the location pointed out by the ancient general. Waves of movement came from within the pool, the water surging and rolling, with soul beasts flying towards him one after another. To them, Lin Moyo was an outsider, an invader who had to be eliminated. The soul gem released a powerful light sphere, blocking the soul beast's attacks. The soul beast slammed into the yellow light sphere, but the sphere remained motionless, while the soul beasts were blasted away. Some soul beasts opened their massive mouths and bit down, but their jaws shattered, and their bodies exploded. The defensive barrier formed by the soul gem was much stronger than Xiao Bao's defense. Not only did it block attacks, but it also had a certain counterattack ability, injuring many soul beasts. The number of soul beasts was indeed vast, too numerous to count. As far as the eye could see, there were only soul beasts, endlessly attacking Lin Moyo. But no matter how fierce their attacks were, they could not stop Lin Moyo. Until Lin Moyo reached the bottom of the pool, passing through a layer that resembled a thin membrane, the surroundings suddenly became quiet. Chapter 1471. Chapter 1471, 1471. Chapter 1471, Since there is a mountain, then climb to the top. The soul-corroding clear water was gone, and the soul beasts had also disappeared. Lin Moyo arrived at his destination, which was the final hiding place of the soul spirit ancestor beast. A gigantic soul beast lay not far away. The soul beast was enormous, with various plants growing on its body, including flowers, grass, and even some large trees. When Lin Moyo first entered, he saw those flowers and grasses, all of which could be found on the soul beast's body. The soul beast's head resembled a lion, yet also a tiger, constantly changing, making it impossible to describe its true form. Lin Moya knew that this was the characteristic of the soul beast. Its true appearance could never be seen. It was the soul spirit ancestor beast, the progenitor of all soul beasts. All the soul beasts in the pond were manifestations of its thoughts. If this creature revives, it will be a catastrophe for the entire world. Lin Moya was not a saint, but he knew that if such a creature revived, it would bring disaster to the entire world, including the human race. Lin Moya did not know if there was anyone in the current world who could stop it. The best way was to let it die forever. The method to kill it was clearly written by that general. Lin Moya's gaze fell on its neck, where a giant sword was embedded. This sword was also a soul artifact. Back then, the general used this sword to severely wound the soul spirit ancestor beast. All Lin Moyo had to do was pull out the sword and strike the soul spirit ancestor beast's head once. Just once would be enough. The sword had already severely injured the soul spirit ancestor beast, and it was only a step away from death. The sword contained the will of that general, which made it difficult for the soul spirit ancestor beast to recover from its injuries. Just one more strike would be enough to kill the soul spirit ancestor beast. Unfortunately, the general paid with his life for that strike. In the end, the general was defeated. The soul spirit ancestor beast's body existed between reality and illusion, without a true physical form. Once it was killed, its body would naturally collapse, and Lin Moyo would be able to escape. Taking a deep breath, Lin Moyo flew towards the soul spirit ancestor beast. The soul spirit ancestor beast, which had remained motionless, suddenly moved. The plants on its body grew wildly, and a large amount of pollen flew from the flowers towards Lin Moyo. The pollen exploded when it reached Lin Moyo, causing a terrifying soul shock. A 4th-grade soul in the God-Sovereign realm would be instantly killed by such a shock. Even a 5th-grade purple jade soul would not last long. The soul gem's defense blocked the explosion, leaving Lin Moyo unaffected. The small grass on the soul spirit ancestor beast's back grew into vines, transforming into soul-whipping lashes. The yellow light ball deformed slightly, but that was all. Enduring the attacks, Lin Moyo quickly approached. Lin Moyo knew it had not awakened, but was merely reacting instinctively to the approaching danger. A powerful soul would instinctively react to danger. Even Lin Moyo had this ability, let alone the soul spirit ancestor beast, whose soul strength was unimaginable. As Lin Moyo got closer to the soul spirit ancestor beast, the attacks became stronger. Each attack could easily kill a God-Sovereign soul and severely injure a 5th-grade purple jade soul in the Beyond realm. Lin Moyo knew that relying solely on his soul's ability, he could withstand at most 10 attacks and would never reach the soul spirit ancestor beast. But now, with the Calamity Staff and the Soul Gem's protection, he could endure the attacks and approach the Soul Spirit Ancestor Beast without any pressure. The Soul Spirit Ancestor Beast's aura was overwhelming, even in its severely injured and dormant state. If it were in perfect condition, it could kill me with a single glance. Such an existence, beyond the Beyond realm, is incredibly powerful. Unfortunately, even such a powerful being must die. Lin Moyo sighed inwardly. The path of cultivation seemed endless, with higher peaks always in sight. However, this also ignited Lin Moyo's competitive spirit. Since there was a mountain, he would climb it. One day, he would climb the highest mountain and stand at the true summit. Lin Moyo reached out and grasped the sword. The sword contained the terrifying will of the ancient general, and a surge of killing intent spread from the hilt, instantly engulfing his soul. Killing intent grew rapidly in his heart, and Lin Moyo's eyes turned red, with only one thought, kill. He transformed into a monster driven solely by slaughter. The ancient general's killing intent was too strong, contaminating Lin Moyo's own will. But the next moment, Lin Moyo's strong willpower surged from within. No, this isn't right. I am Lin Moyo, not a puppet of killing. No one can control me, no one. His soul shone brightly, emitting a purple light. The 5th-grade purple jade soul erupted with full force at that moment. This was Lin Moyo's own power, his own will. He used his will to resist the ancient general's killing intent within the sword. His eyes gradually cleared, and the killing intent returned to the sword. That was close. Fortunately, my will was strong enough, honed by the curse of the Tulu realm. And fortunately, my soul had reached the 5th grade. If it were still a 4th-grade soul, I would have died. After narrowly escaping another crisis, Lin Moyo knew that the path of cultivation was fraught with danger, with death lurking at every step. Grasping the sword, he exerted his soul's strength and pulled the sword out. The dormant soul spirit ancestor beast let out a wail, and a large amount of soul blood spurted from the wound. It seemed to sense the approach of death but was helpless. The ancient battle had left it too severely injured, just a step away from death. The plants on its body attacked Lin Moyo more frantically, but this was its only form of resistance. The sword in its neck prevented its wounds from healing, even after so many years of slumber. Lin Moyo, holding the sword, flew to its head and stabbed down heavily. The sword pierced through a tough hide, and Lin Moyo saw the entire sword glowing brilliantly. The ancient general's will flowed from the sword into the soul spirit ancestor beast's head. Kill, kill, kill. Roars echoed, shaking the heavens and earth. The general's will radiated a terrifying killing intent, unlike anything Lin Moyo had ever seen. This killing intent, even a tiny bit, could crush him to death. The entire space trembled, rumbling loudly. In the pond, countless waves surged into the sky. The waterfall, which had flowed for countless years, reversed its flow, rising into the air. The soul spirit ancestor beast let out a series of wails, and in its final moments, it opened its eyes. It seemed to have a moment of clarity, seeing Lin Moyo. Its eyes were filled with ferocity and hatred, as if trying to see clearly who had killed it. Lin Moya's heart skipped a beat, and he instinctively retreated. The soul spirit ancestor beast stared at Lin Moya for several seconds. Finally, its eyes dimmed and lost their luster. The soul spirit ancestor beast's body began to fade, with countless light spots flying out from it. At that moment, Lin Moya heard countless soul whispers, various voices echoing in his ears. It seemed like countless people were expressing their gratitude to him. Lin Moya seemed to understand that these voices of gratitude came from the ancient world, from the soul spirit realm. Perhaps back then, their collective sacrifice was not the right thing to do. The soul spirit ancestor beast's soul completely dissipated, and Lin Moya saw a crystal clear gem, a star core. A powerful force appeared out of nowhere, summoning his physical body, and his soul was involuntarily drawn towards it. Chapter 1472. Chapter 1472 1472. Chapter 1472 Returning will take 100,000 years? Without the power of the soul spirit ancestor beast, the soul instinctively returned to the body. As Lin Moya returned, he grabbed the star core of the soul spirit ancestor beast and took it with him. Lin Moya couldn't determine the exact level of the soul spirit ancestor beast, but it was definitely beyond the beyond realm. The value of the star core it left behind was immeasurable. The long dormant body opened its eyes again, seeing the vast void and feeling the intertwined aura of the battlefield and the great world. Smelling the familiar scent gave Lin Moya a sense of having been away for ages. This time, it was a narrow escape, extremely dangerous. If he didn't have the Calamity Staff and the Soul Gem, he would have been trapped and unable to return. For other god sovereigns, unless they didn't enter the wind path, there was still hope of returning. Once they entered the wind path, there was no escape. Looking not far away, the light group supported by Xiaobao still enveloped three unconscious souls. Their souls had long lost contact with their bodies, becoming independent entities. Their bodies had been completely digested and consumed by the soul spirit ancestor beast. The soul spirit ancestor beast existed between reality and illusion, capable of devouring both souls and bodies. However, its devouring had a rule: it needed to separate the soul and body before consuming them. Only when the soul and body of the entrant completely lost contact and became independent could it devour them. Lin Moya sighed. Anyway, at least they were saved. Approaching the light group, Xiaobao's voice was filled with surprise. We're back. You really succeeded. Lin Moya smiled. Yes, we're back. Xiaobao's joy grew stronger. That's great. We can finally see the master again. Unfortunately, the little master is still unconscious, and we don't know when he will wake up. Xiaobao's little master had suffered soul trauma and fell into a coma. Lin Moya could see that the three souls were seriously injured. With the human race's methods of treating souls, the situation wasn't very optimistic. Lin Moya said, Xiaobao, remove the defense, and I'll heal their injuries. Trusting Lin Moya completely, Xiaobao immediately removed its soul defense. Lin Moya released three white light groups filled with the power of life, which fell on the three souls. The souls began to heal under the nourishment of the life force. As a soul artifact, Xiaobao could clearly sense the state of the souls and immediately exclaimed, wow, you can heal souls too. Lin Moya smiled slightly. Alright, let's prepare to go back. The distance to the number 10 star fortress was still a long 60,000 light years. Lin Moya now faced a real problem. The beacon he had set might not be a location that the teleportation array could reach. The teleportation array's range was only 100 meters, which was very small in the vast void. Lin Moya took Xiaobao and the others to the location he had marked and took out the teleportation crystal. Let's give it a try. He crushed the teleportation crystal and waited quietly. Xiaobao was puzzled. What are you doing? Lin Moya said, waiting for the teleportation. Oh. Xiaobao seemed to understand and trusted Lin Moya completely. The void was silent, and time passed second by second. After about half a minute, a faint light appeared about 100 kilometers from Lin Moya's position, and the space twisted. Lin Moya was prepared and flew towards it like a stream of light. 100 kilometers took less than 0.01 seconds. He reacted quickly and moved fast. Unfortunately, the teleportation light disappeared almost instantly. By the time Lin Moya arrived, the teleportation had ended. Lin Moya finally understood why Zhu Kaiwo had told him that the position must be accurate. If the position was not accurate, it was really impossible to return. Xiaobao's vague shadow looked at Lin Moya, puzzled. What happened? Lin Moya sighed. My positioning was off, and we can't teleport back. We have to find another way to return. Xiaobao asked, is it far? About 60,000 light years, quite far. I don't know how long it will take to fly back. At his speed of 150,000 kilometers per second, it would take 120,000 years to cover 60,000 light years. And he couldn't encounter any accidents along the way, like running into some space beasts. Otherwise, the time would be even longer. By then, who knows how many sessions of the 4-star domain competition would have passed. Lin Moya felt a headache and then thought of something, taking out a jade token. Flowing light return token, consumable, activates to teleport back to the nearest outpost at a speed of 100 light years per second. Effective range, 10,000 light years. Limitations, cannot be used in locked spaces, cannot escape barriers. He had bought 2 flowing light return tokens but had never used them. Normally, he didn't need them. Now, he could use them, but their effective range was only 10,000 light years. Lin Moya had to travel 50,000 light years on his own before he could use it to return. Another option was to wait. Wait for someone to teleport over and take him back. Thinking it over, this seemed more reliable. If Senior Zhu sees that I haven't returned, he might come looking for me. Instead of aimlessly traveling, it's better to wait here. After some thought, he decided that returning on his own was unrealistic, so he would wait. Xiaobao saw Lin Moya standing still and asked, "Aren't we going back?" Lin Moya said, "At my speed, it would take 100,000 years to fly back." Xiaobao exclaimed, "That long? But why do we have to fly back?" Lin Moya smiled as if coaxing a child, "Because I have no other way." Xiaobao has a way. Lin Moya was stunned. Xiaobao had a way. Xiaobao paused for 2 seconds, then happily said, "The master has sensed me. The master said he will come soon. The ancestor of the Yu family is coming." Lin Moya realized he had overlooked this point. Xiaobao, as a soul artifact, had a strong connection with its master. The stronger the soul, the stronger the artifact, and the stronger the connection. At the Beyond Realm, this connection might really ignore distance. Previously, in the soul spirit ancestor beast's body, the beast was too strong, and the connection was naturally blocked. Thinking that he didn't need to travel a long distance, his mood brightened. Then it's all up to Xiaobao. Xiaobao assured, "The master has already set off and will be here soon." How soon, Xiaobao didn't know. Lin Moya wasn't in a hurry. It was better than flying back himself. Leaving the soul spirit ancestor beast's world, time became clear again. After about half an hour, the space not far away twisted, and a flash of light appeared, with 2 figures emerging in the void. Zhu Kaiwo arrived, accompanied by a noble and beautiful middle-aged woman. Chapter 1473. Chapter 1473, 1473. Chapter 1473, No choice but to kill, I have no other option. Master! Master! Xiaobao missed you so much. Xiaobao, filled with joy, darted towards the middle-aged woman. Lin Moya watched as the woman, with hands as white as jade, gently stroked Xiaobao, as if she were caressing her own child. Her eyes, like flowing water, sparkled with a smile, and her jade-like lips parted to utter a soft, melodious voice. Master missed Xiaobao too. Her voice was pleasant, like a stream or the sound of jade falling onto a plate, making one feel at ease. Her aura was equally noble, the most regal Lin Moya had ever seen. Lin Moya couldn't find the right words to describe this innate elegance, a quality that ordinary people couldn't compare to. Xiaobao's master, the ancestor of the Yu family, was the one who had assigned Lin Moya his task. Lin Moya hadn't expected this master to be a woman. Looking at Juju, it seemed that women were in charge in the Yu family. Zhu Kaiwo introduced, "Madam Yu, this is Lin Moya." Madam Yu looked over with a smile, "Indeed, a fine young man. No wonder Xiaozu praises you so highly." Madam Yu's eyes were like flowing water, and Lin Moya felt as if his entire being was laid bare, with no secrets left. The Xiaozu she mentioned was naturally Yuju. Lin Moya immediately bowed, "Greetings, Madam Yu." Lin Moya wisely did not address her as senior, but followed Zhu Kaiwo's example and called her Madam Yu. Not all female cultivators like to be called senior, so learning from Zhu Kaiwo was definitely the right choice. Having faced Beyond Realm experts before, Lin Moya was not flustered and remained natural, which made Madam Yu even more appreciative of him. Madam Yu gently waved her hand, bringing the 3 sleeping souls before her. Lin Moya's life force was still healing the souls, and although they were still asleep, their condition had visibly improved. With her level of cultivation, Madam Yu could naturally see that the souls were safe and sound. As the ancestor of the Yu family, Madam Yu's smile deepened. For a god sovereign, as long as the soul was intact, reconstructing the body was not difficult. She became even more satisfied with Lin Moya. "I've long heard that Lin Xiao's laws can heal souls. Seeing it today, it's even more miraculous than the rumors." Lin Moya replied modestly, "Madam Yu overpraises me. I still have a long way to go." Lin Moya was being honest. Compared to a Beyond Realm expert, he indeed had a long way to go. Madam Yu smiled, "No need to be so modest. Your soul is already of the 5th grade, almost half a step into the Beyond Realm. We can interact as equals." Lin Moya accepted Madam Yu's words graciously. "They should be fine. With some rest, they will recover." The 3 were from the Yu family, and with the Yu family's resources, he didn't need to worry about their recovery. Madam Yu took out a soul orb and placed the 3 souls inside. "I will return first to reconstruct their bodies. Zhu Daiao, Lin Xiao, take care." "Thank you, Lin Xiao. The reward I promised will be delivered." After speaking, Madam Yu nodded slightly to Zhu Kaiwo and then crushed a teleportation crystal. Zhu Kaiwo bowed, "Farewell, Madam Yu." Lin Moya also cupped his fists in salute. A few seconds later, the space around Madam Yu twisted slightly, and with a flash of light, she was gone. After Madam Yu left, Zhu Kaiwo let out a long breath. "Phew, she's finally gone." Lin Moya laughed, "Senior, why do you seem a bit nervous?" Zhu Kaiwo retorted, "What do you know? That's Madam Yu, a top expert in the Beyond Realm. You, young man, are fearless. I don't know if you're truly ignorant or just pretending to be calm." Lin Moya thought to himself, if you had seen the Soul Spirit Ancestor Beast, you wouldn't be nervous either. The Soul Spirit Ancestor Beast was far more powerful than a Beyond Realm expert. Lin Moya had not only seen it but had also killed it. Now, seeing a Beyond Realm expert didn't make him nervous. Moreover, Lin Moya's soul was already of the 5th grade. It was only a matter of time before he reached the Beyond Realm. With everyone being in the Beyond Realm, there was no reason to be nervous. Lin Moya didn't respond to Zhu Kaiwa's comment, "Senior, shall we return as well?" Zhu Kaiwa shook his head, "No rush." He flew to the entrance of the 10-03 area, where the blue light had disappeared, but unusual traces remained in the void. The Soul Spirit Ancestor Beast had existed for countless years, and its aura couldn't dissipate so quickly after its sudden death. Zhu Kaiwo had been here before but had never truly entered. The entrance is gone, and the 10-03 area has disappeared. What was it like inside? Zhu Kaiwo muttered to himself. Such occurrences were not unheard of on the battlefield. The battlefield had all kinds of peculiar areas, some of which changed over time, disappearing or reappearing. He observed for a while but couldn't gather more information. Turning to Lin Moyu, he said, "What did you experience inside?" Before he could finish, Lin Moyu tossed a jade token over. "I've recorded everything I experienced inside." Zhu Kaiwo caught the jade token, looking satisfied. "You've gotten smarter." Lin Moyu shamelessly replied, "I learned from you." Zhu Kaiwo's curiosity was no less than his own, especially about unknown areas like 10-03. If he didn't tell Zhu Kaiwo about his experience, Zhu Kaiwo might skin him alive. So, while Zhu Kaiwo was observing, Lin Moyu had recorded everything in the jade token. The jade token was not only for Zhu Kaiwo but also for the big shots in the Beyond Realm. Those big shots were always eager to learn about ancient events, and this could earn him considerable rewards. After reading the contents of the jade token, Zhu Kaiwo looked at Lin Moyu with a meaningful gaze. It was inside the Soul Spirit Ancestor Beast, and those who entered became its food. Truly terrifying. And you actually killed it. From the information Lin Moyu provided, Zhu Kaiwo could infer the immense power of the Soul Spirit Ancestor Beast. Created by the power of an entire world, it was far stronger than a Beyond Realm expert, and Lin Moyu had killed such a being. Lin Moyu explained, "It was already near death. I just delivered the final blow. It doesn't really count as me killing it." Zhu Kaiwo disagreed. "No matter what, the final blow was yours." Lin Moyu sighed. "Whatever you say." Zhu Kaiwo elaborated, "You don't understand the implications. It's about cause and effect." Lin Moyu looked curious. "Explain it to me, and I'll understand." Zhu Kaiwo waved his hand. "Some things can't be explained. You have to comprehend them yourself. When you reach the peak of the God Sovereign Realm or the Beyond Realm, you'll understand. Things inside are complicated. The Soul Spirit Ancestor Beast was formed by the power of an entire world, and the cause and effect are immense. Even though you only delivered the final blow and weren't the main force, you still have to bear the cause and effect. Whether it's good or bad, a blessing or a curse, it's hard to say." Hearing Zhu Kaiwo's words, Lin Moyu thought deeply. It seemed the matter was far more complex than he had imagined. But at that time, he had no choice. Unless he wanted to stay trapped forever. Lin Moyu spread his hands. "I had no other option." Zhu Kaiwo sighed. "I know you had no choice. Let's take it one step at a time and hope it's a blessing, not a curse. Blessings and curses are intertwined. If it's a curse, it can't be avoided." Chapter 1474. Chapter 1474, 1474. Chapter 1474, Going to the center of the battlefield to broaden horizons. Palatial buildings were arranged in an orderly manner. Lin Moyu walked among them, feeling the grandeur and ancient aura that these structures exuded. The buildings were both luxurious and majestic, radiating a sense of timelessness. Walking through the palace complex, one couldn't help but feel a sense of solemnity, and even the sound of conversation seemed suppressed. The people coming and going were all exceptionally handsome men and extraordinarily beautiful women. Their demeanor exuded an indescribable nobility. This was the ancestral land of the Yu family, the origin of their bloodline. Madame Yu descended gracefully, like an immortal. Many people on the ground looked up at her, their eyes filled with admiration. They envied her realm, her demeanor, and her beauty. "If only I could reach Madame Yu's realm in this lifetime." Dream on, that's the Beyond Realm. Be content if you can reach the God Sovereign Realm. Exactly, unlike me, I just wish to be as beautiful as Madame Yu. That's even more of a pipe dream. The young people of the Yu family joked and laughed, creating a harmonious atmosphere. Madame Yu entered the palace and went to its deepest part. There stood a large circular pool, its waters formed from the laws of life, constantly emitting a vast life force. Madame Yu placed the 3 souls from the soul orb into the pool for nourishment. Under the nourishment of the laws of life, the souls would recover much faster. Although the souls were no longer in critical condition, they still needed to replenish the energy consumed over the years. Seeing the 3 souls stabilize, Madame Yu's eyes showed less worry. She knew that a large part of the credit for their stability belonged to Lin Moyu, whose laws had a miraculous effect on healing souls, even better than the laws of life. Next, she needed to find a way to reconstruct their bodies. Xiaobao. With a slight flip of her jade-like hand, Xiaobao appeared in her palm. Xiaobao's virtual image was much clearer than before, looking like a cute 5 or 6-year-old girl. Xiaobao's clear voice rang out, "Master, Xiaobao is here." Madame Yu held Xiaobao in her palm. "Xiaobao, tell me in detail about your recent experiences." "Okay." Xiaobao immediately began to recount everything that had happened since entering the Soul Spirit Realm. Madame Yu listened quietly, then murmured, "The Soul Spirit Realm, the Soul Spirit Ancestor Beast, the sacrifice of an entire world. The ancient battle reached such a point. Only by killing the Soul Spirit Ancestor Beast could one leave that place. So, it was Lin Moyu who ultimately killed the Soul Spirit Ancestor Beast. It's a pity Xiaobao couldn't enter, so we don't know how Lin Moyu did it. It seems that to know more details, I still need to ask Lin Moyu. The treasure I promised him can't be too shabby." Madame Yu's eyes showed contemplation, weighing the pros and cons. At her level, calculating gains and losses had become second nature. She deeply understood that to gain something, one must pay a price. In the void, a small, exquisite warship was advancing by jumping through space, each jump covering tens of millions of kilometers, much faster than the speed of light. Lin Moyu, filled with curiosity, asked, "Where are you taking me?" Zhu Kaiwa replied in a low voice, to the center of the Vermilion Bird battlefield, to show you something and broaden your horizons. Lin Moya was slightly taken aback. He had read about the center of the Vermilion Bird battlefield when he first entered it. It was described as a very mysterious place, with many star beasts of the God-Sovereign realm, a place even God-Sovereigns couldn't approach. Legend had it that the center held the most fundamental secrets of the Vermilion Bird battlefield. However, many considered it just a legend, a way to add a sense of mystery. Most people didn't pay much attention to it, as it was too far out of reach, even for God-Sovereigns. Lin Moya couldn't help but ask, what's at the center? Zhu Kaiwa smiled mysteriously, you'll know when we get there. But I can tell you that fewer than 3 people below the Beyond Realm have been there. Lin Moya understood, is it very dangerous? Zhu Kaiwa chuckled, it's not just dangerous. You'll understand when you get there. You're really good at keeping secrets, Lin Moya thought to himself. Zhu Kaiwa's words had piqued his curiosity. Zhu Kaiwa continued, you're about to leave the battlefield soon. Whether you'll return is uncertain. Before you leave, you should gain a deeper understanding of the battlefield. It might not be very useful, but it will broaden your horizons. Lin Moya found it strange, why do you say that? Zhu Kaiwa smiled, you're about to gain level 5 permissions. Once you do, you'll see the real big world. With a broader perspective, you'll have more places to go and probably won't come back. Zhu Kaiwa, having seen many things over the millennia, sighed, I've seen many geniuses like you. Once they leave the Vermilion Bird battlefield, they rarely return. Lin Moya thought about it and realized it was true. In the Vermilion Bird battlefield, level 5 permissions were not common among ordinary cultivators. Most who reached this level were high-level god kings, but their strength was generally average, not considered geniuses. In the mysterious places, there were many geniuses, but they had special statuses and couldn't be counted among the ordinary. According to Zhu Kaiwa, those who reached level 5 permissions would enter a broader world. The tasks in the Vermilion Bird battlefield seemed dangerous, with constant threats from enemy races and unexpected incidents. Almost every day, cultivators fell on the battlefield. This was the information given in the initial materials. However, upon closer inspection, not all tasks were dangerous. At least half of the tasks were quite safe. If one chose safer tasks, they could earn points and improve their permissions while cultivating safely. But without experiencing life and death trials, their combat power and cultivation level wouldn't improve much. Such people were not considered geniuses. They were mediocre as ordinary people and remained so as cultivators. Seeing Lin Moya's expression, Zhu Kaiwa knew he had understood. You should understand the task system of the battlefield. It's similar to the task system in the human star domain, aimed at nurturing talent. Although the danger level is higher, most tasks are still safe. The choice is yours. Whether you choose dangerous or simple tasks is up to you. But tasks are also a constraint. Once your permissions and realm improve, you'll naturally look down on these constrained tasks. Chapter 1475. Chapter 1475, 1475. Chapter 1475, do you know how strong this thing is? Along the way, Zhu Kaiwa, like an elderly man, spoke a lot, sharing many of his heartfelt thoughts. Lin Moya listened attentively. Zhu Kaiwa had been stationed at the Vermilion Bird battlefield for thousands of years, seemingly unmoving and never interacting with others. However, he had witnessed many events on the battlefield. Having lived for thousands of years, he had seen too much and understood a lot, but he rarely spoke about it. Lin Moya could understand Zhu Kaiwa. Now that he had reached the Beyond Realm and was about to leave the Vermilion Bird battlefield, he had a lot on his mind and wanted to find someone to talk to. Lin Moya was the perfect listener, willing to hear the old man's stories. From Zhu Kaiwa's stories, Lin Moya gained a deeper understanding of the entire human race's system. Whether it was the task system in the human star domain or the battlefield's task system, the purpose was to cultivate talent. The difference lay in the increased difficulty and danger, which helped identify true talent. True talent required extraordinary combat power, unwavering will, and strong faith. Those who only took on simple tasks would never become the backbone of the human race. After listening to Zhu Kaiwa, Lin Moya asked, according to you, the task system changes from level 5 permissions onwards. Zhu Kaiwa smiled with satisfaction. Lin Moya's question showed that he had understood Zhu Kaiwa's ramblings. That's right. From level 5 permissions onwards, the task system changes. The danger level and difficulty will increase significantly. The task range will expand from a single star domain to the entire great world. This change is significant, and you need to be mentally prepared. Lin Moya pondered. It was normal for the task system to change after reaching level 5 permissions. After all, those who reached level 5 permissions were almost all high-level god kings or even god sovereigns. It was normal for the task difficulty to increase. However, the range expanding from a single star domain to the entire great world was indeed a huge change. From the perspective of the great world, a single star domain was just a tiny part, like an island in a vast ocean. Now, suddenly leaving the island to face the entire ocean would indeed be an adjustment. Those who couldn't adapt would be eliminated, returning to their star domain or the battlefield. In this sense, the battlefield can be seen as a microcosm of the great world. Entering the battlefield is like experiencing part of the level 5 permissions tasks in advance. Lin Moya shared his analysis. Zhu Kaiwa looked at him approvingly, that's right. This is another function of the battlefield, to give you a taste of the dangers of level 5 permissions tasks in advance. Of course, this function is only evident in high-danger tasks. Then he quickly changed the subject, you'll understand the specifics when you return to the star domain. The 4-star domain competition is a good opportunity to meet geniuses from other star domains. Although I think those guys can't compare to you, they are still considered geniuses. Lin Moya smiled, I'll play with them. Zhu Kaiwa knew Lin Moya's strength, don't take it too seriously. Hold back when necessary. The 4-star domain competition is watched by more than just us. Understood, I'll be careful. Both the old and the young smiled mischievously. The warship continued to jump, crossing countless distances, and finally reached its destination. We're here. From here, you have to fly on your own. Zhu Kaiwa said, pushing Lin Moya out. Watching Zhu Kaiwa put away the warship, Lin Moya felt envious. Senior, can this warship be exchanged in the military supply warehouse? Zhu Kaiwa rolled his eyes, don't even think about it. This is a privilege for battlefield guardians. Even I have to return it when I leave, for the next guardian to use. Do you know how strong this thing is? Lin Moya shook his head. He couldn't know, but it felt no less powerful than the number 10 fortress. Zhu Kaiwa chuckled, at full power, it can compete with a beyond realm expert. Even if it's not as strong, it can hold its own for a while. Killing you would be child's play. Lin Moya was shocked. It was far beyond his imagination. Zhu Kaiwa enjoyed Lin Moya's current expression. How about that? Surprised. Indeed, he was a bit shocked. The War God Fortress was already strong, but it was only comparable to a peak God Sovereign. This small warship, even less than 1% the size of the War God Fortress, was so powerful. Lin Moya wanted to say, if it's so strong, why not make more? The human race would be invincible. With the power of the human race, no matter how difficult it was to make, they could produce many. Zhu Kaiwa shattered Lin Moya's thoughts. Don't think about unrealistic things. This thing can't be made. With our current refining techniques, the War God Fortress is already the pinnacle. This warship is an ancient relic, very few in number. And it has limitations. It can only exert its full power on the battlefield. Once it leaves, it's just like the War God Fortress. You've seen Zhu Laosan's warship, right? It's a replica. On the battlefield, Zhu Laosan's warship is inferior, but outside, there's not much difference. After Zhu Kaiwa's explanation, Lin Moya finally understood. It's not that they didn't want to make more, they simply couldn't. Even replicas were hard to produce. Zhu Kaiwa sighed, the ancient times were too powerful. Compared to them, we're like children compared to adults. Lin Moya's understanding of ancient times was no less than Zhu Kaiwa's. He also felt the same. In the Tulu realm alone, the number of beyond realm plants was astonishing. The soul spirit realm could summon the soul spirit ancestor beast, far surpassing the beyond realm. And then there was the mysterious master. The ancient times were indeed too powerful. Zhu Kaiwa led the way, with Lin Moya closely following. In the distance, a red light point appeared, like a red star, flickering like a flame. That was the center of the battlefield, the most mysterious place. Even from a great distance, Lin Moya could feel the rolling heat. In the faint light, Lin Moya saw star beasts. The star beasts exuded a majestic aura, all at the God Sovereign level. Lin Moya's nerves instantly tensed, ready for battle. At this moment, Zhu Kaiwa took out a piece of beast skin. The beast skin instantly activated, forming a light group that enveloped the two of them. Their auras were concealed by the beast skin, and they emitted an aura similar to the star beasts. At this moment, they became star beasts. A star beast noticed them but only glanced at them before losing interest. More and more star beasts came into view. These star beasts were not of the same species, yet they coexisted peacefully. Lin Moya found it strange. What's going on? Zhu Kaiwa kept him in suspense. You'll find out soon. Lin Moya decided not to ask further. Fine, keep your secrets. Chapter 1476. Chapter 1476, 1476. Chapter 1476, giving you face, just based on you? Indeed, Lin Moya quickly understood why. As they continued to approach, the temperature kept rising. Lin Moya suddenly realized that the increase in temperature was not affecting his physical body but his soul. It felt as if a fire was continuously burning his soul. His soul world seemed to be gradually heating up, and the purple jade barrier of his soul world seemed unable to resist this heat. His soul felt uneasy, as if it were sitting on flames. Zhu Kaiwa's voice came, do you feel it? Lin Moya nodded. Those God Sovereign level star beasts avoid this place because it's too hot. The burning heat benefits them, so they don't fight here. It's like a water source in a forest, where various animals often drink. Predators rarely hunt at the water source because it benefits them, and they instinctively avoid damaging it. Of course, star beasts are far more intelligent than ordinary animals. Their choice not to fight here is just one reason. Lin Moya also thought of other possibilities. His soul quality was relatively high, so he didn't feel the initial heat. But those God Sovereign level star beasts had long felt the heat. They determined their location based on the limits they could endure. Zhu Kaiwa said, your soul has reached the 5th grade, so you can get closer. If an ordinary God Sovereign gets too close, their soul will be burned to death. Zhu Kaiwa's words confirmed Lin Moya's guess. Is there any benefit to absorbing the heat? Apart from feeling the burning sensation in his soul, Lin Moya didn't feel any benefits. But the unusual behavior of these star beasts must have a reason. Zhu Kaiwa smiled but didn't answer, once again keeping him in suspense. The two flew a long distance, and with the special ability of the beast skin, all the star beasts ignored them. The closer they got to the fiery red star, the stronger the heat became. Lin Moya's soul also felt some discomfort, but it was still within his tolerance. At this point, the star beasts they encountered had auras reaching the peak of the God Sovereign level, extremely powerful. The fiery red star gradually grew larger in their sight, and Lin Moya's eyes widened in surprise. What he saw was not a red star but a giant bird. This fiery red giant bird was curled up, its body enveloped in fiery red flames. The giant bird was unimaginably large. It curled up its body, and its fiery wings were tightly folded, as if embracing something. Its body length exceeded 100,000 kilometers, comparable to some small stars. If it spread its wings, it might cover a star. But Lin Moya noticed something unusual. Even as calm as he was, he couldn't help but exclaim, "This is its soul." A soul reaching 100,000 kilometers, what kind of concept was that? How could such a creature exist in the world? If its soul was so huge, how big would its physical body be? Generally, the larger the star beast, the stronger its power. Lin Moya thought that the combat power of this giant bird might not be much weaker than the soul spirit ancestor beast. Suddenly, he thought of a possibility. Is this a primordial bird? In his knowledge, only a primordial bird could reach such a level. Zhu Kaiwa shook his head, denying Lin Moya's guess. This is a vermilion bird. Vermilion bird. Lin Moya realized he had misunderstood. This was the vermilion bird battlefield, so the giant bird before him should indeed be a vermilion bird. The vermilion bird was a legendary star beast, and its existence was uncertain. Many believed it was just a legend and didn't really exist. Lin Moya suddenly thought of a question. If that's the case, do the black tortoise, azure dragon, and white tiger also exist? Zhu Kaiwa smiled. Indeed, they are at the centers of the 4 battlefields. The vermilion bird is a star beast. Its power is useless to us humans, but it's a great supplement for other star beasts. Lin Moya finally understood. It's said that the vermilion bird existed in ancient times. Its death might be related to the Great War of that era. The vermilion bird before him was already dead, existing only as an unconscious soul. But for a soul to exist from ancient times until now was truly terrifying. Zhu Kaiwa said, the higher-ups are also researching, but they still haven't figured it out. What happened in ancient times that even beings like the vermilion bird fell? Lin Moya thought to himself, what's so strange about the vermilion bird falling? Didn't the soul spirit ancestor beast also fall? It's been so long since ancient times it's not easy to understand. He looked at the vermilion bird and seemed to see something, his pupils suddenly contracting. This is. Zhu Kaiwa said, do you see it? Lin Moya nodded, his gaze fixed, carefully observing. In the vermilion bird's abdomen, there was a giant egg. The egg was smooth and also emitted a fiery red glow, intertwined with the vermilion bird's flames, hidden within the flames. If not looked at carefully, it would be easily overlooked. Lin Moya sensed the breath of life from the egg. It was alive. He summoned a skeleton god warrior, intending to observe with the undead vision. But as soon as the skeleton god warrior appeared, it was instantly burned to ashes. The vermilion bird's flames burned the soul of the skeleton god warrior, not even lasting 0.1 seconds. Here, not to mention the skeleton god warrior, even a skeleton god general couldn't survive. Zhu Kaiwa said, you didn't see wrong. This is the vermilion bird's egg. It's said that the vermilion bird has the ability to be reborn in flames. But no one knows the specific method of this rebirth. This egg also comes from ancient times. In the earliest records, there was no breath of life in the egg. It wasn't until 10,000 years ago that the breath of life suddenly appeared in the egg. We once thought the vermilion bird was about to be reborn. If it were to be reborn, the existence of the vermilion bird battlefield would become a big problem. But after 10,000 years, both the vermilion bird and its egg have remained unchanged, with no movement. Lin Moya looked at Zhu Kaiwa. Do you mean for me to take the egg? Zhu Kaiwa rolled his eyes, giving you face? Just based on you think you can take the egg? To be honest, even a Beyond Realm expert can't get close. The vermilion bird's flames are enough to burn a Beyond Realm expert's soul to death. Otherwise, do you think this egg would still be peacefully here after all these years? Thinking about it, Lin Moya realized he had been overconfident. Given his current realm, how could everything be about him? Zhu Kaiwa continued, I brought you here to let you know about the deepest secrets of the 4 battlefields. I believe you will reach the Beyond Realm in the future, and then you will touch upon some matters. In fact, you've already touched upon them, so it's no big deal to let you know in advance. This bird egg is coveted by many races and many Beyond Realm experts. In the future, if you reach the Beyond Realm, you might have a chance to get it. If you can obtain the vermilion bird, you'll be incredibly powerful. Seeing Zhu Kaiwa's serious expression, Lin Moya laughed, you have too much faith in me. Zhu Kaiwa snorted, just encouraging you, giving you a goal. Lin Moya laughed, alright, I'll accept this encouragement. Although he spoke modestly, Lin Moya felt he might have a chance. If he could really get this bird egg and hatch the vermilion bird, he would indeed be incredibly powerful. Having the vermilion bird as a mount would be more impressive than any worship. Chapter 1477. Chapter 1477, 1477. Chapter 1477, The Peculiar Misusue. There was less than a year left until the 4-star domain competition, and the preliminary rounds in various star systems had already begun. Lin Moya noticed that a large number of people were returning to their respective star systems, including both contestants and spectators. The number of cultivators on the battlefield had decreased by nearly 70%. Fortress number 1 had also become quite empty. There were no more long queues at the mission center or the trading center. This was not only the case on the Vermilion Bird battlefield but also on the other 3 battlefields. Countless cultivators who were exploring the great world were also returning. Some were seed contestants who didn't need to participate in the preliminaries but wanted to return early to observe their competitors. The 4-star domain competition was not just a grand event for human cultivators but also a celebration for every member of the human race. The competition would be broadcast live across various star systems and regions, allowing ordinary people to witness the elegance of the cultivators, which served as a form of encouragement for them. Apart from the human race, more than 500 other races were also keeping an eye on the 4-star domain competition. They would use various methods to watch the event. Enemy races would mark human geniuses for assassination, while those with good relations with the human race would send representatives to watch the competition. When Lin Moya returned to Fortress Number 1, the teleportation array area was almost empty, with only about 30% of the usual crowd. He finally felt relieved, no longer needing to parade around in his fiery form. The mission rewards had not yet been distributed, but Lin Moya was not in a hurry. He estimated that they would be available soon. Additionally, Zhu Tian would be coming to pick him up soon, marking the end of his time on the battlefield. He had been on the battlefield for almost 5 years, which was not a short time for him. The journey to the Soul Spirit Ancestor Beast had taken more than half a year. Inside the Soul Spirit Ancestor Beast, time was distorted and completely different from the outside world. Lin Moya hadn't felt the passage of time while inside, but upon exiting, he realized that so much time had passed. The main reason was the overwhelming power of the Soul Spirit Ancestor Beast, which had completely affected his perception. He couldn't help but think that it was a miracle he had managed to kill the Soul Spirit Ancestor Beast. As for the cause and effect that Zhu Kaiwo mentioned, he would deal with that later. At the time, he had no other choice. Unconsciously, Lin Moya found himself at the trading center. The number of people there had also decreased significantly, with everyone busy with their own transactions, paying no attention to the outside world. Lin Moya, familiar with the place, headed straight to the backyard. The pavilion in the backyard was also half empty. Looking around, he saw Yuzha sitting in the pavilion, smiling at him. The aroma of tea wafted from the cool tea, entering his nostrils and making him feel refreshed. He sat down in front of Yuzha and accepted the teacup she handed him. "Were you waiting for me?" Yuzha giggled. "The ancestor said that the captain's mission has been successfully completed and that you would be returning soon. So, I waited here for you." Lin Moya smiled slightly. "The mission is indeed completed, but the rewards haven't been distributed yet." Yuzha playfully said, "Don't worry, the ancestor also said that the captain performed exceptionally well on this mission, and she wants to pick a good magic treasure for you. Maybe there will be some extra rewards too." Lin Moya hadn't thought about extra rewards, but a good magic treasure would certainly be welcome. With a prominent figure speaking on his behalf, he was confident that Madame Yu wouldn't give him anything subpar. Moreover, he had meticulously recorded all the information about the Soul Spirit Ancestor Beast, which should earn him some benefits. Yuzha suddenly leaned in closer and lowered her voice. "Captain, have you met the ancestor?" Lin Moya nodded. "Yes, I did meet Madame Yu." Yuzha's eyes lit up. "Captain, what do you think of the ancestor?" Lin Moya frowned. "Why do you ask?" As a member of the Yu family, Yuzha should know more about Madame Yu than he did. Why was she asking him? Yuzha pouted. "I just want to know." Lin Moya thought for a moment. Madame Yu is very beautiful, elegant, and noble. Yuzha shook her head. "Not that. I want to know if the captain thinks the ancestor is easy to talk to and get along with." Lin Moya pondered. "She seems easy to talk to, but we didn't have many conversations. What exactly are you trying to ask?" Lin Moya felt that Yuzha was acting a bit strange today, asking odd questions and even her expressions were unusual. Yuzha giggled. Nothing. Just curious. When do you plan to return?" She quickly changed the subject. From his understanding of women, Lin Moya knew that when a woman didn't want to talk about something, it was almost impossible to get an answer. Lin Moya didn't bother to press further. "I'll leave when someone comes to pick me up." Yuzha nodded, not surprised. "With your strength, you must be a seed contestant." Lin Moya nodded. "I suppose so." Yuzha said, "Then you don't need to participate in the preliminaries. You might not even need to compete in the first few rounds of the finals. Then I can watch your exciting matches. I feel sorry for those guys. They won't be winning the championship this time." Yuzha's words implied that the championship was already reserved for Lin Moya. Although Lin Moya was confident, he wasn't arrogant. There might be some extraordinary geniuses from other star domains. Yuzha snorted. "No matter how strong they are, they can't compare to you." Lin Moya chuckled, amused by his little fan's confidence. 2 days later, Lin Moya suddenly received a message from the Human Emperor Network. "Special mission completed. Enter Area 10-03 and retrieve the lost magic treasure. Completion level, perfect. Rewards, 150,000 mission points, 1 God Sovereign level magic treasure. Additional rewards, due to providing important information from ancient times, you are awarded 50 million regular points and 2 contribution points." Lin Moya looked at the reward information. The 150,000 mission points were as promised when the mission was issued, and the God Sovereign level magic treasure was also expected. After all, he had successfully completed the mission, not only retrieving the Yu family's soul artifact but also saving 3 souls of the Yu family. These were rewards he deserved. However, the additional reward of 50 million regular points and 2 contribution points was intriguing. The reason was that he had provided important information from ancient times, which he had given to Zhu Kaiwu, who then passed it on to the higher-ups. This meant that the additional rewards were not from the Yu family but from the mysterious figure or the high-level human race. "I didn't expect the rewards to be combined and issued together. It seems their control over the Human Emperor Network is greater than I imagined." What exactly is the nature of the Human Emperor Network, and how was it established? Lin Moyo pondered, feeling that the secrets within the high-level human race were more significant than he had thought, especially regarding their attitude towards information from ancient times. It made him believe that there were enormous secrets involved. The rewards were quickly credited, and Lin Moyo received another reminder from the Human Emperor Network. Your mission points have met the requirements for a privilege upgrade. Your maximum privilege level has been upgraded to level 5. Please check the details yourself. Chapter 1478. Chapter 1478, 1478. Chapter 1478, Madam Yu is too generous. Finally, Lin Moya's permissions reached level 5. The difference between level 4 and level 5 was like entering a completely different world. When he had level 4 permissions, his activities were limited to the Vermilion Bird Star domain and the battlefield. Once his permissions reached level 5, his activity range was no longer restricted. He could freely move throughout the entire Great World, including the other 3 major star domains of the human race, except for the Divine City. Almost all the teleportation arrays of the human race would be open to him. Besides this, there were other changes with level 5 permissions. Lin Moyo was about to check when he suddenly heard a familiar voice. Lin Boy, come over here. In the Great World, there were only a few people who would call him Lin Boy. Zhu Kaiwa was one, and the other was Zhu Tian. Lin Moyo looked up in the direction of the voice and saw Zhu Tian's vehicle. It was also a small, exquisite warship, very similar to Zhu Kaiwa's warship, a replica of the ancient warship Zhu Kaiwa had. In the Great World, the combat power of the two warships was not much different. However, on the battlefield, Zhu Kaiwa's warship could easily overpower Zhu Tian's replica. The warship's door was already open, and Lin Moyo flew in, meeting Zhu Tian. The layout inside the two warships was identical, with no differences. Moreover, Zhu Tian and Zhu Kaiwa's temperaments, attire, and clothing were very similar. Lin Moyo felt that the two must have some relationship, perhaps from the same family. Greetings, Domain Lord. Lin Moyo saluted Zhu Tian. Zhu Tian looked at this outstanding junior with a satisfied smile. Not bad, not bad. You've grown a lot in these few years. Lin Moyo smiled. Thanks to Senior Zhu's help, I've benefited greatly. Zhu Tian laughed heartily. No need to be so modest. You might not know, but my senior brother has praised you to the skies. People outside call you the second war god of the human race, and I think that's not an exaggeration. Lin Moyo then realized that Zhu Kaiwa was Zhu Tian's senior brother, making them fellow disciples. No wonder they were so similar. Lin Moyo humbly said, Senior Zhu is exaggerating. I dare not compare myself to the war god. Knowing when to be humble was natural for Lin Moyo. He wasn't a reckless youth who would lose his sense of reality after a few compliments. Zhu Tian's smile never faded. You're about to leave. Do you have anything else to do? Lin Moyo shook his head. Everything is done. He had already informed Yuzha that he would leave at any time, and there was nothing else to say. Zhu Tian nodded, piloting the warship to slowly fly away along the beacon. The two arrived at the teleportation array, left the warship, and activated the teleportation array, leaving the Vermilion Bird battlefield. As the teleportation array activated, the battlefield token emitted a strong light, then quickly dimmed and silently turned to dust. Upon leaving the battlefield, all information in the battlefield token, along with the token itself, would be erased by the Human Emperor Network. However, this information would be stored in the Human Emperor Network and would not disappear. When Lin Moyo returned to the battlefield, he would receive a brand new battlefield token, and the Human Emperor Network would fill it with his previous information. During the teleportation, Lin Moyo clearly felt the battlefield's aura fading away, replaced by the increasingly strong aura of the Great World. Eventually, the Great World's aura completely replaced the battlefield's, and he had truly left the battlefield, returning to the Great World. The aura of the Human Emperor Network began to strengthen rapidly. Memories surged, and he remembered when he first entered the battlefield as a true god. In just a few years, he had become a god king. What took others hundreds or thousands of years, he had accomplished in a few short years. It felt somewhat unreal, like a dream. Zhu Tian interrupted Lin Moyo's thoughts. After the teleportation ended, he took out the warship again. The warship set sail and instantly disappeared into the starry sky. Zhu Tian smiled. You have level 5 permissions now. Check out the changes. Zhu Tian's personality was slightly different from Zhu Kaiwa's. Both were kind and treated him well. Zhu Kaiwa, perhaps due to not speaking for many years, was more reserved, while his clone was more active and often joked with him. Zhu Tian, although Zhu Kaiwa's junior brother, was actually more mature. Lin Moyo felt this was due to their different environments. Zhu Kaiwa guarded the battlefield and didn't need much interaction, while Zhu Tian, as the domain lord of the Vermilion Bird Star domain, dealt with many people and matters, naturally becoming more composed. Regardless of their personalities, both treated him well, and Lin Moyo could feel their sincerity. After returning to the Great World, the aura of the Human Emperor Network became very strong, distinctly different from Fortress Number 1. With a mere thought, Lin Moyo connected to the Human Emperor Network and immediately checked his information. Lin Moyo, Honorary 2nd Lieutenant. Age, 36. Level, God King 3rd rank. Soul, 5th grade low. Potential evaluation, Legendary. Highest permission, Level 5. Comprehensive Strength, Minor God Sovereign. Points, 1,101,850. Military Merit, 210,676. Contribution Points, 16. Military Supply Points, 3. Human Emperor Training Ground Time, 3,500 days. Mastered Law, Undying Law. The information hadn't changed much, except for his age increasing by 1 year and his permissions rising from level 4 to level 5. To reach level 6 permissions, he would need a staggering 10 million points. Currently, he had only 1 million points, far from the requirement for level 6 permissions. As far as he knew, even some god sovereigns might not reach level 6 permissions. In the Vermilion Bird Star domain, very few could achieve level 6 permissions. His total points exceeded 7 million, allowing him to purchase many things, though he didn't have much need for them. Lin Moya then checked the changes brought by level 5 permissions. Firstly, his activity range expanded, allowing him to go anywhere in the Great World except the Divine City. Secondly, he could access more information, including data from the other 3-star domains of the human race. Thirdly, he could directly accept and complete tasks wherever the Human Emperor network was available, with only a few tasks requiring a return to the task center. There were many changes with level 5 permissions, and Lin Moya noted them all. He didn't delve into the detailed information, as there was too much to read in a short time. When he returned to reality, he saw Zhu Tian smiling at him, holding a bow in his hand. The bow was small and exquisite, covered in mysterious runes, and emitted a powerful aura. It was a soul treasure of the God Sovereign level, at least mid-grade. Mid-grade soul treasures were much more valuable than low-grade ones, comparable to high-grade ordinary treasures. Zhu Tian smiled. "This is from Madame Yu." The small bow flew from Zhu Tian's hand to Lin Moya. Lin Moya's expression became serious. "Madame Yu is too generous." He had expected a mid-grade ordinary treasure, which would have been good enough. Even with the mysterious figure speaking for him, he thought Madame Yu would likely choose a good low-grade treasure. He hadn't expected a mid-grade soul treasure, showing Madame Yu's generosity. Chapter 1479. Chapter 1479, 1479. Chapter 1479, Powerful Beings in the Beyond Realm, Sacred Lords. Lin Moya cast the soul probing technique on the exquisite small bow. Soul Shooting Bow, a mid-grade soul treasure of the Sacred Lord realm. It condenses soul force into arrows. The stronger the user's soul, the more powerful the arrows, capable of breaking through the soul defenses of beings at the same realm. Seeing the introduction of this bow, Lin Moya was slightly startled in his heart. The power of this bow was completely dependent on the strength of the user's soul. If the user's soul reached the peak of the 4th grade, then the attack power unleashed by this bow would surpass the peak 4th grade, enough to break through the soul defenses of someone at the same peak 4th grade soul level. However, this had a prerequisite, that the opponent did not possess any defensive soul treasures. But those who could reach the peak of the 4th grade soul were all high-level sacred lords. How could they not have defensive soul treasures? Lin Moya was very clear that if he used the soul shooting bow to attack other cultivators in the Beyond Realm, it would definitely be useless. In the Beyond Realm, how could one not have defensive soul treasures? They would at least have soul robes. Even a peak sacred lord like Zhu Tian would definitely have defensive treasures. Lin Moya might not even be able to break through his defenses. However, regardless of this, the value of the soul shooting bow was comparable to many high-grade treasures of the sacred lord realm. If calculated in points, its value would be in the trillions, or even priceless. No amount of money could buy it. Lin Moya's soul force emerged and imprinted itself on the soul shooting bow. He then stored it within his soul, allowing his soul to slowly refine it. Refining a treasure required time, especially a mid-grade soul treasure of the sacred lord realm. It could not be completed instantly. Lin Moya was not in a hurry. His soul was powerful enough, so it would not take too long. Lin Moya could not help but sigh. Madame Yu is very generous. Zhu Tian's eyes carried a smile. According to Madame Yu, the mysterious lord helped speak on your behalf. Zhu Tian and Zhu Kaiwa were master-disciple brothers, so their mysterious lord was naturally the same person. After learning of their relationship, Lin Moya basically guessed the identity of the mysterious lord. Back then, the mysterious lord did say to Zhu Kaiwa that as long as Lin Moya completed the mission, he would speak up for him. It seemed this person's status was extraordinary. His words carried great weight before Madame Yu. Lin Moya's tone was sincere. Many thanks to that senior. Zhu Tian smiled and said, the mysterious lord's name is Jun Hao, known as the Sacred Lord Hao. Sacred Lord? Is that a title in the Beyond Realm? Lin Moya's heart moved, and he blurted out in askance. Zhu Tian shook his head. The Beyond Realm refers to the realm itself. Sacred Lord is an honorific title. Not all beings in the Beyond Realm have the qualification to be called a Sacred Lord. Actually, this information should not have been told to you yet. However, the mysterious lord said there is no need to hide anything from you. There were strict levels of information disclosure among the human race. Different realms had access to different levels of information. Just like when Lin Moya was a true god, it was very difficult for him to learn about the Sacred Lord realm. Of course, this hierarchy was not absolute. Some ancient clans with long heritages, like the Yu family, could know some information about the Beyond Realm. Lin Moya was very clear about this. Not only in the Great World but also in the lower worlds, it was the same. For someone like himself who came from a lower world, the only way to learn deeper information was to continuously improve his own strength. From a certain perspective, the human race did this as a form of motivation. You want to know more? Then climb higher. The higher you climb, the more you can learn. Now that his soul had reached the low 5th grade of the Beyond Realm, his eventual ascension to the Beyond Realm itself was a certainty. Even Madame Yu was willing to treat him as an equal. So it was understandable for him to gain some information. Lin Moya murmured softly, the powerful beings in the Beyond Realm can be called Sacred Lords. Domain Lord, is Madame Yu a Sacred Lord? Zhu Tian did not directly answer but his actions gave the response. He was not in the Beyond Realm yet, so he could not casually discuss the existences in the Beyond Realm. Lin Moya understood. From this, it seemed that Madame Yu's strength was actually not as high as the Sacred Lord Hao, but Zhu Kaiwo had said that Madame Yu was already an outstanding figure in the Beyond Realm. From this, one could deduce that the Sacred Lord Hao's strength was likely at the peak of the Beyond Realm. Powerful, truly powerful. Lin Moya recalled his few encounters with the Sacred Lord Hao. The Sacred Lord's casual words often carried an overbearing aura. Even when mentioning the ancient Buddha of the Buddha race, there was a hint of disdain. His strength was the source of his confidence. When the Buddha Tathagata was killed by Lin Moyu, it was the Sacred Lord Hao who went to the Buddha race to demand an explanation. One person suppressed the entire Buddha race, preventing them from making a sound. Such was his domineering might. The two words Sacred Lord lingered in Lin Moya's mind for a long time. Lin Moya believed that in the future, he would also reach this realm. However, the Sacred Lord was not the end. He would surpass the Sacred Lord and become even stronger. Become the invincible, undefeatable powerhouse that Antares spoke of, one capable of defying the heavens and changing fate. The warship continued to jump through the starry void, heading towards its destination. Lin Moya and Zhu Tian chatted for a while longer. Lin Moya began to browse some new information. After reaching level 5 permissions, he could access even more data. Some information was free, while some required payment. For Lin Moya's current wealth, the fees for accessing information were negligible. 2 days later, the Human Emperor Network interrupted Lin Moya's thoughts. Congratulations on completing the chain mission, Part 2. Completion level, perfect. Rewards, 100,000 mission points, 10 million regular points. Congratulations on obtaining the qualification to enter the Divine City, beginner level. A familiar voice rang in his ears. Lin Moya abruptly raised his head, his gentle gaze instantly becoming sharp. The second chain mission was finally completed, with a perfect completion level as well. The mission point and regular point rewards were expected by Lin Moya. The key was that he no longer needed to complete the third chain mission and directly obtained the qualification to enter the Divine City. However, this qualification had the beginner level mark after it. Lin Moya recalled Zhu Kaiwa's words that within the Divine City, there were also hierarchical levels. The beginner level qualification was a form of restriction. Since there was a beginner level, there must also be intermediate and advanced levels. The division of levels existed everywhere, and Lin Moya was not surprised, accepting it naturally. Entering the Divine City was not the end but rather a new beginning. Since that was the case, he would start from the beginning and progress towards the end. Zhu Tian was drinking tea and saw Lin Moya suddenly become dazed. He smiled and asked, "What's wrong?" Lin Moya answered honestly, "I have completed the second chain mission and obtained the qualification to enter the Divine City." Zhu Tian did not seem surprised at all, as if it was a matter of course. Your completion level for the second chain mission was perfect, so naturally you would obtain the qualification to enter the Divine City. Moreover, you directly reached the beginner level upon entry. The corner of Lin Moya's mouth twitched. Isn't the beginner level the lowest? Zhu Tian laughed, of course not. Most people, when they obtain the qualification for the Divine City, do not have any level. They can only move within the outer areas of the Divine City and then try to improve their level. The level represents your status within the Divine City. The higher your level, the more rights and resources you can enjoy. The total amount of resources is limited. The best resources are always reserved for the strongest. Zhu Tian explained some more things about the Divine City to Lin Moya. Some things, Lin Moya would naturally understand after entering the Divine City, but Zhu Tian explained them in advance, allowing Lin Moya to be prepared and have a better understanding. Chapter 1480. Chapter 1480, 1480. Chapter 1480, Changing the Heavens and Earth, the Means of the Other Shore. The chain mission is the task to qualify for entering the Divine City, and the entire chain mission consists of 4 parts. The first chain mission's purpose is not to determine the qualification to enter the Divine City but to confirm the cultivator's aptitude. Based on the evaluation of the mission completion, the cultivator's aptitude can be roughly determined, and the difficulty of the second chain mission can also be set. Only when the first chain mission is completed perfectly will the second chain mission trigger the highest difficulty. If the second chain mission is also completed perfectly, the cultivator will be directly granted the qualification to enter the Divine City and simultaneously be given beginner level permissions. If the first chain mission does not reach a perfect level, it indicates that the aptitude is average or the luck is not good, and it is impossible to achieve a perfect state. Naturally, the difficulty of the second chain mission will not be very high, and it is even less likely to directly obtain the qualification to enter the Divine City. The cultivator will need to complete the third chain mission. If they perform well in this mission, they can also obtain the qualification to enter the Divine City, but they will not have beginner level permissions. Without even beginner level permissions, their status in the Divine City will be the lowest, and they will need to climb up bit by bit. If the performance in the third chain mission is also average, the Human Emperor Network will give one last chance, which is the fourth chain mission. If they perform well in this mission, they can also obtain the qualification to enter the Divine City, but the number of people who can hold out until the fourth chain mission is very few. The 4 chain missions are a step-by-step selection process, continuously eliminating unqualified individuals. In the end, very few people qualify to enter the Divine City. Among them, people like Lin Moya belong to the top geniuses, who are early on identified as the seeds of the human race. Those who complete the third chain mission and enter the Divine City are defined as having decent aptitude and can be cultivated. They might soar to great heights one day. As for those who enter the Divine City after completing the fourth chain mission, they are given the last bit of hope. In case the human emperor network misjudged, they might be late bloomers, trying not to miss any genius. The entire system seems simple but is actually very complex. Everything is managed and completed by the human emperor network, which has selected a large number of geniuses for the human race. Since the establishment of the human emperor network, the human race has been thriving. As long as there is real talent, it will not be missed, avoiding many human preferences and other factors. After Zhu Tian's explanation and his own thinking, Lin Moya finally understood. Through such a rigorous selection system, one can infer some situations in the Divine City. The hierarchy in the Divine City is even stricter than in the Great World. This is also unavoidable. The human race needs to select the best of the best, choosing the most talented individuals from countless cultivators. If they can cultivate one being of the other shore, it is better than cultivating thousands of god sovereigns. If a sacred lord appears, it is better than 10 ordinary beings of the other shore. The human race needs the strongest, not a large number of mediocre individuals. This is true for any race, without exception. Those races that wanted everyone to be strong were eliminated in the long river of time long ago. The great world is cruel. Once a mistake is made, there is only adding insult to injury, no helping hand in the snow. Every decision made by the high-level human race often concerns the survival of billions of ordinary people. Past mistakes cannot be repeated. The warship flew farther and farther, and Lin Moyo, immersed in a sea of information, was once again awakened. He felt that the warship seemed to have reached a special area. The aura of the great world became more intense, and the aura of the laws was extremely strong and obvious. Comprehending the laws here would be easier than in other places. The soul of the other shore realm instinctively opened its eyes, and Lin Moya saw strands of laws, which were much thicker than in other places. Even high-level life star systems would not have such obvious laws. This is a holy land for cultivation. Lin Moya thought to himself and looked at Zhu Tian. Domain Lord, where are we? Zhu Tian did not hide anything and waved his hand, put the information aside and come over for a cup of tea. Lin Moya complied, went over, and poured tea for Zhu Tian. Zhu Tian said, we have reached the edge of the Divine City. The edge of the Divine City? Lin Moya looked out through the warship, seeing a grayish area with nothing visible. Zhu Tian said, the preliminaries of the 4-star domain competition have already begun. You seed contestants do not need to participate in the preliminaries, but you cannot waste this time either. We have found a place for you at the edge of the Divine City to rest. You people can meet each other, get familiar, and perhaps you will become life and death comrades in the future. Lin Moya asked, will people from the other 3-star domains come too? Zhu Tian smiled slightly, they will come. Besides people from the other 3-star domains, there will also be cultivators from the Divine City and the War God Hall. Divine City cultivators. Lin Moya was slightly puzzled. Isn't the 4-star domain competition a competition among the cultivators of the Vermilion Bird, White Tiger, Azure Dragon, and Black Tortoise star domains? The purpose is to obtain a place to enter the Divine City. Why would people from the Divine City come? They were originally from the Divine City, the pride of the heavens, and had no need to join in the fun. Zhu Tian laughed. There is also competition in the Divine City, with different levels. If they can achieve good results in the 4-star domain competition, it will benefit them. You don't have to worry about fairness. They will not take up the places to enter the Divine City. Just like you have already obtained the qualification to enter the Divine City, so you will not take up a place. It turned out there were such rules. Lin Moyo had not known this before. The 4-star domain competition had a large number of participants, thousands upon thousands. In the end, only 100 places to enter the Divine City were available. For people like Lin Moyo, who already had the qualification to enter the Divine City, even if they won first place, they would not take up another place. Instead, the 101st contestant would be directly admitted to the Divine City. The same applied to people from the War God Hall. They also did not take up places. So although there were only 100 places in each session, about 130 people might actually be admitted. In such a large-scale competition, those who reached the top 130 were all excellent talents. Lin Moya still did not know the specific rules of the 4-star domain competition, but there was no need to worry, he would soon find out. Zhu Tian drank his tea, looked outside the warship, and softly said 2 words. We're here. With the final jump, the warship stopped steadily. The mist cleared, revealing a void. In the distance, endless starlight shone, indicating a very prosperous star domain. The star domain was at the edge of the Divine City and had no name. In sight, there was an extremely large continent. It was not a planet but a circular continent. The continent had a diameter of over 1,000,000 kilometers, with mountains, rivers, oceans, and grasslands. All the scenery that should be on a planet could be seen here. Lin Moya felt that this continent was like a planet, forcibly transformed into this shape. Destroying a star was not difficult, any god king could do it. But transforming a continent, even violating the established laws of the great world, was extremely difficult. Such power was unimaginable. At least a god sovereign could not do it. Zhu Tian said, this is the power of the other shore. Originally, this was a star, transformed into a continent by a powerful being of the other shore. Chapter 1481. Chapter 1481, 1481. Chapter 1481, My beloved, wholeheartedly. As the warship approached the continent, Lin Moya clearly felt a vast power enveloping the entire land. This was the power of a being in the other shore realm, a presence Lin Moya could not yet comprehend. The continent was surrounded by mountains, and within the mountains lay an ocean. From a distance, it could be seen as a lake floating in the starry sky. Upon entering the continent, one would realize it was actually a vast ocean. The ocean was expansive, with clear waves, and numerous islands dotted its surface. Some islands were small, spanning a few thousand miles, while others were large, covering tens of thousands of miles. Some islands were covered with forests and trees, while others were grasslands where various animals roamed freely. At the center of the ocean, which was also the center of the entire continent, a giant island floated. This island had a diameter of over hundreds of thousands of miles, occupying nearly a quarter of the ocean, making it the largest of all the islands. The warship stopped above this giant island, and Zhu Tian led Lin Moyo out of the warship, descending towards the center of the island. As they descended, Lin Moyo observed the island. The terrain was flat, with many green grasses and lakes. The island was filled with numerous large, ancient houses, resembling palaces. The entire island exuded an ethereal aura, making it feel like a fairyland. As they got closer, Lin Moyo sensed powerful auras. Each aura represented a genius, and there were already many people here. Using his strong soul-sensing ability, Lin Moyo quickly counted the total number of people. There are 89 people in total, the weakest being a first-rank god king, and the strongest a minor god sovereign. Ah, they are here too. Lin Moyo sensed a few familiar auras among them and couldn't help but smile. Zhu Tian led Lin Moyo straight into one of the palaces. The layout of the palace was somewhat similar to the mission center, with several mission platforms. As soon as they entered, a young woman greeted them. The woman clearly recognized Zhu Tian. Domain Lord, is this the candidate you recommended? As she spoke, she looked at Lin Moyo beside Zhu Tian, smiling. She had a pair of lively, mischievous eyes. When Lin Moyo saw her, he felt that her demeanor and temperament were somewhat similar to Ningyi, and he couldn't help but look at her a few more times. The woman frowned slightly but didn't show any displeasure, maintaining her smile. Zhu Tian said, "Yes, the next steps are up to you." "Alright, no problem," the woman responded respectfully. She then bowed to Lin Moyo. "Please follow me, sir. We need to register first." Zhu Tian waved his hand. "Go ahead. If you have any questions, you can ask Xiaomeng. She will tell you everything. Get familiar with everyone in the coming days." Lin Moyo bowed to Zhu Tian. "Understood, senior." As Zhu Tian left, the woman named Xiaomeng couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Facing a peak god sovereign like Zhu Tian, she was naturally a bit nervous. In fact, most god kings, even minor god sovereigns, would feel nervous in front of Zhu Tian. Even some god sovereigns would feel a bit tense when meeting someone like Zhu Tian. This had nothing to do with age but was a natural reaction to his status, power, and realm. However, these issues were not a problem for Lin Moyo. In the small world, Lin Moyo was already at the peak of the world. He had always interacted with beings like Antares, respecting the strong but not fearing them. When he first entered the great world, he had already encountered god sovereigns and remained neither humble nor arrogant. Xiaomeng, now relaxed, said to Lin Moyo, "Follow me." She turned and walked into the palace, with Lin Moyo following behind. Xiaomen's height and figure were very similar to Ningyi's, making Lin Moyo look at her a few more times. Memories surged in his mind, recalling the happy moments of his past life and missing his wife. Xiaomeng felt a pair of eyes constantly on her, the gaze intense as if trying to see through her. Feeling displeased, she suddenly turned and snapped at Lin Moyo. "Can you stop looking at me like that?" Lin Moyo's thoughts were interrupted, and the images in his mind shattered. He smiled bitterly. "Sorry, I was reminded of some past events." Xiaomeng didn't believe him at all. "Are you trying to say that my appearance reminds you of an ex-girlfriend?" Lin Moyo shook his head. "Not an ex-girlfriend, a wife." "Xiaomeng, you resemble one of my wives." Xiaomeng was taken aback. "Wives? You have multiple wives." Her tone carried a hint of disdain, clearly disapproving of Lin Moyo having multiple wives. Although such things were normal in the great world, with strong individuals often having several or even dozens of wives, most young women didn't like it. Lin Moyo put his thoughts aside. "Let's not talk about the past. Please continue to lead the way, Xiaomeng." Xiaomeng glanced at Lin Moyo a few more times before turning and continuing forward, muttering under her breath, "He looks decent, but he's so fickle." Lin Moyo chuckled. It seems Xiaomeng has high standards for her beloved. Xiaomen's face turned red, and she pouted. "None of your business." Lin Moyo smiled and said nothing more, but Xiaomeng couldn't hold back and muttered to herself, "My beloved is young and promising, not someone ordinary can compare to." Xiaomeng had a dreamy look, clearly thinking of her ideal partner. In her mind, her beloved was the best. Lin Moyo sincerely congratulated her. "I hope you and your beloved will be together." After a few more words, Xiaomeng seemed to have a better impression of Lin Moyo. Young girls were like the weather in March, changing quickly. Xiaomeng sighed. "Unfortunately, I've never met him. But it's okay, I'll see him at the 4-star domain competition." Hearing this, Lin Moyo couldn't help but exclaim, "You've never met him, yet you're so determined to marry him." It turned out to be unrequited love. Lin Moyo finally understood. "Xiaomeng, you've never met him. What if he has someone else in his heart or is already married? Don't jinx it." Xiaomeng immediately retorted, "He's only 35, no, 36 years old, and already a god king. Someone like him, focused on cultivation, couldn't have settled down so quickly. I've researched his background. When he came to the great world from the small world, he was alone, so he couldn't have a family. People who have seen him say he's very handsome. A young hero, likely to be the second war god." Lin Moyo was stunned. After all this, Xiaomen's beloved was himself. Xiaomen's face turned red. "You should have guessed who I'm talking about by now." Lin Moyo nodded. "It should be Lin Moyo." Xiaomeng jumped up in excitement. Yes, it's him. He's from the Vermilion Bird Star domain. Why didn't Domain Lord Zhu make him a seed contestant? It's so strange. If he could come here, I could meet him first, develop feelings, and avoid competing with so many people. Xiaomeng continued to talk to herself, lost in her thoughts. Finally, they reached the deepest part of the palace. Xiaomeng activated a formation and signaled Lin Moyo to step on it. The formation activated, connecting to the Human Emperor network. All of Lin Moya's information was then displayed before Xiaomeng. Chapter 1482. Chapter 1482, 1482. Chapter 1482, Mr. Lin, are you really married? This time, it was Xiaomeng who was dumbfounded. Her entire face became extremely complex, and Lin Moya couldn't describe her expression. After more than 10 seconds, Xiaomeng finally spoke in a trembling voice, your name is Lin Moyo. Lin Moya nodded. Xiaomeng asked again, are you the Lin Moyo? Lin Moya nodded again. A few seconds later, a scream erupted from Xiaomen's mouth, echoing throughout the palace. Lin Moya didn't expect that such a small body could produce such a high-pitched sound. He even wondered if Xiaomeng was practicing some kind of sound-based law. The sound reverberated, lingering in the air. Lin Moya looked at her worriedly, are you okay? Xiaomeng shook her head, seemingly in disbelief, and confirmed again, are you really the Lin Moyo, the one who was ranked first in the 3 rankings of the Vermilion Bird Star domain? Lin Moya nodded once more, yes. Xiaomeng continued to ask, are you married? Do you have 4 wives? In the small world, I got married. Why did you get married so early? Where I come from, people get married early. Some have children before they turn 20. Xiaomen's eyes lost focus, and her hopes were shattered. After a while, Xiaomeng said, but when you came to the great world, you didn't bring your wives with you. Lin Moya's expression changed slightly. He didn't want to discuss this topic and said lightly, let's start the registration. At this moment, a substantial aura rose from Lin Moyo, like mist or smoke, pressing down on Xiaomeng. Xiaomeng shivered all over, feeling that Lin Moya suddenly became incredibly powerful and noble, with an aura that was impossible to look directly at. Her heart was gripped, and she became tense. This feeling was even more terrifying than when she faced Zhu Tian. It was a kind of suppression from the soul level. Lin Moya's soul was originally a level higher than Zhu Tian's. Once he released his soul's pressure, it was naturally more terrifying than Zhu Tian's. Fortunately, this feeling didn't last long, and Lin Moya withdrew his soul pressure. Only then did Xiaomeng truly recover. All her previous thoughts about Lin Moyo vanished in an instant, leaving nothing behind. Xiaomeng began to register Lin Moyo and arrange his accommodation. Xiaomeng asked, Mr. Lin, do you prefer to live by the lake or on the grassland? Do you like places with rain or dry places? There were many houses on the island, controlled by formations, with various environments. One of Xiaomen's duties was to find out Lin Moya's preferences and arrange different accommodations. Lin Moya thought for a moment, choose a place where it rains, preferably by the lake. In the small world, his hometown was in the Jiangnan water town, where it often rained and was rich in water. Xiaomeng quickly selected a residence and completed the registration. Alright, your identity information has been registered. Your residence number is 108, about 2,000 kilometers from the central square. The central square is located at the center of the Fireseed Island. From there, you can see some of the preliminary matches of the star systems, but some information requires points to view. Around the central square, there are some training facilities. Xiaomeng introduced the entire continent to Lin Moyo. This continent was called the Ring Mountain Continent, and the island he was on was called Fireseed Island. As the name suggests, Fireseed Island was specially prepared for the human race's fireseeds. Those who were designated as seed contestants by the Domain Lord and qualified to come here were all fireseeds of the human race. Fireseed Island, though small, had all the necessary facilities. It had a mission center, a trading center, and a time house, all fully equipped. However, the mission center here only had missions within the Ring Mountain Continent. Under the sea of the Ring Mountain Continent, there were many starry sky beasts, all deliberately placed there. These missions were not easy, but whether to do them or not was up to the individual. In the trading center, you could also buy some treasures that were only available in the Divine City. The time house was for training, capable of accelerating time by 100 times. Training inside for 100 days would only take 1 day outside, saving a lot of time. Of course, the time house was not free and required a lot of points. When he was in the Super God realm, the time flow rate was 10 times that of the outside world, costing 100 points per day. Now, the time flow rate had reached 100 times, 10 times more than before. But the required points had reached 10,000 per day, 100 times more. In fact, the time flow rate of the time house could be further accelerated, even up to 1,000 times. But in that case, it wouldn't be very beneficial for training. The time flow rate being too fast would also put pressure on the soul. At 1,000 times the time flow rate, the efficiency of comprehending the laws wouldn't increase much. On the contrary, at 1,000 times the time flow rate, it would greatly affect one's lifespan. You might enter as a young man and come out as an old man. Another important reason was that time houses with 1,000 times the flow rate were hard to find and extremely costly. Considering all these reasons, a time house with 100 times the flow rate was the most cost-effective. Xiaomeng introduced all this while leading Lin Moya to his residence. The residence was as luxurious as a palace, about 100 meters high, divided into 5 floors. From this moment on, during his time on Fireseed Island, this place belonged to Lin Moyo. Without his permission, no one could enter. Xiaomen's task was over, but before leaving, she asked again, Mr. Lin, are you really married? Lin Moya found it both funny and exasperating. He was only 36 years old, and Xiaomeng was definitely older than him. But in his eyes, Xiaomeng seemed like a child who hadn't grown up. With Lin Moya's affirmative answer, Xiaomeng left disappointed. Lin Moya didn't enter his residence but headed to the central square. Soul auras rose from the central square, making it very lively. Among them, Lin Moya sensed several familiar soul auras. Zhuang Bai, Chu Xiong, and Su Jianxing were all there. Besides these three, Zhang Zia was also there, representing the War God Hall. The distance of 2,000 kilometers was just a flash away. For all God Kings, this distance was just a step away. In the central square, a huge projection was showing a match. One person was controlling the water of the 9 heavens, pouring it down. Another person was controlling blazing flames, surging upwards. The two were like water and fire, fighting fiercely. A group of people watching the match was intently staring at the projection, muttering to themselves. Charge up and hit him. Take advantage of the moment when his spell ends and charge up. Use fireballs to explode. Create steam and then launch a surprise attack. So stupid. Don't you know how to use a magic treasure? Get a fire-type magic treasure and burn all the water away. The group kept talking, looking like they were frustrated with the fighters. Another group of people watched silently, their eyes never leaving the projection. On the periphery, another group of people watched coldly, looking proud and uninterested in the fight on the projection. These people wore uniform clothing with the War God Hall's emblem, clearly from the War God Hall. Lin Moya watched for a while and understood what they were doing. Two groups were betting on the outcome of the fight on the projection. Lin Moya quietly walked over and watched the projection. To him, the fight between these two was like children's play. After all, it was a preliminary match, so the opponents couldn't be expected to be very strong. Lin Moya. Suddenly, a voice called out. Turning his head, he saw Zhang Zia waving at him. Chapter 1483. Chapter 1483, 1483. Chapter 1483, strike while the iron is hot, kick them when they're down. The name Lin Moya carried an immense power, immediately drawing everyone's attention. Dozens of eyes turned to look at Lin Moya simultaneously. There was no helping it. Lin Moya's reputation was simply too great. In the Vermilion Bird Star domain, he was ranked first in 3 different rankings. A genius among geniuses, he reached the Super God realm at 28 and the God King realm at 36, with a high possibility of becoming the second War God. His fame had spread not only in the Vermilion Bird Star domain but also in the other 3 star domains. A shadow flashed before his eyes, and all the light was obscured. The burly Chu Xiong appeared in front of Lin Moya like lightning, grinning. "You brat, you finally made it." His voice was thunderous, like a clap of thunder. Lin Moya took half a step back and looked up. "Senior brother Chu, long time no see." Chu Xiong laughed heartily. "Long time no see. You brat, your fame is almost surpassing the domain lords." Lin Moya smiled wryly. "It's just luck." A cold voice came from the side. "Strength is strength. Junior brother Lin, there's no need to be so modest." "That's right. With junior brother Lin's strength, there's no need to be modest." The speaker was Su Jianxing. Su Jianxing did not hide his information. He had already reached the 2nd rank of the God King realm. But Lin Moya knew that his real combat power was definitely not just at the 2nd rank of the God King realm. Everyone on Fire Seed Island had the ability to fight beyond their level. If they couldn't, they wouldn't be worthy of being called the human race's Fire Seeds. Lin Moya smiled. "Senior brother Su overpraises me." At this moment, Zhuang Bai said in a low voice, "Junior brother Lin, your aura seems to be more than just the 1st rank of the God King realm." Lin Moya's heart moved, and he released part of his aura, revealing his 3rd rank of the God King realm. Su Jianxing was stunned for half a second, then laughed out loud. "Junior brother Lin has become senior brother Lin." He was magnanimous and showed no jealousy. Lin Moya smiled. "Senior brother Su, there's no need for such formality. After all, I am still the junior." Su Jianxing waved his hand. "Rules are rules." Su Jianxing, who came from the Divine City, had always been a stickler for rules. Lin Moya had no choice but to go along with it. At this moment, a haughty voice rang out. "Are you the Lin Moya who was ranked first in the 3 rankings of the Vermilion Bird Star domain?" A group of people approached, all wearing the uniform of the War God Hall. The leaders looked proud, and one of them looked at Lin Moya with a cold expression. Judging by his demeanor, Lin Moya could guess what was going on. People from the War God Hall always considered themselves superior. This was a well-known fact, not needing to be seen to be believed. Lin Moya did not hide his information. Wei Bowen, realm, minor god sovereign. No wonder he was so arrogant. He was a minor god sovereign. He looked quite young, and reaching the minor god sovereign realm at his age was indeed impressive. Lin Moya politely said, "Senior brother Wei, what advice do you have?" Wei Bowen sneered arrogantly, "Advice? I wouldn't dare. I just want to ask, when junior brother Zhang invited you to join the War God Hall, why did you refuse? Was junior brother Zhang's invitation not sincere enough, or do you look down on the War God Hall?" Faced with such accusatory questions, Lin Moya's tone also turned cold. "Whether or not to join the War God Hall should be my own choice, right?" Wei Bowen did not agree. As a member of the human race, it should be an honor to join the War God Hall. If it weren't for the War God saving the human race from disaster, the human race would have been extinct long ago. The War God's legacy should be the best choice for our human geniuses. So, by refusing to join the War God Hall, are you being disrespectful to the War God? He spoke with a high and mighty tone, full of righteous indignation, and seemed to make some sense. Lin Moya shook his head and sneered. "I believe that as long as one contributes to the human race, they are an excellent member of the human race. Whether or not they join the War God Hall is secondary." Lin Moya's words resonated with many people who had long been displeased with the arrogance of the War God Hall. No matter which star domain, the War God Hall always acted superior. Immediately, someone echoed, exactly. Just because we didn't join the War God Hall, does that mean we can't contribute to the human race? Does that mean we're not part of the human race? When we were fighting against alien races, where were you people from the War God Hall? I've completed thousands of missions, experienced life and death, but I've never encountered anyone from the War God Hall. Exactly. What contributions has the War God Hall made in recent years? Tell us. There were 90 people present, including Lin Moyu, and only 24 were from the War God Hall. The remaining 66 were either from the 4 major star domains or the Divine City. Suddenly, the crowd's words overwhelmed them. Lin Moya seized the opportunity to strike while the iron was hot. If all human geniuses were to join the War God Hall, what would happen to the army? What about the geniuses in the Divine City? Should all God sovereigns, including the adults in the Divine City, join the War God Hall? If they refuse to join the War God Hall, does that mean they are disrespectful to the War God? I've read records from the past 2,000 years. In the battles between the human race and the major enemy races on the Vermilion Bird battlefield, countless soldiers and cultivators have sacrificed their lives. Tell me, were there any people from the War God Hall among them? If so, how many? If not, what have you been doing all these years? Lin Moya's words were like a sharp knife, piercing Wei Bowen's mouth, leaving him speechless. Not only him, but his colleagues were also at a loss for words. They couldn't say what the War God Hall had done. In fact, Lin Moya knew that the War God Hall had certainly done a lot, but the things they did were at a much higher level, beyond the knowledge of someone like Wei Bowen. So Lin Moya played on the information gap. Trying to put a hat on me? You're too naive. The voices of agreement grew louder, and the people from the War God Hall couldn't refute. Even if they tried, they were outnumbered. Wei Bowen trembled with anger, instinctively letting out a roar, and his minor god sovereign aura burst forth. Can't win the argument, so you want to use your realm to suppress others? Lin Moya's side also had minor god sovereigns, so it wasn't scary at all. Chu Xiong was the first to react, his aura explosive and not inferior to Wei Bowen's. What, you want to fight? Of course, they couldn't actually fight. No matter who started it, regardless of right or wrong, they would be punished. Lin Moya knew that Chu Xiong was just putting on a show. Despite his rough appearance, he was very meticulous inside. Lin Moya gave a light hum, delivering the final blow. Elder Luo once invited me to join the War God Hall, and I agreed to consider it. As a member of the human race, I did think about joining the War God Hall. Now it seems that there's no need to join the War God Hall. When I see Elder Luo next time, I will tell him the truth. Wei Bowen was stunned for a moment, realizing who Lin Moya was referring to. His voice trembled. Are you talking about Elder Luo, the God Sovereign Luo Qinqin? Lin Moya replied, is there another Elder Luo in the Vermilion Bird branch of the War God Hall? Wei Bowen's body swayed, and he felt a wave of darkness before his eyes. He realized he had made a mistake. If he had known that Luo Qinqin had also invited Lin Moyu, he would never have come to provoke him. Now, he was in a difficult position, and his reputation was ruined. Not only had he embarrassed himself, but he had also embarrassed the War God Hall. If Luo Qinqin found out about this, he wouldn't know how to explain it. At this moment, he could no longer maintain his arrogance. Lin Moya no longer wanted to argue with such a person. Their level was too low, and they were too foolish. Just as he was about to say something, Lin Moya suddenly looked up at the sky, his eyes filled with surprise and excitement. Chapter 1484. Chapter 1484, 1484. Chapter 1484, I knew you would come. A rainbow-colored light approached from afar, stopping instantly in mid-air. Lin Moya saw a woman in a red dress, standing on a flying sword. Her beauty was unparalleled, cold and elegant, with an unmatched heroic spirit. From the moment the woman in the red dress appeared, all the other women present paled in comparison. In terms of both appearance and temperament, they were far inferior to the woman in the sky. At this moment, they felt like ugly ducklings seeing a swan, even feeling a sense of inferiority. The eyes of the men were filled with admiration, even those from the War God Hall couldn't take their eyes off her, appreciating her beauty. Someone murmured, look, this is our White Tiger Star Domain's Fairy Han. I've heard that Fairy Han is the #1 beauty in the White Tiger Star Domain. Seeing her today, she truly deserves the title. I think we should change the title to the #1 beauty of the 4 star domains. Stop it, Fairy Han is not famous for her beauty. She reached the Super God realm at 27, and now at 37, she has already reached the Minor God Sovereign realm. In terms of cultivation speed, Fairy Han is far superior to your Lin Moyu, even stronger than the War God. When someone mentioned that she was stronger than the War God, a few people from the War God Hall looked over with displeasure. The person immediately retorted, what are you looking at? I'm just stating the facts. Indeed, it was a fact, undeniable. I think Fairy Han has the potential to become the 2nd War God, while Lin Moyu from the Vermilion Bird Star Domain can only be the 3rd at best. Lin Moyu, although your cultivation speed is impressive, you still fall short compared to Fairy Han. Lin Moya looked at the woman in the red dress with joy in his eyes. I've always been inferior to her. As he spoke, Lin Moya slowly flew towards Fairy Han. Everyone found it strange, not understanding what Lin Moya meant. Standing on the outskirts of the crowd, Xiaomeng looked at Fairy Han in the sky with admiration in her big, lively eyes. So beautiful. If only I were that beautiful. Why is Lin Moya going up there? What is he going to do? Humph, all men are the same, no matter if they have wives at home, they all act the same when they see a beauty. At this moment, Xiaomen's good impression of Lin Moya vanished completely. She felt she had been blind to have liked Lin Moyo. Lin Moya stopped in midair, smiling at Fairy Han. Lin Moya was smiling, and so was Lin Mohan. I knew you would come. I knew you would come too. The two looked at each other, and suddenly, Fairy Han opened her long arms. Lin Moya did the same, and they hugged tightly. At this moment, everyone was stunned, their mouths agape and eyes wide open. What is going on? Why are they hugging? That's Fairy Han. How can this be? Well done, junior brother Lin. Did you hear what junior brother Lin said earlier? He already knew Fairy Han. Everyone finally understood what Lin Moya meant when he said, I've always been inferior to her. So that's it, now I understand. When he said this, everyone looked at him, wanting him to explain clearly. Fairy Han is a disciple of Sword Orchid God Sovereign. It said that she was brought from a small world by Sword Orchid God Sovereign. Lin Moya also came from a small world. Moreover, Fairy Han's real name is Lin Mohan. Everyone was shocked. Lin Moyo, Lin Mohan names could be coincidental, but not this coincidental. Moreover, upon closer inspection, Lin Moyo and Lin Mohan had some resemblance in appearance and temperament. Everyone understood that they were likely relatives, and judging by their ages, they were probably siblings. Lin Moyo and Lin Mohan hugged for a while before separating. Lin Mohan raised her arms, her slender fingers gently brushing Lin Moya's forehead, tidying his messy hair. Xiao, you've grown up. Lin Moya smiled, you watched me get married. Lin Mohan gently shook her jade-like head, as if saying, in my eyes, you will always be a child. Where is your wife? Do you have children? Lin Mohan asked. Lin Moya sighed, the joy in his eyes fading slightly, replaced by a hint of heaviness. I'll explain later. Lin Mohan's heart skipped a beat, knowing something was wrong. Tell me now, immediately. Lin Moya knew his sister's personality. Let's find another place. The two turned into streams of light, flying away and disappearing from sight. Below, everyone was either a god king or a minor god sovereign. They had all been listening intently and heard every word of their conversation. Chu Xiong, with his loud voice, said, they are really siblings. A family of two geniuses, with the sister being even more talented than the brother. What kind of small world is this? It's too strong. Someone suddenly shouted, I've decided, I'm going to be Lin Moya's sister. He was from the White Tiger Star domains by family, named by Hui, a minor god sovereign. In the White Tiger Star domain, he was also a top genius. His shout once again drew everyone's attention. Get lost, what qualifications do you have? Be careful, Sword Orchid God Sovereign might kill you with one sword. Exactly, you're over 1,000 years old, and Lin Mohan is only 37. How can an old cow eat young grass? In a few decades, or maybe even less, Fairy Han will become a god sovereign. What qualifications do you have? By the time you become a god sovereign, Fairy Han might already be at the peak of the god sovereign realm. I heard that Sword Orchid God Sovereign is about to reach that unimaginable realm. If you dare to have designs on her disciple, you must have a death wish. One sarcastic remark after another came, making Bai Hui's face look terrible. But they were right, and Bai Hui couldn't refute them. At this moment, Chu Xiong patted Bai Hui's shoulder with his big hand. Brother Bai, I support you. In the Azure Dragon Star domain, there's a saying, a fair lady is a gentleman's desire. Someone as beautiful as Fairy Han, it's normal for you to like her. Bai Hui looked at Chu Xiong gratefully, as if he had found a kindred spirit. Chu Xiong sighed, but brother Bai, don't get your hopes up too high. Forget about anything else, you can't even get past junior brother Lin. Bai Hui was stunned. Although Lin Moya was a genius, he was only a third-rank god king. Why couldn't he get past him? He politely asked, please enlighten me, brother Chu. Chu Xiong said, I've known junior brother Lin for a long time. His combat power is terrifying. Super god slays true god slays god king, as easily as eating and drinking. Bai Hui was surprised but still said, cross-realm combat is indeed strong, but we can all do that. Chu Xiong shook his head, no, the cross-realm combat I'm talking about is different from what you mean. Junior brother Lin slays true gods at the first rank of the super god realm, and slays god kings at the first rank of the true god realm. Everyone gasped in disbelief. Zhuang Bai secretly laughed, knowing that Chu Xiong was exaggerating again. But he was also very confident in Lin Moya's combat power, which was indeed astonishing. Bai Hui was shocked and couldn't believe it. That's impossible. Chu Xiong laughed, nothing is impossible. A friend of a friend told me that junior brother Lin once killed a god sovereign on the Vermilion Bird battlefield. Everyone was shocked again. Cross-realm combat below the god king realm was understandable. But to slay a god sovereign as a god king, that was impossible. That's impossible. Wei Bowen couldn't help but scream, full of disbelief. Chapter 1485. Chapter 1485, 1485. Chapter 1485, Lin Moya was the easiest to bully. Lin Moya sat by the lake, shoulder to shoulder with Lin Mohan. As they looked at the shimmering surface of the lake, Lin Mohan listened to Lin Moya recounting the events that had transpired since he left. When she heard that Lin Moya had crafted the coffin of slumber and placed Ning Yi and the other three inside, Lin Mohan couldn't help but furrow her brows. However, she also understood that it was a helpless move. Ning Yi and the others were limited by their aptitude. No matter how many resources were given to them, at most, they could only be elevated to the super god realm, not even reaching the true god realm. The super god realm only granted a lifespan of 1,000 years, after which they would turn to dust. 1,000 years was too short for cultivators. Even with heaven-defying treasures, reaching the true god realm would only extend their lives by a few thousand years, which would eventually come to an end. Lin Moya sought longevity, not just a few thousand years. In this regard, Lin Mohan and Lin Moya were very similar. As siblings, they had almost the same mindset. Lin Moya then spoke about his various experiences in the great world, including near-death encounters in mysterious regions, which made Lin Mohan's eyes sparkle with interest. Compared to Lin Moya's various experiences, Lin Mohan's cultivation process was much simpler. After entering the great world, she successfully stepped into the super god realm. Her talent became even stronger, and her cultivation progressed smoothly. Sword Orchid God Sovereign treated her exceptionally well, collecting resources for her, guiding her through various tasks, and continuously promoting her permissions and rank. Lin Mohan's cultivation level increased rapidly, reaching the minor God Sovereign realm in just over a decade. During this period, Lin Mohan's name resounded throughout the White Tiger Star domain. Everyone knew her as Fairy Han, the #1 beauty and the top genius of the White Tiger Star domain. With Sword Orchid God Sovereign backing her, no one dared to provoke her. Over the years, many had come to propose marriage, but all were forcefully rejected by Sword Orchid God Sovereign. According to Lin Mohan, her cultivation talent did not diminish after reaching the God King realm. Instead, it became even stronger. Advancing in realm was as easy as eating and drinking for her, and comprehending the laws of the sword posed no difficulty. In another year or two, she would step into the God Sovereign realm. Even Lin Moyo had to envy Lin Mohan's cultivation talent. With such talent, all cultivation bottlenecks seemed non-existent. If this talent continued, Lin Mohan's future achievement of the Other Shore realm was a certainty, and even surpassing it was not impossible. The two siblings, who hadn't seen each other for many years, talked for a long time, recounting all the events that had occurred over the years. Lin Moyo was in a good mood. I guessed you would come to the 4-star domain competition, and it seems I was right. Lin Mohan squinted her eyes and stretched lazily, revealing her perfect figure. How did you know I would come? What if I hadn't reached the God King realm? Lin Moya threw a pebble into the lake, creating ripples. Just like a pebble in water, there will be ripples. Your realm is definitely higher than mine, so you would come. Lin Mohan laughed. You guessed wrong. I originally didn't want to come, but I thought you might be here, so I reluctantly came to play. What if you hadn't come? Lin Moyo asked. Then I would have gone to find Sword Orchid God Sovereign after the competition, Lin Moya replied. Lin Mohan laughed heartily. My master is not someone you can meet just because you want to. Besides, she has a bad temper and might chase you away. Lin Moya said confidently, she can't stop me. Lin Mohan laughed so hard she almost fell over. Little brother, you've really grown up and become quite assertive. Lin Moya's tone was calm but filled with strong confidence. This was a testament to his own strength. No matter how strong Sword Orchid God Sovereign was, as long as she was still a God Sovereign, she couldn't stop him. Lin Moya changed the topic. Have you found anyone you like over the years? Lin Mohan replied with a hint of disdain. Those old guys who have lived for thousands of years, do you think they are worthy of me? Lin Moya understood his sister well. Indeed, they are not worthy, far from it. Those who had lived for thousands of years and only reached the minor God Sovereign realm were far inferior to Lin Mohan. As for those of her age, they were still ordinary people, not even reaching the super god realm, even further behind. Lin Moya sighed, but with your standards, it will be hard to find someone. Lin Mohan snorted, then I won't find anyone. Being alone is fine. I won't settle for less. Lin Mohan had always been strong-willed and independent. Once she made a decision, no one could interfere. Lin Moya knew this well and never forced her. Lin Mohan asked, little brother, what are your plans next? Lin Moya knew she was asking not just about himself but also about Ning Yi and the others. He replied, I will strive to elevate my realm to a level where I can defy the heavens and change fate. Lin Mohan patted Lin Moya's shoulder. Good, I fully support you. If you can't do it, your sister will. Lin Moya couldn't help but laugh. Is that how a sister should be? Not having any faith in her brother. But Lin Moya wasn't upset at all. Then I'll leave Ning Yi and the others to you. Lin Mohan nodded. Don't worry. When I surpass the Other Shore and reach that unknown realm, I will definitely change their fate. Lin Moyo and Lin Mohan returned to the central square. Standing together, they looked like a golden couple, attracting everyone's attention. Both men and women couldn't take their eyes off them. Su Jianxing said to a woman beside him, stop staring, you're drooling. The woman, named Guan Aryu, was also from the Divine City and had reached the 9th rank of the God King realm, much higher than Su Jianxing. After arriving here, she had heard of Lin Moyo and was very curious about him. Guan Aryu was also very beautiful, a rare beauty, but compared to Lin Mohan, she was far inferior. Her eyes sparkled as she looked at Lin Moyo. Lin Moyo is so handsome. Su Shidi, do you think I have a chance if I pursue him? Su Jianxing replied honestly, not much hope. There's quite a gap between you two. Guan Aryu snorted, it's just age. Does that matter? It's not just age. There's a gap in talent and future achievements, Su Jianxing said bluntly, hitting Guan Aryu from all angles. Guan Aryu stomped her foot in frustration. Can't you say something nice? Su Jianxing, ever the straightforward one, replied, no. You. Guan Aryu was so angry she stomped her foot and ignored Su Jianxing. At this moment, Su Jianxing muttered, that guy should be coming soon. With his personality, he won't be convinced by Lin Moyo. Guan Ru's attention was diverted. Is he coming to participate too? Su Jianxing nodded. I heard from my brother that he will come. He has reached the bottleneck between the beginner and intermediate levels in the Divine City. If he achieves good results in the 4-star domain competition, he might advance to the intermediate level. Guan Aryu whispered, just achieving a good rank might not be enough. It's best if he can suppress a few geniuses. Su Jianxing nodded, looking at Lin Moyo. Everyone here is a genius, but there are levels among geniuses. Lin Moyo is at the top, but his cultivation is only at the third rank of the God King realm, which is relatively low. Chapter 1486. Chapter 1486, 1486. Chapter 1486, Child's Play, Boring. Su Jianxing and Guan Ru's conversation, although deliberately lowered in volume, was still overheard by those nearby. Lin Moya's name was mentioned, and it immediately drew attention. Someone said, indeed, purely from the perspective of realm, Lin Moya was indeed at the bottom among us, except for a few from the War God Hall. The War God Hall members are not to be trifled with. If someone wants to prove something, they might really target Lin Moyo. But that depends on whether Lin Moyo agrees. If he doesn't, no one can force him. Don't forget, Chu Xiong, the little god sovereign, once said that Lin Moya could slay a god sovereign while still in the God King realm. Can't you tell he was just boasting to fool us? Chu Xiong's words indeed lack credibility. Chu Xiong had previously claimed that Lin Moya could slay a god sovereign while still in the God King realm, and everyone was initially taken aback. But upon reflection, it was clear that Chu Xiong was exaggerating. Now, most people were skeptical, and a few outright disbelieved it. They knew Lin Moya's combat prowess was extraordinary, capable of fighting across several levels. With Lin Moya's third-rank God King realm, challenging those at the 7th or 8th rank was normal. After all, someone who could top the 3 rankings of the Vermilion Bird Star domain couldn't be simple. But to say he could single-handedly defeat a god sovereign was too much. Even a little god sovereign couldn't defeat a full-fledged god sovereign. These discussions were mostly confined to those from the Divine City and hadn't spread widely. In the days following their arrival on the island, people began to form cliques, and factions gradually emerged. The War God Hall formed one group, the Divine City another, and the cultivators from the 4 major star domains formed yet another. Among them, the cultivators from the Divine City and the 4 major star domains were closer, forming a united front. The cultivators from the 4 major star domains would eventually enter the Divine City to live and train together. The War God Hall, being a self-contained system, naturally became isolated. Moreover, the War God Hall members always looked down on others, making them quite unpopular. It could be said that no one liked them. Suddenly, the formation in the central square activated, projecting a giant image of a black tortoise in the sky. The black tortoise had the body of a turtle and the head of a dragon, with a long dragon tail extending from its back. Legend has it that the black tortoise has some connection with the ancestors of the dragon race, and its body contains blood similar to that of the dragon race. It is even said that the black tortoise can be considered a relative of the azure dragon. But legends are just legends and shouldn't be taken too seriously. The sudden activation of the formation drew everyone's attention. People reluctantly shifted their gaze from Lin Moyo and Lin Mohan to the black tortoise image. Someone saw the black tortoise image and shouted, "Today is the competition for the black tortoise star domain. I wonder which star system it is." The Black Tortoise star domain is the largest among the 4 major star domains, with the most high-level life star systems, totaling 20. They always have the most strong contenders, but unfortunately, their ultimate combat power is not as good as the Azure Dragon star domain. They can only compete with the White Tiger star domain. A seed contestant from the Black Tortoise star domain chuckled, "We in the Black Tortoise star domain focus on defense. Our attack power may not be sufficient, but mastering one skill is better than being mediocre at many. Although we rarely win the championship, we are always second or third, never at the bottom. This time, our goal is still to secure second place and strive for first." The seed contestants from the Black Tortoise star domain were equally confident, openly stating their goals. A seed contestant from the White Tiger star domain sneered, "Coincidentally, our White Tiger star domain also aims to secure second place and strive for first. With Fairy Han on our side, you Black Tortoise star domain folks might end up in third place." The Black Tortoise star domain people were not convinced. "We'll see." In their discussions, they unconsciously ranked the Azure Dragon star domain first, because in most past competitions, the Azure Dragon star domain ranked highest, and the worst performer was usually the Vermilion Bird star domain. The best result in the history of the Vermilion Bird star domain was second place, achieved only once or twice. More than 80% of the time, they were at the bottom among the 4 star domains. As the Black Tortoise star domain people said, they excelled in one area, with clear strengths and weaknesses. The Vermilion Bird star domain, on the other hand, was mediocre in everything. Chu Xiong snorted, "You guys are dreaming. This year, the first place belongs to our Vermilion Bird star domain." "Ha! Chu Shixing, you're dreaming. Chu Shixing, have some shame. You may be a little god sovereign, and I won't argue with you, but you should know the combat power of the Vermilion Bird star domain." Chu Xiong was left speechless, angrily retorting, "We'll see." Not only Chu Xiong, but the other Vermilion Bird star domain people also looked defiant. But the fact was that they were indeed inferior to the others. Mere defiance was useless. Zhuangbai remained indifferent throughout, as if he wasn't from the Vermilion Bird star domain. Chu Xiong turned to Zhuangbai, "Old Zhuang, say something." Zhuangbai calmly said, "Facts speak louder than words. The arena will reveal the truth. What's the point of arguing now? Besides, didn't you say Lin Shidi could slay a god sovereign while still in the God King realm? With him around, what are you worried about?" Chu Xiong's face turned red, scratching his head and muttering, "You know I was just boasting to fool them." Zhuangbai remained calm, "Maybe your boast will come true." The projection changed again, the black tortoise image disappearing and replaced by a star system. This star system was extremely prosperous, with 7 life planets and 18 resource planets. It was a star system with 25 main planets. Such a large star system was undoubtedly a high-level life star system. A seed contestant from the Black Tortoise star domain recognized the star system in the projection and shouted, "It's the Black Tortoise number 9 life star system, my hometown." The number 9 life star system in the projection quickly expanded, finally settling in the starry sky. A massive arena, over 10,000 miles in diameter, had been built there, covered by formations. To showcase real combat power, the 4-star domain competition was held in reality. The entire event was controlled by the Human Emperor Network, with powerful formations set up by God Sovereigns, ensuring no accidents and almost no fatalities. Next, the projection displayed information about the two combatants. One was named Shui Hongbo, a 7th-rank God King, skilled in the laws of cold water. The other was named Fengfu, also a 7th-rank God King, skilled in the laws of solid ice. After the formation introduced the two contestants, everyone received information about placing bets. The betting range started from 10,000 points, with no upper limit. The odds were fixed, with winners doubling their points and losers losing their bet. Someone shouted, "Place your bets. I'm betting 100,000 points on Shui Hongbo to win. I'm betting 100,000 points on Fengfu to win." The scene was lively, and previous conflicts vanished. Only the War God Hall members stood aloof, looking proud. But they also placed bets, just not openly. Su Jianqing approached Lin Moyo. "Lin Shixing, want to place a bet?" Lin Moya smiled, glancing at Lin Mohan beside him, interested. Lin Mohan shook her head. "Child's play, not worth betting on." Lin Moya said, "One can learn from others. Knowing oneself and the enemy leads to 100 victories." "Su Shidi, who did you bet on?" Su Jianqing laughed. "I just placed a random bet on Shui Hongbo. He looks more pleasing to the eye." Lin Moyo also casually bet on Shui Hongbo to win, placing 100,000 points, just for fun. Chapter 1487. Chapter 1487, 1487. Chapter 1487, Characteristics of the 4-star domains, Competition Rules. A few minutes later, the match began. Lin Moya watched as Shui Hongbo and Fengfu went all out, engaging in a fierce battle. The laws of cold water and solid ice are both water-based laws, known for their defensive properties. Both fighters had far superior defensive capabilities compared to their offensive power, indicating that the battle would last a long time. Someone from the White Tiger star domain complained, "The Black Tortoise star domain's matches are the most boring, they always take half a day." Exactly, they're not as exciting as the Azure Dragon star domain or the White Tiger star domain. Even the Vermilion Bird star domain is better than the Black Tortoise star domain. If we're talking about excitement, the Black Tortoise star domain is undoubtedly the worst. This was a fact, and even those from the Black Tortoise star domain couldn't refute it. Someone grumbled, "That's just our style, deal with it." Lin Moyo lost interest after watching for a while. As Lin Mohan had said, it was like child's play. If he were to participate, he could end it instantly. In the central square, matches from various star domains were projected daily. This allowed seed contestants to observe the strong fighters from each star domain, a benefit for the seed contestants. However, the strongest seed contestants from each star domain were already gathered here. Most of those who made it through the preliminaries were just there to fill the numbers. After reaching level 5 permissions, Lin Moyo had already reviewed the basic information of each star domain. Among the 4 major star domains, the Azure Dragon star domain was the strongest. Cultivators from the Azure Dragon star domain were the best in offensive capabilities among the 4 star domains, and their defense was second only to the Black Tortoise star domain, making their overall combat power the best. It is said that the Azure Dragon star domain once had primordial dragon blood, giving its cultivators a trace of dragon bloodline. This trace of dragon bloodline provided a special boost, making them inherently stronger and highly enviable. The Black Tortoise star domain ranked first in defense among the 4 star domains but had relatively weak offensive power. Water-based laws were the most prominent in the Black Tortoise star domain. Over time, many cultivators in the Black Tortoise star domain had comprehended water-based laws, followed by earth and stone laws. These laws shared a common characteristic, extremely strong defense. Besides being the best in defense, the Black Tortoise star domain had another special ability. They pioneered the method of water refining, using water to refine artifacts and counter the explosiveness of fire, creating a large number of war artifacts and puppets for the human race. For example, replicas of the War God Fortress and various large warships mostly came from the Black Tortoise star domain. Additionally, the Black Tortoise star domain had a unique type of cultivator known as summoners, rarely seen in other star domains. It is said that the summoner's heritage is ancient, even older than ancient times, and became part of the Black Tortoise star domain's bloodline through a fortunate encounter. The summoners of the Black Tortoise star domain were unique, piquing Lin Moya's interest. Unfortunately, the records were not detailed enough to provide a full picture. Lin Moyo planned to take advantage of the 4-star domain competition to observe closely. Cultivators from the White Tiger star domain favored using swords, and various laws could be applied to their swords, evolving and transforming. Their offensive capabilities were slightly inferior to the Azure Dragon star domain, and their defense was slightly inferior to the Black Tortoise star domain. The White Tiger star domain also had a unique feature: the power of belief originated from there. After years of development, it had become one of the human race's fundamental forces. Through the power of belief, cultivators in the White Tiger Star domain could train quickly and build a solid foundation. The power of belief not only accelerated training and comprehension of laws but also had more mysterious uses. However, only a few people could use this ability, as it had very high requirements. Lin Moyo had asked Lin Mohan, who possessed strong belief power and was very famous in the White Tiger Star domain, with countless fans. Lin Mohan told him that the mysterious uses of belief power varied from person to person and could only be awakened at the God Sovereign level. The stronger the accumulated belief power before reaching the God Sovereign level, the stronger the awakened ability. This was why Sword Orchid God Sovereign had been promoting her, to help her accumulate belief power. Lastly, the Vermilion Bird Star domain was known for being average in everything. They were not particularly outstanding in any area but had a bit of everything. Unfortunately, this resulted in their overall strength being weak, often ranking last. After reviewing the information, Lin Moya felt that the cultivators of the Vermilion Bird Star domain were the most orthodox among the human race. Their bloodline was the purest, inherited from the ancient human race, without any changes. The ancient human race, as one of the 4 original races, had a bloodline no less than that of the dragon race. However, due to the long passage of time, the bloodline had become too thin and difficult to discover. But once discovered, their combat power would be extraordinary. Xiao Zhantian was the best example, hailing from the Vermilion Bird Star domain. As the information about the 4-star domains flashed through his mind, the match had already been going on for a while. The 2 contestants had already used their artifacts, and surprisingly, both had similar artifacts, a large sword and a large shield. They fought back and forth, evenly matched. Their cultivation levels were equal, and their strengths were similar, making it hard to determine a winner. The audience was already losing interest, with some even yawning. To these seed contestants, such matches were really boring. Lin Moya found it strange, their cultivation levels seemed to be suppressed. Although he wasn't present, just watching the projection, he keenly noticed that the power of their spells didn't match their levels. Su Jianxing asked, Lin Shixing, don't you know the rules of the 4-star domain competition? Lin Moya shook his head, no one told me. Su Jianxing wasn't surprised and explained in detail. Actually, the rules of the 4-star domain competition are very simple. The first rule is that all contestants' levels will be uniformly suppressed to the first rank of the God King realm. The second rule is that you cannot use artifacts with artifact spirits, nor can you use artifacts of the God King realm or higher. The third rule is that soul attacks are prohibited. The fourth rule is that you cannot intentionally harm someone's life. The fifth rule is that when the Human Emperor Network calls for a stop, you must stop immediately. These are the 5 rules, there are no other restrictions. Lin Moya naturally understood these rules. The 4-star domain competition mainly tested individual strength. If everyone relied on artifacts, it would be meaningless. Those from large families would inevitably have access to powerful artifacts, turning the competition into an artifact contest. Suppressing everyone's level to the first rank of the God King realm was also understandable. Contestants had varying levels of strength, and without uniform levels, there would be no point in competing. One of the purposes of the 4-star domain competition was to select potential human geniuses. What defines potential? At the very least, one must be invincible at the same level. If you can fight across levels, so can I. It all comes down to who is stronger. As for prohibiting soul attacks and not harming lives, it was the same principle. This was a competition, not a life and death battle. Soul attacks were silent and difficult for even the Human Emperor Network to stop in time. Therefore, it was better to ban them altogether. The Human Emperor Network acted as the competition's overseer. If it called for a stop and you continued to fight, it would be foolish. Disobedient individuals, no matter how talented, would not be valued. Lin Moya thanked Su Jianxing, thank you, Su Shidi, for the explanation. Su Jianxing waved his hand, no need to be polite, Lin Shixing. This is just basic information. Even if I didn't tell you, you would soon find out. Lin Moya smiled and suddenly looked into the distance. Thousands of kilometers away, a powerful pressure was approaching unabashedly. Chapter 1488. Chapter 1488, 1488. Chapter 1488, let's consider it as having met. Do you have any business? Lin Moya was the first to sense it, followed by Lin Mohan, and then the others. In the sky thousands of miles away, a dark cloud was rolling in with overwhelming pressure. God Sovereign. Lin Moya vaguely sensed the aura of a God Sovereign, but it was somewhat ambiguous. Su Jianxing said, it's not a God Sovereign, it's a peak little God Sovereign, with 1 foot already in the Lost Star River but not fully in, so not a true God Sovereign. Can it be done this way? After a little God Sovereign reaches perfection, their soul enters the Lost Star River, receives its baptism, and gains its recognition, thus becoming a God Sovereign. At that time, they can roam the Lost Star River, harness its power, and their combat strength far exceeds that of a little God Sovereign. But he only put 1 foot into the Lost Star River, receiving part of its baptism. In this way, he cannot harness the power of the Lost Star River. Although slightly stronger than a little God Sovereign, the increase is limited. Lin Mohan's eyes showed disdain. The baptism of the Lost Star River needs to be completed in one go to achieve perfection. Doing it this way is putting the cart before the horse, it's really foolish. Lin Mohan spoke bluntly, and Lin Moya chuckled, sister, don't speak such harsh truths. Listening to the siblings' conversation, Su Jianxing's mouth twitched twice. His name is Dongfang Ziyi, a top genius in the Divine City. Lin Mohan showed no mercy. A top genius would do something like this? More like a top fool. Su Jianxing smiled bitterly. Lin Shija is joking. Dongfang Ziyi has a special talent. Although he only received part of the baptism, he can already harness some of the Lost Star River's power. And because of this talent, the two-part baptism won't affect him much. Lin Moya shook his head, even the slightest flaw will become a disaster in the future. Lin Moyo had experienced a perfect ascension to the God King realm and knew this very well. Even the smallest oversight would be magnified infinitely as one's realm increased. Dongfang Ziyi relied on his talent to minimize the impact, but imperfection is still imperfection. Lin Mohan glanced at Su Jianxing. Your foundation is solid, your future achievements will surpass Dongfang Zi's. Suddenly receiving praise, Su Jianxing felt flattered. Thank you, Fairy Han, for the compliment. I am well aware of my own limitations. Lin Moya knew his sister's character. My sister never speaks lightly. Cultivation is not about who advances faster but who goes further. Su Jianxing remembered their words deeply. The pressure from the dark cloud grew stronger, enveloping everyone, as if a giant hand was pressing down on them. This behavior was very impolite and showed the other party's arrogance. How rude! Someone shouted angrily, releasing a powerful aura. Courting death. The people from the War God Hall reacted, their strong pressure rising to the sky. They had always been superior. When had they ever been treated this way? There were many little god sovereigns present, none of whom feared anyone. Ha ha ha! A wild laugh came from the dark cloud, and the pressure suddenly increased. Dongfang Ziyi, relying on his own strength, confronted more than a dozen little god sovereigns without showing any weakness. From the displayed strength, Dongfang Ziyi was indeed very strong. However, Lin Mohan's eye still showed disdain, not taking Dongfang Ziyi seriously at all. As for Lin Moyo, he had killed many god sovereigns, so someone like Dongfang Ziyi was nothing to him. Su Jianxing stood by, his expression very serious. He was enduring the pressure from Dongfang Ziyi, and it was not easy. Lin Moyo lightly patted Su Jianxing's shoulder, and Su Jianxing's body trembled. All the pressure instantly receded like a tide, disappearing without a trace in the blink of an eye. He looked at Lin Moyo in shock. Such a casual action had fully demonstrated Lin Moyo's strength. Could it be that what Chu Xiong said is true? Su Jianxing had a bold guess, thinking that Chu Xiong might not have been exaggerating. Lin Moya smiled. Are there many people like Dongfang Ziyi in the Divine City? Su Jianxing said, the Divine City is strictly hierarchical, divided into outer, primary, intermediate, advanced, and top levels. Dongfang Ziyi is at the primary level, and among the primary level, he is a top genius. But compared to the intermediate level, he is still far behind. However, I have only heard about the intermediate level geniuses. I have never seen them. They rarely appear. Lin Moya learned more about the Divine City, and his understanding of it became clearer. Lin Moya said, he should be close to reaching the intermediate level. Su Jianxing was surprised. How did Lin Shixing know? Lin Moya smiled. It's not hard to guess. His high profile and aggressive behavior is likely to give us a strong impression of his power. His ultimate goal is to surpass us, thereby improving his status in the Divine City and gaining promotion. From the limited information, Lin Moyo had already deduced a lot. Su Jianxing admired him. I didn't expect Lin Shixing, who hasn't entered the Divine City, to analyze this information. Truly impressive. Lin Mohan laughed. Little brother, you've become smarter. Lin Moya sighed. No choice, the great world is like walking on thin ice. Lin Mohan flicked Lin Moya's forehead with her jade hand. Don't act so old and wise. Remember how young you are. Facing his elder sister, Lin Moya was truly helpless. The pressure in the sky finally receded. Both sides were evenly matched, and continuing would yield no results. In terms of pure pressure, Dongfang Ziyi had won. After all, they couldn't really fight, and competing with pressure was the limit. The little god sovereigns tacitly withdrew their pressure, and those who were not little god sovereigns breathed a sigh of relief. Under the pressure of the little god sovereigns, they were not comfortable. The dark cloud dispersed, revealing Dongfang Zi's true form. Dongfang Ziyi looked handsome and confident, with a slightly unruly aura that could captivate countless young girls. Dongfang Ziyi cupped his fists towards everyone. I apologize for any offense just now. Fellow disciples, please forgive me. His sudden politeness made it hard for others to get angry. Chu Xiong snorted, if there's a chance, let's have a match. Dongfang Ziyi laughed, sure, when Chu Xiong enters the Divine City, we can have a good fight. Lin Moyo gathered more information, realizing that it seemed possible to duel in the Divine City. Seeing Dongfang Zi's demeanor, he was even more certain that his previous actions were deliberate. Dongfang Zi's gaze swept over the crowd and fixed on Lin Mohan. When he saw Lin Moyo beside her, a trace of displeasure flashed in his eyes, but he didn't show it. He moved instantly to Lin Mohan, transforming into a gentleman. Fairy Han, long time no see. Lin Mohan remained indifferent. Have we met? Dongfang Zi's expression froze, then he forced a smile. 3 years ago, my master took me to visit Sword Orchid God Sovereign, and I had the honor of meeting Fairy Han. Lin Mohan responded with an oh, did that happen? I don't remember. Dongfang Ziyi felt awkward. Perhaps Fairy Han was deeply engrossed in cultivation at the time. Lin Mohan remained expressionless. Let's consider it as having met. Do you have any business? Chapter 1489. Chapter 1489, 1489. Chapter 1489. This guy's brain doesn't work well. Lin Mohan's demeanor was distant, keeping people at arm's length. Seeing Dongfang Zi's awkward expression, Lin Moya found it somewhat amusing. He knew that Dongfang Ziyi had acted so arrogantly earlier partly to show off in front of Lin Mohan. However, the result was the opposite of what he intended. Instead of impressing her, he ended up looking like a clown. Dongfang Ziyi forced a smile through his embarrassment. It's nothing, just. Before he could finish, Lin Mohan interrupted. If it's nothing, then don't stand here and block my view of the match. Instinctively, Dongfang Ziyi stepped aside, making way. the situation became even more awkward. Dongfang Ziyi felt like he had become the center of attention, but not in a good way. He felt humiliated and disgraced. Everyone present was likely to enter the Divine City in the future, and they might spread today's events. Rumors would be impossible to contain. But if he did nothing, all his previous efforts would be in vain. He would truly become a laughingstock. His eyes darted around, and suddenly he called out loudly, "Is Lin Moyo here?" His gaze was sharp, scanning the crowd. Dongfang Ziyi suddenly felt something was off. Why was everyone looking at him? No, they weren't looking at him, they were looking behind him. A clear voice came from behind. "What do you want with me?" Dongfang Ziyi turned abruptly and saw Lin Moyo. "So, you're Lin Moyo." Lin Moyo looked at him as if he were an idiot. "I haven't hidden my identity. Can't you check for yourself? Or are your eyes too high to see certain things?" Seeing that Lin Moyo was ignoring him, Dongfang Zi's eyes flashed with displeasure. He found Lin Moyo increasingly annoying. Earlier, seeing Lin Moyo standing beside his beloved goddess, he had already disliked him. Now, his dislike grew even stronger. Dongfang Ziyi said coldly, "I've heard you're ranked first in the 3 rankings of the Vermilion Bird Star domain, and even the Azure Sword God Sovereign praises you highly. But seeing you in person, you're quite disappointing." Lin Moyo seemed not to understand Dongfang Zi's insinuation and instead said to himself, "So, Senior Azure Sword has successfully advanced to God Sovereign. That's good news." After saying this, he fell silent, making Dongfang Ziyi feel ignored again. Dongfang Ziyi was used to being the center of attention and had never experienced such disregard. He was angry but didn't know how to express it. Lin Moyo didn't respond to his provocations, as if he didn't understand the hidden hostility in Dongfang Zi's words. Is this guy an idiot? I've made it so obvious, and he still doesn't get it. Can we have a proper conversation? Dongfang Zi's face turned red and white, unsure whether to stay or leave. He received a lot of mocking glances, and in his heart, he shouted, "Lin Moyo, before the 4-star domain competition, how about we have a match? I can suppress my cultivation to the 3rd rank of the God King realm." Lin Moyo flatly refused, not interested. "If you have nothing else, please move aside, you're blocking my view of the match." "Watch the match. Watch your sister's match." Dongfang Ziyi roared internally, almost losing his temper on the spot. He gritted his teeth. "Don't you understand what I'm saying? I'm challenging you." As soon as he finished speaking, a sharp sword light exploded in front of him. A burst of golden light erupted from Dongfang Zi's body, and amidst the roaring sound, he was sent flying into the air. Dongfang Zi's face changed dramatically. The one who had attacked him was Lin Mohan. Lin Mohan had suddenly attacked him, but why? There was no reason. Could it be? Dongfang Ziyi thought of many things in an instant. He wondered if the two of them had that kind of relationship, and his face turned extremely ugly. Lin Mohan stood with her sword. "If you want to fight, you can fight me. No need to go to the Human Emperor Network, we can do it right here." Lin Mohan was extremely domineering. Behind her, a 7-colored long sword slowly rose, with delicate orchids engraved on the blade, looking very exquisite. The sword was an illusory image, yet it gave off a sharp feeling, making everyone's skin tingle as if being cut by sword energy. "It's the 9 Heavens Orchid Sword, the inheritance of the Sword Orchid God Sovereign. I didn't expect Fairy Han to have comprehended the 9 Heavens Orchid Sword to the 7-colored level. Even the Sword Orchid God Sovereign only reached the 8-colored level. Fairy Han truly deserves to be the #1 genius of the younger generation in the White Tiger Star domain. Just the 9 Heavens Orchid Sword alone is enough to rival a God Sovereign." Everyone marveled, and some even egged her on. "Fairy Han, beat him up. Don't hold back." From their words, Lin Moyo learned that the Sword Orchid God Sovereign was a very powerful figure in the White Tiger Star domain. Her inheritance was extremely strong, and Lin Mohan had fully inherited it, making her exceptionally powerful. Dongfang Ziyi looked at the heroic Lin Mohan and couldn't help but ask, "Why?" Lin Mohan replied indifferently, "Didn't you want to fight?" Dongfang Ziyi shook his head. "I didn't want to fight you." Lin Mohan sneered, "You want to fight my little brother? Then you have to get past my sword first." "Little brother," she called him affectionately. Dongfang Zi's face turned even uglier. Then the crowd started mocking him. "This guy is really funny. He wants to fight Fairy Han's little brother and then asks Fairy Han why. Doesn't he realize he's a little God Sovereign trying to bully a 3rd-rank God King Jr.? How shameless. Fairy Han is also a little God Sovereign. Now he doesn't dare to fight, does he? He wants to get close to Fairy Han but ends up bullying her little brother. What a fool." Every word pierced Dongfang Zi's ears. Dongfang Zi's expression became extremely colorful. Lin Moyo was actually Fairy Han's little brother. Only then did he notice Fairy Han's name, Lin Mohan. They were really siblings, not just close-like siblings, but actual blood-related siblings. No wonder Lin Mohan stood up for her little brother. Dongfang Ziyi admired Lin Mohan but ended up bullying her little brother. How could he have done such a thing? For a moment, his emotions surged, and his face turned red, white, green, and blue. He had no face to stay any longer and turned into a stream of light, disappearing without a trace. Laughter erupted in the central square. Dongfang Zi's appearance had turned into a farce. This embarrassment would likely spread far and wide, even reaching the Divine City soon. Su Jianxing didn't know what to say. Thinking about it, it seemed Lin Moyo was right. Whether in cultivation or today's events, Dongfang Zi's brain indeed didn't work well. Lin Mohan sheathed her sword. What a waste. Alright, Dongfang Zi's evaluation in Lin Mohan's eyes had dropped another level, from brainless to a waste. Anyway, Dongfang Zi's chances of pursuing Lin Mohan were now in the negative. Lin Moyo laughed. "Then I'll rely on you to protect me from now on, sis." Lin Mohan rolled her eyes at him. Handle your own affairs. You're a grown man, do you want to be a waste too? Lin Moyo was completely speechless. In front of his sister, it was better to stay quiet. Su Jianqing stood by, looking like he wanted to laugh but didn't dare, making for an amusing sight. Chapter 1490. Chapter 1490, 1490. Chapter 1490, Exploiting a Bug in the Great World. The boring match and the projection finally ended, and Lin Moyo lost 100,000 points. The match had lasted for most of the day and was extremely dull. However, the upcoming preliminaries were much more exciting. Lin Moyo also witnessed the battles of cultivators from the Azure Dragon Star domain. Their attacks were indeed fierce, a world apart from those of the Black Tortoise Star domain. As a benefit for being a seed contestant, they didn't need to travel around the 4 major star domains to watch the matches. Watching match after match, they could understand the cultivators, spells, and attack methods of each star domain. The match in the Azure Dragon Star domain ended in less than 10 minutes. Next, matches from the White Tiger Star domain and the Vermilion Bird Star domain were staged one after another. No matter which star domain, the matches were more exciting than those of the Black Tortoise Star domain. After this, Lin Moyo no longer placed any bets and just quietly watched the matches. Lin Moyo asked, "Sister, what do you think of the spells from other star domains?" Lin Mohan, as always, was domineering. "Not interesting, just child's play." Lin Moyo continued, "During the matches, our realms are the same." Lin Mohan chuckled, "So what? No matter what spells they use, I can break them with a single sword." This was her sword intent, her sword heart, and her Dao heart. No matter what methods the enemy used, she could break them with a single sword. No matter how strong the enemy was, she had an unstoppable sword. Lin Moyo gave a thumbs up. "Sister, you're so impressive." Lin Mohan rolled her eyes at him. "Flattery won't work on me." Well, the suppression from the bloodline was somewhat helpless. In the following days, Lin Moyo watched a few more matches, gaining a deeper understanding of the cultivators from each star domain. Lin Mohan no longer appeared she was cultivating in her residence. She didn't go to the time house. According to her, the time house conflicted with her talent and was more harmful than beneficial. Moreover, the 9 Heavens Orchid sword she inherited emphasized comprehension. As long as she comprehended it, she could make great strides forward. If she couldn't comprehend it, no amount of hard practice would help. A few days later, Lin Moyo also stopped going to the central square. He had seen enough and had gathered enough information about the cultivators from the 4 major star domains. After summarizing, the conclusion he reached was not much different from what Lin Mohan had said. No matter what fighting style or spells the opponent used, as long as one's own strength was strong enough, one could break them with force. Especially when all realms were suppressed to the God King level, his God King realm body was simply an unparalleled weapon. These few days seemed somewhat wasted, but they were not. They increased Lin Moya's knowledge, turning the information he had read into real images. The saying hearing is believing, seeing is believing was true. No matter how much information one read, it was not as accurate as seeing it with one's own eyes. 5 days later, Lin Moyo entered the time house. Unlike Lin Mohan, his current cultivation was only at the 3rd rank of the God King realm. With more than half a year left until the 4-star domain competition, using the time house for cultivation would be enough to advance his cultivation further. In the time house, time accelerated 100-fold, consuming 10,000 points per day. For Lin Moya's wealth, 10,000 points were nothing. Entering the time house, he activated the formation. Time began to accelerate, and Lin Moya keenly felt that everything was changing. The eye of the soul opened, and he saw the lines of the laws. The lines representing the laws of time were invisible, they were too advanced. The lines representing the laws of space were also invisible. When Lin Moya first saw the lines of the laws, he noticed that the first-tier lines of the laws were invisible. It wasn't that his soul wasn't strong enough, it was just the way it was. The Great World had restrictions, not allowing the first-tier lines of the laws to be easily revealed. If the first-tier lines of the laws were visible, those in the other shore realm would have comprehended them long ago. The visible lines of the laws were all third-tier laws, with some second-tier laws. Some powerful laws seemed to be intentionally hidden. This phenomenon was very interesting. Lin Moya didn't know if there was a special reason or if it was just the way it was. The formation continued to operate, and time accelerated faster and faster. The lines of the laws appeared twisted, not very strongly, but they were indeed twisted. When the time flow reached 100-fold, the lines of the laws vibrated like waves, and the laws they emitted also twisted. Lin Moya watched this scene and murmured to himself, "Comprehending the laws has become more difficult." Because of the 100-fold time acceleration, the twisted laws make comprehension more difficult. However, because of the 100-fold acceleration, even though comprehension has become more difficult, it still saves a lot of time. Depending on each person's aptitude, the time saved is roughly 10 to 20 times. 10 to 20 times the efficiency, but at the cost of a 100-fold lifespan. It's hard to say if it's worth it. However, a hint of joy appeared in Lin Moya's eyes. The twisted laws don't affect me. His consciousness sank into the soul world. In the soul world, purple light shone, like a 5th-grade purple jade soul, a mark of the other shore realm. The entire soul world exuded a noble aura, majestic and awe-inspiring. Under the purple light, stars of spells shone brightly. Summoning spells formed a 9-star spell system, with the undying law evolving and transforming within, appearing very real. The summoning spells didn't manifest the complete undying law but a part representing the life force of the undying law. It granted life to the undead army, forming the foundation of the undead army. The skeletal spells manifested the death force of the undying law, bringing hell and death. The two laws combined formed the complete undying law. In the early stages of Lin Moya's cultivation, they provided immense help. Now, the skeletal spells had merged into one, forming the skeletal hell, and could no longer manifest the laws. But now, Lin Moya no longer needed to rely on them. With a thought, his soul power surged, and his entire body emitted a purple light. In the soul world, a gray-white law star river condensed. Although not a god sovereign, Lin Moya used his other shore realm soul to forcibly summon the Law Star River. The undying law surged within the Star River, and the entire Law Star River was the complete undying law, eliminating the need for him to merge and comprehend it separately. The Law Star River was the best model for comprehending the laws. A smile appeared on his soul. Isn't this more useful than manifesting the laws? Using the Law Star River to comprehend the laws was something only Lin Moya could do. The Law Star River was exclusive to god sovereigns, who could freely manipulate it. But god sovereigns had already fully mastered their laws. Summoning the Law Star River again would be meaningless. Lin Moya, however, used his other shore realm soul to forcibly summon the Law Star River for comprehension. This method was unprecedented in the great world. The key was that the time acceleration affected the lines of the laws, making it much harder for others to comprehend the laws. But the time acceleration didn't affect Lin Moya's soul world, nor did it affect the Law Star River. So it had no impact on Lin Moya. 100-fold time was just 100-fold time, not wasted at all. Chapter 1491. Chapter 1491, 1491. Chapter 1491. Regardless of the task, I'll break it with a single sword. Days passed by, and the number of people in the central square gradually decreased. Like Lin Moya, many had entered the time house to cultivate. For these seed contestants, the human race's fire seeds, cultivation was ingrained in their bones. During these few days, more people gradually arrived. The seed contestants from the 4 major star domains had already gathered, with Lin Mohan being the last to arrive. Afterwards, a few more people came from the War God Hall, and several others came from the Divine City. The total number of seed contestants reached 100. Among them, there were 40 seed contestants from the 4 major star domains. The War God Hall and the Divine City each had 30 seed contestants. In previous 4-star domain competitions, the War God Hall and the Divine City had never sent so many people before. Generally, they would only send around 10 people, just to make up the numbers. This time, however, the number of people they sent suddenly increased, for reasons unknown. After the last person arrived, the entire Ring Mountain continent began to tremble. The formations in the time houses simultaneously stopped operating, and the projection in the central square also disappeared at the same time. Numerous towering mountains rose from the sea, far outnumbering the islands. The mountains stood like upright spikes in the ocean, covered in vegetation, with many giant beasts roaming and roaring within. After the time houses were interrupted, those who were cultivating inside came out one by one. When they emerged, they realized that the entire world had changed. The once bright and sunny sky had turned gloomy. Immediately after, a vast array of runes appeared in the sky, forming a massive formation that enveloped the entire continent. An overwhelming pressure descended from the heavens, weighing down on everyone. Everyone's faces revealed a sense of panic. What's happening? Why can't we fly anymore? The formation has sealed off the airspace. Not only that, it has also restricted the use of magic treasures. No, it's only restricting the use of magic treasures at the God Sovereign realm and above. We can still use those at the True God realm. My cultivation is decreasing. As the formation continued to operate, the pressure grew stronger, and the restrictions became more severe. Lin Moya remained calm and composed, having experienced such situations countless times before. During his time on the battlefield, most of the tasks he undertook involved suppressing his cultivation level. Being unable to fly was a common occurrence, nothing out of the ordinary. Lin Mohan walked over, equally composed. Do you know what's happening? Lin Moya looked up at the sky. It seems there's going to be a task or trial. Lin Mohan observed the massive formation in the sky, her eyes revealing a hint of interest, her expression quite different from Lin Moya's. Regardless of the task or trial, she would break it with a single sword. After watching for a few seconds, she turned to Lin Moya and said, "Little brother, congratulations on reaching the 4th rank of the God King realm. Your cultivation speed is quite fast, almost catching up to your elder sister." Lin Moya smiled. "I'm just joking. How could I catch up to my elder sister?" Lin Mohan smiled and gave him a look that said, "At least you know your place." In the outside world, nearly 10 days had passed, but for Lin Moya, it was nearly 3 years in the time house. 3 years to advance a single rank might be considered an astonishing speed for others, but for Lin Moya, it was a bit slow. For me, the time house is not the optimal choice. As the formation continued to operate, everyone's cultivation levels decreased until they stabilized at the 1st rank of the God King realm. Now, they had all been suppressed to the 1st rank of the God King realm. A total of 3 ranks had been reduced, but Lin Moya showed no reaction. However, many others couldn't accept it and began to complain. Lin Moya calmly said, "The 1st rank of the God King realm, unable to fly, and restricting the use of magic treasures at the God King realm and above. It seems to be aligning with the 4-star domain competition." Lin Mohan nodded. "I had a feeling it wouldn't be that simple, just gathering us here. It seems there are other arrangements." Lin Moya had an indifferent expression. "Let's see what kind of tricks they can come up with." The formation finally stabilized completely, and a giant face appeared in the sky. The face was hazy and indistinct, but the aura of majesty it emanated made everyone's heart tremble. Lin Moya's heart trembled slightly, and he murmured, "This is not a divine lord." Lin Mohan affirmed Lin Moya's words, "It's from the other shore." They were truly being given face, as a being from the other shore had appeared. Although their true appearance couldn't be seen clearly, their mere presence was enough. The pressure from the other shore being was immensely powerful, like thunder in prison descending upon them, causing many people to be startled and fall to the ground. Someone exclaimed loudly, "What kind of existence is this? It's terrifying. How could there be such a powerful being in this world? Is this real? Or is it because of the formation? I must be seeing an illusion." Most people were unaware of the existence of the other shore, and some felt their worldview had been shattered. The other shore being observed the reactions of the crowd, with a mix of approval and disappointment in their eyes. A thunderous voice emerged from their mouth, "I will now issue the tasks. Listen carefully, everyone. Task 1, leave Fireseed Island and exit the Ring Mountain continent. The direction is your choice, but you must travel alone. You cannot move together with others. Task 2, during the journey, slay the giant beasts on the island. The more you slay, the higher your score. Task 3, find the tokens hidden along the way. You can earn points by finding them. Be careful, as the tokens may appear anywhere, in corners or even inside the giant beasts. Note, if you encounter others, you must separate within 1 minute. You cannot converse or reveal any information. The entire process will be monitored by the Human Emperor Network, so do not harbor any illusions. Even if you communicate through soul transmission, it will be useless. You can view the specific scoring rules and rankings on the Human Emperor Network. This task will affect your level within the Divine City. Those who fail the task will be stripped of their qualification to participate in the 4-star domain competition. Those from the Divine City will have their level demoted, and those without a level will be expelled from the Divine City. The task will begin in half an hour. The voice, like thunder, was etched into everyone's souls as words. After speaking, the face in the sky disappeared, and everyone breathed a sigh of relief. They then began to seriously consider the task at hand. Each person would have to rely on their own abilities to leave the Ring Mountain continent. Here, they could not fly and would have to traverse mountains and rivers. Along the way, there would be giant beasts, and the journey would not be smooth sailing, as battles would be inevitable. Their cultivation levels had been suppressed, and they could not use powerful magic treasures. They also had to search for tokens. Although the strength of the giant beasts was unknown, it was clear that the task would not be simple. Lin Moya remained calm, his heart undisturbed. He had faced even more challenging environments before, so this was nothing to him. He looked towards his elder sister. "It seems we can't rely on each other anymore." Lin Mohan snorted. "What, did you want your elder sister to lead you out while slaying everything in our path?" Lin Moya shook his head. "I was thinking I could lead you out while slaying everything." Lin Mohan scoffed. "Don't be delusional. What are you thinking? I'll beat you into a pig's head if you can't get first place." Lin Moya laughed. "Don't worry, I won't give you that opportunity." At this point, the task had not yet begun, and many people began to prepare. Someone shouted loudly, "Does anyone have extra medicine, healing potions, or potions to restore energy? I'll buy them." Among the seed contestants, some were skilled in alchemy and had prepared supplies, just in case. "Brothers from the Black Tortoise Star Domain, do you have any puppets for sale? The kind that can scout ahead. Does anyone have extra True God Realm magic treasures to sell? We can negotiate the price." Lin Moya didn't need to prepare anything. He connected to the Human Emperor Network and began to check the specific information about the task. Chapter 1492. Chapter 1492, 1492. Chapter 1492, each displaying secret techniques, the Golden Light Path. The task required leaving the Ring Mountain continent. Lin Moya saw that there was actually not just one task, but 2 requirements. Simply leaving the Ring Mountain continent was not enough, one also needed to obtain enough points. If the points were not enough, the ranking would definitely be low, and at most one could avoid punishment but not receive any rewards. If one wanted to get first place, then one had to find a way to obtain a large number of points. The ways to obtain points were either by killing giant beasts or obtaining tokens. Killing different levels of giant beasts would yield different point amounts. Normal giant beast, 1 point. Elite giant beast, 10 points. Boss giant beast, 1,000 points. Leader giant beast, 100,000 points. The giant beasts were divided into 4 levels. The weakest was worth 1 point, while the strongest was worth 100,000 points, a difference of 100,000 times. Lin Moya's expression looked strange as he continued to check the point values for the tokens. The tokens were also divided into 4 types: silver token, gold token, white jade token, and purple jade token. The point values were the same division as the giant beasts, ranging from the silver 500 token worth 1 point, to the purple jade token worth 100,000 points, again a difference of 100,000 times. In Lin Moya's view, the 2 ways of obtaining points corresponded to combat power and attentiveness respectively. Some cultivators had great combat power but lacked attentiveness. Some cultivators had relatively weak combat power but were very attentive, always able to discover small details. No matter which type, both would be reflected in this task. Having both was naturally the best, and the scores would likely be the highest. Moreover, the point difference for the giant beasts was so huge, up to 100,000 times, which was to create a gap between the top geniuses and the ordinary geniuses. The top geniuses might not even need to kill giant beasts along the way, as long as they could defeat the leader giant beast in the end to obtain a huge number of points. While the ordinary geniuses, no matter how many giant beasts they killed along the way, the points might still not match the top genius's final battle. Lin Mohan was also checking the task information. "Xiao, don't you think this level division method is different from the Great World, but rather similar to instances?" Lin Moya nodded. Indeed, it's similar. Actually, when I was on the battlefield, I had this doubt several times. Lin Mohan's eyes curved like willow leaves. What are your thoughts, Xiao? Lin Moya shook his head. Based on the information we have now, I can only say that our small world was a bit special, but I can't analyze the deeper reasons. Lin Mohan made an acknowledging sound. My master also said our small world was different. I'll leave this matter to you, I'm too lazy to think about it. Lin Moya nodded. Okay, I'll investigate it thoroughly. If there are any problems, sister can come and break them with a single sword. Lin Mohan glared at him. You've gotten cocky, daring to make fun of me. Lin Moya laughed mischievously but didn't continue the banter. The two came to the central square, where almost all the seed contestants had already gathered, waiting for the task to officially begin. The cultivators from the 4 major star domains basically gathered together. The cultivators from the Divine City also gathered together, staying relatively close to those from the 4 major star domains. The War God Hall maintained its unique arrogance, keeping its distance from the crowd. At the other end, 3 people stood side by side. One of them was Dongfang Ziyi, who had wanted to spar with Lin Moya that day. When Lin Moya looked over, Dongfang Ziyi also happened to look over, and their gazes met in mid-air. He smiled and nodded at Lin Moya, who nodded back slightly. Dongfang Ziyi had regained his composure, no longer as arrogant as that day. It was as if that day's events had never happened. However, Dongfang Ziyi's innate arrogance still existed. He was a top genius in the Divine City, and even within the Divine City, his status was not low. From the position he stood, it could be seen that he did not stand together with the other cultivators from the Divine City. The ones standing side by side with Dongfang Ziyi were also 2 little god sovereigns from the Divine City. Lin Moya said in a low voice, the hierarchy in the Divine City is quite strict. Lin Mohan laughed lightly. It's the same everywhere. Xiao, don't tell me you haven't figured it out after all this time. Lin Moya chose not to respond, as his sister loved to tease him. The central square gradually became quiet, and everyone had made their preparations. The crowd had also adapted to the realm suppressed by the formation. After all, the 4-star domain competition also required realm suppression, so they understood. As the task approached, the atmosphere inevitably became tense. Half an hour later, the formation suddenly shot out a cluster of golden light, which exploded in the air like fireworks, dyeing the entire island in a golden color. It was as if a certain passage had been opened, and heart-pounding beast roars came from all directions. Thousands of golden light paths formed in the sky above. Everyone clearly understood that each person had to choose one of the golden light paths to leave the island. The Ring Mountain continent was a standard circle, and since Fireseed Island was located at the center of the continent, no matter which direction one left from, the distance to exit the Ring Mountain continent would be the same. However, the same distance did not mean the same level of danger. The number of giant beasts along the way, their strength levels, and even the number of tokens would not be uniform. When choosing the golden light path, one was essentially gambling on luck. Some people took out a set of copper coin-like magic treasures and began divination, while others used secret techniques, calculating with their fingers. Chu Xiong looked at Zhuangbai. Old Zhuang, let's see what you've got. Zhuangbai smiled slightly and took out a jade eyeball, pressing it against Chu Xiong's forehead. Immediately, a third eye appeared on Chu Xiong's forehead. Chu Xiong closed his eyes tightly, using this newly grown third eye to look towards the sky. Soon, he locked onto one of the golden light paths. With a swipe of his hand, he removed the third eye from his forehead and returned it to Zhuangbai, saying in a low voice, I'm going. Zhuangbai nodded. Be careful. Don't worry. Chu Xiong's burly body suddenly leapt up, directly jumping onto the golden light path he had chosen. The moment he entered the golden light path, his entire body transformed into a stream of light and disappeared. Zhuangbai pressed the jade eyeball against his own forehead and quickly locked onto another golden light path. Then he leapt into the path and vanished. Su Jianqing took out a bow and arrow, shooting an arrow into the sky. The arrow spun in the air, then automatically adjusted its direction, flying towards one of the golden light paths. Su Jianqing didn't hesitate, directly leaping up and following the arrow into the golden light path. Everyone displayed their secret techniques, using different methods to find a suitable golden light path for themselves, but more people simply chose one at random. These people either had confidence in their own strength or didn't know which one to choose, so they just picked one randomly. One by one, people left the central square, and fewer remained. Lin Moya was not in a hurry, as the task did not have a time requirement. Whether one left early or late made no difference. Lin Moya said, Sister, are you going to choose randomly? Lin Mohan said, Do you think your elder sister is that brainless? Lin Moya was speechless. Lin Mohan was clearly saying this on purpose, indirectly calling him brainless, because he himself was planning to choose randomly. Lin Mohan's beautiful eyes closed slightly, and she looked up at the sky, revealing her long, pure white neck, like a proud and beautiful white swan. A small sword appeared between her brows, flying out and circling in the air a few times before quickly locking onto one path. Lin Mohan had made her choice and instructed, Xiao, be careful. Lin Moya nodded, you too, sister. Lin Mohan's jade foot stamped on the ground, and her entire body floated up like a fairy, landing gracefully on the golden light path she had chosen. Watching Lin Mohan leave, Lin Moya said indifferently, looks like I can't choose randomly, or I'll really be brainless. Lin Moya was originally planning to choose randomly, as it didn't make much difference to him which path he took. But after being called brainless by Lin Mohan, if he still chose randomly, he would truly be brainless. He naturally had his own method, and it was more direct and effective than others. He pointed his finger at the sky. Eternal Star Spell, Undead Gaze. Undying flames blazed, and a giant undead eye appeared in the sky, tens of thousands of meters in size. Lin Moya's consciousness merged with the undead eye, and he carefully observed the golden light paths. Chapter 1493. Chapter 1493, 1493. Chapter 1493, since we aim for first place, let's go big. Lin Moya controlled the power of his spell, otherwise, he could have summoned an undead eye tens of thousands of meters in size. Now was not the time to face an enemy, so there was no need to do so. An undead eye of 10,000 meters was already large enough. Using the undead eye, Lin Moya connected to the undead vision and scanned the surroundings. From the sky, he saw countless soul flames in the distance. In some directions, the number of soul flames was fewer, while in others, there were more. Each soul flame represented a giant beast. The more soul flames, the more giant beasts. After scanning the surroundings with the undead eye, Lin Moya chose the direction with the most giant beasts and stepped onto one of the golden light paths. The golden light path only provided a general direction. The path would inevitably change along the way. With over 100 people choosing directions, there would inevitably be overlaps, and due to various reasons, directions would diverge, leading to encounters. Otherwise, the rules wouldn't include a clause stating that if people met, they must separate within a minute without any communication. This rule was essentially to ensure that everyone relied on themselves, without any external help. The golden light path carried Lin Moya away from Fireseed Island, landing him on a small island about 100 kilometers away. Calling it a small island was an exaggeration. It was just a reef, barely 5 meters in diameter. Lin Moya looked around and saw towering mountains several hundred meters away. The mountains were densely forested, with constant beast roars echoing. Looking further, there were countless mountains, and some small islands were faintly visible. The mountains were both obstacles and landmarks. As long as he followed the mountains, he wouldn't get lost. Lin Moya had two choices: either follow the mountains or travel directly across the ocean. Traveling across the ocean would avoid the giant beasts in the mountains and be faster without the need to climb mountains. However, this would significantly reduce the number of giant beasts he could kill, resulting in fewer points. Lin Moya believed that any cultivator with ambition wouldn't choose this path. Moreover, was this path really safe? There were also many giant beasts in the ocean, and without the ability to fly, it wasn't necessarily safer. Lin Moya lightly leaped, covering several hundred meters, leaving the reef and entering the first mountain. His body felt heavy again, and more pressure came out of nowhere. He knew he had officially entered the task area. The suppression here was stronger. Not only could he not fly, but he couldn't jump too high either. Otherwise, with the strength of a cultivator, they could easily leap over a 1,000-meter mountain. Now, he couldn't jump too high, and his speed was also limited. They really didn't leave any loopholes. Lin Moya thought to himself, not doubting the strictness of the Human Emperor Network. A prompt from the Human Emperor Network sounded in his ear. The task leaderboard is now open, please check it yourself. Lin Moya connected to the Human Emperor Network and opened the task leaderboard. A smile appeared on his lips. Someone has already started. The task leaderboard already showed some scores, with Chu Xiong currently in first place with 2 points, indicating he had killed 2 ordinary giant beasts. Chu Xiong was a little god sovereign, and even with his power suppressed to the first rank of the God King realm, his combat strength remained formidable. Fighting across levels was no problem for him, and ordinary giant beasts were nothing to him. The second place was Qing Fei, a little god sovereign from the Azure Dragon Star domain, with 1 point. She had a somewhat androgynous appearance, didn't talk much, and was very reserved, but her strength was exceptional. The third place was Dongfang Ziyi, also with 1 point. Apart from these three, no one else had scored yet. The task had just begun, so the current scores were not significant. While Lin Moya was checking the task leaderboard, someone suddenly surpassed Chu Xiong, gaining 5 points and taking the first place. It was Shuai's Highland from the Black Tortoise Star domain, also a little god sovereign. In Lin Moya's impression, Shuai's Highland was of average strength among the little god sovereigns. Moreover, the Black Tortoise Star domain was not known for its offensive capabilities, so suddenly gaining 5 points at once indicated she had killed 5 ordinary giant beasts simultaneously. After a brief thought, Lin Moya understood what had happened. The Black Tortoise Star domain cultivators indeed had the weakest offensive capabilities among the 4 star domains, but this didn't mean their attacks were truly weak. To compensate for the lack of offensive power in their laws, the Black Tortoise Star domain had devised many methods. For example, magic treasures and puppets. Lin Moya believed Shuai's Highland had used puppets. Puppets were considered a type of magic treasure. While God King Realm puppets were restricted, Peak True God Realm puppets were not. With enough Peak True God Realm puppets, it was indeed possible to kill 5 giant beasts simultaneously. It seems this rule benefits cultivators skilled in puppet manipulation. Then I should start too. Looking up at the 1,000-meter high mountain, Lin Moya's thoughts moved, and skeleton warriors appeared around him. Both his realm and spells were suppressed. Originally, with his 4th rank God King realm, the summoned skeleton warriors had the combat strength of the 6th rank God King realm. Now, the combat strength of the skeleton warriors had reverted to the 3rd rank God King realm, the same as when he had just broken through to the God King realm. 3rd rank God King realm is enough. The skeleton warriors charged into the forest like wolves and tigers. Under the undead vision, the giant beasts hidden in the forest had nowhere to hide, each one being quickly found and killed. Not only the giant beasts in the forest, but Lin Moya also didn't spare the giant beasts in the ocean. A large number of skeleton warriors submerged into the ocean, starting to kill the water-dwelling giant beasts. Since he aimed for first place, he would go big and leave no room for others to speak. The skeleton warriors soon encountered the giant beasts in the forest, killing them instantly. Killed an ordinary giant beast, gained 1 point. Killed an ordinary giant beast, gained 1 point. The prompts from the Human Emperor Network kept sounding, and Lin Moya's points began to rise rapidly. In no time, Lin Moya's points surpassed the first place, leading by a wide margin. Lin Moya leisurely walked into the forest, step by step heading towards the mountain top, preparing to cross the mountains. Someone was watching the task leaderboard and suddenly noticed Lin Moya's points skyrocketing, showing expressions of disbelief. How is it possible? How can his points increase so quickly? Is there a bug in the Human Emperor Network? This is impossible. Damn it, I worked so hard to get 1 point, what the hell did this guy do? We're all at the first rank of the God King realm, how can the gap be so big? In another part of the forest, Dongfang Zi had just finished a fierce battle, with the corpse of a giant beast lying in front of him. This giant beast was obviously larger than the others, with a stronger aura, reaching the second rank of the God King realm. It was an elite giant beast, worth 10 points. Dongfang Zi clapped his hands, a flash of arrogance in his eyes. An elite giant beast, nothing special. He opened the task leaderboard to check his points. In his view, gaining 10 points at once would surely place him high in the rankings. Indeed, Dongfang Zi saw his ranking, second place, a very good position. Then he saw Lin Moya in first place. Lin Moya, this guy is ranked above me. His gaze shifted to the right, and his eyes widened in shock. Impossible. /n/. Chapter 1494. Chapter 1494, 1494. Chapter 1494, say it and do it, break it with one sword. Dongfang Zi looked at Lin Moya's score, feeling somewhat lost. Impossible, how is this possible? His reaction was greater than anyone else's because his pride did not allow him to be inferior to others. Lin Moya's score was 1. Lin Moya, 128 points. 2. Dongfang Zi, 16 points. 3. Shuai's Highland, 12 points. The cultivators had already started to take action, beginning to kill giant beasts and earn points. The points were changing every moment, and everyone was closely watching their scores. Suddenly, a massive sword soared into the sky. Dongfang Zi abruptly turned his head to look into the distance and saw a 7-colored giant sword appearing in the sky. The giant sword was like a rainbow, dazzling and colorful, with orchids blooming on the blade, combining strength and softness, extremely beautiful. Dongfang Zi felt as if he had been cut by the sword energy, his skin tingling with pain. Slash! A delicate shout echoed through the sky. The giant sword slashed down, and the sword intent exploded, sweeping across tens of thousands of miles. Almost all the cultivators felt the overwhelming sword intent, their faces changing dramatically. It's Fairy Han, so powerful. The number 1 genius of the White Tiger Star domain, inheriting the 9 Heavens Orchid Sword from Sword Orchid God Sovereign, Fairy Han is too strong. Such fierce attacks have already surpassed those of the Azure Dragon Star domain. Let's see if the people from the Azure Dragon Star domain dare to claim they are the best in attacks in the future. Some were terrified, while others were excited. Dongfang Zi saw the task leaderboard change again. Lin Mohan's name shot up, surpassing him and reaching second place on the task leaderboard. Lin Mohan, 60 points. Dongfang Zi was shocked, just one sword, and she got 60 points, how is that possible? Did she kill all the giant beasts in the entire mountain forest with one sword? Dongfang Zi muttered to himself. Lin Mohan's location was not far from him. He could even see the high mountain where Lin Mohan was. After one sword, something even more shocking happened. The high mountain where Lin Mohan was located collapsed with a roar. Lin Mohan not only killed a large number of giant beasts with one sword but also shattered the high mountain blocking her path. As she said, no matter what was in her way, she would break it with one sword. She said it and did it, not only killing beasts but also destroying mountains. Dongfang Zi stared blankly at the collapsing mountain, then saw a heroic figure walking to the top of the collapsed mountain and disappearing on the other side. No matter how much he didn't want to believe it, the facts were the facts. Dongfang Zi was severely shaken, and his original pride vanished. He realized that if that sword had been aimed at him, he wouldn't have been able to block it at all. Even if he mobilized part of the power of the Lost Star River, he could at most ensure he wouldn't die, but severe injuries would be inevitable. While he was in a daze, Lin Moya's score increased again. In fact, Lin Moya's score was increasing every moment, never stopping. At this moment, Lin Moya's score had already reached 160 points, leading Lin Mohan by a full 100 points. Such a terrifying rate of score increase made many people give up the idea of competing for first place. Lin Moya stood on a 1,000-meter-high mountain, looking into the distance. He saw the 9 Heavens Orchid Sword in the collapsed mountain. The corners of his mouth lifted slightly, revealing a smile. As expected of my sister, she says it and does it. No matter what was in her way, she would break it with one sword. Lin Mohan had proven her words, saying it and doing it. Lin Moya watched for a moment, then turned to look at his own battlefield. Killed an elite giant beast, gained 10 points. An elite giant beast fell under the siege of the skeleton god warriors, unwillingly. Its body was covered in scars, looking miserable. An elite giant beast was equivalent to a second-rank god king, but its vitality was much stronger than that of an ordinary giant beast. Originally, a single skeleton god warrior could have dealt with it, but Lin Moya didn't want to waste time, so he had a dozen skeleton god warriors attack together, solving the battle in just a few seconds. After it fell, a golden token dropped out, falling to the ground. Lin Moya reached out and summoned the golden token into his hand. The token emitted a golden light, and within 2 seconds of Lin Moya holding it, the token turned into a yellow light and disappeared. Lin Moya's score increased by 10 points. Tokens can be found not only in corners but also on giant beasts. Ordinary giant beasts drop silver tokens, elite giant beasts drop golden tokens. Then the leader level and boss level giant beasts must drop white jade tokens and purple jade tokens. It's not just similar to instances, it's exactly the same. Lin Moyo increasingly felt that his small world was extraordinary and unusual. The secret realms, battlefields, and various mysterious areas of the great world seemed to all have shadows of the small world. At first, he thought the small world had inherited some rules from the great world. After all, the gap between the small world and the great world was enormous. But later, he gradually realized that this was not the case. It wasn't that the small world resembled the great world, rather, the great world resembled the small world. This made him certain of the small world's uniqueness. As the master of the world, although he had left it, he still had the obligation to figure this out. However, to figure this out, he first needed the corresponding strength. According to Lin Moya's analysis, the God-Sovereign realm might not be enough. There were God-Sovereigns outside the small world, but did they dare to enter? Antares must be in the other shore realm, but he seemed to be trapped inside, unable to escape for the time being. To uncover the secrets of the small world, one must at least reach the other shore realm. Lin Moyo put away his thoughts and crossed the first high mountain, heading towards another. Outside the Ring Mountain continent, a grand palace suddenly appeared in the starry sky. The palace was ancient and majestic, exuding an aura of desolation. This palace was a treasure, and moreover, a treasure of the other shore realm. On the small square in front of the palace, 3 people sat around a delicate tea table. Madame Yu gently lifted her sleeve, revealing her fair wrist, and elegantly brewed tea. The fragrance of the tea wafted through the starry sky, turning into threads of laws, spreading out. Without any medium of transmission, the tea fragrance could directly enter the soul. Just a whiff could clear one's soul. Lord Hao, old Lin, try the Dao tea that Menjeo recently acquired. Madame Yu's voice was very pleasant, just listening to her speak was a great enjoyment. The old Lin she mentioned was the old man who had projected himself to issue the task on the Ring Mountain continent. Old Lin smiled as he took the teacup handed to him by Madame Yu. The Dao tea that Menjeo acquired is naturally excellent. Madame Yu smiled. Then please guess where this Dao tea comes from, old Lin. Lord Hao laughed heartily. Old Lin, you've fallen into Menjeo's trap. She's been waiting for you to say that. Old Lin sniffed the tea fragrance and said lightly, how does Lord Hao know that this old man didn't jump in willingly? Lord Hao laughed. Old Lin, you still care about your face. Then please, tell us where this Dao tea comes from. Old Lin first sniffed, then took a sip, and after a dozen seconds, he slowly said, as far as I know, there are 18 Dao tea trees, distributed throughout the great world. 12 of these Dao tea trees have distinct characteristics, impossible to hide from me. This tea must be from one of the remaining 6. Of the 6 Dao tea trees, I have collected from 5. Only the Biluyu soul tea from the lost ancient land, I have never tasted. As he said this, old Lin looked at Madame Yu with a smile. Madame Yu smiled. I knew I couldn't hide it from you, old Lin. When it comes to tea tasting, who in the great world can compare to you? Old Lin shook his head. No, there is one person who knows more about tea than I do. Madame Yu disagreed. The spirit of the Dao tea doesn't count, we're only talking about humans. Old Lin didn't hold back. Then I am indeed the best among humans. Lord Hao sipped his tea, his gaze falling on the Ring Mountain continent. Nothing that happened on the Ring Mountain continent could escape his eyes. The young ones this time seemed quite good. Chapter 1495. Chapter 1495, 1495. Chapter 1495, Changing Strategy, Searching for Leader-Level Beasts. Upon hearing the words of the sacred Lord Hao, Lin Lao and Madame Yu also turned their attention to the Ring Mountain continent. They happened to see Lin Mohan slicing through a mountain with a single sword, killing most of the giant beasts within, scaring the remaining beasts into trembling and not daring to move. Lin Lao's eyes showed approval. This girl is quite good. Madame Yu smiled and said, she is the direct disciple of the Sword Orchid God Sovereign and has fully inherited the Sword Orchid God Sovereign's teachings. Lin Lao clearly recognized the Sword Orchid God Sovereign, so she is the direct disciple of Sword Orchid. She should be close to succeeding, right? Madame Yu nodded. Very close. If fast, within half a year; if slow, within 5 years, she will officially step into the other shore. Lin Lao smiled. Not bad, not bad. By then, our human race will have another expert in the other shore. Madame Yu said, not just one. The eldest disciple of the sacred Lord Hao is also half a step into the other shore and should break through within the next few years. Lin Lao's eyes flashed with brilliance. Sacred Lord Hao, congratulations. Sacred Lord Hao was not modest at all. Kaiwu achieving the other shore is indeed worth celebrating for the human race. Madame Yu looked at the Ring Mountain continent, smiling. Sacred Lord Hao, who do you think will win the 4-star domain competition this time? Sacred Lord Hao said lightly, just look at the leaderboard. Leaderboard. Lin Moyo was far ahead with 186 points. The second place, Lin Mohan, had only 60 points. As for the third place, Dongfeng Ziyi, he had only 18 points. The gap was simply too large. Lin Lao's pupils contracted. How did this little guy do it? He quickly locked onto Lin Moyo on the Ring Mountain continent and found that Lin Moyo was leisurely strolling, with a large number of skeleton god warriors sweeping through the giant beasts in the mountains or slaughtering them in the ocean. Lin Moyo didn't need to do anything, his points just kept rising rapidly. Lin Lao watched for a few seconds before speaking. Is this his spell? Sacred Lord Hao nodded. Yes, it's his summoning. Lin Lao sighed. Summoned creatures at the 3rd rank of the God King realm, and in such large numbers, are stronger than the summoning techniques in the Black Tortoise Star domain. If his summoned creatures can improve with his realm, that would be incredible. Sacred Lord Hao smiled. This is just the weakest of his many summoned creatures. Lin Lao's eyes widened. The weakest? How strong is the strongest? Madame Yu was also very curious and looked at Sacred Lord Hao. She was extremely curious about Lin Moyo. However, because Lin Moyo was under the protection of Sacred Lord Hao, she couldn't inquire directly or even investigate secretly. Sacred Lord Hao sipped his tea and spoke slowly. His strongest summoned creature should be able to reach the level of a minor god sovereign. Minor god sovereign? Isn't that a bit exaggerated? Lin Lao seemed incredulous. Not only did he not believe it, but Madame Yu also found it hard to believe. She said softly, his soul is already at the other shore. As long as he doesn't die, he will definitely step into the other shore in the future. But with his current cultivation, his combat power seems a bit too exaggerated. Lin Lao's hand holding the teacup trembled. Menjeo said his soul is already at the other shore. Madame Yu nodded, confirming her words. Lin Lao found it hard to believe, a god king with an other shore soul, how can such an unreasonable thing exist? Sacred Lord Hao smiled, if it exists, it is reasonable. Not long ago, I cooperated with this child to clear out a batch of spies from various races. To cooperate with that operation, the demons, golden eagles, and 3 silvers formed a coalition to encircle and kill him. This child not only killed the coalition but also killed 3 god sovereigns. Lin Lao and Madame Yu were both speechless. After a long silence, Madame Yu sighed, I always thought this child's soul was extremely strong, but I didn't expect his combat power to be so formidable. Lin Lao also sighed, a god king slaying god sovereigns is enough to rival the war god. Sacred Lord Hao's words were even more shocking, I think this child has the potential to surpass the other shore. The words surpass the other shore were like thunder, exploding in the souls of Lin Lao and Madame Yu. Only those who had already stepped into the other shore knew the meaning of surpassing the other shore. The two of them never expected that Sacred Lord Hao would have such high hopes for Lin Moyo. Madame Yu had always thought that Sacred Lord Hao merely regarded Lin Moyo as an excellent junior. She never imagined he had such expectations for him. Lin Moyo treated the Ring Mountain continent as his own backyard. Various restrictions and realm suppressions were meaningless to him. Although he was young, compared to god kings and god sovereigns who were hundreds or thousands of years old, the gap was too large. However, the dangers he had experienced far exceeded those of these god kings and god sovereigns. In Lin Moya's view, these god kings and god sovereigns lived too comfortably, protected too well by the human race. Places like the Ring Mountain continent, seen as trials by others, were simply paradises for him. The skeleton god warriors rampaged through the mountains, encountering no resistance. His points soared, far ahead of the others. In just a few days, Lin Moya's points had already reached over 3,000. This was a despairing score. The second place, Lin Mohan, had less than 800 points at this moment. Lin Mohan's powerful attacks with the 9 Heavens Orchid Sword couldn't be used indefinitely. After 3 uses, she needed to rest and recover, gradually reducing her efficiency. The third place was once again occupied by Shui's Highland from the Black Tortoise Star Domain, with a score of 550. Despite the realm suppression, her numerous puppets gave her a significant advantage. Dongfeng Ziyi was right behind her, also with a score exceeding 500, not far behind. Dongfeng Ziyi gritted his teeth, not giving up. Maybe Lin Moyo has a large number of puppets. Maybe his spells are just suited for group battles. I still have a chance. I just need to find a leader-level giant beast. 1 leader-level giant beast is worth 100,000 points. If I can also get a purple jade token, that's another 100,000 points. If I can find just one, it would be worth in killing 100,000 or even 200,000 ordinary giant beasts. If I can find 2. Thinking this, Dongfeng Zhe's momentum rose again. He began to speed up, no longer entangling with ordinary giant beasts, searching for leader-level giant beasts. He couldn't match Lin Moya's speed in killing giant beasts, so if he wanted to take first place, he had to find another way. Many others had the same idea. Several lagging minor god sovereigns also realized this. They understood that using normal methods, they couldn't catch up to Lin Moyo, not even Lin Mohan. They had to resort to unconventional means. Lin Mohan, after resting, naturally opened the task leaderboard and saw Lin Moyo far ahead. A bright smile spread across her beautiful face. My little brother is truly amazing. In the palace in the starry sky, Lin Lao and Madame Yu were no longer paying attention to Lin Moyo. Lin Moyo's performance was simply too boring. He didn't even need to lift a finger relying on his skeletons alone, he left everyone else in the dust. Lin Lao said, it's still more interesting to watch this girl, Lin Mohan. Her understanding of the 9 Heavens Orchid Sword has reached a very deep level. Madame Yu agreed, the 9 Heavens Orchid Sword is a powerful inheritance from ancient times, but it's very difficult to cultivate and requires special talent. I wonder where the Sword Orchid God Sovereign found this girl who meets the requirements of the 9 Heavens Orchid Sword. Lin Lao said, although it seems Lin Moyo is leading, if they meet in the 4-star domain competition, I think Lin Moyo might not be a match for this girl. Sacred Lord Hao shook his head and smiled, if Lin Mohan meets Lin Moyo, she will likely concede. The two of them looked at Sacred Lord Hao in unison, puzzled. Sacred Lord Hao didn't keep them in suspense, Lin Mohan is Lin Moya's elder sister. Chapter 1496. Chapter 1496, 1496. Chapter 1496, Lin Moya's small world is terrifying. The Sacred Lord Hao thoroughly enjoyed the astonished expressions of the two, sipping his tea with a smile, finding the tea exceptionally sweet. Madame Yu, despite her surprise, gave the Sacred Lord Hao a flirtatious glance. Really, after all these years, your tastes haven't changed a bit. You still love seeing people surprised. The Sacred Lord Hao laughed heartily. Don't you find it amusing? Lin Lao was currently checking the information of the two on the Human Emperor network. As a top-tier existence in the human race, his permissions were very high. He muttered to himself, both of them come from a small world. Sword Orchid God Sovereign opened a spatial passage from the small world and brought Lin Mohan out. Lin Moyu, on the other hand, reached the super god realm on his own and entered the great world. At that time, it was the Night Wind God Sovereign who received him. Outside that small world, there were various god sovereigns from different races guarding. Lin Lao noticed something unusual from the information on the Human Emperor network and murmured, "There's something wrong with this small world, something very wrong." His words piqued Madame Yu's interest, and she immediately checked all the information related to the two. Madame Yu also sensed something amiss and looked at the Sacred Lord Hao. "Sacred Lord, you must know about this, right?" She believed the Sacred Lord Hao must have noticed something unusual long ago. The Sacred Lord Hao nodded, "Of course, I know. That world is indeed very strange." Lin Lao said, "A small world that can nurture geniuses like Lin Moyu and Lin Mohan must have a big secret. If we can uncover this secret, it might greatly benefit our human race." Madame Yu was clearly tempted. "Sacred Lord, since you know, you must have investigated it, right?" The Sacred Lord Hao shook his head. "I thought about it but didn't dare." Didn't dare. The two were taken aback. What did he mean by didn't dare? Was there anything in this world that the Sacred Lord Hao didn't dare to do? Among the human race, the Sacred Lord Hao was a top-tier powerhouse, with very few who could surpass him. In the great world, the Sacred Lord Hao was equally formidable. He dared to charge into the holy land of the Buddha race alone, forcing them to bow their heads and admit their mistakes. Madame Yu couldn't think of anything that the Sacred Lord Hao wouldn't dare to do. The Sacred Lord Hao sighed. "I went to that small world but didn't dare to truly enter. If I had really gone in, I feared I wouldn't be able to come back." Lin Lao didn't believe it. "A mere small world, you could destroy it with a flick of your finger. How could it trap you?" The Sacred Lord Hao shook his head. "Lin Lao, when have you ever known me to speak nonsense?" Madame Yu suddenly thought of something and exclaimed, "Could it be that there's..." She couldn't think of any other possibility and didn't dare to say it out loud. She quickly changed her words, "But that's impossible. Didn't they leave long ago?" At this moment, Lin Lao's expression also became serious, clearly thinking of what Madame Yu had said. The Sacred Lord Hao said in a low voice, "1,000 years ago, people came out of that small world, and it wasn't just one person, it was an entire race, a whole million people." Lin Lao frowned. "An entire race entering the great world, how come I've never heard of this?" The Sacred Lord Hao said, "At that time, my third disciple, Zhu Tian, found it suspicious and brought them in, arranging a life-star system for them and forbidding anyone from approaching. Later, I went there and found that many of these people had extremely high aptitudes, with nearly half of them being geniuses. The top few almost made me want to take them as disciples." Lin Lao was once again astonished. He knew how high the Sacred Lord Hao's standards were. Getting him to take someone as a disciple was harder than ascending to the heavens. Madame Yu whispered, "With them gone, wouldn't that small world be doomed?" The fate of a small world was closely tied to the beings within it. If all the beings left, the small world would basically be destroyed. The Sacred Lord Hao nodded. "I thought the same at the time, so I went to check on the small world. It did seem heavily damaged, but I felt that its internal vitality had become even more vigorous. It felt like clearing out a batch of tumors, breaking and then rebuilding. At that time, I wanted to go in and see for myself, but I received a warning before I even got close. After that, I returned and found that those who had come out of the small world had all disappeared. There were no traces left, they vanished completely. Even using causal treasures, I couldn't trace them, as if they had never existed. When I left, I set up a star-locking formation. The formation was intact, but the people were gone." Lin Lao and Madame Yu felt like they were listening to a bizarre story. The powerful Sacred Lord Hao was actually scared off by a warning. The people he had trapped with the star-locking formation were taken away without a sound, and all traces were erased. They knew how terrifying such methods were. Erasing causality was beyond their capabilities. Madame Yu asked, "So, even you don't know the specifics of that small world?" The Sacred Lord Hao took a sip of tea, confirming her suspicion. Lin Lao frowned. "Then how did the Sword Orchid God Sovereign bring someone out from there?" The Sacred Lord Hao replied, "I later asked the Sword Orchid God Sovereign. She said she received a warning at the time. A dragon elder from the small world warned her to take good care of Lin Mohan." How is this related to the dragon race again? Lin Lao felt the story was getting more convoluted. The Sacred Lord Hao continued, "I later went to the dragon race and learned a secret. 10,000 years ago, the dragon race experienced some unfortunate events. A dragon with the bloodline of a dragon god was taken away. If I'm not mistaken, the dragon in that small world is the one taken from the dragon race. Taking away a dragon at the other shore realm, who could do that from the dragon race, especially one with the bloodline of a dragon god?" Lin Lao and Madame Yu realized that only an existence of that level could accomplish such a feat. After finishing his story, the Sacred Lord Hao concluded, "In any case, the secret of that small world is beyond our reach. I don't even want to inquire about the specifics of the small world. Sometimes, knowing too much can be dangerous." The Sword Orchid God Sovereign thinks the same way, so she never asks Lin Mohan about the small world. "I suspect it might be related to ancient times." Madame Yu sighed. "Yes, some things are better left unknown." Lin Lao shifted his attention from the Sacred Lord Hao to Lin Moyu and Lin Mohan on the Ring Mountain continent. "You hope these two youngsters can give you answers, don't you?" The Sacred Lord Hao, tired from talking, took a big sip of tea. "Indeed, I have that hope." "Then let's wait and see." On the Ring Mountain continent, time passed day by day. Everyone had been walking for a long time, crossing one mountain forest after another. The Ring Mountain continent had a diameter of 1,000,000 kilometers and a radius of 500,000 kilometers. Excluding the distance from Fireseed Island, each person would have to travel at least 400,000 kilometers in a straight line. Without restrictions, 400,000 kilometers would be nothing, a blink of an eye. But now, each person had to traverse mountains and forests like ordinary people, constantly fighting along the way, which would take them several months. Currently, the fastest travelers were the little god sovereigns led by Dongfang Ziyi. They tried to avoid fighting ordinary giant beasts as much as possible. Unless unavoidable, they generally didn't engage. Dongfang Ziyi was searching for leader-level giant beasts, but they were hard to find. A month had passed, and he hadn't found any. He had encountered several boss-level giant beasts, which brought him thousands of points. But thousands of points were just a drop in the bucket, and the gap with Lin Moya was widening. Chapter 1497. Chapter 1497, 1497. Chapter 1497, every era has its despair-inducing individuals. The rankings on the task leaderboard were like needles, piercing the hearts of every genius. Lin Moya was far ahead, leaving everyone else in the dust. In the first few days, there was still some hope, but after a month, that hope had become extremely faint. 1. Lin Moya, 28,382 points. 2. Lin Mohan, 8,621 points. 3. Dongfang Ziyi, 3,312 points. 4. Zhuang Bai, 3,121 points. 5. Wei Bowen, 3,099 points. In the past month, Lin Moyo and Lin Mohan had firmly held the top two positions. The rankings below them kept changing. In the first 10 days, Shuai's Highland from the Black Tortoise Star domain had been neck and neck with Dongfang Ziyi, constantly vying for third place. Later, for some unknown reason, Shuai's Highland's efficiency drastically decreased, and her scoring speed slowed down, causing her to drop out of the top 10. Just when Dongfang Ziyi thought his third place was secure, Zhuang Bai and Wei Bowen emerged. With everyone's realms suppressed to the first rank of the God King realm, Dongfang Zai's advantage, though present, was not significant. You have your trump cards, and I naturally have mine. Dongfang Ziyi put away the task leaderboard. There's still time. We've only covered about 1/3 of the journey. The remaining 2/3 are the key. If I'm not mistaken, leader level and boss level giant beasts will definitely appear. If I can kill a leader level giant beast, I can surpass Lin Moyo and become first. Leader level giant beasts won't be easy to kill, but for me, it shouldn't be too difficult. Lin Mohan's sword is powerful, but it shouldn't be enough to kill a leader-level giant beast. I don't know Lin Moya's methods, but his realm is only at the third rank of the God King realm, and his methods seem to be more suited for group attacks, not necessarily for killing leader-level giant beasts. I still have a chance. Dongfang Ziyi had his own calculations. Over the past month, he had witnessed Lin Mohan's repeated sword strikes and had a good understanding of her capabilities. Moreover, he had observed Lin Moya's scoring method. Most of the time, his points increased by 1 point at a time. This indicated that Lin Moya's points were mostly obtained from ordinary giant beasts. From this, Dongfang Ziyi deduced that Lin Moyo had strong group-killing abilities. In this aspect, he had to admit that he was not as good as Lin Moyo with the same realm. However, he was still a little god sovereign, and one who had half a foot in the Lost Star River. In terms of instantaneous explosive power, he believed he could crush Lin Moyo. As for Zhuang Bai and Wei Bowen, who had emerged later, Dongfang Ziyi didn't take them seriously. His goal was to surpass Lin Mohan and Lin Moyo, not to compete for third place. The current rankings were just temporary. Lin Moya stood on a mountaintop, looking into the distance. As far as his eyes could see, there were endless mountains. Each mountain looked similar, making it easy to lose direction. We've covered about 1/3 of the journey. The path I chose has many giant beasts, but it seems there are no leader level or boss level giant beasts. Maybe I should change direction. Although my points are far ahead now, it's actually an illusion. If someone kills a leader level giant beast, they can surpass me. Lin Moya roughly calculated that if he continued along this path until the end, his points could double, reaching about 90,000 to 100,000 points. This was actually less than the points from killing a single leader-level giant beast. In the sky, the 10,000-meter undead eye appeared again, carrying the undying flames, gazing into the distance. Through the undead vision, Lin Moya saw the path behind him. Although he hadn't seen everything clearly, he had a general idea. The path he chose had the most giant beasts in all directions. But there was also a problem: there were no leader-level or boss-level giant beasts. Lin Moya realized this halfway through and decided to change direction. The undead eye slowly rotated in the sky, searching for leader-level and boss-level giant beasts. In the undead vision, blazing soul flames kept flickering. The stronger the soul flame, the stronger the giant beast. The undead vision could also distinguish between the soul flames of giant beasts and cultivators, as there was a fundamental difference between the two. After a month, the 100 cultivators had completely dispersed, making it difficult to encounter each other again. The undead eye searched for a long time but did not find any boss-level giant beasts. However, it did find a few leader-level giant beasts, though they were far apart from each other. Lin Moya chose the nearest leader-level giant beast and changed his direction. The tea party in front of the palace continued. A month was just a blink of an eye for beings in the other shore realm. Because of the Sacred Lord Hao's high expectations for Lin Moyo, both Lin Lao and Madame Yu were paying close attention to him. They saw Lin Moya suddenly stop and then change direction. Lin Lao, following Lin Moya's direction, said in a low voice, "He's heading towards the location of a leader-level giant beast." Madame Yu lightly opened her mouth. He initially chose the golden light path with the most giant beasts, and now he suddenly changed direction. It seems he has a way to judge the number and strength of the giant beasts. Lin Lao said, if what the sacred Lord Hao said is true, and his summoned creatures have the combat strength of a little god sovereign, then leader level and ordinary giant beasts would be no different to him. Even boss level giant beasts could be easily killed, and he has a way to find them. Tisk tisk, the other little guys are going to be completely desperate. Should I add some spice to increase the difficulty for him? As he spoke, he looked at the sacred Lord Hao. The sacred Lord Hao smiled, do as you please, but I think it's better not to break the rules. Besides, despair is not necessarily a bad thing. Every era has individuals who stand out. Just like the war god, who single-handedly ended the ancient era and started a new one. Who among his contemporaries wasn't in despair? Lin Lao raised an eyebrow. The sacred Lord Hao's words implied that he considered Lin Moya to be on par with the war god. At least in the sacred Lord Hao's mind, Lin Moya's potential was no less than that of Xiao Zhantian back then. Lin Lao finished his tea in one gulp and sighed, what a pity. If the war god could meet Lin Moyu, he might consider taking him as a disciple. Madame Yu refilled Lin Lao's tea, don't talk about impossible things. The sacred Lord Hao gently shook his head, it's not entirely impossible. Let's see what fate has in store. He didn't elaborate further, and Lin Lao and Madame Yu exchanged a glance, tacitly agreeing not to press the matter. The sacred Lord Hao knew many secrets that they were unaware of. If he could speak, he would naturally do so. If he didn't, there was no point in asking. Dongfeng Ziyi was lucky and finally found a leader-level giant beast. It was a wolf-like giant beast, over 10 meters tall, with fur like arrows, each strand standing on end, looking very intimidating. However, to Dongfeng Ziyi, a leader-level giant beast was not much of a challenge. It took him less than a minute to kill it. Just as I thought, a leader-level giant beast is at the 3rd rank of the God King realm, almost reaching the 4th rank. A leader-level giant beast is worth 1,000 points, so a boss-level giant beast worth 100,000 points should be at the 5th rank of the God King realm. A 5th rank God King realm giant beast will be a bit tricky, but still manageable. At this moment, Dongfeng Zai's eyes narrowed as he saw a white light. Within the white light was a white jade token, right next to the giant beast's head. A white jade token, not bad luck. Chapter 1498. Chapter 1498, 1498. Chapter 1498, Hope Given, now it's time to take it back. After killing the leader-level giant beast, Lin Moyo obtained a white jade token, directly increasing his score by 2,000 points. Although 2,000 points were not much, it was a crucial step for Dongfeng Ziyi. He verified his idea and confirmed that his plan was feasible. The white jade token turned into white light in his hand and dissipated, converting into points. Dongfeng Ziyi eagerly opened the task leaderboard. 1. Lin Moyu, 28,882 points. 2. Lin Mohan, 9,021 points. 3. Dongfeng Ziyi, 5,612 points. 4. Zhuan Bai, 3,421 points. Although his score was still incomparable to Lin Moya's, not even close to a fraction, the gap had indeed narrowed. Since the last time he checked the leaderboard, Lin Moya's score had increased by 500 points, and Lin Mohan's score had increased by 400 points. However, his own score had increased by 2,300 points. As long as he killed a few more leader-level giant beasts, he had hope of catching up to Lin Mohan. If he could kill a boss-level giant beast, he could directly surpass Lin Moyu and become first. Yes, that's it. As long as I find a boss-level giant beast, I can become first. A boss-level giant beast is at least at the 5th rank of the God King realm, possibly even reaching the 6th rank. With the realm suppression, very few people can defeat a boss-level giant beast. I can mobilize part of the power of the Lost Star River. With some effort, I can kill a boss-level giant beast. Dongfeng Zai's eyes burned with the fire of conviction. He seemed to see hope, the possibility of surpassing Lin Moyo. But soon, a bucket of cold water was poured over his head. Lin Moya's score suddenly increased by 1,000 points. Dongfeng Ziyi was stunned, taking a full 3 seconds to react. He also killed a leader-level giant beast. Then Lin Moya's score changed again, increasing by another 1,000 points. Lin Moya directly broke through the 30,000 point mark, reaching 30,882 points. Not only had he killed a leader-level giant beast, but he had also obtained a white jade token. The two score changes were like two heavy punches to Dongfeng Zai's head. His entire being felt cold, and the little joy he had vanished completely. The gap between their scores had not only not narrowed but had widened again. At this moment, Lin Mohan's score also changed, increasing by 1,000 points. Needless to say, she had also killed a leader-level giant beast. Given Lin Mohan's demonstrated combat power, killing a leader-level giant beast was not difficult. Dongfeng Ziyi snapped out of his daze, his slightly lost gaze reigniting with determination. I still have a chance. He can kill a leader-level giant beast, but that doesn't mean he can kill a boss-level giant beast. Even if he can kill a boss-level giant beast, it will come down to who kills more. One boss-level giant beast is worth 100,000 points. As long as I kill a few more, I can surpass him in points. And there's the purple jade token. With some luck, one boss-level giant beast could be worth 200,000 points. Dongfeng Ziyi kept comforting himself, regaining his confidence. Far away, Lin Moyo had no idea what Dongfeng Ziyi was thinking. After killing the leader-level giant beast, he summoned the undead eye again for a search. He still didn't find any boss-level giant beasts, but he did find a few more leader-level giant beasts. Besides the leader-level giant beasts, Lin Moyo also saw a few soul flames belonging to cultivators. They had already surpassed him on the path, moving ahead of him. Lin Moyo knew he wasn't slow, it could only mean they were moving faster. Moving fast must have a purpose. From Fireseed Island to leaving the Ring Mountain continent, the straight-line distance is over 400,000 kilometers. In the first 100,000 kilometers, there are only ordinary and elite giant beasts. From 100,000 kilometers onward, leader-level giant beasts start to appear. Boss-level giant beasts should appear in the final stretch, and their numbers won't be many. Judging by the points, the strength of boss-level giant beasts should be around the 5th to 6th rank of the God King realm. If someone specifically targets boss-level giant beasts, they might really surpass me. Killing a boss-level giant beast guarantees 100,000 points, and with some luck, it could be 200,000 points. That's equivalent to killing 200,000 ordinary giant beasts. Lin Moyo opened the task leaderboard and saw that Dongfangzhe's score had suddenly increased significantly, understanding what he had done. This also confirmed his own guess. Not only Dongfangzhe, but others might also choose to do the same. Especially those little god sovereigns, they all had trump cards. If they used their trump cards, they could definitely kill boss-level giant beasts. Moreover, these people would not be content to let him take first place. They would definitely find ways to surpass him, either by killing boss-level giant beasts or obtaining purple jade tokens. Purple jade tokens were too rare, hidden somewhere on the vast continent. Killing boss-level giant beasts was more reliable and also had a chance of obtaining purple jade tokens. Lin Moyo believed that as long as they weren't foolish, they would definitely choose to kill boss-level giant beasts. This was the only chance to surpass him. It's about time. Hope has been given, now it's time to take it back. Lin Moyo slowly raised his head, looking at the formation above. His gaze seemed to penetrate the formation, seeing the starry sky beyond the Ring Mountain continent. Lin Lao, who was observing Lin Moyo from the palace, suddenly froze. He noticed us. The sacred lord Hao shook his head. He didn't notice us, but he sensed our observation. Don't forget, he also has a 5th grade purple jade soul. Madam Yu nodded. A 5th grade purple jade soul is extremely sensitive. Our observation would indeed be noticed. Lin Lao's pupils suddenly contracted. What is he going to do? Madam Yu looked over, her beautiful face showing a complex expression. Sacred lord, do you know what he's planning? The sacred lord Hao chuckled. This kid is too cunning. He's planning to crush everyone's hope. He must have known the task rules long ago. He was just taking it easy before, giving others a bit of hope. Now, he's going to take that hope back. Madam Yu was quick-witted and immediately understood, but doing this will offend people, won't it? The sacred lord Hao shook his head. When your strength is so great that others can't even be jealous, it doesn't count as offending people. Lin Lao agreed with the sacred lord Hao. Indeed, a truly powerful person doesn't need to care about others' opinions. The sacred lord Hao continued, besides, it's good to temper their arrogance. Normally, they are all proud and don't accept anyone. This time, let them know there's always someone better. Lin Moyo indeed sensed the observation from the sacred lord Hao and the others. His soul was too sensitive, and no observation could escape his notice. However, he didn't find it strange. He had long known that people would be watching this task. After all, it gathered the fire seeds of the human race. Any accident would be unacceptable. Since you want to watch, I'll give you a good show. Lin Moyo didn't deliberately hide his strength. Some things couldn't be hidden even if he wanted to, so he might as well display them openly. A large number of skeleton god warriors appeared around him, rushing in all directions. The skeleton god warriors split into two groups, one half charging into the mountains and forests, the other half leaping into the ocean, starting to slaughter ordinary and elite giant beasts. At the same time, tens of thousands of skeleton god generals charged out, targeting leader-level and even boss-level giant beasts. Even though his own realm was suppressed to the 1st rank of the God King realm, the skeleton god generals still possessed combat strength equivalent to the 8th rank of the God King realm. Dealing with leader-level and boss-level giant beasts was a matter of minutes. Chapter 1499. Chapter 1499, 1499. Chapter 1499. Lin Moyo was crushing their spirits. Outside the palace, by the tea table, Lin Lao and Madame Yu's expressions were identical, somewhat stiff. Lin Lao forced out a sentence. This kid, how many summoned creatures does he have? He knew Lin Moyo's summoned creatures wouldn't be few, but he hadn't expected there to be so many. Madame Yu was also shocked. This must be in the millions, right? The sacred lord Hao shook his head. I don't know the exact number, but it should be over 10 million. Over 10 million. Madame Yu said, if his summoned creatures can increase in strength along with his realm, then when he becomes a god sovereign, he will have an army of tens of millions of god sovereigns. Lin Lao said in a deep voice, if that's the case, our human army will sweep through all the races. An army of tens of millions of god sovereigns is terrifying just to think about. If it really comes to that, which race in the great world could stop the human race? Even they would have a headache facing an army of tens of millions of god sovereigns. If they were all high-level god sovereigns, even they would have to retreat. The sacred lord Hao couldn't be sure at this moment. Every spell has its limits, and where that limit is, I can't say for sure. Let's wait and see. This matter is hard to say. The sacred lord Hao spoke softly, but his eyes showed anticipation, hoping for that day to come. If it really happens, the human race will undoubtedly be the #1 race in the great world, and no one will be able to compare. Lin Moyo didn't release all his skeleton god warriors. Releasing 10 million skeleton god warriors was already shocking enough, there was no need for more. 10 million skeleton god warriors and 10,000 skeleton god generals are enough to sweep through the Ring Mountain continent. Next, it's time to crush their hopes. Lin Moya smiled mischievously. Occasionally being a bit naughty was a way to spice up the cultivation life. From the beginning of the task, he had said he would make a big move. Now the big move was here, and he just hoped the others could handle it and not be too discouraged. With a smile, Lin Moya continued to traverse mountains and rivers. The skeletons charged into the mountains like wolves and tigers, and the various giant beasts inside suffered. No matter where they hid, they couldn't escape the undead vision of the skeletons. One by one, the giant beasts were killed, turning into points for Lin Moya. There were countless mountains and countless giant beasts, and the skeletons went on a killing spree. Zhuangbai held a white jade token in his hand, watching it turn into starlight and disappear. The usually calm Zhuangbai couldn't hide his joy. Unexpectedly obtaining a white jade token proved his luck and attentiveness. The white jade token was found in the center of a large tree, where a piece of bark had fallen off, revealing an anomaly. After some searching, he found the white jade token. After gaining the points, Zhuangbai opened the task leaderboard to check his score. Seeing his score increase by 1,000 points, he was still in 4th place, which didn't surprise him. Then he naturally looked at Lin Moya's score, and in an instant, he froze, unable to move. 1. Lin Moya, 72,345 points. How is this possible? Just 2 hours ago, he had just broken 30,000 points. In 2 hours, he increased by over 40,000 points. How did he do it? In the few seconds he was watching, Lin Moya's score continued to rise, increasing by dozens of points in the blink of an eye. Zhuangbai, who had some understanding of Lin Moya, quickly thought of a possibility. That was, Lin Moya had released a large number of skeletons and started an indiscriminate slaughter of giant beasts. Zhuangbai didn't know how many skeletons Lin Moya had. At that time, he had only fought Lin Moya in the human emperor arena. But based on his estimation, Lin Moya's number of skeletons must be considerable. He watched Lin Moya's score soar like a rocket, breaking the 80,000 point mark, and the upward trend seemed to be accelerating. What's the point of competing now? Zhuangbai showed a helpless smile. Lin Moya's score had completely crushed his hopes. Even if he found a leader-level giant beast, Lin Moya's score would have already skyrocketed. This guy really doesn't give others a chance. Zhuangbai felt a bit helpless and somewhat disheartened. The strategy he had thought of was now completely useless. As the skeleton god warriors spread out more and more, the efficiency of killing ordinary giant beasts kept increasing, and Lin Moya's score growth rate also kept accelerating. More and more people noticed this, and one by one, they were stunned, unable to believe their eyes. Some people sat down on the ground, unable to help but curse. Some even suspected that there was a problem with the human emperor network, unable to believe what was happening before them. Dongfeng Zi was the most severely affected. When he saw Lin Moya's score break 100,000, he couldn't help but let out a roar. Behind him, a faint Lost Star River appeared, and the power of the Lost Star River poured out uncontrollably, crushing the mountains. This is impossible. This is absolutely impossible. There must be something wrong, the human emperor network must be malfunctioning. Lin Mohan saw the score change and laughed. Xiao, you're really crushing their spirits. Su Jianxing looked helpless. Brother Lin, you're really too scary. Wei Bowen's face was ashen, his eyes spitting fire, but he couldn't say a word. However, his fists were clenched, and his whole body trembled, clearly furious. Everyone present was a genius, and not just any genius, but the top geniuses. Each of them had pride in their bones, and none of them would easily submit. But now, they had no choice but to submit. Lin Moya was simply too far ahead, an unimaginable advantage. On Fireseed Island, Xiaomeng kept watching the task leaderboard. Although she wasn't a participant in this task, as the only administrator on Fireseed Island, she could see the leaderboard. At this moment, she was also dumbfounded, her breathing rapid, her throat dry, unable to say a word. Everything happening on the Ring Mountain continent was being observed by the three beings in the starry sky. Every individual's performance was in their sight. Some were angry, some were helpless, some were unwilling, and some were indifferent. In their eyes, all these reactions were normal, reflections of personality and emotions. As beings who had lived for countless years, they naturally saw through everything. What mattered wasn't the display of emotions but how each person's will and thoughts would change after the emotions. To them, the firmness of one's Tao heart and whether one would collapse after a setback were very important. Only at their level did they understand the importance of the Tao heart. Over countless years, many god sovereigns had reached the peak, but how many had truly stepped into the other shore? Many god sovereigns reached the peak but were stuck before the other shore, unable to advance, until their lifespan ended. On the surface, it seemed like a soul problem, as the soul couldn't reach the 5th grade purple jade soul. But no one knew how to break through the soul barrier. Only beings like the sacred Lord Hao, who had reached the other shore, could have some insight. It involved willpower and the Tao heart. The sacred Lord Hao said calmly, I have already instructed the Human Emperor Network to record their performances. The Human Emperor Network will analyze them. Madam Yu chuckled. For many of them, this might be their first setback, which is indeed very meaningful. The Human Emperor Network could analyze each person's future potential based on their reactions. Although not entirely accurate, it provided a reference. In fact, this analysis had always been conducted by the Human Emperor Network, targeting the human race's fire seed geniuses. Most people didn't know this, and even god sovereigns were unaware. Only the true high-level beings could see the analyzed data. Chapter 1500. Chapter 1500, 1500. Chapter 1500. Adults must take responsibility for their choices. More and more people were giving up, feeling there was no need to compete anymore. The rankings seemed frozen, with many people's scores no longer changing. Lin Moya's actions this time had struck almost everyone. They were all geniuses, especially those from the War God Hall and the Divine City, who were usually so arrogant. But this time, Lin Moya trampled on their arrogance, rubbing it into the ground, creating sparks and drawing fresh blood, disfiguring them completely. He didn't kill them physically, but rather crushed their spirits. The Sacred Lord Hao and the others watched from start to finish without stopping Lin Moyo. If someone's Dao heart collapsed from this, then it was their own doing, completely unworthy of being called a genius. The highest achievement such people could reach was merely a god sovereign. Did the human race lack god sovereigns? The human race had always sought supreme experts, and only those in the other Shore realm qualified as such. So losing some geniuses didn't really matter. From ordinary people all the way until the other Shore realm, it was a process of sifting through the waves. On the leaderboard, apart from Lin Moya's score which was still rising at an astonishing rate, only Lin Mohan's score was changing. The scores of the others remained almost completely stagnant for half a day. Until half a day later, someone's score finally changed significantly. Chu Xiong's score suddenly increased by 2,000. He had killed a leader-level beast ranked 513 and was also lucky enough to obtain a white jade token. Chu Xiong had a stalk of grass in his mouth and held a thick battle blade in his right hand. The battle blade was only a true god realm magic treasure, but in Chu Xiong's hands, it was no weaker than a god sovereign realm magic treasure. The huge, leader-level beast lay beside Chu Xiong. Chu Xiong didn't even look at it, stepping over it and continuing forward. As he walked, he muttered to himself, "No matter how high the brat's score is, it has nothing to do with me. There are many powerful people in this world. Does that mean I can't live anymore? Did all the people who fought alongside the war god commit suicide?" His words seemed like self-consolation, but they also made sense. Chu Xiong was rough on the outside but meticulous on the inside, with a firm Dao heart. He was the first to recover. After Chu Xiong, Su Jianxing's score also began to increase. Su Jianxing held a long bow and shot down an ordinary giant beast. Cultivation is not about competing with others but competing with oneself. As long as I don't admit defeat, no one can defeat me. The two of them walked one after the other, not far apart. Then Zhuangbai joined their ranks. They had one thing in common: they no longer regarded Lin Moyo and Lin Mohan as competitors but saw themselves as their own competitors. As long as they surpassed themselves, that was enough. Their actions were like a timely rain, pouring down on everyone's heads. Some people awoke as if from a dream, while others had an epiphany. More and more people began to take action, recovering from the blow one by one. Watching the changes on the leaderboard, Lin Moyo could already guess the general process. They're all quite smart. With just a little prompting, they can figure it out. Flowers in the greenhouse will eventually have to face the wind and sun. He sounded like an experienced elder, even though he was the youngest among them, speaking words that didn't match his age. Lin Moyo hadn't gone all out. The skeleton god warriors he sent out avoided the paths chosen by others. The giant beasts they killed were in places no one had chosen. The Ring Mountain continent was vast, and the 100 or so people scattered within were not even as significant as ants. There were plenty of giant beasts for Lin Moyo to kill. After less than a day's pause, the competition resumed, with many geniuses who had recovered from the blow starting a new round of competition. But in this round, their opponents had become themselves. Dongfang Zi also recovered from the blow. His tone was low. "Lin Moyo, although I lost to you in this task, I will definitely defeat you in the 4-star domain competition. Not just the 4-star domain competition, even when you enter the Divine City, I will continue to win." Wei Bowen looked at the score that was already far out of reach. "I'm from the War God Hall. How could I lose to you? We are the strongest. When I return to the War God Hall and receive the War God's inheritance, I will definitely surpass you and reach a level you can never attain." The Sacred Lord Hao watched this scene with satisfaction. These little fellows aren't bad. There are a few potential disciples among them. "Madam, you said, Chu Xiong has the hope of stepping into the other shore." Lin Lao said, "The one called Su Jianxing is also not bad. If I'm not mistaken, he should be from the Su family of the Divine City." Then he sighed, "It's a pity about Dongfang Zi." The Sacred Lord Hao spoke with a hint of disdain. "There's nothing to pity. Everyone must take responsibility for their choices. He ruined his own future, and no one can save him." In order to achieve outstanding results in the 4-star domain competition, Dongfang Zi relied on his talent and forcibly accepted only half of the baptism, not stepping into the God-sovereign realm. Although most of the problems could be remedied later, the imperfect seed had already been planted. Becoming a God-sovereign was naturally not a problem, but wanting to step into the other shore was impossible in this life. From the Sacred Lord Hao's perspective, there was no need to sympathize with such people, let alone pity them. One chooses one's own path and must bear the consequences, no matter what they are. Time flew by, and after a full year, the preliminaries of the 4-star domain competition finally ended. The real finals would be held a month later, and all the contestants would be teleported there before the finals began. Each of the 4 major star domains had only 100 people qualified to participate in the finals. Adding the seed contestants chosen by the 4 domain lords, the people from the War God Hall, and those from the Divine City, there were a total of 500 contestants in the finals. Among them, the seed contestants, the War God Hall, and the Divine City occupied the rankings but did not take up the qualifications to enter the Divine City. So the final 100 places to enter the Divine City would be produced from the 400 contestants who emerged from the preliminaries. In this way, the enmity of the preliminary contestants towards the seed contestants would be greatly reduced. After all, one of the most important rewards of the 4-star domain competition was the qualification to enter the Divine City. If you didn't take away their qualifications, they wouldn't care about you. In the history of previous years, the seed contestants were generally stronger than the preliminary contestants, and their rankings were also higher. But there were also occasional accidents, where seed contestants failed. For example, their laws were countered, or their magic treasures were countered, etc. Some seed contestants lacked combat experience despite their great strength, so they could also be defeated. This happened more often among the contestants from the Divine City and the War God Hall. The 4-star domain competition was a grand event for the human race, and almost everyone began to look forward to the exciting competition a month later. Many races on good terms with the human race also began to set out. They came to the human race as guests to participate in this grand event. There were also many races with ordinary relations with the human race who would come to attend the event, each with their own motives. But since they were not enemy races, the human race generally would not refuse them. As for the enemy races, they would try various ways to obtain intelligence about the competition. Especially the geniuses who emerged from the competition would become their targets for assassination. Within the Ring Mountain continent, Lin Moya reached the end of his path. Before him were towering mountains that pierced the sky. It wasn't just one high mountain but a continuous mountain range. He had seen this mountain range from outside the Ring Mountain continent before. It formed a circle, embracing the entire continent, hence the name Ring Mountain Continent. To leave the continent, he had to cross over it. Here, Lin Moya finally saw the leader-level giant beasts. Guys, this novel is uploaded by Audiobook Novels. Please support me via Patreon or consider buying a novel from our collection.
Every novel listed in the description comes with permanent access to the audiobook on Telegram. You pay once, and if the novel is still ongoing, you'll receive all future updates automatically. No extra cost. Choose your novel from the description, then DM me on Telegram, WhatsApp, or Discord. After payment via PayPal, Ko-Fi, or Patreon, you'll get instant access. Simple, secure, lifetime listening. Guys, make sure to like, subscribe, and hit the notification button. Your support means a lot.